Hurry up and boil the water. It's been less than an incense stick since I buried her, and her body is still warm. After so many days of hunger, I can finally taste meat.
Hey,
This woman looks pretty good. While her body is still warm, why don't we enjoy ourselves first? I think you're crazy. Eating human flesh is for survival. Don't mess around with that. I think it's fine. My new wife hasn't even slept with me yet, and now I want to try what a woman feels like.
hee hee hee.
The men's words filled the air. Lanjiao frowned in displeasure. Who was talking? Soon, she clearly felt someone coming to pull at her clothes. Alarm bells rang in her mind. Without hesitation, she suddenly opened her eyes and grabbed the restless hand.
Ghost. Ghost.
With a scream from the lecherous man, a small finger had already fallen to the ground. Two other men, who had been busy with firewood and facing away from them, turned around at the scream. One cursed, "If you want to play, just play."
I was about to say.
Before he could finish, he sat down the ground, eyes wide in shock at what he saw. He stammered, "Resurrected." Resurrected from the dead? The other man, though silent, looked equally terrified. His pants suddenly wet, and a foul smell wafted from him. "Say it."
Keep talking.
Lanjiao looked at them with a murderous gaze.
Don't.
"Don't come any closer." The men stared at her in horror. A scream echoed from the cave. After a while, Lanjiao came out carrying a dirty money bag. Behind her, the fire grew larger. Such should be burned completely. In this short time, she had figured out everything. She had transmigrated and become a peasant woman named Hygiene. The men earlier had dug her body out of the ground to fill their stomachs, and when they saw her good looks, they developed wicked thoughts. Now, she was Hygiene. She looked up, her eyes dull and yellow. 3 years of drought had killed countless people. The original owner's family had run out of food and had to flee. The journey was hard, and to protect her young unborn child, she starved to death on the road. Hygiene lowered her eyes. The original owner was also a poor soul. Possibly influenced by the consciousness of the original owner, the weak and sickly appearance of her son always appears before her eyes. The original owner wants her to go find her son. She sighed, "With the drought like this, I don't even know if I can survive. How can I raise your son?" Speaking of which, she is also very unlucky, killed by someone she trusted the most in the past. She got the chance to travel through time, but when she woke up, she was met with a desolate scene. Even if she had great skills, she couldn't change natural events. A clever housewife can't cook without rice. Just as she was thinking this, a bag of rice appeared in front of her, bright white and shining under the sun. Hygiene was shocked and grabbed a handful, sure it was rice, and looked up at the sky. Does this mean that heaven gave her rice because she is a clever housewife? Then she also wants water. Next to the rice bag, a bottle of mineral water instantly appeared. The water bottle was modern and brand new. Hygiene widened her eyes. Could this be her special power from crossing over? With this thing, she could not only raise her original owner's child but even take care of the entire world. Thinking of some scenes from novels she had read before, Hygiene tried closing her eyes and controlling things with her mind. When she opened them again, she found herself in another place. In front of her was a bottomless black hole, suspended in the air. Various objects floated inside. She could reach out and grab them. "Want a bowl of wonton?" She tried to speak, and instantly, a steaming bowl of wonton appeared in her hands. Hygiene was overjoyed and happily ate a full meal. She found a place to prepare herself and carried a bundle on her back to find her son. Although she had many things left undone in her previous life, those became eternal regrets she couldn't let go of. But now, using someone else's body, she should first help her family take good care of their loved ones, right? In this era, living is the priority. Only then can she think about other things. Hygiene followed her memories of the original owner to find her family. The original owner was a widow. Her new husband went out to deliver goods 3 years ago and never returned. The villagers all said he was probably gone. The Liu family didn't believe it openly, but gradually, they accepted it. The Liu family didn't split up. The original owner and her daughters still lived with her in-laws and siblings-in-law. After the original owner died of hunger, her family simply buried her and hurriedly set out again. It's a pity that the person who died, but the living must also work hard to escape, right? Fortunately, the parents-in-law and siblings-in-law are all decent people. Although the original owner has faced many difficulties over the years, she has managed to get by. Meanwhile, the Liu family just found an abandoned, broken-down house to rest in. A 2-year-old child has been in a coma for a long time. The child's thin body is almost just skin and bones, with a yellowish face and a high fever. At this moment, the child is being held in the arms of Sun, the wife of the Liu family. It's been 2 days, and there's no sign of waking up. Is the heavens trying to take my wife's precious child away too? Sun wipes her tears, gently holding the child closer, then calls out to the eldest daughter-in-law, "You," asking, "Old you, do we still have water?" Yu shakes her head. There was none since this morning. She glances at the child in her mother-in-law's arms and sighs. That little boy has always been sensible. Even though he hasn't woken up, he seems to understand that his mother is gone.
Could it be?
She stops mid-sentence, realizing she said something inappropriate, quickly covering her mouth. Sun glares at her. Pfft. Bad luck. My little boy will be fine. The boy, Guer, is her eldest son's illegitimate child. He was born weak and sickly. They gave him a humble name, hoping he would live well. But last night, his mother died, and now he's gravely ill again. Whether he will wake up or not is uncertain. Sun feels heartbroken. It's my fault. I shouldn't have said such foolish things. Mother, don't worry. Guar will get better. Third sister-in-law loves the children and will surely protect him. Yu comforts her, noticing her mother-in-law is old and not in good health. She wants to help hold the child, but Sun refuses. Although she scolds, Sun knows deep down that the journey is tough. Even strong adults can't hold on for many days, let alone a frail child. She just wants to hold her grandson a little longer, hoping he will live a few more days. Mother. Somehow, the unconscious child slightly opens his eyes, weakly waving his tiny hand. Mother is back. The Liu family initially thought he was talking nonsense. But when they looked in the direction of his small hand, they truly saw He Junyang's figure. The sky was dim, so they couldn't see He Junyang's face clearly, but her clothes were recognizable, the same ones she wore when she died. He Junyang was walking with difficulty, carrying someone on her shoulder. Truly the third family's. After seeing the situation, Sun's eyes brightened, and she ordered, "Eldest and second brothers, go take a look quickly." That night, seeing the sister-in-law who had just been buried yesterday return, the Liu brothers weren't afraid but found it a bit unbelievable, since they personally buried her. They hurried forward and took down the man on He Junyang's shoulder, then asked, "Third sister-in-law, what's going on?" "It's a long story. Let's go somewhere private first," she replied. He Junyang deliberately panted heavily, pretending to be very exhausted. "Mother." As soon as they entered, the little dog broke free from Sun's arms and wanted He Junyang to hold it. Sun said to her second daughter-in-law, "Jean, second sister-in-law, give that cornbread to the third sister-in-law to eat." That was the last piece of cornbread in the family. After traveling all day, no one had eaten, but now Sun wanted Jean to give the whole piece to He Junyang. He Junyang was unfortunate. She was a bride bought by the Liu family. On her second day of marriage, her husband left to do business and never returned. On the run, he saved his own food rations, which led her to starve to death. The Liu family didn't object to Sun's words, and Jean, the second daughter-in-law, didn't hesitate. She agreed and reached for the cornbread. He Junyang quickly said, No, second sister-in-law, I'm not hungry." She truly wasn't hungry. She had eaten well in her space before coming out. Sun was dissatisfied. "You've died once already, and you still don't learn. If I give you food, just eat it. Don't act like the Liu family has been unfair to you." According to the original owner's memory, Hygiene new son was a sharp-tongued but kind-hearted woman. Hearing her words, she wasn't angry but patiently explained. She said she had crawled out of the dirt after realizing she wasn't dead, then encountered a group of robbers. She took the chance to grab a bundle and ran. Later, she found it was full of food and water, so she ate her fill before coming to find her family. Living is good, living is good. The eldest sister-in-law, Yu, held her hand and patted it, genuinely happy for her. The others nodded repeatedly, believing that being alive was the most important thing. Then she explained that on the way, they found this unconscious man. Seeing his clothes and appearance, not like an ordinary person, they decided to rescue him. Actually, it was because of his different status, hoping he might help their family escape hardship someday. Hearing this, Sun, who initially wanted to scold her for meddling while she was in danger, suddenly couldn't find words. It seems like the third wife has become smarter after her past hardships. However, the Liu family didn't think too much about it because they were all captivated by the things Hygiene took out of her bundle. There was bright white rice, meat-filled buns, and several bamboo tubes of water, things that could save their whole family. That rice and those buns, not to mention now during their escape, are usually only enjoyed during festivals or special occasions. No wonder the bundle was so full. When Hygiene heard everyone swallowing hard, especially the children with their wide eyes, she said, "Besides these, I have some small items stored safely. I'll take them out when needed. Tonight, everyone will each eat 2 meat buns to fill their stomachs, and the rice will be saved for cooking porridge later." She was about to distribute the buns, but Sun sure slapped her hand. "You clearly don't know how to manage daily life. Such good things shouldn't be eaten all at once. Each person gets half a bun, and the rest is saved for the road." Hearing this, the children's bright eyes dimmed a little, but they also looked forward to having a meat bun again, which made them more hopeful. It was a meat bun, something their family rarely ate before. Hygiene felt a bit helpless, but understood. In today's world, these things are hard to come by. But she had space in her mind, and didn't need to be stingy. She advised, "Mother, it's too hot. If we don't eat quickly, the meat inside the buns will spoil. Better to eat now than waste them." Third brother's idea makes sense. Better to eat now than let them go bad. We've been hungry these days. 2 buns aren't enough to fill us up, let alone half a bun. Old Liu, who had been silent, finally spoke. Sun sure felt a little pain seeing the food go to waste, but didn't argue. The Liu family has 13 members and each gets 2 buns, with 3 left over. They decided to save those for the children to eat in the morning. With food in the house, everyone stopped talking and ate quietly, then took a sip of water, feeling very satisfied. Hygiene sat in the corner holding her son, Go Air, feeding him a meat bun. Then she quietly took milk from her space and poured it into a bamboo tube to feed him. "Mommy sweet." Go Air squinted happily, his weak little face showing a smile. In that moment, it was like spring returning to a withered tree. Hygiene looked at the weak little dog and couldn't help feeling a bit sad. Although the child was almost 3 years old, he looked only about 1 year old. This was due to long-term malnutrition and illness. The other children in the Liu family were also malnourished, but they had a better foundation and were cared for by adults on the road. They looked relatively healthy. She thought to herself, since she was using the original owner's body, she must take good care of this child to repay the original owner's kindness. The dog was still feverish. After eating and drinking enough, he fell into a deep sleep. Hygiene took out a fever patch from her space and stuck it on his forehead, hoping the fever would go down by morning. The child's body was too weak, so she didn't dare give him medicine for now. Using a fever patch was the safest choice. After everyone finished eating, Old Man Liu pointed at the man on the ground and asked Hygiene, "What's wrong with this young master?" In this hot weather, many people fainted, mostly from thirst or heat stroke. Usually, they wake up quickly after being rescued, but this young master remained unconscious, which was strange. Hygiene waved her hand and pretended to be clueless. "I don't know. I think he just fainted from thirst. We gave him some water on the way. Whether he wakes up depends on his luck." In reality, the man had been poisoned. He Junyang recognized it immediately. She saw that he was of noble status and might be useful. She took out a silver needle from her space to help detoxify him, but she couldn't reveal her abilities in front of the Liu family. She could only pretend to be clueless. Hearing her words, the others didn't say anything. In this world, survival depended on one's own luck. Since that's the case, everyone should go to bed early. The eldest and second eldest will take turns guarding the night. If anything happens, let us know. The only two grown men in the family were the eldest and second eldest. They had been on night duty all along and had no objections. There was dry grass on the ground, much better than sleeping outdoors in the wild before. A few adults lay outside, protecting the children. They took out blankets from home and covered themselves, then went to sleep. Sun's wife, worried because her grandson was weak, got up at night to check on the dog and found that the dog was no longer as sickly as before. His temperature had dropped significantly, his face was rosy, and he looked to be sleeping soundly. Indeed, having a caring mother by his side made a big difference. Sun nodded with satisfaction and saw the white spot on the dog's forehead. He wanted to wipe it away, but saw the child sleeping peacefully and held back. At dawn, everyone got up. Madame Yu and Madame Qin prepared some food, while Sun and He Junyang took a group of children to wash. The men on the ground woke up, looking surprised as if they had discovered something very important. Young master is awake. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Because he remembered what He Junyang said and thought this person's status was unusual. Old man Lu's attitude was very gentle. Qin Jian was confused when suddenly an old face with a kind smile leaned in. He instinctively reached for his sword at his waist but found it was missing. This move startled old man Lu. After reacting, Qin Jian stood up and cupped his fists, saying, "Sorry for the offense. Please forgive me." That's okay. Old man Lu chuckled and emphasized, "These days, everyone is having a hard time. It was my third daughter-in-law who saved you." His old face was smiling so much it looked like it was about to write gratitude on his face. Qin Jian looked in the direction old man Lu pointed and saw He Junyang carrying her son, who had just finished urinating. The mother and son seemed to be talking and both were smiling happily. During the 3-year drought, countless people died. On this journey, Qin Jian saw all kinds of people but had never seen anyone so happily smiling. Looking at this family, it was clear they were fleeing famine. Even after ending up in such a situation, they could still smile so happily, which was not easy. Qin Jian, thank you, little sister-in-law, for saving my life. Although Qin Jian thought this woman looked younger than himself by a few years, there was no better way to address her now. He Junyang nodded casually. It was just a small effort. If you truly want to thank me, show some sincerity. Qin Jian's hand froze for a moment. He didn't expect this woman to be so direct. Of course. Qin Jian patted himself and took out a small bag of silver, keeping a little for himself, and gave the rest to He Junyang. Luckily, he was in a remote place when he fainted. If he had encountered other refugees, he might have been stripped of everything. He Junyang checked the amount. It should be a few dozen taels, but she was not satisfied. If she wanted money, she could have taken it directly on the road. What she wanted was to borrow his identity, to find a place to settle down quickly. But now it seemed that this idea had failed. Even so, the honest members of the Liu family still felt that they might be overdoing it by showing gratitude. Her features weren't particularly beautiful or ugly, but her face was covered with excess flesh, all squished together, making her look fat and greasy. Not only did Song Yubai dislike her face, but she herself couldn't stand it either. Feeling full of resentment, she finished washing up and remembered her mother-in-law was still in bed. She refilled the basin and headed toward Sue's room. Before she could step over the threshold, Song Yubai's alert voice sounded behind her. "Where are you going?" Yuanju turned back and blinked naturally, saying, "I'm going to wipe my mother's face. If you're worried, you can watch from the side." "I just gave you some water to drink." The Liu family members initially thought that after the third daughter-in-law's near-death experience, she must have gained some incredible skill. They all stared wide-eyed and after hearing her explanation, it made sense. Qin Jian frowned with a hint of disappointment. Who had saved him? Thinking about the important things he still needed to do, he decided not to dwell on it. He turned to the others and said, I have urgent matters to attend to. I won't stay any longer. Water will meet water. Farewell. With that, he disappeared in front of the Liu family. This young man really is. He hasn't even brought his sword. Old Mr. Liu couldn't help but click his tongue. Just as he was about to say something, he saw Hygiene pour out all the silver from her purse and count it. His eyes lit up, and he hurried over to look.
Wow, so much silver.
The Liu family had never seen so much silver in their lives. There were 3 large silver ingots of 10 taels each, 2 smaller 5-tael ingots, and some broken silver, totaling about 50 taels. After counting carefully, Hygiene handed the money to Sun Shi. Mother, keep this. But Sun Shi refused to take it. You saved the person, so you keep the money. The dog's health isn't good, and we'll need money for many things in the future. No, Mother. Our family hasn't divided, and the daughter-in-law and the dog have relied on the family all these years. This money should be used for everyone. Please take it, Hygiene insisted, forcefully stuffing the purse into Sun Shi's hands. She did this deliberately, in front of everyone. The main owner's house has no men. In the past, the land was managed by the eldest and second eldest brothers. The dog was weak and often sick, and the herbal medicine could be drunk like water. Although the eldest and second brothers are kind and easy to get along with, they still have some hidden complaints. Now, she publicly uses this money to settle things, giving the eldest and second brothers an explanation. At her age, Sun could manage the family well, which was not luck. After thinking, she accepted 40 taels of silver and gave 10 taels to Hygiene. Since that's the case, let's follow the original plan. 80% of this money goes to the household, and you keep the remaining 20%. After saying this, she turned to the eldest and second brothers and said, You all saw this money belongs to the third daughter-in-law. In the old days, this amount could last our family for more than 10 years. Now, times are hard, and this money might even save our lives in the future. Although the third son is not at home, the third household has contributed to this family. My wife won't allow you to have any secret plans behind our backs. The eldest and second brothers immediately agreed. Since the third brother was not here, they, as older brothers, should take care of the younger siblings and nephews. Eldest daughter-in-law, you said, Mother, we all understand. We are one family, and helping each other is right. Besides, the younger sister-in-law has just gone through a hard time. Our good luck is still ahead. Second daughter-in-law Qin nodded too. Mother, we know what's in our hearts. When the third sister-in-law came back, she had food and drink, and she also brought a lot of money. This saved our whole family's lives. How can we not treat her and her son well? The younger children listened nearby, thinking that Auntie San was very impressive. They decided to be even nicer to Dogger brother in the future. Dogger's fever had gone down a lot, but because he was weak since childhood, he still felt dizzy. When adults started talking, he curled up in his mother's arms and fell asleep. Although he missed the lively scene, he had a sweet dream. He slept with a smile on his face. The Liu family didn't dare delay. They quickly tidied up and set out again. A few days ago, Dogger's illness slowed them down, and they fell far behind the main group in the village. Now that he was better, they had to catch up quickly, or there might be more trouble. Father, do you think we are on the wrong path? Thinking about leaving those people far behind, the family finally sat down to rest for a while and talked about finding fellow villagers. No, the village head said, we should keep heading northeast. If I remember correctly, Liu family town is not far ahead. Maybe the village head and others are resting there. If we move quickly, we might catch up tonight. The escape route was planned by the village head, so Old Man Liu still has some hope. Everyone listened and didn't say much. They took out the rice balls made earlier by Mrs. Yu and Mrs. Qin to eat, then took a sip of water before preparing to continue their journey. By the way, the rice was carried by the eldest son. It seemed, perhaps just an illusion, that after making the rice balls in the morning, the rice on him didn't feel lighter but heavier. The few bamboo tubes of water were carried by the second son. He also had the same feeling. Although there were only a few bamboo tubes, the water lasted a long time. From last night until now, they could still hear the water swishing inside the tubes. They thought, surely the women at home were too frugal. They didn't dare use too much water when cooking or drinking, saving it for them. Thinking this way, their hearts felt both close and a bit bitter. If Hygiene knew what they were thinking, she would probably roll her eyes. There were more than 10 people at home, and every hour they had to drink water. Even if each person only took a sip, it still added up. If she hadn't secretly poured water into the bamboo tubes, they would have been empty long ago. As for the rice, she dared not add too much. Every time, Mrs. Yu would scoop out more than half a bowl. She only added a small bowl, afraid of raising suspicion by adding too much. Despite everyone's efforts to keep moving, they didn't reach Liu family town by nightfall. On the way, they encountered several members of the Liu family village. No, more accurately, the bodies of their relatives. Eldest and second sons went forward to check. Several were their uncles, aunts, and family members. Of course, there were also strangers. The bodies were piled into small hills, killed maliciously. Old man Liu and his wife saw this scene and suddenly felt unsteady. They were relatives after all. Just a few days ago, they were living people, and now, probably they were attacked by bandits. Those thieves. The eldest son gritted his teeth, tears in his eyes. The world was already hard enough, and now encountering bandits was like adding insult to injury. If it had been before, the Liu family would definitely have helped their relatives handle the aftermath, at least burying the dead properly. But now everyone is struggling to survive, and although the Liu family feels sad, they still had to leave with a heavy heart. Mainly, Hygiene was worried they would interfere too much, so she tried to scare them. It looks like the incident just happened recently. Those people probably haven't gone far. If they come back and confront us, I can't bear to think about it. She deliberately acted very scared. Old Liu and his two sons immediately lost the idea of burying the bodies. Looking at their women and children, they made a tough decision. Third daughter-in-law is right. We should leave quickly. Old Liu still wanted to go to Liujia town. Although he didn't know what was happening there, it was a small town. Now that they had some money, he wanted to buy rice and flour to prepare. The others had no objections. Hygiene then said, "Father, Liujia town isn't far from here. The bad guys who attacked might go there next. It could be even more chaotic. We still have some food, so let's take a detour." Hygiene didn't agree with going to such an uncertain small town. There are only 2 strong men in the family. If something happens, she would have to go herself. If she were exposed, it would be hard to explain. Everyone looked at Hygiene at the same time, feeling that her experience of dying once made her seem more capable. Deep down, they thought she was right. Although they didn't know why, they all believed it was for the good of the family. Old Liu and son sure weren't stubborn old folks who refused to listen. After thinking carefully, they decided to follow her advice. Old Liu said, "Parents, why don't I go check the situation? I can also buy what we need." His parents were old, and he was the main pillar of the family. Though he was a little worried, he still wanted to see what was happening. If he met relatives, that would be even better. If not, he could leave alone easily. No way. Before Hygiene could speak, Sun sure refused first. If we've decided not to go, then no one should go. In these chaotic times, our family can't be separated again. The harsh lesson was right in front of them. There were already many relatives lying here. How could old Liu go alone? Yes, our family can't be separated again. Old Liu nodded. Since that's the case, let's go around Liujia town and head straight to Qianzhou. When we arrive, we can make plans. They had already promised their younger daughter to meet in Qianzhou and then go together to Anzhou. Liu Jia's youngest daughter, Liu Guilin, married a butcher. Their family is doing fairly well, with a mule cart, and they left a few days earlier than others. If nothing goes wrong, they should have reached Qianzhou by now. Hygiene let out a deep breath, and the whole family continued their journey around a bend. It was already completely dark. Last night, they had found a place to rest, but tonight they were still in the wild countryside. How suddenly, from the distant mountains, a wolf howled. The adults couldn't help but pause, and the children were even more frightened.
Mom.
The dog was tied to Hygiene back with a cloth strap. After traveling all day, being carried was uncomfortable, especially since the dog was not in good health. They had just seen bloody scenes earlier, and now they heard the wolf howling. The little dog nervously clung tightly to Hygiene-yang's neck. "Don't be afraid." Hygiene-yang patted him on the back. "They're far away from us. Even if they come, we won't be afraid. I'll cook them and make soup to strengthen you." "Mom is so brave." The little dog stopped being scared and grinned happily. The others stared wide-eyed at Hygiene-yang. When did the third wife become so fierce? But being targeted by wolves is not good, so they needed to find a place to rest quickly. They moved forward, and ahead, there was a flickering firelight. The breeze carried the smell of meat, and faint voices could be heard. The voices were noisy and not local, and they didn't sound friendly. Hygiene-yang raised her hand to stop everyone from moving forward. Old Lu's face also looked worried. "That sounds like an accent from southern Thailand." Southern Thailand? The Lu family members looked at Old Lu in shock. Old Lu, when he was young, also delivered goods, traveling with a courier company across the north and south, so he had some experience. Old Lu looked nervous. Why would Southern Thais come to Beiyan now? The border has been unstable for so many years. Are they planning to take advantage of our drought to start a war? Whether they reach Anzhou safely and settle down is another matter. Now they see Southern Thais, and everyone in the Lu family sighed heavily. "That's not right." Old Lu thought carefully and said, "No, they're not Southern Thais. I think I can understand what they just said." Between countries, there are specialists who study each other's languages, but ordinary people find it very hard to learn. Old Lu, who is knowledgeable, had never understood Southern Thai before, but just now it seemed he heard them say something about poisoning and not being able to run far. The Lu family members didn't understand, so Old Man Lu explained again. Everyone seemed to understand a little, but Hygiene-yang understood clearly. In other words, those people spoke North Yen language with a Nantai accent. Some of them were North Yen people pretending to be others. What was their goal? Could it be related to Qin Jian? Hygiene-yang suddenly remembered Qin Jian's poisoning. No matter what their purpose was, it wasn't something the Lu family could control. Now, they just wanted to live peacefully, as a family. Finally, Old Man Lu frowned and told everyone to take a different path. Could those villagers be the ones behind this? Second brother Lu suddenly spoke. The place was not far from the bloody scene, so maybe those people really were the culprits. He didn't want trouble, but he had a brave heart, especially since these foreigners seemed suspicious. "It's unlikely," Hygiene-yang said. "Those people seem to be doing personal business. They wouldn't go on a large killing spree. Plus, they have enough food and silver." Hearing this, everyone remembered that they saw the other group had horses and could still enjoy roasted meat. It seemed they didn't want to deal with these starving refugees. "Let's hurry and leave. We must not let them find us." Mrs. Yu held her mother-in-law and her children at the front, urging everyone to walk faster. But when she looked back, she saw the black-clad men who had been eating and drinking standing behind them, holding shiny long swords. These men were assassins, very alert. They sensed the danger before the Lu family got close, and they even moved back a little. Hygiene-yang had known they noticed, but she couldn't say anything. She didn't want to explain too much, so she pretended to be clueless and guessed along with the Lu family. Seeing this, Old Man Lu's heart sank. Thinking of his family, he forced a smile and said, "We are just a group of refugees. We don't know anything." The assassins on the other side made a lot of noise, but the Lu family could understand them. If they see us, they must die. Their activities were not meant to be seen, and now that this family had discovered them, even if they didn't know anything, they would have to give up their lives today. The children from the main and second houses saw how fierce the assassins looked and started crying. The little dog pressed his lips and curled up on Hygiene-yang's back, silent. He knew his mother would protect him. Seeing the group of men in black rushing toward them, the heads of the Lu family swallowed hard. They raised their sticks, which they used as walking staffs, and stepped forward. As the main pillars of the family, even knowing they might not win, they had to stand in front. Old Mr. Liu also bravely charged ahead. He pulled a group of women and children behind a tree, telling them to cover their heads and turn away so they wouldn't see. She secretly took out a silver needle coated with poison from her space and quickly aimed it at the vital points of those attackers. The silver needle was thin and short. After stabbing, it sank completely into the skin, causing the enemies to suddenly fall to the ground and lose their breath. The three men from the Liu family, who had been wildly swinging their sticks with their eyes closed, didn't realize what was happening. When they finally opened their eyes, they saw that everyone else was already on the ground, unable to get up. The three men were stunned. When did they become so powerful? "Mother, wife, it's okay now. Come out quickly," the eldest son shouted. The group of crying women and children dared to lift their heads. Their three family members were unharmed, but the enemies had all fallen. Old Mr. Liu bravely stepped forward to check, then let out a sigh of relief. "They're all dead." Mrs. Sun finally dared to lead everyone out, first checking on her husband, then looking at her two sons. The second son smiled happily. "Mother, we're all fine. What's going on?" Mrs. Qin stammered, unable to believe how easily those attackers had been defeated. It was almost unbelievable. "We don't know either." The second son scratched his head, thinking that tonight might have been a very dangerous night. Dad, older brother, second brother, they must have money and food on them. "Quickly search." He spoke up, not wanting to discuss further, or others might be attracted here soon. Yes, search quickly." Old Mr. Liu led his two sons forward. They found over 80 taels of silver on the assassins, along with some dried food, all thoroughly searched. "Older brother, second brother, they also have horses. There should be bundles over there. It's a gift, don't miss it." He continued to remind them. The eldest and second sons suddenly understood and ran toward the bundles. Unknowingly, he seemed to become the main pillar of the family. Mrs. Sun also reevaluated her daughter-in-law. After surviving a deadly experience, she seemed to have changed. She became braver, more careful, courageous, and clever. If it hadn't been for her leading just now, the whole family might have been in chaos. Old Mr. Liu still feels weak in his hands and feet. Sun sure helps him sit down to rest. Hygiene steps forward and collects the long swords and small daggers from the assassins. She takes the opportunity to check the others and notices that each of them has a wolf fang tattoo on their chest. The family watches her lift their clothes, eyes wide with surprise. She ignores their reactions and raises her sword and dagger, saying, "Keep these for safety on the road." Yes. Yu sure nods repeatedly. Thinking about her husband's earlier rush with a wooden stick, she steps forward and says, "Third sister-in-law is so clever. You're carrying the dog, so let me put these in my basket." She means well. Hygiene doesn't refuse. She puts the long sword in her basket, keeps one dagger for herself, and gives the rest to old Mr. Liu, telling him to give one to each of the older brothers later for safety. Soon, the eldest and second brothers return, leading 4 horses and 5 bundles. Inside, there are silver, dry food, water, and even dried meat. Old Mr. Liu sniffs and says it's pork. Everyone's eyes light up. They've made a fortune. The Liu family feels happy, but doesn't dare stay long. They put all the children on the horses, with the adults leading the horses, and continue their journey. Not long after, they find a quiet, windless spot to camp for the night. They eat the dry food and water they just received. The children share some dried meat, their faces bright with happiness. Everything is silent around them. Suddenly, Hygiene makes a should gesture and says, "Someone is watching us." The Liu family is startled. Everything is quiet, and they don't notice anything unusual. But since Hygiene said so, someone must be nearby. She lowers her voice and speaks a few words. Then she suddenly shouts, "Everyone, go to sleep early. We need to keep moving early tomorrow." After that, the family finds a flat place to lie down and rest. The horses quietly stand guard nearby, looking especially noticeable in the deep night. When they see everyone asleep, two people nearby quietly breathe a sigh of relief. "Big brother, they're asleep. Let's make our move," one of them says, licking his lips and glaring at the horses. If they can eat horse meat now, it would be happier than any fairy. "Wait a bit longer." The man called Big Brother raises his hand, his face full of caution. They saw horse dung on the road and followed it, discovering that this rural family actually had 4 horses. Not only was this family safe and sound in this chaotic time, but they also had 4 horses, showing they were not ordinary people. "We must not underestimate them. Wait until dawn." The person nearby couldn't wait and was swallowing nervously as he spoke. At this point, he hardly listened to anything else and moved quickly toward the Liu family. Seeing this, the eldest brother cursed softly and, feeling helpless, followed him. Their goal was the horses. They dared not wake the Liu family suddenly and quietly approached the horses to start untying the ropes. "Big brother, we're rich now." The sneaky man grinned slyly. They could eat 1 horse themselves, and the rest could be sold in Qianzhou City for a good profit. Another person said nothing and just wanted to quickly lead the horses away. Suddenly, he felt a cold sensation on his neck. "Where are you going?" A calm male voice sounded. The 2 thieves knew they were in trouble. With a few long swords in hand, the Liu family members weren't afraid of the 2 thieves. The eldest and second brothers quickly tied them up and threw them near the fire, ready for the family's watchful eyes.
We
are just very hungry, we just wanted to eat." The younger thief was terrified, having seen many bloody scenes along the way. He was worried he might become someone's meal. The other thief glared at his partner, but said nothing. He started questioning why he was cooperating with someone as pig-like as him. "Mother, they are hungry." The dog-child pointed at the 2 thieves with his small finger. Hio Junyang nodded and said, "Mother understands." Just when Hio Junyang thought her son might feel sorry for them, he said, "But they are bad people."
Thieves are bad people.
"Yes, they are bad. My son is very smart." To reward her son, Hio Junyang kissed his face, making him giggle. The dog-child had been in good spirits these days, his body stronger, and he smiled more often. The other children looked at the 2 thieves with full energy, thinking they might find silver on them. The 2 thieves felt uncomfortable under their gaze. The leader said, "If you want to kill or cut, go ahead." He sounded quite brave. Old Mr. Liu instinctively looked at Hio Junyang and asked, "Third daughter-in-law, what do you think we should do?" Hio Junyang looked at their tattered clothes and thought they probably had no money. She said, "We have horses but no carts. If these 2 can help us build 2 carts overnight, we will set them free. Simple carts are easy to make." Hio Junyang had planned to tell the older brothers about this tomorrow morning, but unexpectedly, 2 free workers appeared. Old Man Liu's eyes lit up. Now that they had horses, it wasn't safe for the children to ride on the horses' backs. If they could make 2 carts pulled by 2 horses, not only the children but even the adults could sit comfortably. The little thief's face was dark and grimy, exhausted from days of hunger, with no strength left. How could he help build carts? Before he could refuse, Hio Junyang said, "If you finish, I will give you 2 rice balls." She then took out 2 small rice balls, about the size of fists, showed them to the boys, and then put them back into her bag. The message was clear. If they didn't help, they wouldn't get the rice balls, but if they did, they'd get 2. The 2 looked at each other. For the rice balls, they agreed to help. "We don't have an axe or a rope." The little thief started to speak, but Hio Junyang took out both items from her big bag. Everyone was surprised. Her bag really could hold everything. The trees were ready, and they could cut as many as needed. The wood could be made into planks and tied together with rope. Making wheels was even easier, just cut some tree stumps into round shapes. They might be heavy, but with 2 horses pulling, it was manageable. To prevent them from escaping, the older brothers supervised. By the next morning, after the children woke up, 2 simple carts were fixed behind the 4 horses.
Cars.
"We have a cart now." Liu Zizi, the eldest grandson of the Liu family, was so excited he ran outside. A few younger children followed to see. In the past, their family couldn't afford a cart, but now, on the way to escape, they had two, and they were double-horsed, looking very impressive. Can we use this? Mrs. Chin looked at the heavy wheels and felt worried. What if someone fell? Don't worry. We just tested it. If we go slowly, it's safe. The second brother smiled and patted his wife, but his eyes kept on the cart. It was amazing that the cart was theirs. Two tired thieves had been wandering all night and were eager to lie down and sleep. However, they forced themselves to stay alert and kept watching Hygiene, reminding her not to forget the rice balls they had agreed on yesterday. Hygiene didn't bother to deny the rice balls for the sake of the two thieves and simply took out the rice balls and threw them to them. The Liu family members felt heartbroken seeing such small rice balls handed over, but since they didn't have to walk today, they held back their feelings and said nothing. They still had some prepared rice balls and leftover dry food from last night. Since they didn't need to start a fire, the family ate a simple meal and drank water before preparing to continue their journey. Old Mr. Liu was very fond of the carriage and drove one of them. The eldest and second children needed rest, so Hygiene took on the task of managing the other carriage. The children on the carriage were drowsy, leaning on each other and dozing off. Only the little dog was alert, sitting beside Hygiene and looking around. Mother, bad people are following us. The little boy tugged at Hee-Jun-young's sleeve to signal her to look behind. She looked back and indeed saw the two men from last night closely following them. What are they trying to do? Sunshur also saw them, frowned, and looked at Hee-Jun-young. Hee-Jun-young didn't know either, so she didn't answer. Instead, she held the reins and waited for the two men to get closer. Then she asked, still trying to make us work hard? There were only two of them. Even if they fought, the Liu family wouldn't be afraid. But she was worried that these two might have bad intentions and secretly attack, catching them off guard. The two men caught up, gasping for breath from exhaustion. Fearing misunderstandings, they quickly shook their heads.
No, no, no.
We just want to follow behind you for peace of mind. They smiled somewhat flatteringly. After a night of observation, they realized this family was not ordinary. Despite being old, weak, and with women and children, they remained safe in this chaotic world. They even saw them eating dried meat in the morning. What kind of family is this? So, the two men decided to follow them, thinking that if they encountered trouble, they would have someone to help. Sunshur quickly hugged her bundle tightly and glared at them. Don't think you can get anything from us. In this world, just being able to stay alive was good enough. Who cares about others? We'll find our own way to solve problems. Just being able to follow behind you is enough. As long as their safety was guaranteed, these two grown men were confident they could find ways not to starve. Everything else could be dealt with later. Upon hearing this, Sun looked at Hee-Jun-young. Hee-Jun-young nodded and quickly continued riding the carriage. After they were a bit further away, she whispered to Sun and the others, "Let them follow us." It's like adding two free strong helpers. If something happens, they might help us. Sun thought this made sense. Yu and Chin also nodded repeatedly, saying, "Third sister-in-law, you're so clever." Hee-Jun-young smiled and modestly replied, "It's just how the world is." Yu and Chin couldn't find words to reply. They had wondered how a woman could drive a carriage, but now they understood without asking. It's just how the world is. When the road became smoother, the carriage sped up a little. The family was eager to reach Qianzhou quickly, so the Liu Guilin family wouldn't have to wait long. This made the two people behind them very tired, their throats dry from running. Suddenly, they saw the four horses ahead all reined in, rearing their heads and neighing loudly. Their front hooves were raised high. If they hadn't been prepared, the people on the carriage might have fallen off. The brothers, the bandits, immediately knew something was wrong. The younger brother, Nyo, pulled his older brother's hand and said, "Big brother, it looks like that family is in trouble. Maybe we shouldn't go any closer to avoid getting into trouble ourselves." Their goal was just to follow the carriage and seek protection, not to get involved themselves. The leader, Mu Zhuang, said, "If we don't go now, it'll be hard to catch up with them later." Mu Zhuang didn't want trouble either, but after thinking it over, he decided to take a risk. Big brother, what do you mean? Ernyo was a bit slow and didn't quite understand his older brother's plan. Mu Zhuang didn't bother explaining and ran ahead.
Reluctantly, Ernyo followed.
At this moment, Hygiene looked at the group of suspicious-looking men ahead and frowned. There had been no peaceful moments on this journey. The older brothers also woke up and saw so many people ahead, instantly becoming alert. As they traveled, the children grew braver. They no longer cried or screamed, but quietly hid in their mother's arms, not adding to the adults' worries. Ahead, a few men approached, all thin like monkeys, holding knives, with unfriendly looks on their faces. Hand over your food and silver, or don't blame us for being rude. The other side saw that their family only had 2 strong men, while the rest were elderly, women, and children, so they became even more aggressive. They stepped forward, trying to directly take the horse away.
Who are you?
How dare you rob in broad daylight? Old Mr. Liu raised his whip and pointed at them. Since winning a fight against a group of assassins last night, he felt more confident and was not very afraid of this group. Stop talking nonsense. Old man, you dare to be arrogant on my territory. Today, I will end your life right here. After speaking, he drew his sword and charged to attack old Mr. Liu. Old Mr. Liu was startled. His horse sensed danger, neighed loudly, and suddenly threw everyone off, then ran forward desperately. Father. Old Liu helped him up, but before he could say more, the other side swung their sword again. Old Second Liu quickly stepped in with his sword to block one attack. The 2 brothers raised their long swords and fought fiercely. Hygiene picked up the remaining sword, released her horse, and reached out to pull old Mr. Liu and Mrs. Sun away. She then put the dog into Mrs. Sun's arms and ordered, "Find a safe place to hide." Mrs. Yu asked worriedly, "Third sister-in-law, what about you?" Everyone was just a woman, and she was worried about her third sister-in-law. "I have my own way to escape." Hygiene felt warm inside. It was rare for Mrs. Yu to still care about her at this moment, so she smiled at her and said, "Take good care of your parents and children." After saying that, she no longer paid attention to them and faced 2 men who had just run up, Nyo and Mu Zhang. She handed them her sword and said, "If you help us escape this time, you can come with us in the future." By come with us, she meant sharing food and shelter. The 2 men were very tempted. These days, nothing was more tempting than a free meal. Without hesitation, they charged in. The others had no objections to Hygiene decision. With these 2 helping, the chances for old Liu and old Second Liu to survive increased. Once the whole family was hidden, Hygiene also found a concealed spot to hide. She took out a poisoned silver needle, ready to strike at any moment. Suddenly, several strong gusts of wind swept past, accompanied by shouts of pain. The group fighting fiercely all dropped their weapons. The back of one's hand swelled up badly from a stone hit. Hygiene was puzzled about who had attacked when she saw a line of carriages approaching from not far away. The lead carriage was very luxurious, decorated with glass beads on the curtains. All 4 corners of the carriage are decorated with wind chimes, which are now producing pleasant sounds as the wind blows. Everyone is momentarily stunned, unsure of who has arrived. A few bandits react quickly, picking up knives from the ground to attack, but before they can move, a flying blade slices across their necks. Hygiene clearly sees that the attacker is a young maid walking beside the first carriage. She looks only 12 or 13, with twin braids, and appears sweet and cute, yet she has such skill. "My lady doesn't like to see fighting or chaos," she says, "so don't blame me if I get rude." The caravan is approaching, and the young maid glares at everyone. The heads of the Liu family look a bit scared, pulling 2 oxen and a wooden stake aside to make way for the convoy. Hygiene carefully observes the caravan. She notices that each person walks lightly, with strong internal strength, and even the coachmen are not ordinary. This is definitely not an ordinary noble family. They are likely from a martial sect. The lady inside the carriage does not have martial skills and seems to be in poor health. As they passed by, she could hear the people inside gasping for breath. In an instant, a thought flashes through Hygiene mind. She quickly steps forward and calls out to the carriage, "Please stop." The carriage immediately halts. From a distance, Sun's wife, hiding nearby, looks terrified. What is this third wife doing? The Liu family thought there was nothing to explain. Since the third sister-in-law said they could make money, they believed it. When they earned money, others shouldn't be jealous. Cleaning these feathers was really troublesome, and the smell was strong. Even after washing several times, they still felt greasy and foul. Sheen was unsure if it would work, and after the others by the river left, she quietly asked, "Third sister-in-law, can these smells be washed out? What if the smell is too strong and effect-selling?" They all washed so much that their hands turned white, but the smell was still strong, making them a bit anxious. He Junyang carefully observes the caravan. She notices He Junyang smiles and replies, "Regardless, you have saved my family's life. I hope you won't mind." She then offers the small bottle of medicine. It's a cinnabar calming pill she just took out from her space, packed in a small porcelain bottle suitable for this era, with no obvious flaws. The young maid saw the small porcelain bottle and immediately knew it was of fine craftsmanship, far beyond what a simple farmer family could afford. Could it really be just a coincidence? "Ling Yu, take it," the woman in the carriage suddenly spoke. The young maid didn't dare to argue and accepted it. After walking a while, Ling Yu checked the bottle carefully and confirmed it was fine before handing it back to the woman in the carriage. The woman's name was Jiang Ruya. She was very beautiful, with every movement showing the grace of a noble lady. She wasn't wearing makeup, but her face was pale and sickly. Jiang Ruya looked at the porcelain bottle and examined it closely. It was made of very delicate white porcelain, flawless, and could fetch a high price even in the capital city. Ling Yu's voice came from outside the carriage. "Madam, how would that peasant girl know that you have trouble sleeping? Could she possibly?" "Enough, you're so worried at such a young age. If you really think she has a problem, why did you help her just now?" Her words were pointed out, and Ling Yu felt a bit embarrassed. "I only don't want those people to disturb your peace, madam." Jiang Ruya chuckled softly. She had raised the child herself, so she knew her kind heart well. She handed the porcelain bottle to another maid and said, "Take it back to Jinghao and have a doctor look at it." "Yes." "Madam, shall we go back to Jinghao now? It's been over a month since we left, and with the chaos of war, the head of the sect must be worried about you." Since leaving Jinghao, they had encountered many refugees heading north. If it weren't for the fact that they had enough people, all skilled in martial arts, it would have been very difficult to escape from some reckless and daring refugees. Let's first go to Qianzhou. I heard most of the refugees fleeing from Maozhou Pass through Qianzhou to Anzhou. Maybe my Joer is in Qianzhou. Jiang Ruya sighed softly. She had gone out to find her daughter, which her husband had promised to help with once he finished his work. Maozhou was suffering from a severe drought, and the people were struggling to survive. She was worried about her daughter's safety and had brought a group of people to search for her. At first, she was hopeful, but after seeing so many tragic scenes of children being abandoned and eaten, her hope faded. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw her daughter suffering. She hadn't slept well for days. "Madam, don't worry. A good girl will be blessed by heaven. She will be fine," Ling Shui, the maid, comforted her. Everyone knew that the girl's chances were slim, but to keep the madam's spirits up, they had to believe she was still alive. "You don't need to comfort me. It's been over 10 years, and I've already prepared for the worst. But since I finally got a chance to go out, I decided to take a look, and it makes me feel a bit better inside." Jiang Ruoya forced a smile at herself, a few strands of hair falling over her forehead, making her look more tired. Ling Yu and Ling Shui nodded and then left, heading towards Qianzhou City with the convoy. Meanwhile, the Liu family members immediately the remaining bandits after the convoy left, holding swords to their throats. Old Mr. Liu hesitated and asked, "Did you guys kill that group outside Liu family town about 5 miles away?" The bandits, knowing they had no chance to resist, nervously shook their heads. "No, it wasn't us. We only steal things. We don't hurt people." He Junyang sneered. "Do you really believe what you're saying? Just moments ago, they had been ready to attack with knives if things went wrong." for people from the Liu family were injured. If they hadn't also been armed, who knows how badly they would have been hurt. Old Mr. Liu didn't waste words and pressed hard, blood instantly appearing on the bandit's neck. Are you going to talk or not? The bandit thought they were just simple villagers and didn't have much courage, trying to bluff casually. But he didn't expect the family to be so stubborn. Yes, it was our leader and the others who did it. It has nothing to do with us. Please spare us. The bandit knelt and kept kowtowing, looking terrified. But Hygiene noticed he was secretly signaling to the other two, clearly planning something. She made a reckless move, slashing a knife across his back. The bandit turned pale from the pain and hadn't even spoken when Hygiene said, "If you don't tell the truth, I'll keep cutting until you bleed dry." Hearing this, not only the bandit but also the Liu family members were startled. But after reacting, old Mr. Liu looked at Hygiene with admiration. His third son had always been brave, which was why he went on missions. Now, his third daughter-in-law seemed to have some of that same courage. The eldest and second sons of the Liu family also felt that since their younger sister-in-law was so brave, they couldn't fall behind. They cut 2 more gashes on the bandit. The bandit fainted from the pain, and the other 2, frightened, lost control of their bladders. In the foul smell, they nervously confessed everything. They were also refugees who had no choice but to become bandits, robbing to survive. The slaughter outside Liu family town was definitely done by them. They stole everything, killed a few people, but most escaped. A few women and children were captured and taken back to their village. Women were used for entertainment and tasks, while children were kept alive until there was no food left, then used to fill their stomachs. At this moment, 5 or 6 people were guarding the village, those who had previously helped with the robbery. That's why they could rest in the mountain village today. There were about 10 women and children held captive. After they explained the situation clearly, Old Man Liu didn't hesitate and drew his sword to attack. Only after the fight did he realize his hands and legs felt weak. "Dad, they are bad people. They got what they deserved," Yusher said softly to comfort him. Then she asked her eldest son, Lazy, to take the second daughter of their family, Yu Yao, to find the runaway horses. Old Man Liu was silent for a long time and sighed. "We have to go to that bandit camp." Although their family was in danger and couldn't protect themselves, the women and children captured were also relatives from their clan. They didn't know the full situation before, but now that they knew some were still alive, they had to go see for themselves. Moreover, there were only 5 enemies. They had a good chance of winning if they fought. "Dad, my older brother, and I will go first to check the situation. You all find a place to hide," said Liu Er, clearly not wanting the elders and children to suffer. "I'll go with you." Old Man Liu straightened his back. How could he hide when such a thing was happening? He had learned some fighting skills from escorting caravans years ago, though he had become rusty over the years. He had fought twice in the past 2 days, so he was somewhat warmed up. While they argued, Hygiene quietly gave water to the children and settled them down. Then she said, "Don't rush to fight over this. You're all injured, so first treat your wounds. As for saving people, we need to think carefully." She took out a small porcelain bottle from her bag, which was a healing ointment for external injuries. Sun Shur asked, "Is this the one you found earlier?" Everyone looked at the porcelain bottle in her hand. Thinking of the other bottle she gave to the caravan just now, they knew these precious items were beyond their means to buy. The only explanation was that she found them on the road. Hygiene nodded and said, "Yes, I was lucky. I found quite a few good things, and they happen to be useful now." Everyone thought that this was the good fortune that came after Hygiene great misfortune. However, this good fortune was enjoyed by the entire family, and they all felt grateful to Hygiene. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Hygiene couldn't openly take out her bandages to use. She could only find some clean cloth strips to do a simple dressing. Besides her hand, which was swollen from being hit by a small maid with a stone, everyone had some wounds from fights. Fortunately, they weren't too serious. "You can tell others, but you must not hide things from me. Tell me, did that Master Dong bully you?" She had already found out that Master Dong was a man who liked women, with many wives and concubines in the backyard. He wasn't a good person. She supported Hygiene to remarry, but only to an honest and decent man. If she had to marry into the Dong family just to serve Master Dong, she absolutely wouldn't allow it.
Ah,
Hygiene couldn't help but laugh. The old lady was thinking too much. What are you laughing at? I'm serious. Did he bully you? Tomorrow I will take the older and second children to the two outsiders, Mu Zhuang and Er Nyo, were not part of the Lu family, so it was unreasonable for them to risk everything from the start. Big brother, second brother, you should rest properly since you're injured. I will go look, He Junyang said. Sun Shi quickly pulled her back and scolded, it's too dangerous. What's a woman doing getting involved? Old Lu also disagreed. There were men in the family, so it wasn't reasonable to let women take such risks. Dad, when I was on the way back, I also encountered bandits robbing people. But I not only returned safely, I also found a bag of good things. You should believe me, He Jionyang insisted she had to go. She wanted to go because 2 more people had joined her, and their food and water wouldn't last long. Plus, if she could rescue some women and children, they might go hungry later if they didn't get supplies now. She needed to take some things from her space to make sure no one would go hungry later. The Lu family was at a loss for words. After her third wife returned, she had become stronger and luckier. She had escaped danger twice, but it still didn't seem right for a woman to go exploring alone. Dad, I want to go with third sister, said old Lu, the eldest brother. I won't make trouble for her. But don't worry, if she dares to bully our younger siblings like before, I will be the first to disagree. I'm not afraid of her, Humph. Song Yubai was silent for a moment.
got it.
Go and eat. She has really changed. Is she pretending? At the dining table, it was still Yuanju, Song Xiaolan, Song Jun, and Song Xiang. Yuanju, worried about losing weight, didn't dare eat greasy braised pork. After a small taste, she only scooped some wild yam and radish from the bone soup. While eating, she suddenly felt something was wrong. The 3 of them at the table weren't touching the braised pork. Also encountered, you stay here with Grandpa, Grandma, and your older brothers and sisters. I promise I will bring you delicious food when I return, okay? The puppy shakes its head and buries its head in her arms. I don't want food. I just want Mom. Wah wah wah. The scene makes the adults around tear up. Sun's wife scolds angrily. It's all because of that bad weather from the sky. After crying for a while, the child realizes it was wrong to make such a fuss. Though still reluctant, he stops crying and snuggles in Sun's wife's arms, watching helplessly as He Junyang and old Lu walk away. According to the bandits, their hideout isn't far from here. Riding horses might be easier to scare away the guards, so they decide to walk. After walking for more than half an hour along the mountain trail, they see 2 people patrolling. He Junyang and old Lu quickly find a hiding spot. Big brother, you check here first to see if they have any helpers. I'll go see if there are other entrances. If we find one, we can rescue the people, she says. She gives old Lu 2 smoke bombs. If danger comes, throw these on the ground and take the chance to escape. Old Lu looks at the smoke bombs in his hand and feels they're hot. Suddenly, he regrets bringing his younger sister along. She's not just any ordinary girl, she's very brave. Can just the 2 of them really do it? You're going to be in too much danger. I should go instead, old Lu says. He tries to return the smoke bombs to her, but He Junyang replies, don't worry, big brother.
I'm confident.
I still have plenty of good stuff in my bag. Without giving him a chance to refuse, she heads into the woods and quickly disappears. Old Lu is stunned. When did his younger sister become so capable? After calming down, he obediently follows her instructions and carefully watches the 2 patrols. Now unrestrained, He Junyang easily slips past the bandits and enters the mountain stronghold. Though called a stronghold, it's really just a few dilapidated thatched huts in a rugged mountain area. This is the most primitive and shabby mountain hideout He Junyang has ever seen. Perhaps these people have just become bandits and lack experience. No one is patrolling the hideout. Loud snoring sounds come from a room, with 3 voices rising and falling. If I'm not mistaken, These are the ones who made a big contribution during the last robbery and murder. Hygiene quietly enters the room. What she sees are several human skulls scattered on the table. It seems they are all children. Usually, Hygiene has over 100 ways to teach them a lesson, but now saving lives is more important. She quickly cuts the throats of 3 people. The snoring suddenly stops. Hygiene, feeling disgusted, wipes her dagger on them and spits. "You good-for-nothings, you got off easy." She puts away her dagger and wants to find the captured people. After walking a few steps, she hears voices of women talking. Hygiene moves closer and sees a ventilated grass hut, which is the bandits' kitchen. There's a young guy close to death. When the boss returns, I'll ask him if he can eat. Keeping him is just a waste of food. We haven't eaten much ourselves. Another voice responds, "Dream on." The boss has his eye on that woman's daughter. We still have some food now. The boss will probably keep that young guy just to please her. Bah, the boss doesn't know what he's thinking. That woman rolled onto the bed and soon obeyed. Kids are supposed to be born in pairs, so why keep a little? You don't understand. Recently, the boss and his men have had a good harvest. They probably want to strengthen our hideout. Those young women are likely meant to be recruited. Be careful not to ruin the boss's plans. Hygiene frowns as she listens. These 2 women are also part of the bandit camp, which explains why they are free to move around. They're very noisy. Hygiene decides to leave directly. The 2 women are doing well in the camp, looking quite plump. When they see her, they're first stunned, then react by grabbing a kitchen knife and fiercely ask, "Who are you?" "Someone here to take your life." Before she finishes speaking, Hygiene dagger shoots out and cuts the woman's throat. The other woman turns pale with fear, tries to run, but Hygiene kicks her calf, causing her to fall instantly. Hygiene rushes forward, grabbing her by the collar and demanding, "Where are the women and children you captured?" The woman grimaces in pain, realizing she is no match for Hygiene, and points to a nearby cave, saying, "They're in that cave." "Where is the warehouse?" The woman hesitated instantly. These days, nothing is more important than a good meal. Hygiene slapped her quickly. "I don't have that much patience." Lately, she had been pretending to be meek in front of the Liu family, but now that no one was around, her true nature showed. Once, she was trained and had fought on the battlefield. The woman clearly didn't expect this village woman to be so fierce. She looked around for someone to help her, but everything was silent. No sounds at all, not even the snores of a few men, probably silenced forever. Her thoughts raced quickly. She remembered there were traps in the warehouse. Maybe she still had a chance. Gasping, she said, "If you don't kill me, I'll take you there."
Fine.
Hygiene truly let her go. She rubbed her swollen calf and hobbled forward to lead the way. The woman followed Hygiene toward the back of the cave. Just as she turned a corner, she grabbed a vine. Suddenly, a dense volley of bamboo arrows shot toward Hygiene's side. Hygiene had been alert. Just before the arrows hit, she flipped backward and dodged. The woman's eyes widened. She hadn't had time to run before an arrow pierced her forehead. She fell backward, dead, without closing her eyes. Hygiene almost wanted to laugh. They used such a simple trap. Did they think she was easy to fool? It was insulting. But as the woman fell, she triggered a trap. A nearby stone tablet shifted slightly. Hygiene went over to check and found it was a hidden tomb. She took out a mask and flashlight from her space and jumped down. Below was dry enough, a small cellar. It looked like bandits had done many wicked deeds here, but they stored quite a bit of supplies. Well, the trap wasn't very well made, but they hid the food pretty deep. After muttering, Hygiene inspected the supplies. "Tomorrow, we will bring another contract for everyone to sign and confirm. Anyone who leaks this information will have to pay a fine and be expelled from the workshop, and will not be rehired. Additionally, with the new machine, making clothes is faster, and the price is changed. Now, it costs only 2 coins to make 1 piece. The more you make, the more money you earn. 10 pieces can earn 20 coins, which is more than before. Currently, there is only 1 machine. Starting today, 5 people will learn together. After half a month, each person will have their own machine and start working officially. The woman's Hygiene took away 2 silver notes and some jewelry, leaving only about 100 taels of silver in the box. Third sister-in-law. Third sister-in-law. Outside, Lauda's voice was heard. He had come in too, which meant the 2 people at the door had been dealt with. Hygiene felt a bit of admiration. Lauda was quite capable. No matter how little effort he put in, he could handle 2 people at once. Without much time to think, she took out a few buckets of water from her space, replaced the packaging with jars common in this era, and then started to walk back. After leaving the cellar, she put away her mask and flashlight, then called out, "Big brother, I'm here." Lauda had been waiting outside for a long time, but hadn't heard any movement. He thought something had happened to her. Anxious, he threw a smoke bomb, and while the smoke was swirling, he pushed the 2 people at the door. Only then did he hurriedly call her in. The mountain village was very quiet. When he saw the bodies of the man in the house and the woman in the kitchen, he was sure there were no other living people. Worried that Hygiene might be in danger, he had to shout for help loudly. Now, seeing Hygiene standing there safe and sound, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Third sister-in-law, are you all right?
I'm fine.
Big brother, I found the bandits' warehouse. There are many good things inside. First, I'll save the people, then I'll bring my parents over. We'll stay here for now tonight. She spoke as she walked toward the cave. I asked around. They're all inside. The cave was quite deep. The further in she went, the darker it got. Luckily, Lauda had lit a torch at the entrance. Is anyone there? Lauda tried calling out, and almost immediately, he received a response. Jing Xian uncle. It's Jing Xian uncle. Mother, we're saved. First, a young man's voice, then more voices joined in. Yes.
Someone.
Help. As they moved further inside, the voices grew louder, and the foul smell became stronger. It seemed the bandits, annoyed by trouble, didn't want to bother with their eating, drinking, or bathroom needs, so they had to be dealt with inside the cave. In this era, which valued strict gender separation, it's easy to imagine how difficult these past few days had been for them. Big brother Liu, Junyang, please help my little Juzi. He's been sick for several days. He's been sick for days, sob, sob, sob. As they reached the front, a young woman suddenly hugged Lauda's leg, crying uncontrollably. The torch lit up everyone's faces in the room. Among them was someone from Liu family village. Junyang recognized her by her memory of the original owner. The young woman was named Chuer. Her husband was also from Liu family, though they were somewhat distantly related. The boy who had just spoken was named Taidan. He was a Liu family child like Guer. There were also strangers, women, teenage boys and girls, and even small children like Xiao Zhuzi, only a few years old. All of them were chained around their necks and treated like dogs. Don't be afraid. We're here to rescue you. We need to find the key for this lock. I'll go look for it, said old Liu as he handed the torch to Hygiene and prepared to leave to find the key. Big brother, I can open this lock, said the boy. He was badly burned, so Hygiene didn't hesitate. She took out 2 pieces of wire from her bag and easily unlocked it. Locks back then weren't very complicated, so opening them wasn't hard. Old Liu was surprised but said nothing. After his second sister-in-law had died once, he became very tough.
He was used to it now.
He unlocked the chains one by one and said, "The bandits have been killed by us. Let's leave the cave first." The woman holding the child stood up to leave, but her legs went weak, and she nearly fell. They hadn't eaten for days, so their strength was gone. They could hardly stand, let alone carry the children. Hygiene reached out and took the child in her arms. She checked the child's pulse and comforted her, saying, "The child will be fine. Don't worry." After leaving the cave, old Liu went back to the small woods to find the Liu family members. Hygiene stayed behind at the mountain camp to take care of everyone. Over there is the bandits' kitchen. There are steamed buns and rice in the pot, and beside the stove, there's a jar of water. "Go eat and fill your stomach first," she said. When they heard there was food, everyone's eyes lit up with hope. Chwer licked her lips and looked at He Junyang with some worry. She wanted to eat but also worried about her son. He Junyang understood and said, "Go ahead. I'll hold the child for you." The child was still unconscious and couldn't eat. Chwer gratefully handed her child to He Junyang and went to eat. He Junyang carried the child into a thatched hut. It was probably where the two women lived. The place was clean and didn't smell bad. While no one was watching, she took out a fever-reducing needle and gave it to the child. She couldn't reveal her medical skills in front of everyone, so she used this method for now. Little Bamboo was awakened by pain, feeling as if someone was pricking his bottom with a needle. He woke up tearfully, but what he saw was not his mother. Just as he was about to cry, He Junyang gently shushed him with her finger, saying, "Little Bamboo, don't cry. We're safe now. Mother, I want my mother." Although he didn't cry out loud, his voice was trembling with tears. His small mouth was pouting, making him look very adorable. He Junyang wiped his tears and said, "Your mother went out to get some food. She'll be back soon. Be good." Little Bamboo stared blankly at He Junyang for a while before recognizing her. He asked uncertainly, "Are you Dog's mother? Third aunt?" The Liu family had many children, and the kids in the village often played together. 5-year-old Little Bamboo also went to the Liu house to find friends. He had seen Dog, who was often sick, and this third aunt, who was even more beautiful than his own mother. In his memory, this third aunt didn't talk much. She just smiled at them children. He never expected that now she would hold him and comfort him like his own mother. "Yes, Little Bamboo, you're so clever." To make the child less afraid, He Junyang smiled warmly. Her gentle smile made her already pretty features look even more kind and delicate, which made Little Bamboo feel at ease immediately. Since he was still sick and lacked energy, he obediently curled up in He Junyang's arms, waiting for his mother to return. Perhaps because of caring for Dog, she had developed maternal feelings. Seeing such a thin, bony child with a small head and frail body made her feel very distressed. She took warm milk from her space and poured it into a bamboo tube to give to him, just like she did with Dog before. Little Bamboo, whose lips were chapped from dehydration, thought it was water and eagerly drank from the bamboo tube. The rich, fragrant taste surprised him, and he started gulping it down quickly. "Is it tasty?" He Junyang asked with a gentle smile. Little Bamboo didn't even have time to respond properly, only making a sound from his throat. He was very hungry and couldn't drink too much at once on an empty stomach. So, He Junyang took out half a steamed bun for him to eat. Worried about indigestion, she made him eat a bite of bun first, then drink a sip of milk. When Chwer, who had eaten her fill, hid a small piece of bread to save for her son, Little Bamboo had already eaten enough and was lying in He Junyang's arms, sleepy and drowsy. "Mother." Seeing his mother, Little Bamboo instantly became lively. "Little Bamboo, you're awake?" "You're finally awake, my son." Woo-woo. Chwer happily took her son from Junyang's arms, touched his forehead, and found he didn't seem as hot anymore. Her emotions overwhelmed her, and she hugged the child and started crying. "Junyang, thank you. You and Brother Liu are truly our lifesavers." Chwer thought back on the days spent in the bandits' hideout, which were almost too terrible to remember. The only thing to be thankful for was that these bandits wanted to recruit them peacefully and didn't use violence against them. Otherwise, with this group of women and children, they didn't know how they would have been treated. "We just happened to find out you were captured, so we came to try our luck." "Luckily, there weren't many of these bandits, or we wouldn't have been able to do anything," said Junyang. She didn't want to take credit. These people had already suffered enough, and there was no need to add to their burden. Chwer and her mother were told to rest in the room, while Junyang went outside to check on others. Fortunately, aside from being a bit weak, everyone was fine. They had eaten well and now had strength again. "The bandits are all dead now. Let's stay here overnight." "Everyone get ready," she said. Although this place was gloomy, it was much better than sleeping outside in the woods. Everyone now saw Junyang as their lifesaver and obeyed her commands. There were bandit corpses still in the village. A few brave young boys carried some out, while the women cleaned up the bad things inside the house so they could sleep peacefully at night. Once everyone was mostly ready, the Liu family arrived. Women and children stepped forward, especially some women who had good relations with Yu Shi and Qin Shi, and they hugged each other and cried. As long as we're alive, that's enough. Our family was a bit behind yours, and when they caught up, they only found bodies everywhere. We thought something terrible had happened to you all.
Sigh.
Sun Shi looked at the scene with envy. At her age, she was still experiencing these things. She wondered if she had done something terrible in her past life. Hearing Sun Shi say this, everyone remembered that tragic day. Their hard-won calm shattered, and they started crying again. After everyone finished crying, they told the story of what had happened. They had originally planned to go to Lu's town to meet Old Man Lu's family, but before they reached Lu's town, bandits blocked their way. Without warning, the bandits drew their swords and attacked. The head of their family was either killed or injured and rescued by villagers. The women and children, who had wanted to hide, ended up falling into the bandits' hands. Chuer cried so hard she was gasping for breath. My husband was stabbed twice by them. I don't know if he's still alive now.
Boo-hoo.
Chuer's family was already small. Her husband was the only son. The elders in the family had passed away 2 years ago. This time, they escaped with only 3 people. Now they faced more danger on the road. No one knew how they would survive in the future. Chuer, don't cry so much. We didn't see your husband's body. Maybe the villagers saved him. We're heading to Qianzhou City. He might be waiting there for you too. Sun Shi was usually sharp-tongued but kind-hearted. She could say harsh words, but in a critical moment, she still said some nice things because it involved others' lives. She wouldn't kick someone when they were down. Yes, Auntie. Our lives were saved by Brother Liu and Junyang. If we survive and reach a new place, we will work hard for your family to repay your kindness. When she mentioned this, Sun Shi shot a sharp look at He Junyang. She remembered they had planned to scout ahead first, but they ended up attacking the bandits' hideout directly. Wasn't that a bit disrespectful to the bandits? Moreover, hearing that He Junyang had single-handedly stormed the bandits' den made her sweat just thinking about it. That woman was getting braver and braver. He Junyang chuckled softly, unsure how to explain. Suddenly, she noticed her little dog tightly hugging her leg, loudly barking as if declaring something. Mom is strong. She fought the bad guys. In the past 2 days, He Junyang had secretly been giving her dog medicine. She kept feeding it 3 bamboo tubes of milk daily. The weak little body had become much healthier. Now, hearing her say this with full energy was quite amusing. The sad people nearby also started to smile. He Junyang picked up her son, kissed him, then turned to everyone and said, "Our arrival here was accidental. As the saying goes, heaven never closes all doors. I just found the bandits' warehouse. It has food and drinks. Let's go take what we can, and as long as no one steals it, we can save some for later. We should be able to last until Anzhou." No one expected this. They thought that even if they escaped from here, they might die of hunger or thirst on the way. But now, they had found the bandits' warehouse. Everyone's hope for the future grew. As long as there was food and water, they could survive until they reached Anzhou. Reuniting with their families would be the best. Even if they couldn't reunite, once they reached a new place, as long as they worked hard, they wouldn't starve. So, a group of people hurriedly went to the back cellar. The cellar was small, and it wasn't practical for everyone to go in at once. "Dad, let's go down and move the stuff out. You and the uncles rest if you're hurt," Lei Zi volunteered. Old Lu was very pleased and patted his son's shoulder as a reward. Lei Zi called Iron Egg and 2 other boys he didn't know well, and they went inside. When they saw what was inside, they couldn't help but shout, "Wow! Dad, so much grain, water, and meat." Hearing this, everyone outside became excited. Mrs. Qin quietly asked, "What kind of meat is that?" Upon hearing her, everyone's smiles froze for a moment. They all knew the skulls in the bandits' house, and a few children had nearly been cooked when they were captured. "I checked earlier. It's just pork, beef, and fish," He Junyang explained first. Everyone then relaxed, and the children cheered happily. He Junyang smiled silently. For some reason, Seeing the excitement and shining eyes of the people around her made her feel that coming to this world was meaningful. Honestly, if she hadn't come and had her endless space, the Liu family wouldn't have survived until now. It took over half an hour for the boys to clear out the cellar and find a flat place to store everything, waiting for distribution. Because there were more women and children, the oldest, Sun's wife, was in charge of dividing everything, grain and silver, based on the number of people. There were 32 people in total, and each person could get more than half a bag of grain and a few taels of silver. Water was hard to divide, so they put it in a big jar for everyone to use, with each person getting a bamboo tube of water daily. As for the meat, dried fish and rabbit meat weren't many, but there was plenty of pork and beef. Each person could get 2 jin. After dividing, there were still 4 taels of silver left. Kure and others decided to give it to the Liu family, since their lives had been saved by them. Moreover, these items were originally loot from the bandits, so they didn't have to share, but the Liu family took everything out, and everyone was grateful. The 2 oxen also received their share. The 2 men holding the grain almost cried with joy. The Liu family truly shared good things with those who deserved it. All the thatched huts were tidied up, and everyone found a room to rest. The Liu family stayed together, and they had already gotten used to it during this time. As always, their family had to stay united and organized. As soon as the door was closed, Sun felt heartbroken and started to cough uncontrollably. She softly scolded Hygiene, "You careless woman, when you saw those good things, why didn't you take some to save their lives? Instead, you want to spend so much silver. You don't understand how expensive everyday items are. That's 100 taels of silver, enough for our family to settle well in Anzhou." The others kept silent, each with their own thoughts. That much silver, which they could never have earned in a lifetime before, would make their family live comfortably for many years, even without working the land. Hygiene wasn't angry, but smiled on purpose, arguing back, "But those silver coins were divided by me." Sun glared at her angrily, twisted her arm, and said impatiently, "Everyone can see through that. How can you hide secrets? People's hearts are hard to read. Favor can turn into hatred. You, careless woman, can't understand these things." Sun didn't use much strength. She just wanted to vent her feelings. Hygiene was amused by her teasing. This old lady was really funny. She cursed harshly with her words, but didn't really want to hurt her. Thinking about her lonely life in her past, she didn't know what it felt like to have a family around. Now she had a big family, and after living with them for a while, she was quite happy. Qin also said, "Yes, 3rd sister-in-law, and some of them aren't from our Liu family. Who knows what they're thinking? Next time, you must be more careful." "Ha ha ha, how do you know I didn't take any?" Hygiene couldn't help but laugh out loud. She grabbed her small, worn-out bag and took out 2 silver notes and a bunch of jewelry. Sun quickly snatched them to look, and a group of children gathered around. "Third aunt, you're so amazing." Yu Yata couldn't help but marvel. On the way here, her eldest uncle said that third aunt single-handedly broke into a bandit hideout, which shocked her. Now she saw her pull out so many good things, and her eyes started to sparkle with little hearts. Third aunt was truly a heroine. She was her idol. Sun handed the silver ticket back, not intending to keep it herself. Hygiene asked, "Mother, should I use these coins directly or give you 80% like before?" "You keep it yourself. The public funds are still plenty," Sun replied dismissively. Sun pressed the silver ticket into her hand, worried that this spendthrift daughter-in-law might give all the money to the public fund again. Although Sun was a bit fierce, she was generally fair to her sons. However, her heart leaned toward favoritism. Among the 3 sons, only the 3rd house had no men. In the future, her little dog would have to be raised solely by Hygiene. Sun worried that Hygiene might hide her share, leaving herself and the children to suffer. After all, the 1st and 2nd houses had men, so it was unreasonable to expect the 3rd sister-in-law to support them all. But Hygiene disagreed, saying, "Since we haven't split the family yet, I should contribute to the public fund. I'll just take 2/10, like before." "In that case, mother, You need to find me 40 taels of silver. Sun thought she had clearly favored her, and she was at least clever. But who knew she was as stubborn as a piece of wood? With many eyes watching her, and her hands feeling the flesh and bones, she couldn't be too harsh. She nodded in agreement, but still gave Hygiene 60 taels of silver. Previously, Qin Jian had given 40 taels, and the recent division based on headcount left her with 3 taels. All of this was with Sunday finding 60 taels to give to Hygiene was not difficult. This time, Hygiene didn't refuse. She immediately took 20 taels each for the first and second houses. Everyone was stunned. This time, older brothers are also involved. This is what you deserve. Just keep it as private savings, she said with a smile. To the Liu family, she seemed like a big spender, giving away so much money so easily. Third sister-in-law, I know you mean well, but we can't accept this money, said Qin. She had never received so much money in her life, and now holding it felt almost burning. Qin explained, the bandits' hideout was broken into by you and Big Brother. Your second brother was just waiting with us in the woods. He didn't do anything, so we can't take this money. You quickly added, the bandit den was broken into by third sister-in-law alone, and she found the cellar too. Besides, you've already contributed so much to the public fund. We benefit from it, so we can't take more money from you. Both sisters-in-law nodded in unison, saying they couldn't accept the money. The third younger sister and her siblings were always the first to rush into trouble. When they received benefits, they also wanted to share with others. The third sister and her siblings understood her kindness, but they really couldn't accept money. Otherwise, it would seem like they were bullying the men in the third household. Teaching a child well is very important for the future of a family. Their family is clearly moving in a good direction now. The children are studying, and they've started doing business. Life will get better, and the family will gradually grow stronger. All of this is thanks to Hygiene. Thinking this, Sun's family looked at her with a softer gaze. The third daughter-in-law used her past hardships to bring about a big change in the family. This kindness is something she, as an elder, will always remember. Not long after, Zhang Song's brothers also returned with their feathers. Yu's family wanted to wash the... Hygiene continued, Big sister-in-law, you said Big Brother didn't go into the bandit den with me, but who dealt with the 2 bandits at the entrance? If Big Brother hadn't watched the 2 bandits at the door, how could I have sneaked into the den so easily? Big Brother is a hero for fighting bandits, so how can you say he has nothing to do with this? Right? Neither of the 2 sisters-in-law responded. The eldest and second eldest brothers blushed from her praise, feeling embarrassed. They hadn't done anything special, yet they were called heroes. Were they really that capable? Third aunt is right. Father and uncle are both great heroes. Yao, who was Hygine's biggest fan, was the first to speak out, followed by the other children shouting great heroes. A puppy under 3 years old didn't understand what everyone was talking about but happily clapped and cheered hero, drooling all over himself with a big smile. Sun stepped forward and said appropriately, third daughter-in-law is right. This time, the eldest and second eldest also contributed. The money is also a token of third daughter-in-law's kindness. Everyone should accept it. Having some silver in each household is a good thing. Since third sister-in-law isn't home, as brothers and sisters-in-law, you should help take care of her and her daughter in the future. Mother, don't worry. We will take good care of third sister-in-law and the little dog. Old Liu patted his chest to show his commitment, and the second brother nodded repeatedly. The main and second households accepted the money, and everyone's faces were filled with smiles, happier than during the new year. They had escaped danger and even gained some wealth. How embarrassing but happy. That night, several adult men took turns guarding the camp to prevent anyone from sneaking in. There might still be some bandits hiding nearby. The women and children slept soundly, then got up to write things down. They loaded all the looted items onto the carts, and the group set out again, grand and lively. This place is still a few days away from Qianzhou. Even if everything goes smoothly, it will take at least 10 days or half a month to get there. The 2 wagons are fully loaded with supplies, so everyone has started walking again. This time, they no longer need to worry about food and water, and everyone's faces show some slight smiles. To protect their belongings, the two wagons are walking in the middle of the crowd to prevent being ambushed. Among the rescued people, 9 are not members of the Liu family. These include 3 women, a family of 3 brothers, a young man traveling alone, and 2 sisters. They were captured 2 days before the Liu family, so they don't know if their family is still alive, and they dare not travel alone. Their only choice is to stay with the Liu family so they have someone to look after them. Not long after they started walking, Hygiene noticed that their family was joined by 2 girls around 13 or 14 years old, the Liu sisters. Most of the others kept some distance from the Liu family to give them privacy, but the young sisters, perhaps because they are young and naive, closely followed Yu Tu and the others. Seeing Hygiene observing them, the sisters were afraid and lowered their heads, not daring to look at her, but they didn't want to stay far away. Hygiene couldn't understand their behavior, so she didn't bother them and continued walking with her dog. When they reached a resting place, the Yu family and Qin family started preparing food. The 2 sisters still didn't leave, their eyes fixed on the big pot of the Liu family. Sun Shi also noticed the sisters and was about to come over and chase them away, but the sisters immediately knelt down in front of Sun Shi. Hygiene was curious about what the sisters were planning, so she went over to watch. Sun Shi hurriedly helped them up. Stand up and speak. What do these 2 girls mean? Why do they keep kneeling? The 2 girls refused to get up. Despite their young age, they were quite strong. Sun Shi couldn't pull them up. Grandma Liu, we have given you all our grain and silver. Can we eat with you? The older girl spoke, called Dia. Her voice trembled with fear, but she continued, we were sold by our parents not long after leaving home, then captured by bandits and taken to a cave. Our lives were saved by Grandma Liu's family. We are willing to serve as maids or slaves for Grandma Liu's family. We sisters can do anything. Hygiene watched quietly, without saying anything. These sisters are quite clever to think of this plan. Sun Shi was alarmed and immediately became angry. Farmers don't keep maids. What are you talking about? My large family struggles to survive, so how can I support you 2 sisters? The food and water we have are already shared with you. You sisters are careful with your eating, so you can reach Anzhou. Once you arrive in Anzhou, it's up to you which big family you want to serve as maids or servants. It has nothing to do with our Liu family. Girl, you should learn to be content with what you have. After saying this, she glared fiercely at the 2 sisters, then pulled Yu girl aside, keeping her at a distance from them. The 2 girls burst into tears and kept kowtowing to Sun. Grandma Liu, please accept us sisters. We beg you. In this time, girls are not valued much. Many girls who are starving are sold or eaten. It's rare for these 2 sisters to have survived so far. They just want to find a family that will take them in and keep them company. At first, they didn't have this idea, but seeing how the Liu family treated their own daughter and son equally, both could eat as much as they wanted, and they weren't sold along the way, they started to think. Even if they only served as small maids, they wouldn't starve to death. Can't you 2 understand what I'm saying? Sun nearly lost her temper. How could they still be a burden when saving someone? Hygiene squinted and suddenly said, you can stay if you want. The Liu family members were shocked and looked at Hygiene in surprise. Sun scolded directly. 3rd daughter's family. Have you lost your mind? Hygiene ignored Sun and continued speaking to Liu sisters. If you stay with us and live on your own, maybe you can arrive safely in Anzhou. But if you become our Liu family's maids, you'll have to give us most of your food. Also, if we encounter people who buy maids on the road, we might sell you to pay debts. You should know, times are tough now. Even your own parents might sell you, so we have no real connection to you. She spoke lazily, but her words made the sisters sweat with fear. Being sold by your own parents is the greatest pain. They hoped to find a good family to survive with, but the harsh reality was right in front of them. Even if they found a place now, their future wouldn't be safe. Sun slowly glanced at Hygiene. Luckily, this 3rd daughter-in-law still knew her place. If she really kept the girls, Sun might as well give up her position as head of the household. Whoever wants to take it can take it. At this moment, a woman from the Chi family said, "You two girls really don't know what's good for you. Uncle Xing's family has saved us, and that's a great kindness. Yet you still ask them to support you. Your own parents don't support you, so why should Uncle Xing's family? Not to mention, Uncle Xing's family has given us grain and silver. Even if they didn't, we can't say a word of complaint." Li, the mother of the Iron Egg girl, also spoke up. "Exactly. You're still young, but your mind isn't small. We're not even from our clan, and Uncle Xing's family has already done so much to care for you. How can you have so many demands? If you're willing, come with us to Anzhou to settle down. But if you want to cause trouble, we won't tolerate you two sisters anymore." The Lu sisters blushed at the words and didn't dare to speak. They only wanted a safe place to stay. Their family also had a teenage boy, so even if they were considered child brides, it was acceptable. But why couldn't they stay? "Well, have you thought it over?" Hygiene looked at them with a half-smile. The sisters hesitated and didn't dare to reply. Chi also said, "What are you still thinking about? Get up quickly and prepare some food. After eating, we have to leave." Always causing trouble. Chi, also a daughter-in-law of the Lu family, was only accompanied by a young girl. Her husband was killed by bandits. Now she just wanted to quickly go to Qianzhou City to see if she could find other family members and whether her son was still alive. She had no mood to watch these two little girls make trouble. After being scolded, the sisters didn't dare to say more and quietly got up to help cook with the others. They weren't part of the Lu family and didn't know each other well. The only pot they had was stolen from the bandits' hideout. After all the fuss, the others had already eaten porridge, but they still had to cook again. Hygiene looked at Chi and Li and said, "Thank you, sisters-in-law. It's nothing. My husband is gone, and I don't know how I'll manage in Anzhou. I was counting on your family to help a bit."
Sigh.
Chi was straightforward and spoke honestly. If they couldn't find their family, they would still need the Lu family's support. Li nodded along with her, agreeing that she was right. "Sister-in-law, you're too kind. We're all relatives, and it's what we should do." Hygiene felt the same. When she was in a different world, she didn't know what it was like to have family, but after coming here, she truly felt it. According to the original owner's memory, the Lu family in the village occasionally had small disagreements, but when problems arose, they always united and faced them together. In this era, family ties are very important. As long as the issues are not too serious, everyone tries to maintain good relationships with relatives. Although Sun felt that Hygiene responded without asking them first and seemed a bit naive, she didn't say anything. Yes, a group of women and children might be a burden, but it was understandable. Otherwise, they wouldn't have risked coming to rescue even though they knew it was dangerous. Everyone continued with their own tasks. The little dog, still not very sensible, pointed at the two sisters nearby and mumbled, "Mother, bad people. Mother, bad people." Although he was young, he understood what the adults meant. The family didn't like those two sisters, so they must be bad. Hygiene couldn't help but laugh and said, "They are not bad people. They just want to find a way out for themselves." She truly didn't think they were at fault, just that they had some wrong ideas. Sun shot her a glance, took the little dog into her arms, and deliberately said sarcastically, "Ignore your mother. Your mother is just a big spender with no sense." Hygiene. Everyone else also laughed. "You sure said when third sister-in-law acted like that just now, I thought she really wanted to keep those two sisters. It scared me to death." Chi nodded repeatedly, "Me too. If she really dared to stay, I'd just kick her out too. So annoying." Sun snorted coldly and took the children to leave. Hygiene chuckled softly and said, "I'm going out to find some food with a few horses." These days, she had been riding the horses around, and no one said much. After all, they were on mountain paths, so they couldn't find people to eat with, but the horses still needed to eat. Moreover, Hygiene often secretly took good horse feed from her space to feed them in quiet, unnoticeable places. After they finished, she would give them a bottle of pure water. Life was much more comfortable for them than for people. People are not as good as horses, she sighed. She reached out to scratch her head, and then her back. She had been here for many days and hadn't taken a bath. The original owner never bathed when at home, so it had been at least a month. She felt very uncomfortable. She considered herself relatively clean. Every day, she would sneak out when everyone wasn't paying attention to wash her face or do other small things. The others, especially, smelled terrible from afar. It would be great if she could find a pond to wash in, she thought to herself. A quiet hollow nearby began to slowly form a large pit, and water started to appear gradually. Hygiene-yang's eyes widened instantly. Her space had this ability too. She hurried over to check and found a pond of water. Most importantly, it didn't seem to have just appeared. It had been here in the mountains for a long time. A thought flashed through her mind. She should ask her space to help plant some wild vegetables around the pond. Almost as soon as the idea appeared, a patch of plantain grass began to grow visibly at the pond's edge. Seeing that he didn't object, Susher didn't express any disagreement but offered a gentle reminder. Aju is thinking about your reputation. This matter is just between our family, and we won't tell others. But how you act in the capital, Mother can't control that. So, it doesn't matter to you.
Her tone was a bit stern at the end.
Songyu hurriedly responded respectfully. Mother's decision is final. I have no objections. Susher then showed a hint of satisfaction and continued. Though you and Aju aren't officially married, you've been like husband and wife. So, my recognizing her as my adopted daughter has nothing to do with you. This really is plantain grass. Sun's eyes brightened as she carefully examined a stalk of plantain grass. As she looked, tears of joy streamed down her face. It's been so long since I saw such healthy wild vegetables. Boo-hoo, look at how good they are. If only our crops could grow this well, we wouldn't have to suffer like this.
Boo-hoo.
Others gathered around, seeing this and hearing Sun's words, felt envious and emotional. Hygiene didn't expect that just some plantain grass could cause such excitement. She quickly changed the subject. Let's go. We'll fill the water buckets and wash ourselves properly. It's been over a month since we last washed, and we smell terrible. Wash what? Hearing this, Sun immediately stopped crying. You said there are many wild vegetables nearby? First, everyone pick the vegetables and eat your fill before anything else. Mom's right. Eating is the most important. Old Lu nodded, leaving Yushur and Qinshur to cook, while the others went to pick wild vegetables. Some stayed behind to cook, and others went to fetch water and gather vegetables. It had been a long time since they last ate fresh, green vegetables. During this period, just filling their stomachs was enough. Now that they could improve their diet, everyone was naturally excited. After a long drought, everyone was surprised to see a small pool of water and some green wild vegetables nearby. They couldn't help but feel excited and happy, talking softly and leaning over the edge to drink. Today, although there was water, no one dared to drink much, just a small sip to moisten their lips. Now they could drink freely and comfortably. Everyone around the pool was laughing and talking happily. After drinking enough, they started to pick the wild vegetables. Old Lu said with amazement, I never thought there would be a small water pool here. I don't know how it got here, since there's no water source nearby. This little pool not only stayed full but also grew these wild vegetables. Yes, it's really amazing. Everyone smiled, feeling they were one step closer to reaching safety in Anzhou. Hygiene was squatting with Sun's wife, picking vegetables. She said, Mother, later let the eldest sister-in-law use this water to cook soup for the children. It's good for their health. Sun's wife looked at her with a bit of dislike. That water tastes bitter when cooked. What's so good about it? Mother, I heard people say that this wool grass can be used as medicine, especially in this weather. Drinking it can help prevent heat stroke. Anyway, it needs to be boiled before eating, so just remember to drink the soup. In the past, Sun's wife might not have listened to her, but after spending these days together, she trusted her deeply. Even if she didn't fully agree, she still nodded in agreement. About 20 or 30 people picked the vegetables, and soon they finished. Hygiene repeated her suggestion to cook the water and asked each family to make some to drink. Everyone followed her advice because she was the one who had bravely entered the bandits' hideout alone and saved them. Nearby, some children overheard and frowned. They knew the water boiled from well grass would taste bad, but they didn't dare complain. After the meal, Sun's wife stood up and said, "Everyone hasn't washed properly for a while. Since there's this water, let the women wash the children first, then the women wash themselves, and finally the men." This plan was quite reasonable. While the women washed, the men stayed nearby to watch and prevent anyone with bad intentions from bothering them. Fortunately, besides their group, no one else was traveling this way at the moment. Because it was very hot, by the time they returned to eat, the water in the pool had warmed up from the sun, making it acceptable even for children. Huijunyang took off all the fur from the little dog, holding it with one hand and starting to scrub away the dirt with the other. Although the little dog didn't walk much, it still sweated and was very dirty. After Huijunyang finished washing it, its body looked much whiter and smoother. Mrs. Yu and Mrs. Qin were also helping to wash their own youngest children. The first household had 3 children. The oldest was Lazy, the second was a girl named Tingya, and the youngest was also a girl called Shanya, who was only half a year older than the little dog. The second household had 2 children. The oldest was Yuya, and the youngest was a boy named Jia Er, only 5 years old. These 2 children were healthier than the little dog. Even at such a young age, they could walk with adults, and only when they got tired did they ask to be carried. Unlike the little dog, who was always carried by Huijunyang from start to finish. After the 3 children finished washing, it was their turn to wash the older girls, like Yuya and Tingya. Also washing were Chi's daughter, the Lu sisters, and Tai Dan's younger sister. When it was finally Huijunyang's turn, she let out a comfortable sigh. Mrs. Yu said, "It's really strange. The tub is quite small, but after washing so many children, the water isn't dirty at all." "That's amazing." "Yes, the water is so clean, just like when we first came here." Huijunyang closed her eyes and relaxed in the bath, thinking silently, "Of course, I've been secretly changing the water all along, right?" She just wanted to quietly enjoy her bath, but suddenly, a woman's gaze seemed to stick to her. "First," Mrs. Yu said, "third sister-in-law, your skin is so fair, just like a newborn baby." This comment caused quite a stir. Everyone was married and didn't mind sharing their thoughts. Chi's daughter looked at her with envy, saying, "Yes, this is also a milk-fed child. Look at Junyang, she looks like a young lady. Unlike me, who only has a thin layer of skin covering her body. Junyang, how do you do it?" After saying that, she eagerly waited for her to share her skincare secrets. Even Sun's sister was staring at her. Huijunyang. How would she know? She was just a girl who had never been in love, skipping straight to having a son, and was still a young girl.
This. I really can't decide that.
"Maybe it's because I developed again," she said vaguely. Everyone didn't understand what she meant by developed again, but Sun's sister spoke up to help her out. "What's the point of just looking at her skin? When the little dog was young, she didn't have much water content, and it made my grandson hungry every day." Huijunyang. Helping out is fine, but there's no need to be so harsh. But to be fair, the truth is, when the puppy was young, he was in poor health. The original owner had no resources, so he could only drink goat milk. Before he was 3 months old, he couldn't even drink goat milk anymore and had to rely on Sun's homemade rice porridge. It was quite an effort to raise him this big. When everyone heard this, they stopped envying. Their children might not be as pretty as Huijunyang's, but at least they aren't hungry, right? Bathing was a bit awkward, but afterward, it felt really good. Seeing her clean and fragrant son, Huijunyang couldn't help but give him a quick kiss on his little face. Lately, the puppy had gained some weight on his face, and his skin felt much better. When she had free time, Huijunyang liked to gently squeeze his cheeks. "Mommy, more kiss kiss." She kissed him and was about to go to sleep, but the puppy loved when his mother did this. He pointed to his face with his little finger, leaning close to Huijunyang, asking for another kiss. Huijunyang couldn't refuse him. She played with his face for a while, even tickled him, making the puppy laugh nonstop. After a while of playing, the mother and son finally fell asleep. Sun's family and old Lu slept on the other side. Son muttered disdainfully, "Why is that third daughter-in-law getting more and more noisy lately?" Old Lu chuckled softly. "Isn't that a good thing? Didn't you say before she couldn't even make two good punches? And look at the puppy. Has he been getting healthier lately?" He turned over and continued, "Children and grandchildren have their own blessings. Just go to sleep. We have to keep moving tomorrow." Sun didn't reply, only turned her head to look at Hygiene. A silent smile appeared in her eyes. If only the third son could come back alive, that would be even better. After 5 more days, they no longer took mountain paths, but switched to the official road. On the official road, they saw more people. Many looked tired and listless. Most of the travelers were women and children, with few men. Their eyes gleamed with greed. Some tried to start trouble, but old Lu and others drew their swords to scare them away. Others wanted to cause trouble but lacked courage, so they passed peacefully for another 2 days. They hadn't met anyone they knew along the way, and everyone's mood grew heavier. No one was in high spirits, and they all kept silent. Sometimes, the Lu family would hear children's laughter. The 3 youngest kids didn't want to walk, so Hygiene sat in the middle of the carriage and made a small nest with blankets for them to sit on. Surrounding them were their belongings, keeping them safe and secure so they wouldn't fall. To keep them from getting bored, Hygiene tore of cloth to make a game called Picking Flowers. It's not very interesting for adults, but the little kids could play with it all day, and their laughter was the sound of their happiness. The older children watched with envy, but they had to walk themselves. They could only wait until night to play. Third aunt, a simple string can be so fun. You're so clever. Little Yu clung close to Hygiene, full of admiration. Before, she only thought third aunt was pretty and quiet. But now she saw that she was not only beautiful and quiet but also smart and talkative. She wanted to be as clever as third aunt. Her flattery made Hygiene happy. She casually said, "It's just because I have nothing else to do. The journey is boring, so I think of fun things. It's not just me. When you get to Anzhou, what do you want to do? Is there something special you want to try?" "What do I want to do?" Little Yu was confused. She was only 8 years old. At home, she helped her grandmother and mother with chores and picked wild vegetables near the mountain. No one asked her what she wanted to do. Besides, she was just a little girl. Isn't it enough to stay at home safely until she's old enough to marry? Does it matter what she wants? The others in the Lu family looked over. They had never thought about what they wanted to do either. Not even the adults. Sun sure said, "You always talk nonsense. When we get there, we'll see what the officials decide for us. We're just farmers. Our main job is to plant the fields and fill our stomachs. We can't do whatever we want." Everyone in the Lu family nodded in agreement. That's what they believed too. Hygiene felt that this way of thinking was not right. She decided to talk to them about it. She lowered her voice and said, "Mother, you're not wrong. But think about it, if the whole family works on the farm all year, how much money can we save? After paying taxes, we'd still have to tighten our belts and live simply. In the past, we didn't have much money, so we didn't dare to have big ideas. But now that we have some savings, we can start thinking about ways to make money work for us." Before this, the Lu family had never heard of making money from money, so they listened very carefully to her ideas. Farmers always earn the least. To live a better life, we need to find other ways. Now that we have some money, we can send the children to school to learn reading and writing. If they're talented, they can try for official exams. Even if they don't have that talent, knowing a few words is good enough. At least they won't be easily tricked or cheated outside. Our older brothers and sisters-in-law can also do small businesses, which can bring in some income. Wealth grows slowly. We can't rush it. But first, everyone needs to have a dream. Think about what they want to do or enjoy doing. If we can make money doing what we're good at, that would be even better.
But
Third sister-in-law, we don't have any special skills. How can we run a business? Mrs. Yu felt motivated by her words, but then became a little discouraged, thinking she had no particular talents. Big sister-in-law, you're such a good cook. How can you say you have no skills? Have you ever thought about setting up a street stall selling snacks? Or maybe working as a chef in a big restaurant? That's a good option. He Junyoung spoke up confidently. Mrs. Yu was indeed a talented cook. Even on the run from hardship with hardly any good spices, she could still create unique flavors, especially with perfect control of the heat. Mrs. Yu's eyes widened. I only know how to cook simple rural dishes. How can I work in a big restaurant? And I'm just a woman. How can I go out and show myself? Big sister-in-law, you shouldn't say that. He Junyoung's eyes widened with determination. What's wrong with being a woman? Women can be half the sky. We don't steal or rob. Earning money with your skills is something to be proud of. Don't belittle yourself. If you can't cook fancy dishes yet, you can learn. Start as an apprentice. Take it slow. When we get to Anzhou, I'll help you find out more.
That.
Mrs. Yu hesitated a bit, but He Junyoung directly asked Qin Shi, second sister-in-law, what about you? What do you want to do? I usually go up the mountain to gather firewood and find wild vegetables, and I also feed the chickens and ducks at home. Mrs. Qin smiled, a little embarrassed. She wasn't as good at cooking as her older sister-in-law, and she didn't have any special skills. Especially since she wasn't very good at talking, she probably wouldn't do anything big. That's a good idea. He Junyoung's eyes lit up. Second sister-in-law, do what you're good at. Raising chickens and ducks well is also a skill. The big restaurants need a lot of chickens and ducks every day. If we can connect with them, it could be a good business. Can it really be like that? Mrs. Qin was a bit confused. It sounded pretty good. Of course. Skilled people can survive anywhere, He Junyoung said confidently. She had already thought about how to arrange things for her family once they reached Anzhou. She turned to old Lu and asked Big Brother Yu, Enough, enough. Sun's wife suddenly interrupted her. If everyone in the family leaves, who will do the work at home? Besides, these are just some vague plans. Don't say so much that makes people worry. It's annoying. Sun's wife looked at her with displeasure. She didn't know what the situation in Anzhou was, so talking about these things now was a bit premature. If the situation turned bad, and her family had to wait so long with high hopes, if things didn't go well, the main and second branches might complain. How could the family stay harmonious then? He Junyoung just smiled and didn't say anything. Alright, talking about these things now was indeed unrealistic. They could think about it when they got to Anzhou. There's plenty of time ahead. While she was thinking, the girl beside her suddenly tugged at her sleeve and whispered, Third auntie, I want to read books too. Can I go to school? Of course. He Junyoung's eyes brightened again. In this era, not many girls actively wanted to go to school. After thinking for a moment, she added, but girls probably can't go to the academy. We can't afford a female teacher for now, but we can let Lazy and the others go to school and then come back to teach you. Once we save some money, we can hire a female teacher to teach at home. Our girls are just as important as boys, no favoring boys over girls. Right, mother? This made He Junyoung feel a bit reassured. Although Sun's wife sometimes talked a lot, she treated all the children equally and didn't believe in favoring boys over girls. Sun's wife rolled her eyes. All the good words are from you. It is good for children at home to learn to read and write. Sun's family has no objections. They were too poor before and never thought about it. Now that they have some money, it is a good thing for the children to go to school and learn to read and write. He Junyoung smiled and said to Yu, See, your grandmother has agreed. The eldest daughter, Tingya, quietly asked, Can I also learn? He Junyoung nodded. Since Yu is learning, it's only fair to let you learn too. Don't worry. Then the little girl said, But I want to learn embroidery even more. Yusher chuckled and pulled her daughter. No one in the family knows those delicate skills, and no one can teach you. They all know some sewing and mending clothes or making shoes, but fine embroidery is hard to learn. It's not something rural women can pick up easily. He Junyoung was not worried. That's easy. When you go to Anzhou, find an embroidery shop in the city to learn. Having a hobby is good. After learning, you can support yourself wherever you go. Yusher didn't say anything. She was tempted because her daughter was talented, and it would also bring her pride. But going to an embroidery shop would probably require paying tuition. Since they haven't split the family yet, the children learning skills would cost money, and she wasn't sure if the elders would agree. Thinking of this, Yu sure secretly glanced at Sunday Sun's family surprisingly did not criticize Hygiene and thought she made sense. Whether boy or girl, having a skill is never a bad thing. After thinking, she said, once we settle in Anzhou, we'll go see the city. Tingya immediately smiled, thinking it was a distant dream. She didn't expect her grandmother to agree so easily. Auntie is really impressive. Then she looked at Hygiene with the same shy, loving gaze as Yu, full of little hearts that sparkled. With this plan, the children's laughter grew louder, making others look over. They thought the Liu family had such a good attitude. Despite fleeing from hardship, they still could smile. As they walked, they saw a carriage stopped nearby. Hygiene looked at it and felt it was familiar. She approached for a closer look. It was the same carriage team that rescued them on the mountain a few days ago, but why was it stopped on the road? Hygiene wanted to go forward and ask, as the carriage looked luxurious and she wouldn't miss any chance to make connections. Suddenly, the other side approached her. It was the young maid with 2 braids, holding a bamboo water container in her hand. Young lady, what a coincidence we meet again. Hygiene pretended to be familiar as she approached. Lingyu disliked her overly familiar manner, but since the lady was unwell, she had to tolerate her presence for now. I want to buy some water, Lingyu said. Thinking that water is now more precious than gold, she added just 1 bamboo tube, any price is fine. Their water had run out, and they had already sent someone to Qianzhou City to buy more, but it hadn't arrived yet. Old Liu saw that the person was a lifesaver. If it weren't for this young girl helping, they wouldn't be where they are today. He immediately said, young lady, you are too kind. You saved our family's life, and we are grateful. We can't accept your money. While they were talking, Hygiene skillfully poured water from her bamboo tube into her hand. Lingyu didn't expect this family to be so grateful, but she wasn't someone who liked to take advantage. She handed her purse to Hygiene and said thank you, then quickly turned to leave. Hygiene didn't look at how much money was in the purse. She handed it to Sun Shi and followed behind. Lingyu was very unhappy and kept a wary eye on her. Why are you following me? They were now some distance from the Liu family. She could see a beautiful woman sitting under a nearby tree. Despite her maids attending her, it was clear she was uncomfortable. Hygiene lowered her voice and said, I think your lady is probably suffering from heat stroke. I happen to have some cooling medicine here. Maybe I can help. Lingyu didn't trust her and thought she was up to no good. Earlier, when her lady had trouble sleeping, she had some sleep aid. Now, with the heat stroke, she had cooling medicine. It was obvious she was setting a trap. Who are you? What are your intentions toward Our Lady? Lingyu drew her sword and pressed it against her neck. The Liu family members looked on with alarm. What was happening? Hygiene blinked innocently. I'm just a woman from the countryside, with no bad intentions. Your lady looks like she has heat stroke, and I remembered I saved my family's life once, so I wanted to help. She took a small porcelain bottle from her tattered bag, identical to the one used for calming pills last time. She said, things are unstable on this road. These are some good items I picked up in the chaos. Try them and see. The bottle contained Huixiang Jingqi water, which had a very strong smell. Lingyu wrinkled her brow as she opened the cap. Why should I believe you? Lingyu remained cautious. The journey was dangerous, and she could encounter all kinds of strange people. Since it involved her lady's safety, she couldn't act recklessly. Hygiene thought talking more was useless. She took the small porcelain bottle, opened it, and took a sip first. Can you trust me now? She wiped her mouth and looked unhappy. If you hadn't saved our family, I wouldn't bother with this. Lingyu looked at her deeply, frowned, and headed toward the caravan. It wasn't far away. If anything happened to the lady, she would kill those people on the spot. Jiang Ruoya leaned against a tree trunk, feeling weak. She thought she might die on this road. She hadn't found her daughter yet, and her husband's side wasn't perfect either. She felt quite regretful. Lingyu squatted beside her, first giving her some water, then took out the porcelain bottle and explained its origin. She said, the woman said it can help with heat stroke. Would you like to try it, madam? Ling Shui immediately disagreed. We don't have doctors here. Don't risk harming the lady. Lingyu didn't want to argue, but remembered how Hygiene looked when she spoke. She clenched her teeth and said, "That woman drank a sip in front of me. I saw she was fine." Hearing this, Jiang Ruoya looked at Hygiene from afar. She saw that she had already gone back. The family found a cool place to rest, and even started a fire to cook. It seemed she was honest and straightforward. If it's her kindness, we shouldn't waste it. She took the medicine bottle. The smell was overwhelming, but for someone who had been taking medicine for years, it was nothing. She held her breath and finished it in one gulp. The medicine was bitter, but after drinking it, she felt much more comfortable. Her dizziness was much less than before. It looks like we misunderstood them. Hygiene returned to the Liu family. Sun Shi was the first to worry and pulled her aside to check her carefully. She couldn't help but whisper, "Those people are really ungrateful. They're helping us, but they make it seem like we're the bad ones." She knew Hygiene carried some medicine in her bag. When old Liu had heat stroke before, she had taken out medicine to help, so she didn't dwell on it. Seeing how protective the old lady was of her, Hygiene felt very relieved. She nodded along with her, saying, "Exactly, they're really ungrateful. If I weren't a person who values loyalty and friendship, who would care about them?" Sun was surprised, not expecting her to be so shameless. She was caught off guard, and after reacting, she angrily slapped her arm and turned away to do her own work. "Tonight, you prepared braised pork with rice." First, she fried the fat on the cured meat to release the oil, then added rice and the meat to cook together. It sounds simple, but it requires careful control of the heat. If not careful, it can burn. Just then, a breeze blew, filling the air with a rich aroma. The other families kept swallowing, even though they all had the same food. The Liu family had some, and others did too, but they couldn't make food this fragrant. It was so frustrating. They still had some food to eat, but the convoy nearby was in a worse situation. They had no water and could only gnaw on dry rations, which made their throats burn, so they gave up eating. Jiang Ruoya faintly smelled the tempting aroma of the Liu family's braised pork rice and swallowed saliva. She had lived most of her life, but had never experienced such hunger. What made it worse was that, despite being starving, there were still people nearby cooking a pot of braised pork rice. It was so annoying. Ling Shui also caught the strong smell and saw Jiang Ruoya drooling. She quickly said, "Madam, Cheng-ing, and the others will be back soon." The implication was to endure a little longer. Once water arrives, she would cook for her. Jiang Ruoya had never felt life this hard before and didn't understand why she was so hungry today, especially since her appetite was usually not very good. "Dinner is ready. Stop playing and come eat." Not far away, Sun called out to the children, indicating that the braised pork rice was prepared. Jiang Ruoya felt uncomfortable but couldn't help herself. Lingyu, quick-witted, said, "I'll go find some food to buy." Normally, Jiang Ruoya wouldn't allow her to do something so impolite, but today she was almost urging her to go quickly, or it might be too late. While the Liu family ate their own meals, they watched Lingyu walk over. Hygiene whispered to Sun, they probably couldn't resist the delicious smell of the meat and came to buy some. "You guessed that early?" Sun looked at her skeptically. No wonder Hygiene had asked you to prepare more food earlier. She was planning something. Of course. They don't seem short of money. Otherwise, could a bamboo tube of water be worth 30 taels of silver? Rich people don't waste money. We're about to reach Tianzhou, and we can use the money we earn to buy more rice and flour. As she spoke, Hygiene took a sip of water, and Sun Shi moved away in disgust. She felt that the third daughter-in-law was becoming more and more unkempt. When Lingyu arrived, she saw the entire Liu family staring at her with bright eyes, as if she were a fragrant piece of cured meat. Lingyu felt a bit uncomfortable under their gaze and didn't know how to speak. Fortunately, Yu girl was clever and asked proactively, "Is sister here to buy some food from us?"
"Ah,
yes." Lingyu snapped out of her thoughts and took out 2 shiny silver ingots. "Just 1 serving, please." Old man Liu's eyes lit up. He could see she was generous. He had wanted to politely refuse, but Hygiene quickly took the money and went to serve the food. A full bowl of braised cured meat rice, with generous chunks of meat and some green vegetables, smelled very delicious. Besides that, there was a small bowl of hot soup, made from wild vegetables soaked and boiled in water. Nothing fancy, but comforting. Even so, Lingyu felt this family was honest and straightforward. Given the current situation, food and water were much more valuable than silver.
Thank you.
She nodded slightly and carried the rice and soup back. Hygiene kept the silver ingots and quietly told the Liu family it would be great if we could stay behind them all the time. Not only would it be safer, but we could also make quick money. Yu girl nodded repeatedly. Yu sure and Qin sure didn't say anything. Only Sun sure said, but we need enough to eat ourselves first. She admitted she liked silver, but only if their family could fill their stomachs. If they couldn't even feed themselves, and Hygiene was still thinking about making money, she would have to give the third daughter-in-law a good talking to. Recently, they had many adventures and gained quite a few things. As they approached Qianzhou City, Sun sure was generous, making sure everyone ate well at each meal so they'd have the strength to continue. Moreover, almost every other day, they could eat some meat. Though each person only got a small portion, it was enough to get some oil and flavor. Not only the children, but even the adults looked healthier, no longer as thin and gaunt as before. Other families watched the Liu family earn a lot of money easily that day, and they were very jealous. However, they only felt envy and did not harbor any resentment. The Liu family members, even when selling water or rice, only took their own share and had nothing to do with others. Moreover, they only had some leftover food given to them by the Liu family, which they had to save and could not sell easily. Meanwhile, the Liu sisters looked at the happy scene at the Liu family's place and felt a bit confused. They wondered why they couldn't stay with the Liu family, since they could also help with chores. On the other side, Zhang Ruoya finally tasted the long-desired braised meat rice. She felt it was the most delicious food she had ever eaten in her life. She kept eating without stopping, her appetite opening up like never before. Suddenly, she remembered that Ling Yu and Ling Shui, the two young girls, hadn't eaten yet. She wanted to save some food for them, but just as she had this thought, Qing Ying and others who had gone out shopping returned. A maid immediately started boiling water and cooking, and Zhang Ruoya felt at ease, finishing all the food in her bowl. She even drank all the soup in the small bowl, leaving nothing behind. Ling Yu looked at the two clean bowls, as if they had been washed, and was a bit surprised. Were they really that delicious? The accompanying maid was the former cook from their household, skilled in her craft, and often making new dishes. But she had never seen the lady love food so much. Zhang Ruoya felt a little shy, but thought that since it would take 3 or 4 days to reach Qianzhou and her health was not good, she probably wouldn't be able to speed up the journey. She figured she'd stay with this family for now, and didn't want to suffer anymore. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Ling Yu, send half a bag of rice and some meat and vegetables to Chenging, along with 50 taels of silver. Ask if they can prepare a meal for me in the next 3 or 4 days." Ling Yu was very surprised. Today they had to buy food because they had no supplies left. Now, Chenging had bought a lot of food, staples, meat, and vegetables, so there was no need to give money to that family. Ling Yu was still young and couldn't hide her feelings well. Zhang Ruoya didn't mind and gently explained, "I think the food this family makes suits my taste. I haven't had such a good appetite in a long time." "Yes, madam, I will go now." This time, Ling Yu was smiling. Since she could remember, the lady has not been in good health. She often has no appetite and sometimes vomits after eating. Today, however, she was unusually hungry and even asked for the next meal. Since they are servants, it's natural for them to obey her wishes. The head of the household is probably very happy to see her like this. When the Liu family received good things, they naturally agreed. They only needed to prepare an extra portion at each meal to gain many benefits. Only fools would refuse. Soon they would arrive at Qianzhou City, and if they needed anything, they could buy it then. Moreover, because of the lady's presence, the Liu family, who usually only ate meat every 2 days, allowed Mrs. Sun to include meat in every meal to make her money worth it. In the following days, the smell of meat wafted from the camp at mealtime, making nearby families very envious. Jiang Ruoya was glad she made that decision. Of course, some malicious people tried to rob them several times, but with Qing Ying and others present, the fights ended quickly, often before they even started, completely one-sided. Because of this, everyone arrived safely at Qianzhou City. Outside the city gate, He Junyang finally saw the large group of refugees, crowded like a market. They couldn't get in no matter what. People lay on the ground in disarray, some alive, some dead, and the crying of children filled the air. There were also adults starving so badly they resorted to cannibalism, while others looked numb, clearly used to such scenes. Son, don't look. He Junyang held her puppy protectively, while Yu Shi and Qin Shi also shielded their children. They were still young, and witnessing so much might leave a lifelong shadow. Many people gathered around when they saw this group, trying to find chances to steal the items from the carts. Seeing the woman holding a child, they drooled even more. The children's faces turned pale, and they dared not speak, hiding quietly in their adults' arms. In the past few months since Jiang Ruoya came out, she had seen such scenes many times. Though she felt sorry for these people, she could do little. There were too many refugees for her to help. She called Chenging over and said, on this journey, that family has helped us a lot. Send 2 people to look after them, and make sure the refugees don't hurt them.
Yes.
Chenging responded with a sound, and immediately sent 2 people over. The 2 were named Qingke and Qingyang. When they reached the Liu family, they directly asked, "Are you going into the city? Madam sent us to you." This was a pleasant surprise for the Liu family. The others quickly moved closer to ensure safety. "Thank you for your kindness, madam, but we are not entering the city for now. Our family member got separated, and we need to wait here to find them. Would it be convenient for you too?" He Junyang remembered that Sun's family had been worried about their daughter's family. If they didn't find them now, they might never get another chance. The 2 men hesitated. Since Chengke couldn't make the decision, he went to ask Jiang Ruoya. Jiang Ruoya said, "In that case, we will go ahead first. You 2 should safely their family out of Qianzhou City. You can find me later." The Liu family gained 2 free bodyguards, which made them feel much more at ease. Even if they planned to stay outside the city overnight, they were less anxious. The Liu family members found a shady spot under a tree to rest. The women and children stayed put, while Old Liu and Second Old Liu decided to look for their sister's family. Other families also left their children with the Liu family to watch, while the adults went to find their own relatives. Qianzhou City was their last hope. If they couldn't find anyone here, they might never meet again in this life. With Chengke and Chengyang protecting them, the Liu family felt safer. He Junyang took this chance to meet Jiang Ruoya. They had known each other for many days, but He Junyang still hadn't spoken to Jiang Ruoya, nor had she even had a chance to get close. Jiang Ruoya and her group were already preparing to enter the city when Lingyu was paying the entry fee. Yes, entering the city required paying silver coins, 3 or 2 coins for adults and children. Because of this, many people outside the city couldn't get in, and some even openly staged scenes of deception and theft. "Miss Lingyu, may I speak with your madam for a moment?" He Junyang smiled warmly and stepped forward. The letter's message was brief, only a few words. No trace of these 3 people in Anzhou. They might have encountered trouble on the way. Condolences. Though the words were simple, Lu Buchuan stared at them for a long time before regaining his composure. With so many family members, could none have survived? Looking at the list, he carefully examined it. It was filled with surnames Liu, but none of the names looked familiar.
Impossible.
With so many people in the Liu family, how could none have survived? Did they perhaps not go to Anzhou at all? Maybe the journey was difficult, and they took a different route. Find anyone here, they might never meet again in this life. Behind the tea table was a layer of soft cushions covered with white fur, looking fluffy and comfortable. Around the cushions, there were gauze curtains, probably to keep out insects at night. Now, the curtains had been pushed aside and tied back, allowing He Junyang to see everything clearly. Jiang Ruoya was lying half-reclined on the cushions, while another maid named Ling Shui knelt nearby, fanning her gently. Truly a noble lady. He Junyang's gaze swept over Jiang Ruoya's face. She appeared to be around 30, with very fair skin and beautiful features. Even without makeup, she looked stunning. Are you pretty? Jiang Ruoya's gentle voice sounded with a smile. He Junyang snapped out of her rural mindset, not feeling embarrassed that she had been caught spying. She nodded politely. Madam, you look very beautiful. I think I've seen you in a dream. It was a feeling of familiarity. He Junyang thought. Perhaps she had seen her somewhere before. Hee, you're such a sweet talker, Jiang Ruoya said softly, looking even more gentle. Maybe it was just her imagination, but after eating with the Liu family these days, Jiang Ruoya felt her body had improved and she had more strength. That was a good sign, so she was in a good mood. It's nothing special, Jiang Ruoya said softly. Just wanted to thank you for your care on this journey. She pursed her lips. It was just a small favor, no need to mention it. He Junyang continued. That being said, without your help and the help of a few others, our family wouldn't have been able to arrive safely in Qianzhou. I will remember your kindness and repay you when I have the chance. She clasped her hands in a gesture of respect, looking charming. Jiang Ruoya was amused and laughed. She thought about how she wouldn't be able to eat their food anymore and felt a little regretful. She asked proactively, So, where do you plan to settle down? Hopefully in Anzhou, she replied. I heard they are accepting refugees, and there's no drought there. We're just simple villagers. As long as we can find a place with mountains and water, that's good enough. Having mountains and water meant they wouldn't go hungry. At least that's what He Junyang believed. Jiang Ruoya nodded, thinking her words made sense, but she hesitated and asked, Have you ever thought about going to Jinghao? Jinghao is more prosperous than Anzhou and doesn't suffer from droughts. Maybe there are better opportunities there. He Junyang shook her head. Thank you for your kindness, madam. Still, people change, and she wanted to arrange everything before they started to change, to avoid unnecessary trouble. Mother, what are you saying? Lu Guilan immediately cried and knelt before Sun, saying, You said I am a married girl. Our family not only supports us, but also pays for the children's education. How can I accept wages? If others find out, what will they think of me? She knew her mother was doing this for her good, but she felt uncomfortable inside. She had married and still had her parents working hard for her. She felt a bit guilty towards her brothers and sisters-in-law. Yes, Auntie, we can't afford. If you go to Jinghao, you can use this jade token to find me at Anlinfang, the biggest tea house there. Thank you, madam. He Junyang accepted it without hesitation. No matter the era, having more connections makes life easier. Jiang Ruoya smiled faintly. No need to be so polite. Your family has taken good care of me. By the way, your daughter, who has been lost for so many years, also shares a connection with me. Her name also contains the character, Jiao. Never mind, let's not talk about that. We will take our leave now.
Take care of yourselves.
Outside, soldiers at the city gate were already urging them. I don't want to go back now. Since that was the case, Yuanjua had nothing more to say. He simply told her, You should rest early. Then he went back to his room to sleep. The next day, Yuanjua told everyone that Gu Xianxian would stay at the Song family for a while, claiming it was to help her lose weight. Mrs. Su and Song Xiaolan had no objections. They didn't know Gu Xianxian's background, so their interactions were quite natural. In fact, after Mrs. Su learned that Yuanjua had paid her 200 taels of silver, she was worried about neglecting the guest and asked Song Xiaolan to prepare many dishes to entertain her. Married and still had her parents working hard for her. She felt a bit. After Jiang Ruoya left, He Junyang went back and told old Lu and Sun about the fee they had to pay to enter the city. The court is really trying to push us to the edge. Sun sighed angrily. She was about to curse, but old Lu covered her mouth. Too many people and too many eyes. You can't say things like that openly. Sun was unhappy and forcefully opened Old Man Lu's hand, but he managed to keep his voice steady and muttered softly, I'm not wrong. When the weather was good before, we paid taxes to the court every year, and gave them all the best things. Now we are in trouble, and the court doesn't seem to want to help us. The common people are suffering. Hygiene stood nearby, without speaking. She agreed with Sun's words. Few leaders in this era truly care about people's lives. Or maybe, the leaders do care and want to help, but their officials block their efforts. That's also possible. All right, stop talking. No matter what, our family can still go to the city. Let's see what the elders say when they come back. Old Man Lu advised Sun cautiously, though his face looked worried too. To go to the city, adults need a few silver coins and children need too. In the past, even if their family had survived this long, they wouldn't have enough money to enter. Luckily, after the third daughter-in-law died, their luck suddenly improved. Plus, with some strange adventures on the road, they saved enough money to go to the city without trouble. But the problem is, going into Qianzhou City costs money. What about Anzhou? Does Anzhou charge fees? How much? If Anzhou also charges, then traveling so dangerously just to get there seems pointless. The court's actions really make people feel cold inside. Meanwhile, in the palace hall, the emperor angrily threw a report on the ground. He looked at the ministers kneeling below and was so furious he couldn't speak. Your Majesty, please stay calm and don't get too upset. Gong Zhao, the palace attendant, hurried forward to pat the emperor's chest and help him calm down, so he wouldn't get sick from anger. Nan Tai is just too unreasonable. The emperor caught his breath, wishing he could destroy Nan Tai right now. Just now, news arrived from Nan Tai. The drought in Beiyan was leaked, and Nan Tai suspected treachery, planning to attack secretly. What made him angrier was that none of the ministers dared to take real action. Your Majesty, in my opinion, Nan Tai's move is probably just a test. If we panic now, Nan Tai will have the chance to strike. The most urgent matter is to settle the refugees. As for Nan Tai, as long as we don't show weakness, they won't dare to act rashly. One minister stepped forward to give his opinion, lowering his profile so much that he almost bowed his head to the ground. Father Emperor, I believe Lord Lu's words are reasonable. The third-ranked prince, Prince Chun, also stepped forward. Lord Lu was the person who just spoke, and he was also a member of Prince Chun's group. He looked at the old emperor's expression and then said, if we act recklessly now, Nantai will surely realize that our Beiyan is suffering from a drought. But if we stay calm and handle the refugee issue first, Nantai won't understand our situation, giving us a chance to gain an advantage. Currently, most of Beiyan's country is suffering from drought, and the treasury is very empty. If we go to war now, the consequences would be terrible. Neighboring countries are not only Nantai. If we fight, other nearby countries might also interfere. So, what do you suggest we do about these refugees? The old emperor had been sitting for a long time. During his reign, he hadn't done much, mainly focusing on managing his sons. He hadn't paid much attention to state affairs. Father, our country faces internal and external problems. These refugees are causing more trouble. We should let them go back to where they came from, or use force to control them. I don't believe they won't listen. Before Prince Chen could speak, the sixth prince, Prince Jing, interrupted boldly. He was always mischievous and unaware of the hardships faced by the common people, which made it easy for him to say such things without concern. Sixth brother, the hardships of the people are not something to joke about. Prince Chen looked angry and said, Father, sixth brother's words are simply nonsense. If we could live peacefully where we are, who would want to flee and wander? And on the way, they have to endure hunger, cold, and even attacks by bandits and marauders. I beg the father to open the treasury for disaster relief and stabilize the people's hearts. That's the long-term solution. How is that nonsense? It's the truth. If those troublemakers dare come to the capital, I will deal with them. Prince Jing was unhappy and glared fiercely at Prince Chen. He wanted to speak again, but he heard the emperor cough deliberately, so he had to shut up. He knew that pushing too far could cause trouble, and his father might get angry. Prince Lin, the fifth prince, took the opportunity to step forward. Father, my third brother is right, but our treasury is empty. If we keep spending money on disaster relief, even if we drain the treasury, it might not help. The army needs recruits. Why not let the refugees join the army? This way, we can solve the refugee problem and strengthen our military at the same time. Isn't that a good solution? Prince Taizi thought this method was good. To avoid the emperor asking him alone, he quickly agreed, saying, Father, fifth brother is right. Army. Prince Chen wanted to argue, but Lord Lu quietly shook his head at him, signaling him not to speak further. Prince Chen felt annoyed, but quickly regained his clarity. Now was not the time to speak up, or it would only harm himself. The emperor thought this was a good idea. It saved money and increased the army size. He readily agreed, issued an edict, and happily dismissed the court. Prince Jing, the sixth prince, gave a provocative look at Prince Chen and then turned to leave. Prince Lin, feeling somewhat helpless, came over and said, Third imperial brother, don't be angry. The treasury is empty now. Using this method to handle things for the time being is already good. Prince Chen's relationship with Prince Lin was okay. Except for the youngest Song Xiang and the unaware Mo Yuan, the others looked a bit awkward and uneasy. Sure enough, the next moment Yuan Zhu said, It's time for me to leave. Facing everyone's gaze, she spoke with some difficulty, but felt she had to say it. After all, she couldn't stay at the Song family forever. Although Madame Su had adopted her as a daughter, only a few people knew this. It was acceptable emotionally, but morally, it didn't quite fit. Especially since Song Yubai was now an official, revealing this could harm his career. He had been in the capital for over half a year. At least it prevents starvation for the time being. His advisors tried to comfort him, but they didn't feel good inside. Among the princes, only Prince Qin truly cared for the people. The others, including the crown prince. Well, better not talk about it. That's true, but maybe only men will go to join the army. What about women and children? Prince Chen felt overwhelmed. Why didn't the emperor wait for the officials to think of other solutions? Guanchong pondered, Your Highness, if you're willing, you could open Jinzhou to accept refugees, women, children, and injured men. It would give the common people a chance to find safety, and they would be grateful. Jinzhou was Prince Chen's fief. Although he was in the capital, he often returned to govern because it was close. As a result, Jinzhou became one of the richest cities in Beiyan besides Jincheng and Jinzhou. Because of this, Prince Chen was often envied and targeted by other princes. Even the emperor regretted giving Jinzhou to Prince Chen. But Prince Chen hesitated, not because he was reluctant, but because Jinzhou already had a large population and very little land. Even if they took in these refugees without land, it would be hard for them to survive. Your Highness, Guanchong understood his worries and said, Jinzhou has limited good land, but refugees can clear new land. With care and effort, in 3 or 5 years, they can become productive farmland. We can reduce taxes early on to help refugees get by. If the refugees manage to live well, it will be a credit for Prince Chen. Even if the emperor is careless, officials will still record this achievement for him. Right now, the problem is that Prince Chen is already quite noticeable. If he does more of this, it might cause trouble. But this is no longer a matter to delay. If refugees are not settled quickly, there could be riots. Arrange it like that. I just hope Father Emperor will understand the current situation soon. Prince Chen sighed, knowing that the country is facing internal and external problems. If they don't take it seriously now, collapse might not be far away. Yes. Guanchong turned to leave, but was stopped by Prince Chen. Also, ask Qin Jian to come see me. Qin Jian had just returned from Nantai with the news. He was also chased by assassins from Nantai. It was a difficult journey. When Qin Jian arrived, Prince Chen was writing a letter. Seeing him, he didn't hide anything. After a while, the letter was finished. While waiting for ink to dry, Prince Chen asked Qin Jian, if you are truly being chased by Nantai people, your actions there will be even more difficult. When you go back, be very careful. Don't let Nantai ruin the big plan I've set up for many years. Rest assured, Your Highness, I understand.
Good.
Send the letter to Nantai and tell them to start closing the net. Recently, Nantai has been acting aggressively. They need to be taught a lesson. Yes. Qin Jian took the letter and turned to leave. He knew how important this letter was and dared not stay too long. Meanwhile, in Qianzhou City, the Liu family searched everywhere outside the door but couldn't find Liu Guilan and her family. Instead, they found Xiao Zhuzi's father and a few other relatives. Xiao Zhuzi's father, Liu Daping, had a serious leg injury. After so many days, his wound was rotten and pus-filled. He looked completely useless now. His other leg was swollen and painful, making it impossible for him to walk. I thought I was going to die outside the city gate, but I still saw the Liu family and my wife and children. The grown men were so emotional they were crying tears of joy. The Qi family also couldn't find their husband. Seeing Xiao Zhuzi and his family hugging and crying, they silently wiped their own tears with their daughter. Sun's family was not doing much better. The city of Qianzhou was her last hope, believing her daughter would wait for her there. But now, she couldn't even find a shadow of her. Uncle San, it's so good to see you all. We've had a hard time these days. The speaker was Liu Fugua, the son of the eldest brother of old Liu. He was 2 years older than old Liu, but after these tough days, he looked at least 10 years older. Liu Fugua only had a young son with him. His wife and daughter were too weak and had died from hunger on the way. He kept his little son close, protecting him all the time. Now, there were fewer than 30 members of the Liu family left. Some had been killed by bandits outside Liu's town. Others had died along the way, and a few had been robbed multiple times, so they were gone too. This is a good thing. It's an honor that Master Ren wants to take you as a disciple. Go ahead. Sun Shi patted her shoulder, encouraging her. He Junyang smiled shyly and said, I think it's pretty good. I'm quite interested in medicine. I just worry that, as a woman learning medicine outside, others might gossip. She originally wanted to say she was a young widow, but then thought that in the Liu family's eyes, old third Liu was still alive, so she changed her words. What's there to worry about? Sun Shi immediately said, do whatever you want. If anyone dares to say anything, I won't let them get away with it. With the medical technology of this time, they could only saw off the leg. If she were the doctor, there might be a chance to heal, but the current medical skills couldn't be exposed. Jiunyang, do you think my husband's leg is beyond saving? Chuer, wiping her tears, asked He Junyang. She was truly emotional, crying when she couldn't find her husband, and now feeling bitter after finding him. Women really are made of water. Technically, yes, He Junyang nodded while touching her chin. Chuer cried even louder. Don't cry so much first. When we get into the city, buy some healing ointment at the pharmacy to treat the wound. When we reach Anzhou, we can find a doctor to treat it. Maybe it can be healed. Besides, as long as someone is alive, that's the most important thing. While speaking, she nodded at Qi's family nearby, signaling Chuer to look. Chuer realized Qi's family hadn't found the man, so she quickly shut her mouth. Indeed, compared to Qi's family, she was much luckier. She quietly discussed with He Junyang, it costs money to go to the city. If we pool our resources, we might get in, but what about the others? She was talking about a group they had just brought back. They couldn't even fill their stomachs, let alone afford the few silver coins needed to enter the city. Let's wait and see. No matter what, we can't leave anyone behind. He Junyang didn't mind. The Liu family was now wealthy and could lend money to help these relatives. But they still needed to see what Sun's family and old Liu would do, because the money couldn't be given away for free. If not, it could turn into a grudge instead of gratitude, which would be a big loss. Chuer was so moved she praised her family as kind-hearted people. He Junyang awkwardly smiled and returned to the Liu family camp, quietly asking about Sun's plan. Sun snorted coldly. Do I need to tell you? Your father and I have already decided. Borrowing money is fine, but it's not so easy to lend. Just stay quiet for now and listen to your father. He Junyang had no objections. As long as she wasn't asked, she was fine with everything. Soon Liu Fugue arrived. Uncle, I heard you plan to go to the city early tomorrow, but we We have no money on us. Lu Fugue was very worried. If they had money, they wouldn't be waiting outside the city like this. Uncle, I know times are hard now. Your family has many people, and it's not easy. But right now, we can only rely on your family. He then knelt in front of old Lu. Since they were relatives, old Lu knew it was not easy for them to survive until now, so he didn't plan to refuse help outright. But he wouldn't do it willingly. Now that they asked for help, he could accept it gracefully. He wiped away tears and helped Lu Fugue to his feet, saying, Fugue, we are family. Even if you didn't ask me, I would find a way to help you. Our family has 4 horses on the way, which makes traveling easier. I plan to send the eldest and second sons into the city to sell 2 horses. The money they earn will help you get in. Uncle, you are truly a good person. Lu Fugue cried so much he became a tearful person. The other family members also knelt down to old man Lu. As the saying goes, true friendship is shown in difficult times. It was really hard for Uncle Lu to still think of them at this moment. Don't worry, third uncle. When we reach Anzhou, we will find a way to earn money and pay back the debt as soon as possible.
These people were also honest.
They knew it was a loan, not something old man Lu gave for free. Hygiene said, since that's the case, everyone can come to my place to register. Let's see how much money is needed in total. Big brother and second brother can sell the horses and set the price. Afterward, you can come to me to write an IOU. Writing an IOU was something no one expected. Sun's wife looked at her happily and helped smooth things over. Everyone, don't overthink. There are so many of us, and recording it is good. Yes. Uncle and auntie are helping us, so what is there to worry about? But about writing IOUs. We can't read or write. Lu Fugue scratched his head awkwardly and smiled sheepishly. The others nodded repeatedly. In this time, very few people could read or write. Hygiene said, I learned a few characters when I was young. Writing an IOU is no problem. Later, everyone just needs to put their fingerprint. Everyone agreed and told her how many people they had. She remembered it and then told old big brother and second brother, big brother, second brother, there are a total of 17 adults and 5 children. We need 61 taels of silver. Our 2 horses are good, and even if the situation isn't great, we can sell them for over 70 taels. Just estimate the price and call out accordingly. The assassins who rode here from Nantai were definitely thoroughbreds. If knowledgeable buyers saw them, they could fetch even higher prices. But now, they weren't concerned with high prices. Solving these people's way into the city was enough. Yes, we can do that. Old Big Brother Lu responded. Hygiene added, don't forget to buy some paper and pens from the bookstore so we can write IOUs. Old Big Brother nodded again, then began tidying up the camp to prepare for rest. Only after sleeping well would they have the energy to handle things early tomorrow. Little Bamboo.
Son.
Stop right there. Return my son to me. As the family was getting ready to rest, they suddenly heard Queer's sharp, desperate cry. Hygiene turned around and saw a group of refugees, taking advantage of everyone's distraction, had taken Little Bamboo away. Save my son. Please. Save my son. Lu Dapink's leg was injured, so he couldn't possibly chase after them. Chuer thought of the 2 people left by Madame Jiang and hurriedly tried to come over to beg for help. Chen Ke had already drawn his sword and caught up first. Third sister-in-law, you're truly the kindest person I've ever met. Third brother is lucky to marry you. It's a blessing for the Lu family. You may not know, but although mother looks fierce, she is actually very kind-hearted. The more you are good to her, the more her mother feels sorry for you, thinking that the Lu family has been a burden. She is just proud and often scolds you at home. Third sister-in-law, I came here not with any other purpose, just to tell you, do whatever you want boldly. Even if you meet someone you like in the future, don't worry about our family. This is also what our parents mean. IOUs. Old bitch Chuer ran over in panic, hugging her son and crying, don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Everyone else was shocked. No one expected these 2 men with swords to be so powerful. They immediately dared not make any more moves and ran away in shame. Seeing this, Another group of frightened refugees quietly moved their belongings closer to the Lu family, feeling that their place was safer. He Junyang asked Lazy to bring 2 bamboo water jars to Cheng Ku and the others as thanks for their help. Cheng Ku was a bit thirsty and took a sip, only to find it surprisingly sweet. He looked at He Junyang intentionally, but saw that she was already soothing the little dog to sleep. Cheng Ku frowned, feeling that this woman was a bit different. After Cheng Ku's warning to scare the others, the Lu family members finally relaxed and slept peacefully. The next morning, when the city gates opened, Old Master Lu and Second Master Lu entered the city. After inquiring about the market, they planned to take 2 horses to the southern pawn shop. The pawn shop not only handled buying and selling people, but also dealt with livestock. An hour later, they returned to the city gate, where Lu Fugue and others were waiting to greet them. Seeing them come out, they called the nearby Lu family members over. Met a young master from a wealthy family. He sold both horses and got 100 taels of silver. Old Master Lu quietly instructed the Lu family members, trembling slightly as he handed 2 large silver ingots worth 50 taels each to Sun Shi. My goodness, he had never held such fat silver ingots before. Today, he finally got to experience the thrill. Sun Shi was also surprised that they could sell so much, but after earning quite a bit in recent days, she managed to stay calm. She put away 1 silver ingot worth 50 taels and took out a dozen or so taels of broken silver to pay the city guards. He Junyang stayed outside, making sure each household signed their handprint before entering. The city guards rarely saw such a wealthy family. It was hard enough for them to enter the city, but they also brought along a group of relatives. It was not easy. After finishing these tasks, He Junyang thought about Lu Guilan's family and asked the city guards, "Big brother guards, have you seen a butcher family? The men all wear horse jackets, look strong, and have a piggy smell on them." The guards remembered that Lu's family had paid a lot of money. Their smiles looked sincere, and after thinking carefully, they did recall some details. "I heard from Sister Lin that you bought fabric yesterday. Are you looking to buy more so soon?" "Not exactly. Today I came mainly to ask Mr. Yu for a favor." "Just ask. As long as you can help, I won't refuse." Yu Tao, being a businessman, spoke smoothly. He Junyang didn't hold back and said, "Recently, we've been making ready-made clothes at home, but the women there aren't very skilled at embroidery. I want to invite 2 talented embroidery women to come and teach some basic skills. Since Mr. Yu owns a fabric shop, you should know some embroidery women, right?" "Oh, you've really found the right person." Stay calm. After thanking the guards, everyone entered the city. Since they weren't sure if Lu Guilan had already left or not, and Lu Daping's legs still needed a doctor, the Lu family decided to stay in the city for a day to look around first. As for Cheng Ku and Cheng Yang, He Junyang knew they were just following Lady Zhang's orders to protect their family. Now that they were staying in the city, they couldn't delay them further. After discussing with her family, He Junyang took responsibility for saying goodbye to them. Most of the family members didn't speak much, and some thought He Junyang had performed very well recently, so it was best for her to handle the farewell. The others agreed. The money for their city entry was paid together by the Lu family. Although Cheng Ku and Cheng Yang carried some money, the Lu family felt they had protected them and shouldn't be stingy with a little extra, so they all contributed. "Thank you, young gentlemen, for accompanying us and ensuring our safety. We plan to stay in the city for a day, so we won't delay you. Please accept our thanks, madam." He Junyang's manners were very proper. She prepared some dry food and 2 bamboo water containers, still sweetened with sugar. In this weather, drinking some sugar water is good for health. "Miss, what kind of business are you doing?" Though he asked about the business, his eyes kept lingering on their faces. His flirtatious tone made Yuan Zhu frown. She replied coldly, "I only serve female clients. If you want to buy something, go somewhere else." Smart people would ask once and then leave, but this man was not paying attention. He moved closer and looked down at the beauty products. "These look like blush and powder, nothing special. You two are so beautiful. I have a business I want to introduce to you." Song Shaolan's eyebrows shot up, almost ready to scold him. Yu Wenju also frowned in disgust, and after saying goodbye to the two, the Lu family started to divide tasks. Old Lu said the eldest brother and a few strong men should go to the grain shop first to buy some food. The older generation and Daping's family should go to the clinic to check on the leg injury and buy some common medicines. We don't know what we'll face on this journey, so we need to prepare early. The second family and the third daughter-in-law should look around the city for Guilon's whereabouts and buy what they need. The others who want to buy things can do so as well. After shopping, come back here and wait. If anyone runs off or gets into trouble, our family won't be responsible. This last remark was mostly directed at outsiders. On this journey, except for Lu's sisters who had stepped forward once, no one else caused trouble. They mostly behaved well, but old Lu still wanted to be clear up front. If anything went wrong, don't come blaming them. Everyone knew the Lu family was their only support, so they dared not say much and nodded repeatedly. Earlier, they had each received 3 taels of silver from the bandits. The adults used the money for city travel expenses, but the children still had about 1 tael left. Families with children wanted to buy some supplies with the money. They couldn't keep borrowing from the Lu family, who didn't owe them anything. Those without children wanted to sell some of their remaining grain. At worst, they could eat 1 meal a day and sell the rest for other necessities. They had things to do and didn't want to waste time. In the end, only old Lu and his wife, along with the children, waited under a cool shelter near the city gate. If all went well, they planned to stay overnight there and leave the city early the next morning. The little dog was determined to follow Hygiene. When she finally had a chance to go alone, Hygiene naturally wouldn't bring along the little burden. She shoved the child into Sun's arms and quickly turned to leave. The little dog cried anxiously, but she paid no attention. Behind her, Sun was soothing the child. Hygiene smiled proudly and ran even faster. Second brother and sister-in-law, you go east and north to look for them. I'll go west and south. Separating will be faster, or else if we go back late, the dog will cause trouble. The second couple also thought this was a good idea, so they split up. Finding a family within a city was very difficult. Who knew if they had left or stayed? If they stayed, where could they be? Qianzhou City had also suffered from a drought, but not as badly as Changzhou. Plus, there were many refugees outside the city, so the streets were very empty and quiet. Hygiene wandered around and found it boring. She didn't see anything interesting. Food prices in the city had gone up. Even plain steamed buns without filling now cost 2 cents each. Before, 2 cents could buy 3 buns. In this era, 2 cents was roughly equivalent to 1 yuan in modern times. A 2-yuan bun was considered expensive even by modern standards, let alone in ancient times. Even at the water well, guards charged for water. Half a bucket of water cost 1 penny, which was very expensive compared to modern prices, about 50 cents for a ton of water. Even though the Lu family had no official status and wasn't a wealthy family, they treated these women as their masters. Sun, an old woman from a farming family, couldn't handle such formal manners. She quickly smiled and said, "Ladies, please don't be so polite. We're just simple folks. Since you're young, just call me auntie. This is my eldest daughter-in-law, and this is my second daughter-in-law. The others are nieces from our clan. We're all family, so no need to be so formal." In front of outsiders, Sun spoke more gently. Hygiene was amazed. She realized Sun could be so tender, but that tenderness wasn't. They're quite sturdy, a bit fierce, and smell like pigs. Did they come here to buy water? The guard was initially angry, but since she paid, he thought for a moment. However, he couldn't remember seeing anyone fitting that description. It's been so dry lately, people have no water to clean themselves. How could anyone smell good? Everyone has a stinky smell. Hearing this, the guard's face darkened further. They had been standing under the hot sun all day, and their own smell was worse than anyone else's. Other people waiting in line also started to make noise. Hygiene thought about how they could still take a bath on the way, and suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. Although that's true, the pig smell is definitely different from a person scent. Or have you ever smelled someone with a stronger smell? A person who has been killing pigs for many years naturally carries that smell. Plus, in this era, people don't like to bathe often, so the smell is quite strong. The officer didn't speak because he couldn't remember, but some people in line seemed to recall something. Actually, yes, there might be someone like that. Hygiene immediately rushed to that person and looked at him eagerly. The man. Those who knew might have been asking around, but others might think he was just that piece of pork. Just yesterday, a young boy cried as he walked past me. He smelled quite strong, like the smell of raw pork, and there were a few flies following him. When everyone heard that, they couldn't help but frown. That was really. Did you see which way he went? Hygiene asked again. The city guards said they entered the city 2 days ago, but the man said he saw him only yesterday. That means the person is still inside the city. As long as he's inside, it's easier to find him.
It seems he went to those alleys in the west.
That's where refugees from outside live. They pay a fee to enter the city, but they don't have much money, so the officials drove them all to the western alleys. The west side of the city is a poor area. Not many people who can afford the city entrance fee are there. If they want to leave the city, they can go. If they don't want to leave and can't afford an inn, they are sent to the western district to fend for themselves. Thank you. Hygiene was happy to get this information and hurried toward the west of the city, hoping to find Lu Guilin and her family. The refugee camp in the west city wasn't easy to find. Hygiene visited several alleys, but the first 3 she checked weren't the right ones. However, she saw many refugees. Their situation wasn't much better than outside the city. Because they were inside, under the control of city officers, they didn't dare openly rob people or steal children. Mainly, the city governor still had some conscience. He called on some wealthy families to cook porridge for the refugees every morning, so those who paid a few silver coins to enter the city wouldn't starve. Give me back my steamed bun. That was my mother's dowry. Oh no, I will fight with you all.
Boo-hoo.
While passing by an alley, Hygiene suddenly heard a child's voice. She felt it sounded familiar. She stepped forward and saw a group of children fighting in the alley. They were stuffing bread into their mouths as if their lives depended on it, afraid someone might take it away at any moment. The most pitiful was a little boy who had been knocked down and was crying loudly on the ground. Hygiene picked up the troublesome child and looked. It was Lu Guilin's eldest son, Huzi. Huzi was only about 4 years old. Naturally, he was no match for the older children. His nose was bleeding, and his face was covered in blood. Why are you bullying such a little kid with so many of you? Hygiene was furious. She rushed over, furious about the theft and the beating that caused the boy's nose to bleed. The older children saw her coming and ran away, not caring whether Huzi was okay or not. Little auntie.
Boo-hoo.
Are you my little auntie?
Boo-hoo.
They took my bread away, boo-hoo. Huzi saw Hygiene and thought he was dreaming. Despite that, he struggled to get up and threw himself into her arms. Hygiene. He smelled quite strong, but he was just a child. Once a chubby little boy, he looked very pitiful now. She gently picked him up and held him. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Little auntie is here. No one will bully you now, she said as she took out a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his face and took out a bamboo tube to let him drink some water. Huzi knew water was precious now. He just wanted a sip to soothe his throat. He took a sip and found it was sweet. He couldn't help but take another sip before returning the tube to Hygiene. Seeing how sensible the child was, she felt even more sorry for him. It's okay, drink more. Little auntie has plenty. Then she took out a hot meat bun from her space and handed it to him. I just bought this on the way. Eat quickly. Huzi looked at the fragrant meat bun in his hand, salivated heavily, but held back from eating, wanting to take it home for his father and sister. If it's yours, just eat it. Little auntie bought a lot. Your parents' share is here too, don't worry, she said. Huzi couldn't hold back anymore. He started eating the meat bun eagerly. The soft, fragrant meat bun was so delicious that Huzi's eyes filled with tears. He ate and said, Little sister-in-law, please help Dad and sister. Dad is hurt, and sister is sick.
Boo-hoo.
As he spoke, he started crying again. The meat bun in his mouth almost fell out, and the little boy quickly covered his mouth with his hand. His music really made Hygiene laugh and cry at the same time. But she knew the child was too excited for now and would find it hard to calm down. She didn't stop him from crying, only letting him lead the way ahead. Lu Guilan's family surname is Zhang. Her husband is Zhang Song. They used to live in the town selling pork and lived pretty well, which is why little Tiger was so chubby and healthy. Now, after risking money to go to the city and hearing little Tiger's story, it seems life is also hard for them. The refugee camp is truly a tough place. All the alleys are crowded with people, outdoors, noisy, with strong smells and flies and mosquitoes buzzing around. Hygiene held her breath and walked inside. Finally, she found Zhang Song and his 2-year-old daughter, Zuya, in the far corner of the alley. Both were asleep. Zuya, only 2, was curled up in Zhang Song's arms. She was small and thin, just like Tiger, looking very weak. Next to them was a man who looked very much like Zhang Song, but he was awake. He was injured and looked very pale. If she guessed right, this was Zhang Yong, Zhang Song's younger brother. He was holding a sleeping little boy in his arms. Little uncle, my sister-in-law is here. We are saved. Little Tiger, after eating the meat bun, felt full of strength. He shouted loudly, waking everyone nearby. They looked at Hygiene with wide eyes, but seeing only a woman, they thought she couldn't do much and went back to sleep. Well, if they sleep, they won't be hungry anymore. Someone will bring porridge early tomorrow. Hygiene looked at Zhang Yong and called him little uncle of the Zhang family. She then gave him some water that little Tiger had just drunk. Meanwhile, she went to check on the unconscious Zhang Song and Zuya. She found both had a high fever and their bodies were burning hot. Little sister-in-law, please help my father and sister. Boo-hoo. Little Tiger started crying again. Hygiene felt overwhelmed and quickly interrupted him. Didn't you say your mother and sister-in-law went to collect night incense? Go find them first, then take everyone to the clinic together. Okay. I'll go now. Little Tiger ran off quickly. Hygiene then took out fever medicine from her bag and gave it to the father and daughter to drink. Zhang Yong stared wide-eyed at her as she fed him medicine, carefully asking, It's a medicine I got by chance, and it works very well. Xiao Huzi told me you were hurt too, so you should take one as well. She poured out a pill for Zhang Yong. This medicine is good for reducing fever and fighting inflammation, and it's suitable for him. Zhang Yong didn't hesitate. He took the pill. He was actually also running a fever, but his condition wasn't as serious as his older brothers. They also had 2 children here. If he also fell asleep, the children would be in danger.
Thank you.
After taking the medicine, Zhang Yong called his son to wake him and gave him water. The little boy held the bamboo tube and drank nonstop. Dad, I'm so hungry. After drinking some sugar water, the little boy felt a bit stronger, but then realized his stomach was empty again. Hygiene lowered her voice. I have food here, but now there are many people and it's not safe. We'll give you some when we go outside. When Zhang Yong saw Hygiene, he was a bit shocked. They had all escaped together, injured and having lost everything, even their savings, and ended up in a refugee camp. But the Liu family looked clean and healthy, with rosy cheeks, clearly not having suffered much. They even added sugar to the water they offered. It was hard to believe, especially since the Liu family used to be worse off than the Zhang family. Did they have some kind of lucky chance? He kept his lips pressed together without speaking. The child in his arms nodded wisely. Hygiene held Xiaoya in her arms and gave her some water. Just then, Lu Guilan arrived, excitedly shouting from afar. 3rd sister-in-law. Lu Guilan was the youngest daughter of the Liu family. She had married into the Zhang family about 5 or 6 years ago. Back in their hometown in Changzhou, she was doing well and often helped her family. Now that they were in trouble, the Liu family naturally wanted to help. Little sister, we're so glad to find you. Your parents were worried sick on the way here. Hygiene stood up with Xiaoya in her arms. Xiaoya had woken up but was still weak and drowsy, looking almost like a little dog. Yes, it's really good to see you. Lu Guilan's words brought tears to her eyes. She had thought her life was good before, but now she was in such a bad state. Her family's life was even worse, and she didn't know what hardships awaited her on the way. Seeing Hygiene safe and sound, with a healthy complexion, she felt genuinely happy for them. Are your parents okay? Hygiene nodded. Good, very good. We met a kind person on the way who helped us, so we didn't suffer much. That's great, that's great. Lu Guilan was so excited, she kept rubbing her hands, wanting to pull Hygine's sleeve. She remembered, she had just gone to collect night-scented flowers from a wealthy family, so her hands might not be very clean, so she held back her urge. Well, my brother-in-law and Zhang's young master are both injured, and Shirya is also sick. Let's take them to the clinic quickly. We can't keep delaying. Since Hygiene wasn't very familiar with Lu Guilan, she didn't say much. Right now, handling important matters was more urgent. Lu Guilan looked embarrassed. We have spent all our money. They had been robbed on the way, and after coming to the city, they spent more. Now, they had no money left, not even the hairpin given by Sun's family. Otherwise, how could they let the injured adults and sick children suffer here? I have some money. Don't talk about this now. We are family. The most important thing is to get healthy first. Hygiene carried Shoya and walked ahead. The smell here was too strong. She could hardly bear it anymore. Lu Guilan quickly responded, barely having time to thank her. Seeing she had already gone ahead, she hurriedly helped her husband up with Xiao Huzi, and her sister-in-law Shen helped Zhang Yong. They left the refugee camp together. Zhang Song was still unconscious. Lu Guilan couldn't help him walk, so they had to find a nearby clinic for treatment. On the way, Hygiene gave them a bun to fill their stomachs so they had some strength. The whole family hadn't smelled meat in a long time. It was no exaggeration to say they were eating it greedily. The clinic was quiet and empty, with no one buying medicine. The young clerk saw so many people come in and immediately smiled. Sit inside first. The doctor is in the back. I'll go call him. Before he finished speaking, he ran to the backyard, shouting loudly about work. Soon, two men came out, an older man and a younger man, probably father and son. What happened? The young doctor saw the situation and hurried to help Lu Guilan. The older doctor was calmer, but still asked the young clerk to clear a place and let Zhang Song lie down. This wound has been here for about 7 or 8 days. Look at this. It's almost infested with maggots. If you don't treat it soon, he might not make it to tomorrow. In this hot weather, the family smelled strong, which easily attracted mosquitoes and flies, especially flies that liked to lay eggs in rotten places. Hygiene had already checked Zhang Song's arm injury before, but she had never seen the wound on his chest. After all, in this era, men and women's ideas are strict. If she publicly stripped her brother-in-law's clothes, she would be criticized badly. Lu Guilan listened anxiously and said, "Doctor, you must save my husband. We didn't come to the clinic because we wanted to, but because we had no choice." She spoke while wiping tears. If it weren't for earning some money to buy medicine, she wouldn't have left her seriously ill daughter to sell night incense. She and Mrs. Shun had worked all morning and only earned 10 coins, not enough even for the cheapest medicine.
She was really trying her best.
It's already so serious. I can only do my best, the old doctor sighed and shook his head. In Lu Guilan's eyes, this was hopeless, and her tears flowed freely. Hygiene couldn't stand it and said, "Doctor, this wound is suppurating. Shouldn't you scrape away the dead tissue? We can't delay any longer." How long would this go on? Oh, yes, it's just that his wound is too large. Even if the dead tissue is scraped away, I can't guarantee it won't rot again, the old doctor replied, shaking his head. He then asked the young assistant to prepare a dagger and a candlestick, ready to scrape away the dead tissue. "Doctor, I've heard that salt water or strong alcohol can reduce inflammation. After cleaning the wound, can I use these to wash it?" It wasn't that she wanted to interfere, but she noticed that the old doctor didn't seem to intend to clean Zhang Song's wound, so she had to speak up. "That makes sense." The old doctor looked at Hygiene and praised, This lady knows quite a bit. But these two methods cause terrible pain when cleaning wounds. The patient is already like this. If we stimulate him further, he might not endure it. Medical conditions are simple now, and doctors rarely have such awareness. Faced with this situation, they could only shake their heads. But these three people were different. Hygiene had just given them medicine, and as long as the wound was treated properly, they would be fine. She said, "Doctor, the patient is unconscious. Even if it hurts, he can't feel it now. The wound must be cleaned thoroughly, or in this hot weather, it could cause endless problems." The doctor thought she had a point and asked the assistant to prepare some strong alcohol. Zhang Song's condition was the most serious, so they focused on him first. As the foul-smelling dead tissue was scraped out little by little, Zhang Yong watched nervously, trembling at the sight. Thinking that it would soon be his turn, his face turned very pale. After cleaning the wound thoroughly, the old doctor wanted to help Zhang Song clean his injury. Worried he might not handle it well, he told his son, "Put something in his mouth to stop him from biting his tongue." Hearing this, Lu Guilan's tears fell uncontrollably. She blamed herself for not being capable enough, which caused her husband so much pain. In He Junyang's view, this wasn't ideal, but she couldn't say anything now. She silently held Lu Guilan's hand to stop her from trembling so much. When strong alcohol was applied, Zhang Song, who had been unconscious, finally moved. He hadn't woken up, but the sweat on his forehead and clenched teeth showed he was in pain. The old doctor was doing this for the first time. He was nervous, sweating on his forehead, and his hands started to shake. "Doctor, be gentle. Gently, please." Lu Guilan was already anxious. Seeing the doctor like this made her worry even more about her husband. She bit her hand to stop herself from crying. "Don't make a sound." The old doctor scolded impatiently. He was already struggling and she still complained? He Junyang pulled Lu Guilan aside and comforted her. "It's okay, don't worry." In her mind, she was already marveling at the wonders of modern operating rooms. One purpose was to prevent bacteria from spreading, and another was to stop family members from causing trouble and disturbing the work. Finally, after cleaning, the old doctor applied golden ointment to the wound and prepared to bandage it. He Junyang spoke again. "Doctor, the wound is so big, it might not heal easily, right?" The old doctor had a good impression of He Junyang and replied, "Yes, whether it heals well depends on luck. He's a lucky one to have survived this long." Seeing Lu Guilan about to cry again, He Junyang quickly said, "Can we sew up the wound like sewing clothes and remove the stitches once the flesh is healed?" "That won't work. If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense." The old doctor scowled and glared. He thought this woman was inexperienced and short-sighted. How could sewing a wound be compared to sewing clothes? But how do we know if we don't try? He Junyang still wanted to argue. After all, once she left this clinic, she wouldn't have another chance to help. Zhang Song was her brother-in-law, and she was a widow now. If people misunderstood, it would be a big problem. If you have the guts, try it yourself. "I won't do it." The old doctor lost his temper, stood up, and pushed the chair aside, handing the task over to her. The senior doctor believed she was just afraid and was an ordinary farmer woman who couldn't understand much. Unexpectedly, He Junyang sat down unceremoniously and told the young servant, "Please help me prepare some needles and scissors, preferably boiled in hot water." The young servant was a bit confused, unsure of what to do. The senior doctor, angry, turned his head away and said nothing, while the young doctor wanted to see the woman's thoughts. He nodded at the servant and said, "Go prepare them." The servant left, and Lu Guilan nervously tugged at her sleeve. She wondered why her third sister-in-law was now the one doing the treatment instead of the doctor. "Little sister, trust me. Brother-in-law will be fine." He Junyang didn't want to explain too much or clarify, thinking it would be clear in a little while. For some reason, Lu Guilan felt that her third sister-in-law seemed different from before. She used to be quiet and reserved, but now she was very confident. This made her feel strangely at ease, so she nodded heavily. Since things were already like this, and there was nothing worse than this, she decided to give it a try. He Junyang pretended to be unfamiliar as she took the golden sore medicine and sprinkled it on the wound, but she only applied a thin layer. After finishing, the servant returned with the items she needed. With these conditions, He Junyang couldn't take out surgical tools from her space, so she had to use a thin, long needle, sewing around Zhang Song's wound as if mending clothes. Lu Guilin and Shinshi dared not watch. They held the child and turned their heads away. The young doctor also found it a bit unbelievable but kept watching. The senior doctor was initially disdainful but, seeing his son watching so carefully, became curious and leaned in to look. Why'd he just cut the thread after one stitch? The senior doctor was puzzled. Weren't stitches usually used with one continuous thread? For easier removal later, He Junyang explained simply. Her sharp eyes caught Zhang Song waking up, his face looking grim and ready to struggle. She clicked her tongue and quickly knocked him out again. Everyone. The process is painful. I was afraid he would struggle, and it would make things worse. Lu Guilin felt sorry but thought it made sense. If he was unconscious, he wouldn't feel pain. But why did her third sister-in-law's hand move so smoothly when hitting? It was as if she had done it many times before. To pretend she was unfamiliar, He Junyang moved very slowly, making everyone around sweat from watching. Zhang Yong suddenly whispered, "Do I need my wound sewn up like this?" "Yes," He Junyang replied. "Your wound isn't as big as your brother-in-law's, but it's better to sew it up to help it heal. In this hot weather, if you delay, it could get worse." Zhang Yong stopped talking, feeling like he wanted to die first. His older brother was still unconscious from the pain and had been knocked out again. What about him? Why does this third sister-in-law seem so unreliable? His wife, Shun, nodded repeatedly after hearing He Junyang's advice. "You're right, sister-in-law. We can't wait any longer in this heat. It needs to be sewn up." Zhang Yong. "So, it's not you who will get the shot, but you're just standing there saying it doesn't hurt?" It took about half an hour to sew up the wound. He Junyang then moved aside so the senior doctor could help apply medicine and bandage it. The senior doctor wanted to show off, but seeing that the wound was much better after her sewing, he resigned himself to finishing the treatment. "Little Annie, does this mean my dad won't die now?" Xiao Huzi, who had been silent, finally spoke when He Junyang stood up. His big eyes looked at her with hopeful anticipation. "Yes, your dad will be fine. Don't worry." He Junyang wanted to pat his little head, but never mind. She pinched his face instead and said, "Your grandparents are waiting just outside the south gate. Can you find them? You can deliver a message so they won't worry." Xiao Huzi nodded quickly. "I can find them. I'll go now." He ran off quickly. Although their family had been in the city for 2 days, during this time, he had been searching for wealthy families to beg for food for his sister. He hadn't found much, but at least he had learned the way around. Lu Guilin felt upset thinking about how she, as a daughter, made her parents worry. She was about to cry out loud when she saw He Junyang looking at her silently. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she quickly wiped her tears and said, "Ah, well, the doctor has finished bandaging. I'm going to see my child's father now." He Junyang was somewhat speechless. Lu Guilin really could cry more than Chuyer. After Zhang Song finished handling things, it was Zhang Yong's turn. As soon as he sat down, he looked at He Junyang with bright eyes and said, "Third sister-in-law, knock me out too." He Junyang. Although she was speechless, she kindly reminded him, "Do you need to be knocked out now to scrape away the dead tissue? During the stitching, he might wake up from the pain and need to be stitched again." Zhang Yong was silent for a moment, hesitating, and asked, "So, which one hurts more?" Before He Junyang could speak, a young doctor nearby said, "Of course, scraping away the rotten flesh hurts, since it can't be done quickly. Simply put, it's better to endure short pain than long-lasting pain." Zhang Yong made up his mind, closed his eyes, and said, "Then, third sister-in-law, you can start." He was a man, after all, and couldn't show too much weakness in front of so many people, or his son might laugh at him later. But he wasn't sure if he would faint from the pain after being hit. There was no more to say. As soon as he finished speaking, He Junyang moved, and Zhang Yong just fell straight down. Fortunately, the young doctor was nearby and reached out to support him, or he would have hit his head and gotten a bump. This time, it wasn't her husband who was hit. Lu Guilin finally had the chance to watch the show and didn't see clearly how Hygiene made her move. The man just fell down and she was shocked. Third sister-in-law, how did you learn to do that? You're so amazing. Shenshi also nodded repeatedly. Although her husband was the one who got hit, her brother was fine, and her husband's injuries were lighter than her brother's, so it didn't matter. She held her son and watched happily. Meanwhile, Sun's elderly couple looked at their youngest grandson, who suddenly appeared in front of them, so excited they couldn't speak. Sunshi was less particular than Hygiene and immediately hugged Xiaohuzi, asking, "Where are your parents? Why are you here alone? Did you see your second uncle and them?" Xiaohuzi was clever. Facing Sunshi's questions, he didn't panic. After thinking, he answered, "Dad and sister are sick. Third aunt and mom took them to the clinic. Third aunt told me to come find grandpa and grandma to report safety. I didn't see second uncle and them." Sunshi immediately knew that Hygiene had found their family, so she relaxed and held Xiaohuzi, tears flowing non-stop. "Good child, you've lost weight from hunger. How hard you've had it. Are your grandparents okay?" Xiaohuzi pouted, tears welling up in his eyes. "Grandpa and grandma are gone, boo-hoo." Old man Lu was also sad. Seeing the old and young crying together, he silently wiped his tears and patted his little grandson's head, saying, "Let's go find your parents. Now that I know where the girl and her family are, there's no reason to keep waiting here. I should go see them first. Who knows how serious their illness is." A few people are still waiting at the camp. Old Mr. Lu didn't want them to follow, so he said, "Just wait here. If my family returns, we will help them. We'll go and come back quickly." The Lu sisters wanted to follow, but after hearing this, they obediently nodded. They just want to arrive safely in Anzhou with the Lu family and don't want to cause trouble. After making arrangements, the elderly couple took their grandchildren to visit the clinic. Not far along, they met the second older couple returning. The second son was about to say they couldn't find his sister's family when he saw son pulling little Huzi. His eyes lit up. Did little Huzi come on his own? The second son stepped forward, picked up little Huzi, and said with emotion, "He's lost some weight. But as long as he's okay, that's what matters. Your second uncle will definitely take care of him." Qin looked thoughtful but smiled when she saw little Huzi, saying nothing and quietly following behind. The second son looked at her, unsure what to say, and just carried little Huzi ahead. Sun and her husband were fully focused on their daughter's family and didn't notice Qin's unusual behavior. Since the whole family was slow because of the children, they arrived at the clinic to find Zhang Yong unconscious for the second time. He was being stitched up by Hygiene. Sun looked over and saw the bloody mess, but she didn't dare look too long. Before she could say anything to her daughter, she asked, "What is the third daughter-in-law doing? Why is she sewing up the wound?" Shun was the first to see them. Calmly, she called someone and explained, "Third sister-in-law said sewing it up like this helps it heal faster." When Lu Guilin saw her parents, tears blurred her vision. She couldn't speak at first, only crying as she said, "Father, mother, you've finally come, Wawa." Sun was not far behind. Mother and daughter hugged and cried loudly, "Daughter, my unfortunate girl, Wawa." Hygiene understood their joy of reunion after suffering, even though the noise was loud. She calmly finished sewing Zhang Yong's wound, then moved aside for the doctor to treat him. Looking at the still crying mother and daughter, she said, "Stop crying. It's hot and easy to get dehydrated. If you keep crying like this, it won't be good." When the two heard this, they immediately started wiping their tears. Hygiene was right. Water is precious, and even tears are valuable. However, even so, Sun sure finished wiping her tears and slapped Hygiene. Annoying! She was crying happily, and there was no need to ruin the mood. Hygiene knew she was blunt and didn't argue. She smiled and followed the doctor to get medicine, also paying the money at the same time. Lu Guilin and Shenshi saw this and felt very grateful. Hygiene waved her hand. We are family, no need for that, sister. Seeing how understanding Hygiene was, Sun sure felt comfortable and comforted her daughter. Yes, she is your sister-in-law. Being kind to her is fine, but remember this kindness. You can't be ungrateful. Mother, I understand. Lu Guilin nodded repeatedly. She would definitely remember this kindness. Everyone did not leave immediately. They waited in the clinic for Zhang Song and his brother to wake up. Only then did they head back to the camp at the city gate. Zhang Song just woke up and was confused about everything. But seeing his family, he felt at ease and let his wife and second uncle help him walk. Zhang Yong was in better shape. His wife supported him, and he could walk. Though they looked a bit disheveled, everyone's face was smiling. As long as the family was together, any difficulty could be overcome. Lu Laoda and the others who bought grain had already returned. When they saw the family back, they hurried forward to greet them. Seeing their sister's family in such poor condition, they felt very sad. Lu Guilin almost couldn't hold back her tears again. Thinking of what He Junyang said, she quickly forced her tears back and put on a sad but uncrying smile, which looked very pitiful. Being together again is good. Being together again is good. Tonight, we will stay here again, and tomorrow we can leave for Anzhou. Lu Laoda was in a good mood and took everyone to find firewood to cook for the women. This time, buying grain cost a lot of money. Lu Laoda also lent some grain to the newly found relatives, sharing food so they could figure out how to feed themselves without crowding the family. The relatives were all very grateful and listened carefully to the family's words. While Yu Shi and Qin Shi were cooking, He Junyang went to find Lu Laoda to record how much grain was borrowed, making sure there were no mistakes. When her daughter's family arrived, Sun Shi's heart was also at ease. Soon, she noticed something was wrong with Qin Shi. Since Qin returned home, she has been gloomy and distracted. While cooking with you, she often stares off into space, as if burdened with worries. She even adds firewood to the stove without noticing, causing the food to burn. Although Qin usually doesn't talk much, she would never make such mistakes. Sun squinted at her for a while before speaking. Second daughter, come here for a moment. Qin thought she had just done something wrong and expected to be scolded by her mother-in-law. But when she approached, Sun asked, Second daughter, tell me honestly, has something happened? At first, Qin thought she misheard. But realizing her mother-in-law was truly asking her, she felt a wave of sadness in her heart. Mother. She immediately knelt down in front of Sunday. Sun didn't help her up right away, but calmly asked, what exactly happened? In her panic, Qin was too flustered to speak clearly. It was Lu II who stepped forward to explain, Mother, we didn't encounter my sister's family. We saw Tao's family members. They have suffered greatly. Lu sighed, recalling what he saw, but didn't know how to start. Encouraged by her husband's support, Qin gathered her courage and said, Mother, please help my niece. She's still young, not yet of marriageable age, and can't stay in that place to ruin her life. This was the difficult thing she had been hesitant to say. She didn't find her sister's family, but instead saw her own niece. The rest of her family wasn't there. She saw her niece, only 14 years old, being and dragged from a carriage, about to be sold into a brothel. When her and her husband saw this, they immediately tried to rescue her. But there were several men, and they were no match. Lu II was clever and paid some money to buy themselves some time to speak. Qin then learned that her family members had been attacked on the road. Only her niece managed to escape, but she was caught again and brought to Qianzhou City to be sold into a brothel. The madam of the brothel paid 20 taels of silver to buy her, and kindly told them that to buy her back, they would need at least 30 taels. Otherwise, it was impossible. The couple only had the 20 taels they received from He Junyang in the bandit hideout, along with some small coins. They couldn't afford 30 taels. Moreover, rescuing her meant she would follow them, becoming a burden. Although they had some money at home, it was her niece from her family, and it wasn't right for her to share meals and live with the Lu family. She was also worried about being scolded by Sun's wife, so she hesitated and didn't know how to speak up. But now that she has spoken, she still needs to try to get her way, because she is the last person from her family. Mother, Lotus, is very capable. In the future, when she comes to our house, she can help with chores. In a year or two, I can find her a good husband to marry, and she won't be a burden to the family. Please, Mother. Before they spoke, Sun's wife thought it was something shameful. Now, hearing her words, she felt a headache. Second daughter-in-law, are you confused? When Chin's wife heard this, she thought she was going to be refused. But Sun's wife immediately said, since she is your niece from your family, we must find a way to save her. Given the current situation, not only your niece, but your whole family must act without hesitation. Sun sighed. Life is hard for everyone now. If their family hadn't had this strange encounter, they wouldn't be alive today. If they really had no money, that would be understandable. But now they have money, so there's no reason to just watch a child suffer like this. The outsiders they rescued from the bandits could still share some grain and silver with them, and they could travel together. And that child is one of their own. Hearing this, Chin's heart immediately relaxed. She was about to bow to Sun, but Sun grabbed her and said, "Get up. I know you are good children. I am strict with you, because I worry you might make mistakes out of confusion. But I am not unreasonable. Thank you, Mother. I thank you on behalf of Lotus." Chin's eyes filled with tears. Thinking that her family only had this niece left, she felt a deep pain she couldn't put into words. Sun patted her hand, secretly took out 30 taels of silver, and handed it to her and her husband. She also called her eldest son and Fu Gui to go with them, to prevent any trouble. "Hurry back soon so you can have dinner." Sun waved her hand. After sitting down, she sighed again, feeling a mix of emotions. Throughout this journey, she had seen life and death many times, but knowing about it still made her very sad. Huijio's wife saw this and deliberately came over with a cheerful smile. "Mother, you are just like the compassionate Guanyin Bodhisattva. I think you look even more kind and gentle. Go away, you only know how to talk nonsense." Sun slapped her and scolded her for being annoying, but her lips were already curling into a smile. "That's right, your smile looks so nice. Don't keep sighing and complaining. You're wasting your good luck. You watch over the children, I'll go help my sister-in-law." Mrs. Chin went to pick up her niece, leaving you alone to busy herself. Naturally, she couldn't manage cooking for so many people all by herself. Actually, you wasn't feeling very happy either. Mrs. Chin at least knew about her family back home, but she still didn't know if her family was safe or not. Thinking about this made her feel sad. Hygiene noticed her mood and said kindly, "Big sister-in-law, don't be sad. We've been asking around about your family. If they know someone is looking for them, they'll come back." Yu was surprised that her third sister-in-law was so thoughtful and felt very comforted. She smiled and nodded. Yes, not knowing the news might not be a bad thing. "That's great that you think like that, big sister-in-law." Hygiene threw a piece of firewood into the fire and said, "Trust me, our days will get better and better." Hygiene was from another world. She spent her days in training and didn't meet many people. When she had free time, she read novels to pass the time. She remembered reading a novel full of exaggerated relatives, and she was glad she had no family, so she didn't have to deal with troublesome relatives. Since coming here looking at this big family, she was actually quite afraid of meeting difficult relatives. But surprisingly, everyone here was kind. Even in tough times, they still helped and supported each other. She found herself liking this place more and more, liking everyone here. Mrs. Yu nodded confidently. "Yes, I believe you. Third sister-in-law, you are a lucky person. Our family will definitely get better and better." Hearing this, Mrs. Yu's mood improved. Just then, Lu Guilan and Shun's family came to help. The four of them worked quickly and prepared a big pot of rice. Everyone else was fine, but Lu Guilan's family was especially eager. They smelled the delicious aroma from the pot and couldn't wait to taste it. Although they had eaten buns given by Hygiene on the way, they had been hungry for so long that one bun wasn't enough. Earlier, Hygiene said they had some adventures on the road and received help from a benefactor. Lu Guilan thought her family had just entered the city safely, But in a short while, she learned that her eldest brother and others had gone to fight bandits and had saved many people. By the way, you should know that the third son's wife is much better than an ordinary girl. Sun Shi glared at him unhappily, feeling he was bringing up something inappropriate. Yes, she's very good, so you want to protect her. I understand. If that's the case, then let's split the family. Old Mr. Liu followed her wishes and did not argue. Regarding Hygiene, the Liu family was indeed at fault, and it was better to split apart. At least then they wouldn't have to worry about the whole family, and she could do whatever she wanted in the future. So, on the next evening, Sun and old Mr. Liu talked about dividing the family property. The family will definitely get better and better. Liu Guilin felt a bit embarrassed by her, holding her and soothing her. She'll be good. Wait until your uncle and the others come back to eat. Hearing this, Sun Shi immediately said, How long has the child been hungry? No need to wait. Adults can wait, but the child should eat first. She also motioned to Shin Shi, Bring over your little Yangzi too. Let's all eat together. Shin Shi was touched. Thank you, dear sister-in-law. Little Yangzi, about the same age as the puppy, was much more timid. He had been held by Zhang Yong the whole time. He was mainly frightened on the way here, so he was quite pitiful. After Shin Shi brought him over, he kept hiding in her arms and dared not come down. The puppy scooped a spoonful of rice with meat from his bowl and fed him softly, saying, Brother, eat meat. Hygiene found it amusing. She didn't even know how old little Yangzi was, but the puppy was eager to act like an older brother. Fortunately, no one paid much attention to this detail now. Little Yangzi looked at the rice and meat in the spoon, drooling with greed, but he didn't eat right away. Instead, he looked at his mother for her opinion. The puppy brother is giving you food. You should thank him. Shin Shi really thought her own child was younger than the puppy, and she was teaching him smoothly. But she couldn't be blamed. Her family had been on the road, and little Yangzi was very thin, almost bony. Compared to the well-fed puppy, he looked quite small. Thank you, brother. Little Yangzi softly said thanks, then opened his mouth to eat the rice from the spoon. Eat. The rice was still hot from cooking, and the little one was blowing on it, looking happy. Everyone laughed and encouraged him to eat more. While they were helping the little ones eat, they saw Lao De Lu and his group returning. They first walked in, then ran over directly. Hygiene saw that Qin's side was followed by a girl who looked about 13 or 14 years old. She shyly tugged at Qin's sleeve, and it was probably Qin's niece, Manhwa. Thanks to my mother's strength, we all went along, or else that old woman wouldn't have let her go. Old Master Liu sat down and started talking about this matter. The others each went back to their own families to find food. No one felt comfortable crowding at the Liu family's place. The Liu family had already helped them a lot, so they didn't want to cause trouble. All right, let's eat first and talk while we eat. The food was ready, and they couldn't wait for it to get cold. The family sat around the stove to eat. Old Master Liu ate while telling the story again. It turned out that the madam of the brothel had initially thought that the second family couldn't afford to buy back Lianhua, so she only asked for 30 taels of silver. For a farmer, 30 taels could last many years, and even if they had the money, they wouldn't want to buy back a girl. It would be a losing deal. But when the second family returned, they brought the money with them. They really wanted to buy back their daughter for a small loss, and the madam suddenly felt she had asked too little and lost a lot. She wanted to back out, but saw that the couple had brought a group of men, and she was afraid things would get out of control. She couldn't afford to lose face, so she had to agree and let the girl go. Lianhua held her bowl, which was filled with white rice and cured meat. Her sister's family had spent so much money on her and gave her such delicious food. Tears streamed down her face into the bowl. When Sun Shi saw this, the girl was already crying so much she looked like a tearful person. She won't eat the white rice, just wasting it. Sun Shi muttered angrily, her face looking unhappy. Lianhua was so scared, she quickly stuffed rice into her mouth, afraid that Grandma Lu would sell her again. Qin Shi also reminded her to eat quickly and not upset Grandma. Mother, why do you have to take blame after doing a good deed? Hygiene couldn't help but nudge her with her elbow. This old lady just said things that didn't make people happy. Sun sure glared and said, "Can I say anything about her?" "Yes, you can say it, but the girl is new here. Don't scare her." Hygiene eased the mood. During this time, Manhwa finished all the food in her bowl and quickly knelt in front of Sunshur. "Grandma Lu, thank you for saving me. From now on, Manhwa will be filial to you and work hard to repay your kindness." Lotus is a clever girl. She knows that her aunt's family hasn't separated from her own, and they are still under Grandma Lu's care. If Grandma Lu hadn't given money to her aunt to help her, she might have spent her life in that brothel courtyard. Sun initially wanted to look stern, but when she saw the little girl kneeling on the ground looking so pitiful, her expression softened.
Get up and speak.
"We are just common folks, not like those rich masters who make people kneel all the time." She reached out and pulled her up. The girl immediately smiled, realizing her aunt was telling the truth. Grandma Lu might seem a bit stern, but she is actually very kind. Everyone looked at Sun, waiting to see what she would say. Sun felt uncomfortable under their gaze and stiffened her face to scare them.
Why are you all looking at me?
Do I have food on my face? Everyone else lowered their heads to eat their own food. Only Hygiene watched with interest, since she wasn't afraid of Sunday. Sun glared at her, but didn't say anything. Instead, she earnestly told Lotus, "We all know your family has lost everything. You're a pitiful child. From now on, you will stay with your aunt. Our Lu family is big, and we don't mind having a girl like you. As long as you behave and don't do anything to cause trouble, no one in this family will say anything bad about you." The girl was quick-witted and immediately nodded, changing her way of addressing her. "Got it. Thank you, Grandma." The happy Lu family didn't notice that two people in the distance had been secretly watching them. Although they were far away, the wind was blowing in their direction, carrying the smell of meat. Both of them licked their lips at the same time. This family doesn't look like ordinary peasants. They're starting to escape and still eating meat, and they're eating plain rice. Such a big pot, too. Huh. If they were just ordinary peasants, could they casually spend 30 taels to buy a girl?
Exactly.
Not just peasants, look at Mama Qian. She earns so much money, but she still feels guilty every time she spends a few taels to buy a girl. They discussed for a while, drooling. Finally, they couldn't stand it anymore and got up to leave, then quietly slipped into the backyard of Famine Tower. In a side room in the backyard, a brightly dressed middle-aged woman was leisurely fanning herself, waiting for them. It was Mama Qian, the woman they mentioned. "How did it go?" Mama Qian spoke calmly, looking completely unhurried. "That family is truly unusual. Although they are refugees, they seem quite wealthy. The whole family eats white rice and meat. Normally, with so much money, they could stay in an inn, but instead, they are just camping at the city gate." The man speaking scratched his head, puzzled and unable to understand. Mama Qian chuckled happily, "So they're just pretending to be richer than they are. Let's watch and see when they leave the city, so we can report back. Let them know what happens when you cross me." Currently, the situation outside the city is tense. The officials are very concerned about safety inside the city because chaos outside would make it hard to manage. Because of this, Mama Qian didn't want to cause trouble today. But once those people leave the city, it will be easier to handle. "Yes," she replied. Mama Qian was very upset about today's matter. In the past, she bought young girls for a few taels of silver, but today she paid 20 taels for a girl who looked good. She even planned to train her well so she could earn 200 or even 2,000 taels in the future. But unexpectedly, a couple of rough villagers came out. They didn't seem wealthy, so she just mentioned a number to scare them, thinking they couldn't pay. But she was wrong. She planned to get back her money from that family, and she would do so many times over. "Don't worry. I'm here too." Old Wang's face turned pale. Just now, he had seen from afar that the ghostly look on Lady Yu's face was painted by her younger sister. If such skill were used on his own wife, others would surely laugh at him. He hurriedly advised, "Child's mother, let Lady Yu paint for you. Her skills are praised by the ladies and madams." Before he finished, Old Wang's wife glared at him. "All right, Old Wang, I think you're just trying to make fun of me. I want that girl to pay for me." She crossed her arms and looked fierce. Old Wang, a tall and strong man, immediately deflated and touched his nose, saying nothing. One yawned and complained, "Mama Qian is so cautious. The family is already asleep. Whether they leave the city tomorrow morning is another matter. We're just here swatting mosquitoes." She slapped her own cheek, killing a fat mosquito that left a small bloodstain. "Stop talking so much. If you have the guts, say that to Mama Qian's face." Humph. The other thief clearly didn't want to talk and turned away, ignoring her. It seems this person doesn't understand, so he pushed forward and said, "You said Mom said to teach this family a lesson. Maybe she's interested in their women?" I sneaked a peek, and I have to say they're quite good-looking. He then gulped loudly, looking very. The person next to him wanted to say something but suddenly saw him lean on them and stop moving. Thinking he was asleep, they turned to push him away, but then suddenly felt very tired and also lost consciousness. Huojunyang stepped out from the shadows, looking at the two thieves lying on the ground as if they were dead pigs, and she smiled slightly. She's not someone who usually causes trouble, but now that Fengyan Tower is bothering her, she saw no reason to wait for danger to come to her when she could handle it now. She found a quiet place to change into her night clothes from her space, then headed to Fengyan Tower. Fengyan Tower is a place for entertainment, open only at night. During the day, the streets are quiet, but at night, the flower houses are lively and busy. As always, the poor suffer the most during disasters and hardships, while the rich still enjoy their carefree lives. The alley was brightly lit and lively. Seizing the opportunity, Huojunyang quietly slipped into a private room on the second floor of Fengyan Tower. "Sir, it's been a while since you visited Xiang. You've finally come, but why do you look so worried?" A sweet woman's voice came from inside. Huojunyang wasn't interested at first, but hearing her call the other person an official, she decided to listen carefully. "It's not that I don't want to come, but I've been busy with official duties."
Pour some wine for me.
"Tonight, I'm going all out. No way I'm leaving sober." The middle-aged man sounded tired and preoccupied, as if he had worries he didn't want to share, but somehow he came to a flower house to drink. "Aren't those refugees being kept out? Even if some got in, you arranged for people to give them porridge and help. That's enough to show we're doing right by them. Our city is still peaceful. Why are you so worried, sir?" The girl named Xianger, possibly the man's old lover, spoke openly about these matters without hesitation. "You don't understand. When a rabbit is cornered, it bites. And these are people who are starving and crazy with hunger." The man sighed again, and then said, "There's no news from above. I don't dare make decisions, especially since those people came from far away. Who knows what dirty things they might be carrying. If they come in, the city will be in chaos. But if we don't let them in, the soldiers guarding the city won't last more than a few days." He knew about refugees resorting to eating their children, and some had even eaten dead bodies, so they were more or less contaminated. Recently, he had been so worried that his hair was almost gone. Xianga looked a little scared and asked, "Sir, do you mean those people might force their way in?" "That's exactly what I'm worried about. But, sir, you are so brave and wise." "I'm not afraid at all." When there was useful news, Huojunyang frowned slightly. It seemed the city would soon become unsafe, especially since the Liu family lived in the open space just inside the city. If anyone broke in, they would be the first to suffer. Huojunyang quietly slipped out and searched for an empty side room. She found one that was more luxurious than the others. If she guessed correctly, this was Mama Qian's room. The room was empty, so she wasn't in a hurry. She rummaged through the dressing table and found many valuables. There were about 10 silver notes worth 100 taels each, along with some gold, silver, and jewelry. Huojunyang took everything into her space without hesitation. She originally planned to teach Mama Qian a lesson, so she wouldn't bother the Liu family again. But now, Huojunyang suddenly felt there was no need for that. The best lesson for a greedy person was to take all her money away. Huojunyang smiled, left the room, and prepared to go back the way she came. As soon as she stepped out, she heard someone shouting from the next room, Master, it's bad. Refugees are climbing over the west wall into the city. Things are chaotic on the west side. The city gate might not hold much longer. Hygiene heart trembled. She decided to make this matter even bigger. She quickly set a fire in the backyard and slipped away. On her way back, she indeed saw the city starting to fall into chaos. Soldiers with torches were patrolling everywhere, trying to find the refugees sneaking in. When she reached the Liu camp, she didn't care about anything else. She directly told old Liu, "Big brother, wake everyone up. The refugees are starting to cause trouble. It's dangerous here. Let's go to the North City Gate. It should open early, and we can leave quickly." Refugees are never just one or two people causing trouble. If there is such a big disturbance, it must be a group working together. They likely climbed over the western city wall and maybe planning to open the south gate. If that happens, even if the Liu family survives, their belongings and food will definitely be stolen. Old Master Liu was about to take a turn and rest when he heard this. His sleep was instantly gone. Even though Hygiene hadn't explained clearly or knew exactly how she found out, she trusted him completely and immediately went to call the men. Hygiene was responsible for waking the women. The older children woke up and followed, while the younger ones were carried on their backs. The group hurriedly headed toward the North City Gate. What's going on? Why is everything so chaotic? Old Man Liu, with his messy hair, asked Hygiene as he moved forward. I don't know the details. I just went out to use the restroom and saw people climbing over the wall and robbing houses. I hurried back to warn everyone, she said. Hygiene had already prepared her story. She used the excuse of going out at night, which was convenient now. Sun's wife rarely spoke, but she thought that the third daughter-in-law was truly lucky. She could notice danger even at night and help their family escape early, avoiding a disaster. Qianzhou City was still very large. It took about an hour and a half for a panicked group to rush from the south to the north. Other refugees hadn't come here yet, so it was temporarily safe. The soldiers guarding the city gate saw this and thought a fierce beast might be chasing the family behind them. They asked, "Why are you all running around in the middle of the night?" "Officer, something big has happened." Hygiene was the first to speak, pretending to be very scared. Refugees have broken into the south and west parts of the city. It's chaotic. Our family lives in the south. Seeing the riot, we didn't want to get involved, so we came here to rest. We plan to leave the city early tomorrow. Please, officer, be kind and help us out. She took out a small silver ingot worth 5 taels and handed it to him. When the soldier saw this, he realized that a family able to easily produce so much money was probably not ordinary refugees. They might be local gentry or similar. Otherwise, they wouldn't have brought so many family members to escape. Riots in the south? What's going on? The soldier immediately became worried. If it got worse, it would be hard to handle. Another soldier said, "No matter how chaotic it is, we have to wait for orders. We can't lose our composure." The person then said, "Since that's the case, you all can find your own place and leave us alone." The guards guarding the city, having gained some benefits and being busy with other worries, did not bother them. Everyone finally relaxed. A sharp-eyed person saw that Hygiene handed over 5 taels of silver and realized that the Liu family was truly prosperous. This made them even more determined to follow the Liu family's lead. The Liu family members were happy just to share some meat soup when they ate meat. Everyone take a break first. It's been a long night and we're all exhausted. Old Mr. Liu let out a deep breath and sat down heavily on the ground. He was already quite old but still running around so much his health was really tested. The ones in worse shape were some injured people like Liu Daping and Zhang Song. They still arrived in a carriage from the Liu family. Although being cramped and bouncing hurt their wounds, it was better than walking on their own. A large group sat on the ground, gasping for breath. They were very thirsty, but dared not drink water. The water they had was bought earlier in the day by a few of the Liu family members. It was expensive, so they had to drink sparingly. They still had some water left from before. The drought in Anzhou wasn't too severe along the way, so they thought they could find water along the route. But just in case, Mr. Lu decided to fill all the water jars, and everyone was grateful to him. They thought they could rest well, but soon after, soldiers on horseback came to report there's a riot in the south of the city. Open the city gates and let the stranded civilians leave quickly. Hearing this, Hygiene eyes lit up. She had been waiting for this moment. Everyone pack up and leave quickly. It would be trouble if things got worse here. As soon as Hygiene spoke, the Lu family members prepared to leave. When the city gates opened, they hurriedly exited the city. They didn't stop but headed straight toward Anzhou. The situation in Qianzhou was chaotic, and the surrounding areas were unsafe. The farther they went, the better. As for the Famine Tower, they couldn't spare time to bother with it. They had to focus on their escape. Qianzhou was like a boundary. The south was full of refugees, chaotic and disorderly, but the north was somewhat safer. Only capable refugees could come out, and heading north, the drought was less severe. The trees along the way had regained some of their original color. Because of this, it was much safer overall. At least they wouldn't encounter anyone with wild, greedy eyes on the road. The Lu family and their companions traveled all night and met other refugees, but everyone remained safe. When the sun rose, Lazy sat on the ground, sighing loudly. I can't walk anymore. Really can't walk anymore. My goodness, my legs are about to break. He is the oldest child in the family. He didn't get a horse cart to ride on the way, relying only on his legs, walking all night with the adults. Now, he's just sighing, which is quite good considering. Younger Yu also followed closely behind and sat on the ground, not getting up. Although Lianhua had been walking all this way and felt her legs almost not her own, she knew she was not a child of the Lu family. The Lu family had taken her in, which was already very kind of them. She didn't want to trouble them further, so she didn't complain about being tired. After traveling all night, we are now quite far from Qianzhou City. Let's find a shady place to rest. Old Lu was also panting heavily, feeling like his old bones were about to fall apart. Everyone agreed and found shade under trees to rest and cool down. Hygiene secretly took out a damp cloth to wipe sweat from the little dog's face. The little fellow's face was rosy, and he sounded cute and babyish. Mommy, so cool and comfortable. Being comfortable is fine, but you can't enjoy it too much. Only wipe once, or you'll get sick. Hygiene pinched the dog's face, which was finally a bit fleshy. It was not easy to raise such a healthy little dog on the road. Will I die if I get sick? That's not likely, but you'll feel very uncomfortable. You won't be able to play with your brothers and sisters. The dog suddenly understood. Then I don't want to get sick. I want to play with my brothers and sisters. Recently, the dog had been very healthy. When it was safe, Hygiene let him run around with everyone to sweat a bit, as a way to strengthen his body. Okay. I'll let you play with your brothers and sisters. Hygiene looked at her beloved son with a loving gaze. Maybe her maternal instincts were getting stronger, because lately she found the little dog adorable and cute. She even wondered if she had done something great in her past life to skip over men and directly have such a lovely son in this life. Over with the boys, Lu Fugui was chatting. It will take about a month to reach Anzhou. Let's hope nothing unexpected happens on the way. I'm really scared now. Yes, we are all afraid, especially now, since most of us are women and children. Several of us are injured, and if something happens, it might be very bad. Lu Daping couldn't help but speak. Surviving until now has been hard enough, and he just hopes they can reach Anzhou safely. Otherwise, he feels they might not survive. What are they doing? They've come this far, and are still talking about giving up? Old Lu was unhappy and said, We sit here to rest, not to talk about bad luck. We've been through dangerous times on this journey, but we made it. As long as we stay united, we will arrive safely in Anzhou. Old Lu wasn't fearless, but as the oldest elder among them, he couldn't show fear. Besides, he believed that his third daughter-in-law's good luck would bring their family safely to Anzhou. His daughter-in-law was very lucky now.
Third uncle is right.
We will definitely reach Anzhou. Lu Fugui agreed immediately, giving everyone new confidence. The journey was tough, but they had overcome many obstacles. They had food and water now, and a big group of people. As long as they avoided bandits and troublemakers, they weren't afraid. After resting for about an hour, everyone ate some food and drank water. They decided to keep moving, hoping to find a safe place to spend the night. They hadn't rested well last night, so tonight they planned to sleep well. Meanwhile, Madame Qian from Fengyan Tower sat at the door, looking disheveled and worn out. Her clothes were torn, and she looked far from her usual elegant self. Tears were on her face, showing how miserable she felt. Last night, most of the girls in the tower ran away in chaos. First, there was a fire, and then refugees robbed the place. Even if she had 3 or 6 arms, she couldn't save everything. Most painfully, when she remembered her savings stored in her room, she realized they had been completely looted. At this moment, 2 small thieves who had slept peacefully last night hurried back, looking panicked. Seeing the mess before them, they were stunned. Madame Qian, what happened here? The 2 stared wide-eyed. If Madame Qian hadn't been sitting at the door, they wouldn't believe this was the once famous Fengyan Tower. It's all burned down. Everything is gone. I've worked so hard for many years, and now it's all lost.
Sobe.
Mama Qian doesn't care about how they just got back now. She covers her face and starts crying again. As a woman, it's really hard to run this flower shop. She built many connections through greeting and seeing off customers, but she also made a lot of enemies. Now she has nothing left. She doesn't know how her old enemies will deal with her. The 2 little thieves exchange a look and run into the yard to check. It's really burned completely, nothing left. Not only Mama Qian, but their belongings were also inside. With the fire, all their savings are gone. So, 2 more men dressed as young servants stand at the door of the wind charm building, crying like children, covering their faces just like Mama Qian. Passers-by look at them with disgust and quickly walk away. The city is in chaos. Families with some savings have fled overnight to avoid being caught up with these refugees. At this moment, escaping is the most important thing. There's no time to watch the drama. The first thing the refugees do when they enter the city is to smash the government offices, then break into homes to steal food and valuables. Some are suppressed by soldiers, but there are too many refugees, and many soldiers are injured or killed. The governor is so scared he doesn't dare leave his house and sends people to other provinces for help. If the other side truly cares about Lotus, they won't mind waiting. If they don't, we won't force it. This way, we can also help Lotus find a family that truly cares for her. Hygiene has a modern view on marriage. She doesn't advocate marrying early. The original owner couldn't do much about it, but now she still gives her opinions on the children at home. Of course, she only offers advice. Since they are not her children, how they proceed is up to them. Not only Lotus heard this, but Mrs. Qin also listened carefully. Last night, second Uncle Lu was right. We are not very clever, but he notices their group has grown quite a bit. This family is not easy to support. Old sir, I didn't expect to see you again. What a coincidence. Qin Jian dismounts and bows to Old Man Lu, showing proper manners. Old Man Lu waves his hands repeatedly. Yes, it's quite a coincidence. Young Master Qin, where are you headed? Going south to handle some matters for my master. His words are vague, as if he's saying something but not really saying anything. Old Man Lu's family doesn't mind, and just asks casually. Take care, and do well. Young Master Qin is talented and so capable. You'll surely have a bright future. I don't know why, but whenever I see him, I think of my third brother. If he were alive, he would probably be the most successful person in the family. May I borrow your good words? Old uncle, do you know where your family is headed? Where can we go? Now, Changzhou is suffering from a famine. I heard that Anzhou is willing to take in us homeless folks, so we want to go there to find a way out. Old Mr. Lu sighed, looking helpless. Qin Jian watched the large group of people, mostly women and children, and shook his head gently. As far as I know, Anzhou can accommodate more people now. The Lu family's journey so far was driven by the hope of settling down in Anzhou. No matter what difficulties they faced, they believed that going to Anzhou would solve everything. But now, the person in front of them says Anzhou can't hold more people. So, where else can they go? Someone in the crowd immediately started crying, their hope shattered. They had no idea what to do next. Old Mr. Liu also became anxious and hurriedly asked, "Does young Master Qin know which city can accept refugees?"
We've come so far, it's really not easy.
Sun's eyes welled up with tears as she looked nervously at Qin Jian. Qin Jian understood their intense emotions and quickly said, "The official's plan is to send able-bodied men to serve in the army. As for women and children, the court hasn't set clear rules. Prince Chun, who is kind-hearted, has decided to open Jinzhou to old, weak, sick, and disabled men and women who can't join the army. How can they only accept women and children? What are we supposed to do? We've suffered so much on this journey, and our bodies are weak. How can we go to war?" In previous years, only one man from each family was drafted, and they only needed to send one male member. Now, they want all able-bodied men to serve. How can families handle that? Everyone became more anxious, feeling the court was pushing them into a dead end. Their family had finally reunited, and now they feared they might be separated again. They didn't know where they would go after being separated, or if they would ever reunite. Chui'er and others started crying again. Even Mrs. Yu and Mrs. Qin grew panicked. Their families already had few men, and if they went to war, would their families still be called families? "Everyone, don't worry yet. Young Master Qin just said that Jinzhou isn't only accepting women and children, they're also taking the old, weak, sick, and disabled. Later, I can have everyone pretend to be disabled to sneak in." Hygiene saw everyone so excited and couldn't help but speak. To her, it wasn't a big problem. The court's actions had their reasons, and they could find a way to survive from it. Hearing her words, everyone except Qin Jian brightened up. Yes. Why hadn't they thought of that? Qin Jian was very surprised. He didn't expect a woman to have such bold ideas. If her plan was discovered, it could be considered a crime against the emperor. Their group might be attacked and beaten by the city guards in Jinghao. "Little sister-in-law, don't worry. If we're caught, the consequences will be serious." Although he thought it was a good idea, he didn't recommend trying it. They could easily lose their lives. "What if I can guarantee that the guards won't find out?" Hygiene looked at him with firm eyes. She didn't want to interfere with others, but the heads of the Liu family definitely would. Since they were going to manage this, she thought it was better to include everyone. They had traveled together and had no conflicts, so she believed these people could get along. Everyone looked at him with hope. If it worked, they would be willing to serve the Liu family, even as laborers. Qin Jian didn't know what to say. He only felt that this woman was different from the women he had met before. Although she was just a farmer, she had her own opinions and ideas. More impressive was her courage and carefulness. She had been unable to see her husband twice in a row. Could he be in trouble? Thinking this, he felt a bit sad and thought she was a woman facing many difficulties. Out of gratitude for saving his life, he hesitated and took off a waist badge he carried and handed it to her.
"Fine.
Your family saved my life, so take this waist badge. If you encounter trouble when entering the city, you can use it to escape." This was a waist badge from the Prince Chen's residence. Although his actions were not entirely correct, he didn't want to see his benefactor suffer. Hygiene didn't refuse. She accepted it, thanked him, and then said, "Since you're so generous, I won't take your kindness for nothing. Let me tell you something. There were many people here, and it was crowded and noisy. They were mostly rough men." Hygiene wasn't worried about the Liu family, but there were others, so she asked Qin Jian to speak privately. Qin Jian did not believe that this woman could have reliable information for him, and even wondered if she was trying to marry him. While he was lost in various thoughts, Hygiene spoke. "Not long after you left, our family encountered a group of killers. From their accent, they seemed to be from Nantai. I suspect they might be the ones chasing and poisoning you." Qin Jian's pupils shrank suddenly. They had actually met killers from Nantai. "Then your family." Hygiene raised her hand to stop him from speaking and continued, "We already killed them. The 2 horses we are using now belong to them. The story behind this is long, but what I want to tell you is that although their accent sounds like Nantai, they actually speak Beiyan. Our family can understand what they're saying. Also, we noticed a wolf fang-shaped tattoo on their chests. We don't know which organization they belong to. Yuan Zhu pretended to think.
Well,
We need to wait until we have beef. Otherwise, the ingredients won't match, and the taste will be off. It would ruin the perfection of this dish. Don't you think? Old Sue looked a bit disappointed. Why don't you buy a cow, and we can quietly slaughter it? Before he finished, Yuan Zhu refused. She looked serious. It's harvest time now, and every family is using their plowing oxen. If they find out you bought and slaughtered one, it would damage your noble reputation. Just as old Sue was about to speak, she waved her hand worriedly. Moreover, many families are too poor to afford oxen. Hygiene spoke. Not long after you left. As for what they plan to do, that is not something Hygiene wants to know. Qin Jian finally recovered from his surprise. He was so shocked he couldn't speak. Could those people really be from Beiyan? So many of them for so long had been targeting and suspecting the wrong people. Seeing Hygiene about to turn and leave, Qin Jian clasped his fists and bowed seriously. Thank you, little sister-in-law, for your warning. If this is true, Qin Jian will definitely repay you. Hygiene nodded, but didn't take it seriously. After all, they were now mutually beneficial and didn't expect any future repayment. The two of them went to find the main group. Facing Old Man Lu, they also bowed. Junior needs to return to Jinghao, so we won't stay long. Old sir, everyone, farewell and see you again. If they can truly settle in Jinghao, there will still be many chances to meet in the future. Once they clarify what Hygiene said, His Royal Highness Prince Chen will surely reward this family generously. They're quite fortunate. Old Master Lu didn't know what to say and simply nodded, watching him leave. Sun lowered her voice and asked Hygiene, what did you say to him?
just about those assassins.
Old Master Lu, who was nearby, heard this and also whispered, I just hope that young Master Qin is a good person and cares about this matter. He asked Su Kan to check Song Yubai's pulse and explain the situation carefully. As he listened, he shook his head now and then, deep in thought. Suddenly, he turned around and saw the room was full of people. Hungry and brought here for a checkup, he felt a bit annoyed. He glared at Yuan Zhu and said, Aren't you going to prepare some food for this old man? Yuan Zhu looked at him, then at Song Yubai on the bed, hesitating to speak. Old Su ignored her and looked away. Su Kan turned to explain gently, Miss Yu, my master didn't say it's impossible. There's still hope for treatment. This was all thanks to the good fortune brought by the third daughter-in-law. Third uncle, should we change our plans and go to Jinghao? Lu Fugue stepped forward on behalf of everyone to ask. Old Master Lu nodded. If you don't want to join the army camp, then you can only go to Jinghao. As for what Jinghao is like, we don't know yet. We'll have to wait and see. If they had met the Lu family earlier, they would have nowhere to go and would have to join the army camp, which at least wouldn't let them starve. But now, having the support of the Lu family, they naturally didn't want to go. Although they owe the Lu family a lot of money now, as long as they settle down, they can slowly pay it back. They are just ordinary common people. Going to the army camp wouldn't be as comfortable as living a normal life. We naturally want to follow Uncle Lu's family, but can we really pass the city guard's inspection? He spoke with some uncertainty, then quickly explained, I don't mean I don't trust my younger sister-in-law. It's just that the badge given by that young master might only be useful for Jian Xian and Hirong. It can't possibly protect such a large group of us. The Jian Xian and Hirong he mentioned are old Master Lu's eldest and second sons, and since they are older, he called them by name directly. His worries are not unfounded. Old Master Lu also fell silent. He didn't know how effective the badge was. The people they brought with them, if they couldn't enter the city together, it would be very difficult and uncomfortable. When unsure about what to do, Old Man Lu instinctively looked at He Junyang. It seemed that their whole family was quite willing to let He Junyang make the decision. How do we know if it will work without trying? He Junyang spoke. Even if we're recognized, given this badge, the soldiers wouldn't trouble us too much. She thought that if they really couldn't get in, she could buy a carriage to send them to the army camp, which would be a fair deal. After all, The Lu family didn't know them anything. Exactly, how do we know if we don't try? Sun's wife agreed. You people are just too impatient. If you're willing, come with us. If not, do as you like. We're fleeing now, and I don't have the energy to argue with you. Sun's wife still held some authority. Once she spoke, no one dared to say anything, and everyone quietly followed behind. Grandma is so fierce. Seeing this, the little dog covered its mouth and whispered to Ting Girl. Ting Girl nodded, also covering her mouth to laugh, which made the adult smile. Of course, Sun's wife rolled her eyes at them and gently patted the little dog's head. I really spoil you too much normally. Hygiene also smiled. Sun's wife didn't want to scold her grandson, so she turned her attention to Hygiene.
What are you laughing at?
Do you think I was too fierce?
No.
Hygiene quickly denied. Mother, you're so clever. If you hadn't said that just now, those people would have kept bothering Dad and Big Brother for a long time. You're the best, Mother. Her flattery made Sun's wife feel happy and proud. The old lady even showed a bit of a proud attitude. You're smart. Yu's wife and Qin's wife also laughed, and even Lotus Flower covered her mouth to smile. The atmosphere in the young lady's family was really good. Although she was just a girl, she wasn't disliked by everyone. She liked these people in her family and hoped to find a chance to repay them in the future. The group changed direction toward Jinghao. Yu's wife said, If I had known it would be like this, Lady Jiang might have been willing to stay and wait for us a few days. I think she was quite reluctant to leave when she did. Jiang Ruoya had eaten several meals with their family. Yu's wife still had a good impression of her. Although she had never seen her look particularly special or spoken much over the years, this was the first time someone liked her cooking so much. Yu's wife felt satisfied and naturally wanted to get closer to her. All right, those noble people are not someone we common folks can easily reach. They've already helped us a lot along the way. It's best not to have any unnecessary thoughts. Sun frowned as she scolded her daughter-in-law, not wanting her to do anything out of line and cause trouble. Yu immediately agreed and smiled as she explained, Mother, I understand. I was just speaking casually. In the past, Sun held a dominant position at home, and her 3 daughters-in-law didn't dare joke with her like that. But after Hygiene returned, she often teased her, and Yu and Qin realized that their mother-in-law wasn't as fierce as she seemed. Sometimes her tough exterior was just to protect the family. Because of this, Yu and Qin gradually relaxed and dared to joke with Sun occasionally. Sun was pleased and walked proudly ahead. The 3 daughters-in-law exchanged glances, and all smiled. After another month, the Lu family finally reached the outskirts of Jinghao. The journey had been quite peaceful. They didn't encounter any trouble, only seeing groups that looked even worse off or weaker than them, mostly orphans and widows who were afraid of them. As they got closer to Jinghao, they saw more greenery and supplies were not scarce. During Hygine's time, she managed to take out supplies from her space twice, which helped everyone. By the time they reached a valley 10 miles outside Jinghao, the group was healthier and had gained weight instead of losing it. Hygiene told old Lu to inform everyone to stay overnight in the valley and set out early the next morning to enter the city. Father, Mother, I'll go into the city first to buy some things. I'll come back later and help everyone get ready so we can all go in together. Hygiene handed her dog to Sun, and Yu and Qin stepped forward to say, Third sister-in-law, we'll go with you. With a wave of his hand, a servant handed over a small pouch. This is a little token of my gratitude. Thank you for taking care of my young daughter recently.
Please accept it.
Yuanju gently waved her hand. Lord Gu, there's no need. I believe Miss Gu mentioned in her letter that she and I are doing a deal. She has already been paid for her part. I am just delivering the message, not seeking any reward. If you have no other matters, I will take my leave. Seeing this, Gu Zhizhou showed a hint of appreciation. He said, In that case, I will have someone come to thank you after I bring my daughter back. You, a gentle lady, cannot do such dangerous things. Mother, just let third sister go. Old Master Lu spoke. Third sister is capable, everyone knows that. Old Master Lu had been with Hygiene to the bandit hideout and admired her very much. Now, she was just going to Jinghao City to buy some things, so it shouldn't be a problem. But Sun Shi angrily scolded him, "So it's not your wife, and you don't care about her." Old Master Lu felt awkward and didn't know what to say. But since Jinghao doesn't conscript soldiers, he couldn't help but let third sister go on this trip. All right, mother, I know you care about me." Hygiene hugged Sun Shi and shouted, "It's only 10 miles. I can ride a horse and be there in no time. Don't worry. I'll bring back good food for you." She acted like she was comforting a child, making Sun Shi lose her temper and scold. "Who cares about you? You're so thick-skinned. It's embarrassing." Hygiene still managed to get a chance to go out alone. She took a horse off the carriage, jumped on its back, and rode off quickly. Everyone was stunned. Lu Guilin couldn't help but praise. "When did third sister-in-law learn to ride? She's so impressive." Third Anne has always been very capable. Younger Yao looked proudly at her little aunt, as if she herself could ride a horse. Not only the women were surprised, even the older men stared blankly. Their horsemanship was far beyond what they could do. Many people gave a thumbs up, truly impressed from the heart. Hygiene didn't think about all this. Although she had never ridden a horse before, she believed it was just a matter of watching and learning. She was happy to be out, riding the horse and having fun. Actually, she just wanted to buy some cosmetics to cover her scars. These things might not be available in Jinghao City, but she still needed to go. She wanted to take the items from her space and pass through the main road without suspicion. Most importantly, she wanted to explore the city early to see if they really weren't accepting any conscripts. Riding a fast horse for 10 miles was quick. Soon, she arrived at the city gate, where a line of people was waiting to enter. Among the crowd, there were men and women. Most of the men looked older, probably already aware of the news. Hygiene led her horse forward to ask people questions. At the very back was a hunched old man, so she asked, "Old sir, is it true that Jinghao doesn't conscript soldiers?" The old man sighed and said, "Is that so? My family originally had 4 sons, but after fleeing here, only 2 remain, and they have both gone to the army. Now I am just an old man with a group of orphans and widows. How will I survive in the future?" As he spoke, he began to wipe his tears. Several women and children nearby also had red eyes, clearly having just escaped danger and entered another difficult situation. The others listened with pale faces, not speaking, but their expressions showed sadness. Although Jinghao is rich, they are farmers and need to grow crops. Without a strong adult man, their family might starve. This is a problem caused by the government, but no one knew how it would end. If not handled well, there could be more chaos. But these issues were not for Hygiene to worry about. Her only job was to make sure the Lu family could live well. People in line were waiting for officials to check their household registration, then they would be sent to a designated place by the government. Hygiene was just here to buy some things and didn't need to wait in line. She led her horse directly to the city gate, showed her identification papers to the soldiers, and after confirming she was a good citizen, she was allowed to pass. She went straight to the government office to see what was happening. When she arrived, she found that the area around the office was full of refugees waiting for arrangements. "Officer, how will these refugees be settled?" she asked, pushing forward before she even finished speaking, and she slipped some copper coins into the officer's hand. The officer was about to scold her for interfering, but seeing the money, he hesitated and couldn't say anything. "From your accent, you're not from Jinghao, right?" he asked, examining her with a look of suspicion. Hygiene had been traveling with everyone, living outdoors, and hadn't bothered to dress up or take care of herself. She looked very dark and rough, which made people lose their appetite. Because of this, even though the officer was openly inspecting her, he didn't have any bad thoughts. "Yes, our family also fled here. The others are still behind, and I was sent ahead to find out what's going on," she said with a smile, showing her white teeth. The soldiers looked at her with disgust, turning their heads away. They pointed at a group of refugees and said, "Our Jinghao is the territory of Prince Chen. We shouldn't interfere with you, but His Highness is kind-hearted." Not only does he shelter women and children, but he also offers you a settlement fee.
You should be happy about that.
Then, following the officer's words, He Junyang learned some basic information. Jinghao is rich and prosperous. Prince Chun is also wealthy. Since most of the refugees are helpless women and children, each one is given a settlement fee of 2 taels of silver, regardless of age. 2 taels of silver is a lot. In the past, that was enough to feed a family for a year. Now, giving each person 2 taels is quite generous. Jinghao already has many people and not enough land. The government can't give everyone farmland directly. Instead, they send the refugees to nearby villages to settle. If they want, they can go up the mountain to farm the land themselves. If not, they can rent farmland from landlords. Life might be harder, but at least they won't starve. If they have some extra money, they can also buy good land from local farmers. Buying and selling land is common and legal as long as it's fair. Wow, Prince Chun is such a good person. Thank you, officer. Thank you so much. He Junyang praised excitedly, making the officer feel proud. After finishing their formalities, they slipped away into the crowd. Only then did He Junyang feel relaxed enough to enjoy a leisurely walk on the street. Jinghao is truly a bustling city, second only to the capital. It's completely different from Qianzhou. The streets are full of vendors shouting, children playing, and families crowded in taverns and shops. This is the most lively city He Junyang has seen in this era. The streets are twice as wide as those in Qianzhou. Since there was no drought here, everyone looked happy except for the dirty, exhausted refugees. Most faces showed joy and excitement. Seeing all this, He Junyang felt very satisfied. If the Liu family could settle here, their life would only get better. The city is large, so she couldn't explore it all at once. She just walked down one street, bought some snacks for the children, and planned to go back. It's better to wait until everyone comes into the city tomorrow before exploring more. Suddenly, the crowd nearby became lively. Curious, He Junyang moved closer with a playful attitude.
Wow.
A woman holding her child was driven out of the clinic, crying loudly and heartbroken, looking very pitiful. Dr. Song, please save my son. I beg you. I have money. As long as you can cure my son, I will pay any price. The woman shouted while trying to push past the young servant to go inside. Although she was holding her child, she moved quickly, and only 2 young servants managed to stop her. People love excitement. When they heard that she wasn't being turned away because she had no money, they became interested and gathered around. Among the crowd was He Junyang, standing on the edge, but still watching eagerly. Why don't you listen to reason? Dr. Song already said it's not curable. You should stop forcing it and go home to handle your affairs. No, I believe it can be cured. Please try again, Dr. Song. Please, just one more time. The woman knelt down, banging her head hard as if she didn't feel pain, leaving blood marks on her forehead. Seeing this, the crowd felt sorry and started to speak up. Isn't Dr. Song a famous court doctor? His medical skills are well known. Since this woman is begging so desperately, please be kind and give the child another chance. Yes, I saw that the child wasn't moving at all. That's so sad. If you ask me, doctors do have a kind heart. If there was any hope, Dr. Song wouldn't give up. The child probably has a hopeless illness. The crowd argued back and forth. Curious, He Junyang squeezed closer to see what was wrong with the child. At this moment, an old man with white hair appeared. He was likely the famous Dr. Song everyone mentioned. Seeing him, the woman crawled forward on her knees, holding onto Dr. Song's leg and begging bitterly, Dr. Song, please save my son. Save him, please, Wah. Dr. Song sighed. I told you before, if you had come early, I might have been able to treat him. But now it's spread all over his body. I am truly powerless. Please don't make things difficult for me. Let the child go peacefully. He didn't need to come out and explain, but he was worried the woman might cause trouble and ruin his reputation. Having worked most of his life in the palace, he depended on the respect he had built over the years. He couldn't afford to ruin it over a woman. Dr. Song is quite famous in this area, as he is a senior doctor from the palace. Many wealthy families like to invite him for consultations. He is also very humble and well-liked by everyone. When Dr. Song said this, it confirmed their earlier guesses, and they started defending him. Since you're so worried about your child, why did you wait so long to bring him to the doctor? You're making things difficult for Dr. Song. Yes, what were you doing when the child first got sick? Aren't you wealthy? What can I do? I was just hoping it wasn't serious and thought I could wait a bit. Faced with more and more blame, the woman cried bitterly. She shook her head in pain. It's not like that. I didn't delay taking the child to see the doctor. My husband has passed away, and my older uncle is in charge of the family. They wouldn't let me take the child to see the doctor. I begged for a long time. I begged and begged. Thinking about her sad situation, she cried even harder, gasping for breath. If her husband were still alive, her child wouldn't have to suffer like this. Everyone realized there was more to the story and started feeling sympathy for the woman. Being a widow is not easy. Hygiene couldn't bear to see a woman cry so sadly. Although she didn't want to interfere, she asked, "What kind of illness does the child have?" The child in her arms was wrapped in a piece of clothing, so the illness wasn't visible. The child was still and unresponsive in the woman's arms, likely unconscious from a serious illness. Dr. Song didn't see Hygiene but heard her voice and replied, "It's yellow water scald. It has spread all over the body, with terrible sores and decay. I really can't do anything about it." Hearing this, the crowd, who had been planning to look at the child, stepped back. Since the sores had spread all over, they worried about infection. "Isn't that unfortunate?" Hygiene pushed through the crowd and said to the woman, "Back where I come from, there are 2 very effective recipes for treating yellow water scald. I don't know if this is caused by summer damp heat or spleen deficiency and dampness. Sister-in-law, if you trust me, let me take a look." Before the woman could speak, someone nearby, seeing she was a young woman, found it strange and asked, "Are you also a doctor?" Hygiene shook her head and replied casually, "I'm not a doctor. These recipes are from my hometown, everyone knows about them." The woman, upon hearing that the remedy was effective, didn't care whether the healer was a doctor or not. She immediately lifted the child's clothing, exposing the rotten skin, which made everyone gasp. "It's terrible. The child's skin is so badly damaged. How much pain must he be in? That big brother is really heartless. The child is already like this, and he's only now seeking treatment. He clearly wants to harm the child's life. This orphan mother really has it tough." Hygiene ignored the gossip behind her and knelt down to carefully examine the child's condition. Usually, a yellow water boil would burst and release yellow fluid, then dry up and form a scab. But this child's situation was unusual. The wound wouldn't scab over. It kept rotting and spreading, even affecting the healthy skin around it. Especially in this hot weather, the wound was very easy to get infected, making the condition worse and worse. "Young lady, can my son still be cured?" The woman, seeing that she wasn't wearing a traditional hair bun, thought she was an unmarried girl, so she addressed her that way. But it's understandable, after fleeing from danger, who would bother with their hairstyle. Hygiene nodded and said, "It's a case of summer damp heat accumulation. I know 2 formulas that are perfect for treating this condition. If your sister-in-law trusts me, she can try them. However, I can't read or write, so I need Dr. Song to help write down the prescriptions and check if they are correct." Everyone was surprised by this coincidence and looked at Dr. Song eagerly, afraid he might refuse. But Dr. Song shared their thoughts. He knew there were always people better than others, and even though he was an imperial doctor, he never thought himself superior to folk healers. He was happy to invite the woman into the clinic and sit down to write the prescriptions. Everyone else gathered around, making the clinic crowded and lively. Hygiene pretended to recall the remedies carefully, stumbling over her words as she recited, a 2-part formula. One is the bitter ginseng, snake bed, and Atractalodes bath formula. Use 30 grams each of bitter ginseng and snake bed, 15 grams each of Atractalodes, philodendron, and Sichuan pepper, and 1 gram of light powder. Boil the herbs in water, then use the hot decoction to steam and wash the affected area 3 times a day. Another recipe is a paste made from Sephora root, atractalodes, and Hygiene. Take 30 grams of tender Sephora root, 18 grams each of Nidium seed, burnt alum, Sichuan pepper, atractalodes, Hygiene, and betel nut. Add 12 grams each of sulfur, poppy seed, and Sichuan yellow bark, and 9 grams of fresh licorice. Also, take 6 large centipedes and grind them together with the herbs into a fine powder. Boil the mixture in pig fat, filter out the black oil, let it cool and solidify, then apply it to the affected area. Both recipes are used together, first a bath formula, then a paste. In 5 to 7 days, scabbing and healing should occur. After Hu Junyang finished sharing the recipe, there was a moment of silence. Most people didn't believe she could remember the formula. Even Dr. Song was secretly surprised when he helped write it down. This recipe was much better than the ones he knew. It's true that his own recipe might not work, but hers had an 80 to 90% chance of curing the illness. Was this really a folk remedy? It didn't seem like it. Dr. Song, can we use this recipe? Someone from the crowd asked eagerly. Dr. Song nodded, without hesitation. This girl's recipe is much better than what I know. But whether it can cure the disease, I cannot guarantee.
Thank you, miss.
Thank you. With Dr. Song's approval, the woman expressed her gratitude to Hu Junyang. If Hu Junyang hadn't stopped her, she might have already knelt and bowed. You're welcome. It's just good luck for this child. I only know this one recipe. If it were a different illness, I wouldn't be able to help. Hu Junyang smiled casually. After her thanks, the woman went to buy medicine with a young assistant, and the others in the crowd dispersed. Just as Hu Junyang was about to leave, Dr. Song called her back quietly. Miss, you also know medicine, don't you? Why do you ask, Dr. Song? Hu Junyang replied with a question. Dr. Song guessed he was right and proudly stroked his mustache. This recipe isn't something ordinary people can remember. Besides, you can tell at a glance that the child has a heat and dampness syndrome. Only someone with medical knowledge could do that. There was no one else around, so Hu Junyang didn't need to hide anymore. Moreover, her medical skills needed a reason to be revealed. Thinking of this, she nodded. When I was young and learned to read, I read some medical books and memorized a few recipes. I was just showing off in front of Dr. Song this time. Have you never formally studied medicine? Dr. Song was a bit surprised. Clearly, based on how He Junyang looked just now, she was almost as skilled as an experienced doctor, even better in some ways. He Junyang shook her head confidently. No, I only learned a few characters. I bought those medical books casually from street stalls. Later, my family went through many hardships and I lost everything. Hearing that her medical books were gone, Dr. Song felt very regretful. He had hoped to borrow them to look at. Since you can read, why do you want me to write for you? Dr. Song was puzzled. He felt that the girl in front of him was extraordinary. Although I can read, I only understand the words. I can't write. Besides, the prescriptions are written by you, Dr. Song, and once you approve them, they will be more convincing, right? He Junyang asked with a smile. Dr. Song nodded understandingly and smiled back, full of admiration in his eyes. Have you ever thought about learning medicine? He Junyang was very happy inside. Wasn't her whole reason for talking here just for this? Yes, I am somewhat interested. But now, the world is difficult, and I am a girl. I worry no one would accept me as a disciple. Dr. Song was anxious and quickly said, You have a sharp mind. If you are willing, I would be happy to take you as a disciple and teach you medical skills. He was so eager to speak because he didn't want to miss such a talented girl. His family had been studying medicine for generations, but few of their children became successful. Learning medicine required effort and talent. He immediately saw that He Junyang was very clever. Really? Dr. Song really wants to take me as a disciple? You don't mind that I am a girl? He Junyang looked very surprised and excited, as if she hadn't expected Dr. Song to be such a kind person. Dr. Song felt very pleased seeing her like this, but he didn't realize he had already fallen into her trap.
Of course, I wouldn't mind.
My family's daughters and granddaughters all learn medicine. If they do well, they can even go to the palace to serve as medical women for the nobles. Even if not in the palace, female doctors are very popular among the common people. He Junyang was a bit surprised by Dr. Song's view. It was very rare in this era. Thank you, Dr. Song. But I still need to go back and discuss with my family. We just escaped from hardship and don't know where to settle. Once I've sorted out my family's affairs, I will definitely come back to see you. It's not that she couldn't make her own decisions, but mainly, she just wanted to appear a little pitiful. Sure enough, when Dr. Song heard this, he felt she was also a poor person and nodded with some regret. He Junyang was then satisfied and left. Not long after riding out of the city, she took a bundle from her space, which contained some special effect makeup and fake blood. Because of the delay at the medical clinic, she returned half an hour later than expected, which made everyone at home very worried. When she arrived, the Liu family was arguing about sending the eldest Liu to look for her outside the city. Hey, she's back. Mother, third brother's wife is back. Mrs. Qin was the first to see He Junyang, pulling Sun's hand to show her. Sun squinted and looked for a while, noticing a small black, getting closer until she could see He Junyang's worn-out appearance. Then she finally relaxed. Mother and father, I bought what I needed and found out everything I wanted to know. She jumped down quickly from her horse and saw Sun's face looking a bit upset, so she smiled in a friendly way. You promised you'd be back soon, but it's been so long. When He Junyang finally reached them, Sun's face fell completely, and she reached out to hit her. Mrs. Qin hurriedly held her back and said, Mother, third sister just got back. Don't be so anxious. Let her speak first. Then she explained to He Junyang, Third sister, Mother is just worried about you. You also helped to speak up, saying, Yes, since you left, Mother has been watching that direction, muttering about why you haven't come back yet. Big sister-in-law and second sister-in-law, I know, Mother just cares about me. Ha ha ha. He Junyang laughed and hugged Sunday. She understood this little old lady quite well now. Who cares about you? Who learned to be so shameless? Sun said unhappily, turning her head to scold you and Qin. Gossiping women, who asked you to say anything. But instead of getting angry, everyone laughed even more happily, making Sun quite annoyed. Old Master Liu also joined in the fun, thinking that this third daughter-in-law was even more formidable than him, holding his wife tightly. Third sister-in-law, what did you buy when you went to the city this time? Old Liu asked curiously, also representing everyone's curiosity. He Junyang opened her bundle, and everyone eagerly gathered around. They were excited until they found that the top items were some snacks for children. The kids exclaimed, Wow! Candied hawthorn sticks. And osmanthus cakes too. Wow, is that peach blossom pastry next to you? The adults. Even in this hot, burning weather, having the time to buy snacks for the children is quite impressive. After fleeing for so long, everyone's mouths are so dry they can't even swallow. Not just the children, even the adults find it hard to swallow. Sun's family originally wanted to blame her for spending money recklessly, but seeing the children so happy, she couldn't help but smile too. It's almost over. As long as they safely enter the city tomorrow, their lives will become stable again. After sending the children away, He Junyang took out the special effects makeup and other supplies. Although these were made with things available in this era, everyone still didn't know what these bottles and jars could do. Third sister-in-law, what are these? He Junyang couldn't answer immediately. To be honest, they didn't understand. If she said it was rouge, they might not accept it easily, especially the group of grown men. Sun slapped Old Man Liu and said, Ask questions, ask questions. Where do you get so many questions in a day? Old Man Liu didn't dare speak, and others who wanted to ask also kept quiet, just staring intently at He Junyang, watching to see what she was going to do. He Junyang organized her words and said, I want to make everyone look badly injured, as if they've been hurt for a long time and haven't healed. Tomorrow at the city gate they will look like disabled people. Everyone first thought of using cloth strips to tie up their limbs and pretend to be injured, but the soldiers weren't fools. Would that really work? But no one dared to speak, only silently resisting with their silence. He Junyang didn't bother explaining further. She arranged her bottles and jars, then took out her brush and walked up to Old Man Liu, asking, Big brother, do you trust me? Old Man Liu nodded. Of course I trust you. I believe my sister-in-law is capable. The Lu family members all agreed with him, so He Junyang decided to start by testing on old man Lu to show everyone. Other men wanted to come forward to watch, but He Junyang said firmly, "Don't stand too close and block my light. Come back and watch when I'm done." After saying that, she grabbed old man Lu's arm and started painting. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the sister-in-law was holding her brother's hand. If this had happened before, the villagers would have drowned them in gossip, but now, no one dared to say a word. The children were happily playing nearby, and their cheerful laughter helped everyone relax a little. Fortunately, He Junyang was very quick. Soon, a bloody wound appeared on Lu Laoda's arm. The wound looked very real, as if someone had cut his arm, exposing white bones. To make it more convincing, He Junyang added some rotten flesh effects, then sprinkled blood-like liquid and some powder made from unknown materials. The smell was a mix of blood and decay. Lu Laoda stared in shock. If his hand didn't hurt at all, he might have truly believed he was injured, with an infected wound about to cause his death. "Mom, Dad, Xiao Yi, come look." Lu Laoda called out eagerly, unable to move his hand for fear it might break off. Sun Shi hesitated, eyes wide with disbelief, and asked, "Is this real or fake?" He Junyang, who was a little annoyed because some people didn't trust her, couldn't help but laugh when she saw Sun Shi's reaction. "Of course it's fake. We need it to look real enough to fool the soldiers." Old Lu, standing nearby, wrinkled his brow at the smell. "And what's that smell?" "The blood and decay are fake. Don't worry, Dad," she reassured him. Old Lu had to trust her. They saw her work with their own eyes and couldn't believe it, especially since the soldiers who came to check on them every day were so strict. He nodded happily. His third daughter-in-law was very talented. He wondered where she learned such skills. She was so capable. Next was Lu Laoer. The eldest sat aside, letting the paint dry. Others gathered around, amazed and surprised by her work. They remembered how they had doubted He Junyang just moments before and felt a bit embarrassed. "Young sister-in-law, I'm sorry. We didn't mean to doubt you," they said. He Junyang just nodded without replying. She wanted to show them she was in charge, reminding them that they needed her help, not the other way around. As she finished the last few wounds, night had fallen. She used the firelight to continue painting. Lu Laoda and his brother had wounds on their arms and shoulders, while others had injuries on their legs, chests, or backs, all of which required removing their clothes to paint. He Junyang didn't mind much, but a few men felt a bit embarrassed. Sun Shi sternly warned, "Today, my third daughter-in-law helped you all because she wanted to. In the future, if anyone dares to gossip, my wife will tear their mouth apart. Do you hear me?" Everyone was amazed by He Junyang's skill. Since she was helping them, no one refused. They nodded eagerly, especially Lu Fugue, who said, "My sister-in-law is willing to help us, and we're very grateful. We won't gossip about her. Rest assured, if anyone dares to talk nonsense, I will be the first to teach them a lesson." "Good to hear." Sun Shi was satisfied and sat down, holding her puppy and watching her daughter. "Mother is so amazing." The puppy had food all over his face, looking like a little cat. When he said this, he made funny faces, making Sun Shi smile despite her serious expression. "You little troublemaker, look at your face all messy," she said with a smile and gently wiped his face with a handkerchief. The puppy cheered happily, "Grandma, I'm all clean now." In the past, the puppy was just like He Junyang, boring and quiet, hardly speaking a word all day. Especially when he was sick and weak, he had no energy to move around. But now, everything was different. After He Junyang died and came back, she changed and so did the puppy. His health improved, he became lively and active, and he smiled more often. Even if she had a nephew working there, what could he really do? So, they absolutely could not let Yuanju take them to court. Thinking this through, the woman pretended to be confident and said, "What's our mistake? Even if we go to the government office, so what? Your cousin is there, and he'll protect us." In other words, They had someone backing them, so it was best not to provoke them. Yuanju found it amusing. Did she really look like someone who was afraid of the strong and sympathetic? Just as she was about to speak, a commotion suddenly broke out outside the crowd. From afar, she heard someone shouting, "They're hitting people." Thinking about her children, Yu sure kept some herbal packs for herself and gave the rest to others. Everyone was grateful, as these herbal packs cost money. Without the mosquitoes bothering them, the children quickly fell asleep. The adults didn't talk much, waiting for Hygiene to finish her painting so they could rest. I thought it was all over, but early the next morning, Hygiene took out several silver needles from her bag.
What?
What are you going to do? Old man Lu's eyes widened. Although the needles weren't used on himself, just looking at them made him nervous. Hygiene patiently explained, "To prevent everyone from revealing our secret, I went to the medical clinic yesterday, and I paid the doctor to teach me a few tricks. I can use these needles to make people feel real pain at specific points." She was worried about unexpected situations. This group of injured people could run faster than normal folks, so she wanted to limit their movement. When a few men saw the thick, long silver needles, they started trembling, looking like it hurt just to look at them. But after yesterday's lesson, no one questioned her this time. Although they were scared, they clenched their teeth and endured the needles. After a night, Hygiene anger had cooled. She didn't target anyone intentionally. She just did her work and then casually wrapped the wounds with a piece of cloth. Next, she cast shadows on everyone's faces and dabbed some white powder on their skin. Their faces instantly looked withered, almost like they were about to pass away. Third sister-in-law is amazing. Old second Lu looked at his older brother and thought about his own appearance. He kept praising Hygiene with a smack of his lips. Yes, if I hadn't seen it myself, I wouldn't believe it. The others followed, their admiration for Hygiene growing even more. Hygiene smiled modestly. "It's nothing, just some simple drawing." "Hey, sister-in-law, don't be modest. You're really talented. Once we safely reach the city, we'll definitely thank you." Yes. If the dog's father isn't here, just tell us if you need help. We can do the rough and tiring work at home. It's what we should do." Sun sure curled her lips and whispered to her two daughters-in-law, who can't say nice words. "Humph." Yu sure and Qin sure covered their mouths and giggled, but didn't say much. By the time everyone finished packing and set out, it was already late morning. They could have arrived by noon, but because they brought a group of injured people, they only reached the city gates in the afternoon. The soldiers guarding the city had seen injured men before, but this was the first time they'd seen so many injured people, and they looked seriously hurt. "What's going on with such a big group of you?" Their elder brother looked very pale and thin, and the soldiers hesitated to get close, afraid he might be sick. "Officer, our family was attacked by bandits on the road. We started with over 100 people, but now only we are left. The men are all badly injured and exhausted. We heard that Jinghao can accept women, children, and disabled people, so we hurried here. Our men are all seriously hurt and can't walk properly. Please, officer, show some understanding." When the soldiers arrived, Mrs. Sun burst into tears and shouted, pretending to be very miserable. She wanted everyone to see how terrible their situation was. This was something Hygiene had taught before. Not only her, but all the women and children were crying loudly. Their faces, already covered with makeup, looked very worn out, and with all the crying, the soldiers immediately thought this family was in great suffering. With this in mind, when they checked the men's wounds, they felt too sad to look directly. They quickly glanced and then covered their noses to step back. These are poor people. Their wounds smell bad. Even if they are treated, they might be disabled. Prince Chun is kind-hearted. He even gave money for their family to settle in the city. Take the money and go see a doctor quickly. Hygiene had already mentioned the family allowance last night. The others weren't surprised but looked very excited and praised Prince Chun and the city guards. They were so grateful that they entered the city. After walking a long way into the city and making sure no soldiers were around, everyone finally let out a deep breath. Looking at the busy crowd, hearing the shouts and laughter, it felt like a dream. Did they really get into the city so easily? The badge given by Lord Qin was not even used. Master, pinch me quickly. Are we really in Jinghao now? Qin Shi held Lu Lao Er's hand, sweating nervously. She had never seen such a prosperous city, and there were so many people. It's true. Jinghao is really lively, Lu Lao Er replied. Sun Shi also clicked her tongue repeatedly. Although she was shocked, she didn't show it and even scolded her younger brother. Stop acting like you've never seen a big city. It's embarrassing. Lu Lao too was better. When he was young, he had traveled with bodyguards and visited many cities, so he had some experience. Among the crowd, the calmest was Hygiene. Everyone thought she was still shocked from yesterday, so they didn't pay much attention. But in fact, such scenes were nothing to her. In her past life, she had seen many storms and hardships. What are you all doing? You're all so dirty and don't seem to care about losing face. Are you refugees fleeing from disaster? Hurry to the government office to wait for arrangements. Don't run around everywhere. Suddenly, a middle-aged man appeared, looking fierce and intimidating, scaring everyone quite a bit. Yes, we are just country folks, inexperienced and naive. May I ask, big brother, how do we get to the government office? Lu Fugue was quick-witted and stepped forward to speak. Since they just arrived, it's better not to cause trouble. Seeing their respectful attitude, the man kindly pointed the way. City folks really have a bad temper. But we do need to clean ourselves up properly. Mrs. Yu whispered in complaint. Now, with how they look, no wonder others look down on them. Even they feel embarrassed. He Junyang said, once we settle down somewhere, we can clean up then. Yes. Everyone wore smiles on their faces. As long as they entered the city, they felt relieved. Although they really wanted to explore the busy streets, the group decided to report to the government first, hoping to get a good place to stay. Just like yesterday, many people were already outside the government office, mostly women, children, and elderly. Seeing such a large family, they were surprised, but when they saw the injuries and exhaustion on the leaders, they understood. Fleeing from disaster was not easy for anyone. He Junyang handed over their identity documents on behalf of everyone, waiting for the officials to call their names. The Lu family's documents were intact, but others had been lost or damaged during the escape, so they needed to reapply, which took some time. When it was finally their turn, the officials were about to leave the office. Officer, please help us. Our family is injured and waiting for medicine and treatment. Sun Shi saw the officials packing up and clearly didn't want to help, so she started crying and pleading. Where did this crazy woman come from? The officer was startled. They had been dealing with these smelly refugees all day, and their mood was already bad. Being scared again made him angry. Forget it, forget it. Look at her family, so weak and helpless. They seem pitiful, so just help them. Another person kindly advised, thinking that Lu's family looked like they wouldn't last long. If the refugees didn't die on the road but instead died at the government office, it would be a big problem for the officials. The angry officer looked at the family and suddenly felt sorry for them. He cursed silently and began to handle their case. With so many of you, can you be split up and sent to different villages? Or do you all want to stay together? The officer's tone was a bit harsh, but he was still doing his job. Sir, we are all relatives, so we must stay together. Please be kind and arrange for us to stay in one village. The Lu family members didn't speak. Lu Fugue was the first to speak. He joked that they only got this far because of the Lu family's help, and they wanted to stick close to the Lu family in the future. They couldn't be separated now. The others nodded in agreement. They had no intention of leaving the Lu family. Over time, they had grown used to staying with them. The officer understood that family ties mattered to everyone. Plus, with more people, it was easier to avoid being bullied. Then, it looks like we'll have to find a more remote village, the officer said. He was about to look for a distant village to send them to when He Junyang suddenly stepped forward. She took out the badge Qin Jian had given her and placed it on the table. Does the officer recognize this object? She looked at the officer with a faint smile. At first, he found her annoying, but when he saw the badge, he froze. He quickly grabbed it for a closer look and asked, "Where did you get this badge?" "It was given to us by a noble person." On the way, we met someone from Prince Chen's court and saved his life. My family's men were injured helping him escape. The noble person was grateful and gave us this badge. Please, sir, help us find a village near the city to settle in. He Junyang remained calm, showing no signs of lying. The officer examined the badge carefully, frowning. He pulled someone aside and whispered, "Oldly, do you think this is real? If a woman can mention the prince's name, it's probably genuine." The badge was plain, with no fancy decorations. Ordinary people wouldn't recognize it as belonging to Prince Chen's residence. Besides, they want to settle here permanently. They wouldn't dare lie. The officer agreed and nodded, feeling confident that he had a plan. When they returned, she put on a gentle smile and said, "It turns out you have some favor with Prince Chen's residence. That's good to know. I will find a nearby village for you, but your group is quite large, so it might be a bit crowded." The people of Jinghao City have little land and many people, so this was true. He Junyang didn't push her luck. As long as the village wasn't in a remote mountain area, it was fine. "Thank you, officer." Lu Fugue flattered him at the right time, which made He Junyang look at him a bit more. On the way, she realized Lu Fugue was quite clever, able to adapt, and might be useful in the future. It was worth bringing them along. In the end, the officials arranged for the Lu family to stay in Onping village, under the jurisdiction of Daling County, the closest to the prefecture. It was also near the county town, making travel easy. They prepared household registration documents and received the relocation funds. Then they could report to Daling County. This was the usual process, but because they had the badge from Prince Chen's residence, the two officials became very attentive, saying they would accompany them to see a doctor. The Lu family was a bit anxious. Their injuries were fake, and going to see a doctor might reveal the truth. "That can't be. Officer, you've already helped us so much. We can't trouble you further. Please don't risk my wife's health. Our family can't afford it." Sun Sure was about to kneel, but the officer, Laoli, quickly helped her up. "Ma'am, please get up. Since that's the case, we won't go anymore. You can go see the doctor yourself." They had only mentioned it casually. After a long day of work, they were tired and preferred not to go. After thanking the officials many times, the Lu family left, everyone feeling relieved. Third sister-in-law is really impressive. We almost got sent to a remote mountain village. Qin sure couldn't help but sigh. She had thought that Qin Gong's badge wouldn't be useful, and it was a bit of a pity. Who knew that third sister-in-law would soon make full use of it? Yes, I didn't expect such a twist either. Lu Guilon also smiled happily. From Qianzhou City to here, she had seen He Jianyang's true ability. No matter what happened, she always had a way to solve it. Where should we go now? It's getting dark. We won't make it to Daling County tonight. Zhang Song also spoke up. If they couldn't reach Daling County, they might have to spend the night outdoors again. First, go to the clinic, then find a refugee camp to stay overnight. Tomorrow morning, we'll set out for Daling County. He Junyang spoke briefly and pulled the small dog to walk beside Sun's side. Medical clinic? We're not exactly that kind of place. Old Second Lu almost blurted out, then quickly covered his mouth when he realized. Sun glared at him. "If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute." Old Second Lu knew he was in the wrong and dared not speak again, but his eyes looked anxiously at He Junyang, wanting to hear what she would say. He Junyang couldn't help but smile and then said, "It's just acting, a full performance. Even if not everyone goes, at least 2 people should buy some medicine for minor injuries. Wouldn't that be a waste of money?" Lu's sisters whispered. Although everyone now had some money, they didn't even have a place to stay yet. In the future, there will be many expenses, so it's better to save where they can. Even if it's a waste, you girls don't need to spend your own money.
Don't worry about it.
Qi Shi reminded irritably. On this trip, all the expenses were paid by the Lu family. In fact, they owed the Lu family quite a lot. Young sister-in-law is right. We should do the full act. Now that we have some money, we can buy basic medicine. Lu Fugue stepped forward and said openly that they would pay for this themselves. Everyone agreed. They couldn't rely entirely on the Lu family. He Junyang was straightforward and immediately said, "In that case, I and my sister-in-law will go buy the medicine. Big brother and second brother, you take everyone to find a spot in the refugee camp.
Good.
Yu's wife was pleasantly surprised that Hygiene took the initiative to invite her. She was actually hoping to take the opportunity to look around. It was more inconvenient to go with everyone. After separating from everyone, Yu's wife said, "Third sister-in-law, let's find a nearby clinic to buy medicine, then go for a walk on the street." Hygiene had no objection. "All right. Sister-in-law, we should also buy some paper and brushes to draw portraits of your family members. Tomorrow morning we can use those badges to ask the officers to help look for people. What do you think?" Yu's wife was stunned. She hadn't expected this, but Hygiene had been thinking of her all along. "Third sister-in-law, thank you." Tears welled up in Yu's eyes, but her face was smiling. She was truly grateful to Hygiene from the bottom of her heart. There is no explicit content in the provided text. Here is the corrected and simplified version. Family members, there's no need to thank me. Right now, we are all in Jinghao, but finding each other again might not be easy. Sister-in-law, you should prepare yourself mentally, Hygiene said seriously, holding her hand. In ancient times, this was the problem, no communication methods. Once separated, it was almost impossible to meet again. "I understand," Yu sure nodded. "We left in a hurry and didn't get a chance to tell my family. I have already prepared myself to never see them again in this life." Yu sure gave a sad smile. Actually, the main reason was that she had heard from villagers that her hometown village had already left. If her family cared about her, they would have sent someone to tell her. But she never received any news, and gradually, her heart grew cold. "Yes, sister-in-law, it's good that you see it this way," Hygiene said. She didn't know how to comfort her, so she thought she just needed to understand herself better. Yu sure wiped her tears and said, "Now that our family has safely arrived in Jinghao, I am very content. Besides, my family treats me well. I have no complaints. Third sister-in-law, don't worry. I will remember your kindness." Hygiene said it was not necessary and took her to a pharmacy to buy the cheapest wound medicine. Then they went to the street to look around and enjoy the crowd. Behind them, two men came out from behind a wall and entered a clinic. They were the two guards from earlier. Soon after, the two men came out again, looking somewhat puzzled. "You say so many people are hurt, but they don't see a doctor?" Tears welled up in Song Yu's eyes. His usually calm face showed a hint of doubt. "Mother, you know Zhu's personality. Do you think she will give me a second chance?" Mrs. Su looked at him and said, "You Abai, you understand many things clearly, but why can't you see this? Whether Zhu gives you a chance is her decision, but whether you do something about it is yours. Anyway, she's in Beijing now. If you want to clear the misunderstanding, now is the best time. If Zhu really leaves, I won't be able to help you anymore." Mrs. Su finally smiled. "Today I've said everything here. I won't bring it up again." Prince Jin was surprised but thought it made sense after thinking carefully. "No wonder they know so much about us. Turns out they are our own people," Prince Jin sneered. He felt this game was getting more and more interesting. "Who do you think it might be?" Prince Qin Jian looked seriously at King Chen, feeling that the royal family lacked close bonds. If it was indeed those brothers of His Highness who did this, it was truly disappointing. King Chen shook his head. "I don't know." He genuinely didn't know. His brothers usually appeared cheerful, but who knew what they were secretly doing? What made King Chen angry was that, given the current internal and external troubles of the country, their internal conflicts could be understood. But if they were helping Nantai to fight against him, he would not forgive them easily. "You said the assassin had a wolf tooth-shaped tattoo. Send people to investigate this pattern carefully and find out which group is behind this." King Chen rubbed his head. Qin Jian agreed, and then said, "Your Highness, I took the initiative to give the badge to that family, letting them settle in Jinghao City. Please forgive me for this." The king's decision to open Jinghao City was to help refugees. "What crime do you think you committed? That family has strong men." Qin Jian lowered his head. The emperor had ordered the strong men to be drafted into the army, but he secretly let them go to Jinghao City. If this was taken seriously, it could be considered treason. King Chen didn't react much. After thinking carefully, he said, "It's not a big deal. That family saved you and provided important information. They have already made a contribution. Let them go." "Yes, thank you, Your Highness." Qin Jian was about to leave when a guard outside loudly called out, "Your Highness, urgent news from 800 miles away." King Chen nodded at Qin Jian and signaled, "Quickly bring it in." Qin Jian went outside and returned with a letter. Seeing the writing on the envelope, his eyes lit up. "Your Highness, this is news from Nantai." King Chen thought Nantai was up to something again, hurriedly stood up and took the letter to read. After hesitating for a moment, he suddenly smiled. "Ha ha ha. Not bad, not bad. This Sun Qi, I really didn't see him wrong. When he returns, I will reward him generously." Hearing King Chen mention his good brother's name, Qin Jian also became excited, clearly eager to know what the letter said. Fortunately, King Chen trusted him enough to show him the letter directly. In the next moment, his expression was exactly the same as King Chen's. He actually killed the crown prince of Nantai. Good boy, truly impressive. Earlier, when Nantai learned about the drought here, they wanted to send troops. King Chen was anxious and unsure what to do. Unexpectedly, Sun Qi quickly and decisively solved the urgent problem for him. Yes, he secretly entered the prince's residence in South Tai to assassinate the prince and managed to escape unharmed. He's a promising talent. It was worth saving his life back then. Prince Chen's face lit up with happiness, and he said, "Since the danger is over, there's no need to send the letter I asked you to deliver earlier. Finish investigating the assassin properly, then meet with Sun Qi. Tell him to take good care of himself. When he returns, I will ask the emperor to promote him to a general." Just the head of the South Tai prince would be enough for a reward, not to mention all the useful intelligence Sun Qi has sent over the years. The royal family of South Tai has few children. Only the crown prince has reached adulthood. Now that the prince is dead, chaos will surely follow in the court, and there's much to do. Yes, Qin Jian felt no jealousy at all. He was genuinely happy for his brother. That was his brother's skill, and he deserved it. After spending a night in the refugee camp, Hygiene got up before dawn. The smell was too strong and spicy, making her eyes water, and she couldn't sleep peacefully. She walked far away, took a deep breath, and felt truly alive again. Early, she went to the government office entrance and waited for the two officers to come out. When they did, she hurried over. "Officer, this is our missing family member. I drew a picture of him, and I've written his name below. Please, two officers, help keep an eye out." She spoke softly, secretly pulling out a silver coin to give them, smiling. The two officers didn't expect her to be so generous. Yesterday, she bought medicine at the cheapest price, costing only a few coins. Now she was giving out a silver coin to find someone, which made people suspicious. "If I remember correctly, your family mostly has the surname Liu, but this family's surname is Yu. How can you say they're your family?" "Two officers, you don't know the full story. This is my sister-in-law's family. They live in a different village and didn't travel together. Now, I have no news of them. My sister-in-law is worried, so I came to ask for your help." "I see." The officer nodded without much thought. They remembered from yesterday's registration that a woman with the surname Yu had been there, but in such a vast crowd. As he spoke, the officer lowered his head to carefully examine the portrait Hygiene brought. Just as he was about to say it might not look very good, he saw the lifelike image on the paper. "Did you draw this?" Big-headed man frowned and looked at Hygiene with disbelief, appearing a bit silly, which made his head seem even larger. "It was drawn by the young lady." Hygiene nodded, with a slightly regretful expression. "Unfortunately, I haven't seen Big Sister-in-law's family in person. I just drew it based on her description, so I don't know if it looks like them." The officer. "Is this still called a casual drawing?" She knew her sketch was much better than the official artists in their office. Hygiene wasn't just pretending to be modest. She hadn't seen the person herself and was using a brush for the first time. She wasn't very skilled yet and didn't meet her own standards. "All right, since you've asked us for help, my brother and I will do our best, but we can't guarantee we'll find them. Old Lee held the portrait with admiration. This woman was much more impressive than they thought. Of course, of course. We are grateful that 2 officers are willing to help. We won't ask for more. If there's any news, please send someone to Wamping Village to inform us. Our family will reward you generously. She looked confident, making the 2 officers laugh. Their family was so poor, yet she still dared to say that. Even if they had some money now, they would need it later. Where did she get the nerve to promise a big reward? But out of respect for the king's palace token, they agreed to help. Your in-laws are decent people, willing to spend money to help their daughter-in-law find her family. The officer spoke fairly, and Hygiene immediately smiled proudly. Of course. Not only am I helping to find big sister-in-law's family, but when we encountered my second sister-in-law's niece in trouble on the way, my mother-in-law also gathered money to buy her back. She's now living with my second sister-in-law. Just yesterday, that little girl Lotus called. The officer was even more surprised. So that little girl was the niece of the second sister-in-law's family. No wonder she carried the Qin surname. They had been puzzled when registering her. It seemed that was a good family. Thinking of this, the smiles on the 2 officers' faces became more genuine. The one called Big Head even said, "Let's do this. We'll put these portraits on the notice board. That way, not only we can keep an eye out, but the local people can help too." Hygiene was very happy. That's wonderful. Thank you, officers. If you help us find the person, we'll give you 1 or 2 silver coins as a reward. She smiled a little shyly and said, "Our family is having a hard time, and I really can't afford to spend more money." The officer understood well, since they couldn't even buy decent medicine, yet they were willing to spend a lot of money to find someone. Even just 1 or 2 silver coins was a big amount for these refugees. The officer didn't delay, and, since there weren't many people registering now, he directly put up the portrait. Hygiene watched as they finished posting it, then she thanked them and left. When she returned, everyone had already packed up. They didn't ask where she had been, but the little dog kept sticking to her and asking questions. Hygiene was overwhelmed by his persistence and said, "Mom just woke up and had nothing to do, so I went out for a walk." "Then why didn't you take me with you?" The little dog pouted, clearly a bit upset.
Because you were still sleeping.
How could I wake up my little treasure? Haha, it's true. People of any age like to hear kind words. The little dog was immediately soothed, squinting happily and stopping his fussing. Hee. Mom says he's her little treasure. Son's wife found their fussing a bit annoying and couldn't help but slap her face playfully. "You're just fussing over nothing yourself." On the way, Son's wife noticed that the third daughter-in-law loved to keep clean. No matter how hard life was, she always found a way to tidy herself up. Even with little water, she still made sure everyone washed their hands first. Despite the hardships, she refused to compromise. She hadn't noticed her like this before. But maybe because of how Hygiene had influenced her recently, she was also very picky when she came to the refugee camp last night. She didn't sleep much, and Hygiene knew when she got up and left. Hygiene was thick-skinned and didn't feel embarrassed. Instead, she squinted and smiled. Being particular is a good thing. It keeps us from getting sick. Yu's wife didn't say anything but looked at Hygiene with gratitude. When she woke up, she found that the portrait painted last night was gone. Surely her third sister-in-law had taken it to give to the officer. Everyone packed up and left the refugee camp. On the way, Yu's wife finally thanked her. "Big sister-in-law, we're family. If you keep thanking me like this, it'll seem a bit distant." Hygiene patted her hand and said, "Besides, we might not even find him. Don't thank me too early. Even if we don't find him, I still thank you. Your painting looks just like the real person. As long as they can reach Jinghao City safely, we'll definitely find him." The Yu family really trusted her. Qin also came over to talk, saying, "Third sister-in-law is truly impressive. How does she seem to know everything? Painting isn't something only scholars can do, right? Last night, I watched her paint and felt like a real person was standing in front of me." Lu Guilin heard this and hurried over, her eyes shining with excitement. He Junyoung looked at Qin with surprise and asked, "Really? Only scholars can paint?"
I don't know much about it.
I just thought it didn't look too hard and wanted to try. Last night was the first time I painted. Everyone was even more surprised. You mean you've never learned before? He Junyoung was more shocked. No, I was kidnapped when I was young, so I never had the chance to learn. Everyone was speechless. People can be so different. Why is the third sister-in-law so talented, while they all look like fools? Sun said, pulling her aside to talk. You're really good, but you should be careful not to be tricked. He Junyoung found it funny, but also knew Sun was trying to help her. She nodded and said, "Don't worry, mother. From what everyone says, I do some craft work. Who could easily trick me?" Sun thought this made sense, but still warned her to be careful in daily life. A group of people chatted happily as they headed to Daling County, smiling and full of hope. From now on, they wouldn't have to worry about theft or bandits anymore. They could finally sleep peacefully at night. This was the life they had been dreaming of for many sleepless nights. On the way, they met a few pedestrians talking as they passed by. "Did you hear? There's been a riot in Qianzhou City. The governor was killed by the mob." "That's right. I heard that on the night of the riot, the governor was out at a flower house. He deserved to die." Well, those women at the flower house are very loyal. Even after everything, they didn't leave. They got caught with the governor. What loyalty? That woman probably didn't expect the mob to actually attack the governor. If she had survived that night, she might have risen high. But unfortunately, she miscalculated. Listening to this, the Liu family couldn't help but exchange glances, surprised at how serious the situation in Qianzhou was. If they hadn't gone to Beiqing Gate that night after hearing He Junyang's words and then left the city quickly, their family might have been caught up in the chaos too. Even if they did not participate in the riot, they are still refugees and are in that city. It is very difficult for them to stay safe on their own. Two brothers, I wonder how things are going in Qianzhou. Could it affect Jinghao? Old Liu thought for a moment before asking. They had been cut off from news along the way, so they asked someone to find out the situation and had a general idea. We don't know the details. We only know that refugees have taken over Qianzhou City, causing a lot of destruction and chaos. The court has probably sent people to handle it. If it gets worse, North Yen could fall into chaos. The passerby finished speaking, shook his head, and left, with a look of worry on his face. Jinghao is some distance from Qianzhou, but who can guarantee it won't be affected? Moreover, Jinghao is wealthy. Those who are greedy and have no conscience might try to take advantage. What if they give up and break everything? The news has already reached the capital. A few days ago, officials argued fiercely about this matter in the court. The old emperor did not expect the power of refugees to be so great. Not only did they kill officials, but they also harmed ordinary people. He wanted to send people to suppress the chaos, but no officials in the court were willing to get involved in this mess. The old emperor was very angry. None of his officials were useful. Finally, Prince Jing pushed a minister under Prince Qin forward. Before he could even get close, the old emperor eagerly made his decision. That minister was already on his way to Qianzhou City, pushed into the role like a duck being led to slaughter. Prince Chun had no particular plan. Now that the crisis in Nantai was over, there was nothing urgent. Qianzhou was a city of North Yen, so it should be well managed. He gave the minister some advice and told him to do his best. In a private room at a restaurant in the capital, a man's hearty laughter rang out. Now they've handed him such a hot potato, and who knows how angry he is. Ha ha! Isn't he usually the one meddling in others' affairs? Let him do it. I want to see how he can bring this city back to life. That man was Prince Jing. Sitting opposite him was a man named Lin Yiping. He looked very ordinary, the kind you could easily overlook in a crowd. But appearances can be deceiving. The aura he exuded was not something ordinary people could compare to, and Prince Jing valued him highly. He leaned on the bed, fanning himself and chuckling softly. Don't celebrate too early, Your Highness. Qianzhou may seem like a hot potato, but if Prince Chen's men can manage it well, it will be a great achievement. Maybe even the crown prince will be overshadowed. Prince Jing was very confident and said, You underestimate your father too much. He only wants the crown prince to take the throne. No one can compare to the crown prince in his heart, unless he paused, a sly smile appearing on his face. He had thought of this idea before, but it was never something he would do himself, lest he give others an advantage. That's true. The crown prince's position is not something just anyone can challenge. But what if the crown prince himself starts to waver? Lin Yiping looked at Prince Jing with a growing smile, understanding his hidden meaning. Are you suggesting that the crown prince and Prince Chin should compete?
Why not?
The prince can sit back and enjoy the benefits, he said, closing his fan and watching Prince Jing carefully, as if waiting for his decision. Prince Jing thought for a moment and then smiled happily. Yiping, you really have a good idea. This plan is excellent. I will go back and make arrangements right away. After saying this, he stood up and left. Lin Yiping smiled calmly, seeming very pleased with the outcome. Once Prince Jing was completely gone, a man in black suddenly jumped down from the beam and knelt before Lin Yiping, asking, Master, does Prince Jing really have the ability to make the Crown Prince and Prince Chin fight? Prince Jing was naturally impulsive, ambitious, but not very smart. Putting such a plan in his hands, was that really safe? Lin Yiping chuckled indifferently. He's not capable. But isn't that why I am here? As he spoke, he gently tore at his ear, revealing a human skin mask, which he then removed to show a handsome face. Ugh, wearing this in such hot weather is really uncomfortable. You go ahead and do your work. No need to follow me. He threw the mask to his subordinate and jumped out of the window. The man in black carefully stored the mask and also jumped out of the window. The group from the Liu family traveled smoothly from Daling County to Anping Village. They reported to the county office, and the county magistrate assigned a constable, Zhang Tian, to guide them to Anping Village. It had to be said, having connections made a difference. They had hoped Anping Village would be similar to their previous village, but it turned out to be the largest village in the area, with the most people. Every 7 days, a market was held at the village entrance, attracting people from nearby villages, making it almost like a small town. The county magistrate's constable was named Zhang Tian, and these were the things he told them along the way. Although Anping Village is large, it also has many people. The size of the land each of you can get depends on how much you're willing to pay. The officials also find this difficult. Originally, so many people are not suitable for Anping Village because it's crowded. If they went to a village closer to the mountains, they could find more mountain land to farm. Although there is some unused land in Anping Village, it can't support so many people. The good land has already been taken, and what's left is very poor. This big family will have a hard life in the future. But this isn't his concern. If they chose to live here, they must accept the consequences. Yes, we understand. Even though we have little land, the village is close to the county seat, which makes it easier for our children to go to school. We adults can work harder. He Jiunyang smiled and answered the officials, making them see her in a different light. Are you saying you want to send your children to school? Old Lu nodded. Learning and reading are always good. The official almost couldn't help but laugh. A family that came fleeing from trouble, now so down and out, still wants to send their children to school. But it's a good idea, so the official nodded and said, education costs money. Your family is doing well to think about it. Just then, the official remembered they had 2 horses, which suggested they might have some savings, so he didn't say more. Anyway, this family would belong to their county in the future. If they could raise a successful student, it would also bring pride to their family. At this time, the weather was hot, and it was still about a month until the busy farming season. Few people were in the fields, and both men and women liked to find shady spots to sit and chat. Because of this, when the Liu family entered the village, they immediately attracted many looks. The villagers looked unhappy. Some eager to speak up asked the officials, Sir, our village already has so many people. Why are you sending so many refugees here? Others agreed. Yes, these are all refugees. They are so dirty and injured. Who knows what kind of people they are? If they carry diseases, what will we do to protect our villagers? Everyone was talking loudly, blocking the road, and not letting the group pass. How dare you? This is an order from the officials. Blocking the road is like rebelling. The village officer was a bit angry and reached for his sword. The villagers were scared and stepped back, but their faces showed dislike and disgust. Someone like Sun Chi, who had no official rank or known background, was the only one of his kind there. Despite that, no one dared to mock him based on his status. Instead, they approached him politely, trying to make conversation. Sun Chi had attended many such banquets before, mainly to use the event as an excuse to gather influence. Most of the men were present, while the women enjoyed tea and flowers in a pavilion across the lake, sitting separately. In the pavilion, many noble ladies quietly observed the young men, blushing when they saw each one. Who among those men looks the best? Of course, no one dared to speak or argue. They had so many people, and they weren't afraid of a sword-wielding officer. But he was an official. If they offended him, they would face serious trouble later. Thinking about this, although some still felt upset, they led the way to the village head's house. The scene was quite impressive. Most of the villagers and the Liu family gathered at the village head's door. Someone stepped forward and knocked. The village head's family was sitting in their yard, cooling off. When they heard the noise, they came out to open the door. They were a bit confused to see so many people, but once they saw the officer and the group behind him, they understood the purpose immediately. "Sir, didn't you say before that our village has many people and wouldn't send anyone over? What's going on now?" The village head was a minor official and knew more than others. When he heard that King Chun was starting to recruit refugees, he asked the county office for information. He remembered what the county magistrate told him at the time. This is the decision of the provincial government. The Liu family has made contributions. Don't think about doing anything wrong, or if they investigate, even the magistrate can't save you. The officer deliberately made the situation sound serious. The crowd started to discuss, and even the village head's face changed a little. The Liu family exchanged glances, knowing that life in this village might not be peaceful in the future. But it didn't matter. They had gone through tough times on the way here. Were they afraid of these honest villagers? With time, people would see each other's true nature, and eventually, they could get along. After weighing the pros and cons, the village head put on a smile and said to Old Man Liu, "It turns out you've made contributions. Since you've come to Anping village, you're one of us. My name is Yuan and I am the village head. If you need anything, just come to me. I will handle it fairly." With the village chief's assurance, the guards left peacefully. Things had reached this point, and the villagers no longer dared to say anything, only gathering around the village chief's house to watch the scene. "Everyone listen up. From now on, they are all members of our village. Be polite to them. I won't allow you to trouble their family privately. The guards just said they have made contributions. If anything goes wrong in the village, I won't forgive you." Everyone remained silent, feeling upset inside. After a long while, no one spoke. The village chief lost his temper. "Did you all hear that?" Still, no one answered. Someone said, "Our village has little land to begin with. With so many people, how can we share the land? We can't just give up our own fields, right?" I, for one, disagree. Farmers care most about their land. Because there are many people in the village, each person has only a small piece. If the land is divided further, even if the governor himself came, they wouldn't agree. The village chief glared at that person but knew everyone wanted to know how this matter would be handled. So he said, "What belongs to you is yours. No one can take it away. If they want it, they can buy it from you." This was to tell the villagers that the land would not be divided, and also to inform the Liu family. The villagers were now satisfied, but the Liu family couldn't smile. They could buy land if they wanted, but where would they get so much money? Did they really make a mistake by coming to this village? Among the crowd, only Hygiene and Sun Shi remained calm. Sun Shi thought that since their family had money now, they could buy land if needed. But Hygiene felt that even without land, she could still live well, so she was completely unworried. Chuer quietly tugged at Hygine's sleeve, eyes full of hope, asking her to think of a solution. After all, everyone had listened to her all along. Hygiene was troubled. She didn't want to be the leader, but who made her popular? So she cleared her throat and asked the village chief, "Village chief, if there's no land for us in the village, can we go to the nearby mountains to farm?" The mountains weren't far away, and as long as these people were willing to go, they wouldn't go hungry. The village chief didn't expect a woman to think of these things. He nodded and said, "Of course you can. But most of the good land on the nearby mountains has already been farmed. If you go now, there might not be much good land left." Hygiene smiled and said, "It's okay. With care and effort, it can get better in 3 or 5 years." The villagers of Onping thought she was dreaming. The mountain was so poor that sometimes they couldn't even water the land. How could such a place grow crops? But the people from the Liu family felt relieved. It's better to have something than nothing, and they believed what Hygiene said. The village chief saw that they weren't arguing about land, so his attitude improved. He quickly dismissed the onlookers with a few words, telling them to discuss their living arrangements inside his yard. His family was also there, so the small yard became crowded. Luckily, everyone could find a spot under the eaves to stand, so they wouldn't be too exposed to the sun. "That's how it is," the village chief said. "About the land, as you just heard, you have to buy it yourselves. Whether you buy from other villagers or rent from wealthy landlords, it's your own business. I can't interfere." Everyone nodded to show they understood. The village chief continued, "As for housing, there are a few empty houses in the village, but they are old and need repairs. You will have to fix them up yourself. Also, these houses are not given to you for free. They are owned by the village, and if you want to live in one, you can rent it or buy it by paying money." This was expected. People had no reason to give away houses for free. "Village chief, how much is the rent for these houses?" Lu Fugue asked, unable to hold back. They didn't have much money to buy a house now, and still owed a lot to the Lu family. They couldn't borrow more money now, so they could only rent temporarily. Here's the situation. There are 4 houses. 2 are quite large, enough for about 10 people, and the rent is 25 coins a month. The smaller ones can fit 5 or 6 people, and the rent is 15 coins a month. You might consider sharing the houses, which would be cheaper. The village chief's prices were fair. Since the houses were old and damaged, he couldn't ask too much. Everyone found the prices acceptable. But even if they rented all 4 houses, there wouldn't be enough space for so many people. They had about 50 or 60 people. However, before they could speak, the village chief continued, "There are not enough houses for so many of you. The village has a few plots of land you can buy to build your own houses. But since our village has many people, competition is fierce, and the land is a bit expensive. The houses that are currently empty and cheap are old and in poor condition. Additionally, those houses used to be places where people had died, which makes them somewhat unlucky. Most villagers buy houses when there is a happy event in their family. Such houses are considered unlucky, so they have been left vacant for years. However, the land plots are different. They are new, and you can buy them and build whatever you want, which can bring good luck. Because of this, the land is expensive. Only a few wealthy families have bought some. Most others haven't." The village chief paused and then said, "The smallest plot is 5 fen. The village sells it for 2 or 3 silver coins. Larger plots are 1 acre or 2 acres. 1 acre costs 6 or 2 silver coins, and 2 acres cost 10 silver coins. It depends on what size you want. From this, it seems that 2 acres is more cost-effective. But ordinary families usually don't have enough money to buy such a large piece of land. Most buy 5 fen or 1 acre. Right now, besides the Liu family, others who buy land might not have enough money to build a house or buy good farmland. Chuer's family wants to buy their own land because it's not convenient for 3 people to share a house. So Lu Daping asked village chief, "Do you have smaller plots?" The village chief shook his head. "No, there are no smaller plots." He Junyang suggested, "If you want, 2 families can buy 5 fen together and split it equally. The only difference is that the yard might be smaller." Yes. Everyone's eyes lit up. Since the village doesn't divide land into small pieces, they can buy and plan it themselves. "Okay, I'll buy 5 fen. Is there anyone willing to split it with us?" Lu Daping looked around. Some people planned to rent temporarily, but others wanted to prepare early. Lee, the mother of Taidan, stepped forward and said, "My family will do it. I have 2 children, and we don't need a big space." The 3 of them had previously received 9 taels of silver from bandits and 6 taels after arriving in Jinghao. They didn't spend money on the way, so they have some savings. Chui's family and the Li family are all members of the Lu clan, so they are related by blood. Living together like this won't cause many problems. Moreover, on the road, Chui and the Li and Gao families have built a friendly relationship, and they are happy to be neighbors. Alright, sister-in-law Li, from now on, we are neighbors. Chui happily holds Li's hand, smiling sincerely. Gao's mother and daughter also don't want to rent with others, so she speaks up. My family also bought 5 acres of land. Lu sisters, you 2 young girls might find it inconvenient. Why don't you join us and buy land together? The Lu sisters have been obedient all along, and since they are young, they don't dare to cause trouble. Gao's mother feels that although she didn't like their previous attempt to stay with the Lu family, she is still willing to be their neighbor. Now, the Lu sisters no longer dare to think about staying with the Lu family, and they worry that sharing a rental with others might lead to being bullied. They timidly nod. Big sister Lu asks, "Auntie, we don't know much about building a house. How would we even start?" They're only 13, still young and far from reaching marriageable age, so they really don't understand much. It's not a problem. We've all come this far together. How could we ignore you children? Once we settle down, we'll help you build a house. Lu Fugue cheerfully responds, and everyone nods in agreement. They have helped each other along the way, so it's only right to look out for one another. Thank you, uncle and auntie. The 2 sisters are so excited they nearly cry. They thought they were abandoned by their parents and that their lives would be like drifting weeds, but now they see a new hope and opportunity. Alright, no tears on such a happy day.
It's settled then.
Gao's mother can't help but feel touched. She comes over and pats their shoulders to comfort them. Meanwhile, a group of people rescued from a bandit hideout, some with more money in hand, are willing to pool their resources to buy land and build houses. The Lu family members they met in Qianzhou City still have a lot of money, so they temporarily rent an empty house in the village. As for the Lu Guilon family, they don't have much money. Their rented house is no longer enough, and building their own house is even more difficult. They remain silent for a moment and quietly follow the Lu family. The village chief didn't expect them to be so humble and willing to compromise. After all, existing houses are much more convenient and cheaper than buying land and building new ones. He thought they might argue fiercely, but they resolved the matter peacefully, and everyone looked happy. This made the village chief consider that they are relatives and relatively united. They have a large number of people, even comparable to some of the older families in the village. In the future, they won't be easily bullied in the village. As the village chief, he naturally wouldn't think of bullying these newcomers. They not only have many people but also contributed greatly, so the provincial government might arrange housing for them directly. Someone behind the scenes is surely helping them. At this time, the Lu family also discussed. Old Mr. Lu said, "Our family has many members, so let's buy 2 acres of land to build houses. It will be convenient when the children grow up." Everyone expected this. They knew the Lu family was wealthy. They had sold a horse earlier and lent some money to others. The Lu family still has some savings, and the young master they saved before will probably give some reward. But no one was jealous. They all thought this was the Lu family's ability, and they believed that living with the Lu family would make their lives better in the future. The village chief was a bit surprised again. This family didn't seem special, but they could buy 2 acres of land just like that, something many families in the village couldn't do. Alright, since everyone has decided, let's go see the houses and land. After that, we'll sign the documents and report to the government. The village chief was very happy, smiling widely. The houses and land that had been delayed for a long time now had places to go. The village treasury would also gain a significant income. It seemed that letting this family move in wouldn't be a bad thing. Hygiene asked again, "May I ask, village chief, is there any good farmland for sale? Or does anyone in the village want to sell land?" The village chief stroked his small beard and shook his head. According to the current rules, land in the village cannot be sold freely. It must be kept for the men of the village to marry and settle down. If you live here for 3 years and settle down, the men of the family can also get some land. But we have too many people here, so the land allocated won't be much. Plus, the area is remote and not very fertile. Be prepared. When more people gather, he plans to go to the county office to apply for land for the village. However, neighboring villages probably won't want to give up their land, so he can only apply for more remote land, which is the only way to make it work. As for the village, I don't know yet which family wants to sell their fields. I'll ask around later. Do you know how much land you need? As soon as the village chief finished speaking, Sun's family responded confidently, as much as we can get. The village chief looked at her in surprise. Can this woman decide for her family? Just now, Hygiene kept talking without anyone stopping her, which was fine. But now, such a big decision as buying land also seemed to be made casually? Old Lu noticed the village chief's curious look. Worried about losing face, he quickly coughed and said, "Yes, yes. My wife means the same as I do. Our family is large, so we need to buy more land to feel secure." Sun looked at the village chief with displeasure. She disliked how the village chief favored men over women. The Lu family has always been run well by her, the wife. What does the old man understand? Humph. Old Lu sheepishly touched his nose, giving Sun a small, apologetic smile, hoping to save face outside. Sun rolled her eyes and remained proud and silent. This made the 3 daughters-in-law laugh quietly. The village chief was stunned again. Daughters-in-law dared to joke about their parents-in-law like that? This family is truly crazy. Well, I'll keep an eye out and ask around for you. But everyone in our village doesn't have much land, so those willing to sell are few. The village chief broke the awkward silence, then added, "Building houses will take some time. If you have nowhere to stay, you can ask villagers to rent rooms. Most families have a spare room or 2, but the rent might be high. After all, those are other families' rooms, much better than empty, abandoned houses. The rent for one room could even be more than renting an entire courtyard. But if they do that, the Lu family will have to live separately, which most families can't accommodate for so many people." Hygiene frowned, not wanting her family to live apart. And living as tenants is not a good feeling. Work injury benefits were based on injury severity. Minor injuries earned 10 coins, moderate injuries 20 coins, and serious injuries 30 coins, with Lu family responsible for medical treatment. Medical care was simple, because Hygiene was skilled in medicine. Female workers could see her for free, and medicine was half price, considered a kind and generous benefit. During the 7-day New Year holiday, workers received paid leave, earning 10 coins per day. Work hours started at dawn, 7 a.m., with a break for lunch at noon, 12 p.m., resuming at 1 p.m., and ending at 7 p.m. The straw can be used as the roof, and the oilcloth to cover the sides. It will be a simple but decent tent. After living outdoors for more than 2 months, there's nothing more difficult than that environment. Sleeping in a grass shelter is really no big deal. Others had been hesitant about renting villagers' houses, but after hearing Hygiene, they agreed. Yes, let's just build a grass shelter. No need to trouble the villagers. The village chief thought they were being reckless. How could so many people live in a grass shelter? Wouldn't the wind them away? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? The village chief gently reminded them, but everyone trusted Hygiene blindly and thought a grass shelter was fine. Old Lu felt he didn't even have a chance to speak. Afraid someone might speak over him, he quickly said to the village chief, "Please help us ask around if anyone has dry straw. We want to buy some." The village chief was speechless. It's not just that the naive woman was acting up, but now this man was also so unreliable. But the village chief couldn't do much beyond that, so he agreed. Hygiene thoughtfully took out her purse. Without even looking inside, she directly handed it to the village chief and smiled. "Thank you for helping us. Please buy some candy for the children at home." The village chief weighed the purse. It was probably full of copper coins, and it felt heavy, at least dozens of coins. Sun's wife looked at it with a worried heart, but she also knew that Hygiene way was correct. They had just arrived and needed to build good relations with the village chief, or it would be hard to get along in the village later. Moreover, if they didn't give some benefits, the village chief wouldn't be willing to help sincerely. The village chief was curious about who was in charge of this family. He secretly glanced and saw no one objecting. Gu Xianxian's eyes lit up. "Can I sleep with you?" Yu Wanzhu nodded. Her room was quite spacious, so she planned to have Song Xiang stay there for a while. Gu Xianxian quickly agreed. Yes, that sounds great. So, the small room she had been living in was given to Qiuyu. Yuanju's business has been smooth these days, and more customers are coming in. Song Xiaolon has been practicing for a while and is now able to handle things slowly. Especially her quick hairstyling skills. She learns complicated hairstyles after just a couple of tries, even better than her own. They each take on different tasks, which greatly eases Yuanju's workload. Sighed. "What are you doing? Go do what you need to do." The village chief scolded them unhappily, but everyone was quite bold. Someone stepped forward and asked, "Village chief, there's nothing to do during the off-season. We're just here to join the fun. Did they buy the land?" "That's none of your business." The village chief glared at him, ignored the others, and led the Liu family to see the house. The house was really old and broken down. It was dirty everywhere, with cobwebs all over, and the thatched roof was damaged in places. Those who weren't quick or careful wouldn't be able to stay there tonight. But given the current condition, everyone was already quite satisfied. "Since you're paying rent, the money is in the village's public account. I will send someone from the village to help fix and clean up. Don't worry." The village chief smiled, worried they might dislike the shabby house and try to pay less. Everyone nodded in agreement. It would be even better if someone helped with the cleaning, so they could save some effort. Hearing this, Granny Zhang, who had come along to join the crowd, immediately enthusiastically said, "Village chief, I'm free and have nothing to do. I'll help them clean up." The village chief shot her a cold look and snorted. "The village spends money to get things done. Naturally, we need people who work quickly and efficiently. Lazy women like you, I wouldn't dare to take." Granny Zhang was known for being lazy in the village, but she also liked to take shortcuts. She was happy to show off at this moment. He Junyang silently looked at her and remembered that Granny Zhang was famous for being lazy and for trying to cheat and save small amounts of money. There was no need to be friends with her in the future. Unexpectedly, Granny Zhang didn't expect the village chief to embarrass her in front of the newcomers. Her face turned a little red, and others started to laugh at her mockingly. No matter how thick-skinned she was, she felt ashamed. She lowered her head and hurriedly ran away, looking embarrassed. After that, everyone stayed silent. The village chief said, "I will carefully choose the person for the job. I know how everyone usually behaves in the village. The person selected will receive 5 coins as wages. Those not chosen this time can have a chance later if they improve. Over the years, everyone knows I am fair in my decisions. If anyone has opinions, they can speak up now. Anyone who talks behind others' backs will face consequences." The village chief looked very serious when he said this, and the villagers listened obediently. It seemed the chief was quite capable. Otherwise, he wouldn't manage such a large village. Everyone decided on their plots of land and paid half a year's rent to the village chief right away. The chief, knowing they were eager to settle in, quickly arranged a few honest villagers to help with cleaning and repairs. Then, the remaining people went to look at the land for building houses. They first looked at small plots of 5 mu. Several families decided to build simple mud and straw houses to live in, planning to improve later, when they had more money. This required a lot of straw. Since they would soon build straw shelters at night, the village chief remembered what He Junyang had asked earlier. He told the villagers, anyone who has dry straw can sell it to the Liu family. They need a large amount. Someone immediately asked, "How much can we sell it for?" "If it's too low, we won't want to sell." The village chief looked at He Junyang, who smiled and said, "Just sell it at the usual price. We won't let anyone lose out." Hearing this, the village chief said, "All right, dry straw is usually 2 coins per bundle. Sell it at that price."
Take as much as you have.
Straw is common in every household, as roofs often need repairs or firewood, so everyone had some left over. When they heard about buying straw, they quickly ran home to gather and exchange it for money. At first, they weren't very welcoming to the newcomers, but seeing how much money they made for the village, they stopped worrying about other issues. This was the first time they saw new villagers who didn't argue over land. Such people are rare. Others might cause trouble. So, without the Lu family knowing, they improved their image in the hearts of the people in Anping village. When everyone finally saw Old Man Lu's family buy 2 acres of land for their house, their eyes lit up. That night, the Song family remained on alert, worried that Mo Yuan might try to sneak in and steal something. Although they didn't have much valuable, Gu Xianxian had brought quite a few good things. The night passed peacefully, without incident. Everyone thought that the little beggar had left, but when Madame Su opened the door, she found him still leaning against the doorframe, awakened by the sound of her opening the door. Madame Su told everyone not to bother him. Song Xiang, who had been bullied by him before, was very angry. She swung her stick twice, her small face full of fierce determination. "I'll go chase him away."
Take as much as you have.
She quickly dodged, and before Sun's wife could scold her, Hygiene continued, "I've thought about this carefully. First, since we plan to stay in Anping village long-term, to avoid being bullied by the local villagers, we should show some wealth, so they know we have a good family. That way, they won't look down on us. Second, it's really about the children. We have so many kids now, and the 2 younger sisters-in-law are still young. My younger sister's family is also living with us. It's lively and busy. Maybe in a few years, you'll have more grandchildren. If we don't build now, we'll just have to do it later. Finally, we need to leave 2 guest rooms for visitors in the house. That way, when guests come, they will have a place to stay." Sun's wife listened carefully as she heard Hygiene say she wanted Lu Guilan's family to live with them. She couldn't help but ask, "You don't mind your younger sister-in-law and her family living at your parents' house?" Her real idea was to borrow some money for Lu Guilan's family and buy a small piece of land to build a house. She wanted to wait until evening to ask everyone's opinion about the loan, but Hygiene spoke first. "What's there to mind? My younger sister is our parents' biological daughter. Her in-laws are having a hard time, and the 2 young couples don't know much yet. They need elders like us to help. Living together is the best. Of course, that's just my opinion. We should ask my sister-in-law if she agrees. If she doesn't want to, we can just give them money so they can build their own house." Hygiene smiled casually. Lu Guilan's family was easy to get along with, and she liked staying in touch with them. Sun's wife then looked at her other 2 daughters-in-law and asked, "What do you think?" Mrs. Yu and Mrs. Qin hurriedly said, "Our younger sister-in-law also feels the same way we do." Seeing how well they get along, Sun was also happy. Since they all come from her family, she naturally cares about her only daughter. If her daughter could live with her, she would be very pleased. So Sun nodded and took Lu Guilan and Shen, Zhongyang's wife, to ask their opinions on the other side. Sun first explained Hygine's idea and asked if they agreed. Both Lu Guilan and Shen looked surprised. "Is that what your sisters really said?" Lu Guilan couldn't help but speak up. Sun gave her a sharp look. "Can your mother really deceive you? Shouldn't we ask Dad, Big Brother, and Second Brother for their opinions?" Lu Guilan was very interested, but still asked cautiously, "What if they have opinions?" Sun was unhappy and glared at her again. Doesn't her daughter know that she is the head of the household? Her husband is her man, her eldest and second brothers are her sons. Can't she handle this? Lu Guilan felt even more excited. She didn't expect that after getting married, she could still return to her family's home. She naturally looked forward to it. But she also had to consider Shin's feelings and asked, "Younger sister-in-law, are you willing?" Shin lowered her head. "I'll listen to what my eldest sister-in-law says." Although living with her eldest sister-in-law at her family's home was a bit awkward, they knew it was the family's decision. Moreover, they knew the Lu family was easy to get along with, and living together in the future shouldn't be uncomfortable. Most importantly, she knew the Lu family was doing well. Staying with them might help her life get better and better. Lu Guilin understood that Shin shared her thoughts. She directly told Sun, "All right, we'll stay with the family for now. When life gets better and we save enough money, we'll move out to buy land and build a house." Sun then asked again with her previous attitude, "Can you decide that? Have you asked Huzi's father?" Lu Guilin didn't expect her mother to hold a grudge like this and burst out laughing. "No problem. I can decide."
He won't disagree.
Besides, we're not planning to stay like this forever. Lu Guilin's idea was the same as Hygine's. Instead of borrowing money from her family now to build a thatched house and living in tight conditions, it was better to stay with her family first. Once they earned enough money, they could build a better house and life would have hope. "My family is easy to get along with, and there are no conflicts." Sun nodded and went to talk to the village chief about building a house with blue bricks, and they need many rooms. The village chief instinctively looked at old Lu, who looked helpless, feeling that his status in the family was gone. His daughter-in-law discussed things directly with his wife, and his reputation was ruined. Seeing this, the village chief knew it was settled. Just as he was about to ask, Hygiene spoke first. "Please help my family find some hardworking and honest men to help build the house. The more, the better. They will be paid 15 coins a day, and they won't need to bring their own food. Is that okay?" Hygiene had already thought about this price before the village chief started work, when he only paid 5 coins. Mo Yuanjiu looked at both places and chose the woodshed without hesitation. Although the woodshed was full of firewood, it could still fit him, unlike the sheep pen, where 4 animals shared the space. It was crowded. After Yuanju's family members brought Yuanju over, they quietly asked her, "Aju, he probably has bad intentions coming to our house. Why did you still keep him? If I didn't, there might be a dead body outside our door now." Yuanju sighed. "It's okay. Let him stay for now, and see if he starts to have bad thoughts." In the past few days, she also realized that this little troublemaker was truly attached to her. And when they looked at the village chief with hope, wishing he would choose them. The village chief also had his own plans. Without hesitation, he arranged for his 3 sons and 2 sons-in-law to help. He also picked a group of honest villagers to work. After all, he had taken money from Hygiene, so he needed to do real work. He looked sternly at the chosen group and said, "Since I've chosen you, you must work honestly and diligently. If I find out anyone slacking off or doing tricks, don't expect me to pick you again. Do you hear me?" "Yes, we hear you." Soon, women who had gone home to fetch straw also arrived. There were many people in the village, quite a lot. Chuer and the others saw that they had bought enough straw for their own house, and the rest was bought by the Lu family. "Isn't this enough?" Chuer looked at the pile of straw in front of the Lu family and felt a bit embarrassed. She wanted to share some of what she bought with them. Hygiene said, "It's enough. We're just building a few straw sheds to live in temporarily. Later, when we build the house, we'll buy tiles to use." Everyone already knew that his family was wealthy, so they no longer felt surprised. Every household was selling thatch to make money, and most men were chosen to help build the houses. Since it was the off-season for farming, building houses was like earning extra money, so everyone was very happy. Only a few lazy men, who usually didn't have any thatch stored and weren't chosen to help, went home angrily. Once the land was confirmed, they had to pay and sign the land deed. The village head prepared everything in advance and quickly handed the deeds to the heads of each family. This time, Sun's family showed respect to Old Man Lu by saying that he was in charge of the Lu family, and they asked him to take the deed and keep it safe. Then they gave money to Old Man Lu to pass to the village head, proving he was the head of the family. The village head said, "I'll pretend I didn't see the money bag that Sun's family took out. Just be happy with your own things." Building the houses couldn't be rushed, as many materials weren't ready yet. But the thatch sheds needed to be built quickly, so those chosen started working immediately. Some went up the mountain to cut trees, others began building, each busy with their own tasks, and surprisingly, everyone got along well. Chuer's family's thatch house was easier to build, so they didn't ask the villagers for help. Instead, they asked Lu Fugue's family to help build first. Once their house was finished, They would all go help Lu's family build theirs. From the start of planning to finishing, no one mentioned payment. They felt that helping Lu's family was more important than money, and they still owed Lu's family some money, so they didn't bring it up. They just wanted to show their gratitude through their actions. The heads of the Lu family and the Zhang brothers also helped build the thatch sheds. They just wanted a simple roof over their heads, and with so many people helping, they believed it could be finished before nightfall. Hygiene handed her little dog to Sun's family to watch and said, "Mother, you take care of things here. I'm going to the county town to buy some oilcloth." Why buy that expensive stuff? It won't rain. Starting today, she would spend a lot of money every day. Just thinking about it made her feel distressed, let alone buying things that weren't needed right now. Hygiene didn't explain much, only saying it will be useful. You'll see when the time comes. After saying that, she mounted her horse and rode off quickly. The villagers of Anping were stunned. Was this woman really such a skilled rider? No wonder she has been making decisions lately. She really has real skill. Now the villagers think even more highly of Hygiene. After the village had made proper arrangements, he happily went home and took out the money bag Hygiene had given him earlier to count the money. There are 68 coins. I didn't expect this family to be quite generous. Lu, the wife of the village head, was pleasantly surprised and said, the village head nodded happily. Generousness is one thing, but what's most important is that they have money and don't look down on others. They've always been polite to me and the villagers. Such a family, I'd be happy to have more like them. The village head smiled happily and said, they want to build a big blue brick house with large tiles, costing hundreds of taels of silver. Tell the older boys to work carefully and not cause trouble. When I go to the county in a few days to deliver official documents, I will find out more about the Lu family's background. Lu nodded in agreement, putting away the money bag, her smile growing wider. Hygiene took a trip to the county town. Here in Jinghao, there was no drought disaster, and even a small county town was livelier than Qianzhou Prefecture. The bustling streets made her feel that this was real life. She visited the market, bought a few fish and 2 chickens. The animals had been eaten quite roughly along the way, so it was time to nourish herself properly. Besides, she also bought some fresh green vegetables that looked very appetizing. Did you hear? Songhua Academy is now accepting new students. Many people are going to see it. Let's go check out the excitement too. Really? I heard Scholar Kong was sick. Why are they still accepting new students? Who knows? That's why we should go join the fun. Are you going? If not, I'll go alone. Come on, let's go see what's going on. 2 women passed by Hygiene, and she overheard every word clearly. Songhua Academy? She was planning to send her own children to school. Maybe she should also go see what's happening? As a newcomer, Hygiene didn't know much about the academy, so she asked the women selling chickens and fish. You mean Songhua Academy? Hiding a treasure? Song Yubai was momentarily stunned and awkwardly said, Ajwa, why would you think that? Yu Wanju smiled. You said I should give you another chance, but when you knew I was leaving, you didn't try to stop me. Now, you've carefully found a house for me. That's like hiding a treasure in a golden house, isn't it? Song Yubai's injury was gradually healing. A few days ago, the emperor even sent someone to check on him. Seeing the situation in the court, many people came to visit. Song Yubai had been an official for a short time and had little influence in the court. He couldn't refuse. He taught children basic lessons and also earned some money from medicine. Last year, Kong fell seriously ill again and was said to be near death. He closed his school and stopped accepting students. People felt sad about this for a long time. After understanding this, Hygiene asked, aren't there other schools in the town? Why is Songhua Academy the most famous? The woman patiently explained, first, Kong is very knowledgeable. He's the best student in the government school, right? Second, Kong is not only good-looking but also kind and gentle, unlike other teachers who are often harsh. Third, everyone feels sorry for Kang's poor health and prefers to send their children to him, hoping he can earn some money to see a doctor. She sighed and continued, these days, it's rare to find someone so talented at studying. Kong used to be the pride of our town. That was the story. It seemed most people still had kind hearts. In this world, good people outnumber the bad.
Thank you, Auntie.
I want to go see what's happening, Hygiene said. She tied the chicken's legs and wings, put it in her basket, and carried her fish while leading her horse. She followed everyone to the entrance of Songha Academy to join the crowd. When she arrived, many people had already gathered outside. Some were registering, and others just came to watch. At the entrance sat a young man in his 20s, wearing a dark blue long robe. His face was a bit pale, and he looked delicate and weak. Mr. Kong, I heard you were seriously ill before. Are you feeling better now? Someone asked kindly. Kong was about to reply, but suddenly coughed. He quickly covered his mouth with his fist and coughed again. After a moment, he forced a smile and nodded, saying, I'm much better now. Although he said so, everyone still thought he looked like he was close to death. They felt sad and thought he was a talented person cursed by fate. Please take care of yourself, sir. Since you closed your school last year, my little Neo hasn't gone to any other school. He keeps asking when you'll come back. Master Kong is very knowledgeable and always shares his knowledge generously with his students. He has been teaching for 6 years and many children have gone on to study at the government school. Everyone remembers his kindness. Thank you all for your support. I, Master Kong, want to teach more children so they can learn to read and be polite. I hope they will have good futures.
I don't want to let you down.
Master Kong understands that people send their children to his school because they want to help him. Other schools have more experienced teachers, but he is just a sickly man and not as capable as the older teachers, so he shouldn't be more popular. There was another round of praise from the crowd, and someone asked, Master Kong, this year the tuition at other schools has risen to 3 taels of silver a year. Will yours go up too? Master Kong just found out about this. He has been bedridden for over a year and hardly leaves his house. After thinking, he said, Songha School will keep the tuition at 2 taels of silver. Other schools have more teachers and more subjects, but I am only one person and I lack many skills, so I cannot raise the price. 2 taels of silver a year is already very expensive. It's enough for a family to survive for a year, and that's just the tuition fee. They also need to buy paper, pens, and books, which are quite costly. Altogether, it costs about 3 taels of silver a year. Most people are happy that Master Kong will continue teaching without raising the fee. They don't mind paying 3 taels if he still teaches. For families sending children to school, a small fee isn't a big concern. Many are just happy if their children learn to read and do simple math, enough to get by in life. Soon many families signed up to pay the tuition. The registration period was 7 days. After that, they wouldn't accept more students because Master Kang's health was poor and he couldn't handle too many students alone. Seeing that Master Kong wouldn't raise the tuition and was spending money on medicine, some families also brought him vegetables, eggs, and other gifts to wish him a speedy recovery. Hygiene watched from the crowd and thought Master Kong was a good man, polite and humble. She believed that students taught by such a teacher would also be well-mannered and respectful. Mr. Kong, she stepped forward and asked, can children aged 4 or 5 be sent to school? Her little dog is less than 3 years old, but because its health isn't very good, it's not suitable to send to school for now. However, Jieji from the second household is 5 years old and little Tiger from the Li Guilin family is 4, so they are suitable for early learning. Mr. Kong did not look down on her just because she was a young woman. He still smiled politely and said, yes, we have 2 classes. The one for children aged 4 to 8 is for early learning. Children over 9 will study more advanced subjects and later they can take local exams. He Nuong asked again, my other child is 11 years old this year, but he hasn't attended early learning before. Does he need to start from the beginning? Mr. Kong nodded again, of course. Children need to go through early learning first before they can learn more advanced topics. If a child skips early learning, they won't understand the higher classes. He Nuong relaxed because she was worried Mr. Kong might just divide children by age to save trouble, which could make it hard for the kids to learn. Since that's the case, I want to send 3 children to school. Do I need to pay the tuition today? When she said this, people around couldn't help but look at her. Most families only send 1 child to school because it costs a lot. but He Nuong wanted to send 2 children. She was dressed so poorly, like a beggar. How could she afford 3 children in school? Was she joking? Mr. Kong, unlike others, thought it was admirable that her family was willing to send 3 children. When he heard her question, he thought maybe she didn't have money on her, so he smiled and said, "You can register now and pay when the children come." He Nuong replied, "It's okay, I have money. The 3 children's tuition is 6 taels of silver, right?" Mr. Kong nodded. She then took out her purse, placed 6 taels of silver on the table, and her purse was still full of coins, clearly holding more money. Everyone was surprised again. How could a woman carry so much money? Mr. Kong took the money, picked up his brush, and said, "Just leave your address and the children's names." Live in Anping village. The oldest is Lu Zile, the younger one is Lu Zijie, and the other is a girl from the Zhang family named Tiger. As soon as she finished speaking, even Scholar Kong looked at her in surprise, then felt it was rude, and quickly looked away. The others' gazes were much more direct. This is a small county town where people usually give children simple names like cat or dog, but this family chose such a nice name for their child, which seemed a bit strange. Another child named Tiger was somewhat more normal. Could it be that the family has educated people? But if they really had scholars, their 11-year-old child would probably have started learning by now. He Junyang wondered why these people kept staring at her and asked a nearby older woman, "Is there something on me?" The older woman, who had been staring most openly, looked a bit embarrassed by the question. Scholar Kong answered for them, "Your 2 children with the surname Liu have good names." He Junyang then seemed to realize and casually explained, "Oh, that. My father-in-law used to work with a guard company when he was young, saw a lot, and then gave the children good names." "I see." Scholar Kong nodded and said, "Bring the children here in 7 days. The school will provide a meal at noon, usually some steamed bread and stew. If your family can, you can also bring food from home. Other academies charge separately for meals, either in money or grains, depending on their rules. At Songha Academy, the meal cost is included in the tuition fee, so no extra payment is needed. But this also means the food isn't very good." Everyone understood this and had no complaints. After all, nowadays, no family expects to eat well, and not charging extra for meals is already quite generous. He Junyang thought the meals were okay, just a bit lacking in meat. She planned to bring some meat from home later. After everything was settled, He Junyang led her horse away. She still needed to explore the town and get familiar with it so that future errands would be easier. After she left, 2 others quietly also left and found a quiet place to discuss. One whispered, she said her family lives in Anping village. "Let's stay on the road to Anping village and wait. When she leaves, we'll act." The other nodded and said, "That woman is really rich. I haven't eaten meat in days. If we take her, I'll go to a restaurant afterward." He Junyang originally planned to visit the study and buy some writing supplies for her 3 children, but then she thought that her home was still very messy. She wasn't sure where to put the things she bought, so she decided to wait until 7 days later when they came to read, and then buy them. After a quick walk around and getting a rough idea of where different types of shops were in the county town, He Junyang headed back home. She knew she couldn't buy oilcloth because in this era, it wasn't very waterproof, was expensive, and easily damaged. It wasn't as good as what she had in her space. The smell of the spices was very fragrant. "Go get some scissors." He was eager to open it and see what was inside. The young servant responded and brought scissors. As Master Zhang cut open the pouch, the 3 of them hurried over to look. But Master Zhang's eyes widened in shock. He threw what he was holding onto the table, suppressing his anger, and asked, "Tell me, what is this thing?" Zhou hadn't yet seen what it was and simply said, "Isn't this just some spice?" She reached out and picked up a small twig-like object, brought it close to her nose, and sniffed. It definitely has a smell. The horse was running very fast, and since they suddenly appeared in front of her, He Junyang didn't have time to control the reins. The 2 of them were instantly caught under the horse's hooves and stepped on precisely.
Ah!
One of them was just reaching his chest, and his face turned pale instantly. The other was even worse off, clutching his groin in pain and unable to make a sound. Junyoung stopped her horse after running a short distance, then looked back with an apologetic face at the two men on the ground. Are you both okay?
Sorry about that.
The horse just wouldn't listen. I'll teach it a lesson when I get back. The man with the chest injury groaned twice, and remembering his situation, he quickly thought of a plan. You caused us to get hurt like this. If you don't give us an explanation today, don't even think about leaving. The man with the injury in his groin was crying but couldn't speak. He kept nodding in agreement. Junyoung looked at him, noticing how stiff and purple his face and neck were, and thought to herself, did I accidentally hurt him badly? This horse was pretty good. She decided she'd bring it along for future outings. Not planning to leave. If I wanted to leave, I wouldn't have come back, right? She smiled playfully at the two men on the ground but didn't mention anything about compensation. The man with the chest injury found her smile too sharp and suddenly got angry. Pay up, or this isn't over today. There is money, but... While speaking, Junyoung took out her money pouch and played with it in her hand. What do you mean? I'm just worried you can't get it. Junyoung shook her head regretfully, put the money pouch back into her, then reached into her basket and pulled out a bundle of rope. Brother Shinko didn't know what she was planning to do. He just thought his chest was less painful now. If Junyoung dared to come closer, he would grab the money and run away. But Junyoung didn't give them that chance. She threw the knotted rope from her hand and quickly looped it around Brother Shinko's wrists, tightening it so he couldn't break free. What are you trying to do? Brother Shinko's eyes widened as he realized they had encountered a tough problem today. What are you doing? Junyoung raised an eyebrow and smiled. Of course, I am taking you to the county office for a reward. Both men looked panicked, but still pretended to be brave. You women are really unreasonable. Riding your horse and injuring my two brothers so badly, no compensation, and now you treat us like this. Do you still believe in the law? Brother Shinko glared at Junyoung, feeling she was just a female bandit, much worse than them.
Law?
Do you even know about the law? Junyoung almost laughed out loud. I was just passing by on my horse, and you two sneaky thieves were hiding by the roadside, trying to extort me. Even if your horse stepped on you, it's your own fault. She stepped forward, and personally the man in his pants. Brother Shinko was shocked. She had already noticed they were hiding by the roadside, so she deliberately let her horse step on them. The man in his pants was in so much pain, he lost consciousness, muttering vaguely, quick. Yuanju was hugging Song Xiang, sitting nearby talking with Madame Su. Madame Su knew about Yuanju opening a shop but couldn't help much, so she advised, Zhu, I know you've been busy lately, but you shouldn't tire yourself out. If Xiaolan can help, let her do it. If it's too much, take your time, okay? Watching Madame Su sewing under the oil lamp, Yuanju felt warm inside. Mom, I remember. After a while, Madame Su told Song Xiaolan to send her back to rest. Yuanju had to leave the room, saying as she went, Mom, changing clothes isn't urgent. I can do it tomorrow during the day. You should rest early and not strain your eyes so badly. No compensation. Don't you believe we'd report it at the county office? Afraid? Junyoung answered confidently. Brother with the chest thought he still had a slim hope and felt quite excited, but in the next second, she shattered his expectations. If it had been anyone else today, I'd be scared. But since I got so lucky and met you two, you should know, there's a notice at the county gate with your pictures, right? I saw it this morning. When she went to register at the county office that morning, Junyoung took a quick glance. Although the picture was a bit different from the real person, she could still recognize them. She chose to do the right thing because the notice offered a reward of 20 taels of silver. 20 taels might not be a lot to her now, but it was still some income, wasn't it? Brother with the chest's expression was beyond words. Now, they couldn't fight or run away. They were completely caught by this woman. He tremblingly tried to lift the barely alive pants-crotch brother onto his shoulder. His hands were tied, so he was a bit clumsy and accidentally hit pants-crotch brother's groin. A pig-like scream rang out, and pants-crotch brother turned pale and fainted. Junyoung watched and felt a bit of pain herself. She grimaced and urged, Hurry up, or your brother might not last much longer." After saying that, she turned her horse toward the town, holding the reins in one hand and the ropes tying the two men in the other. She was quite eye-catching along the way. At the town gate, there were guards on duty. Hygiene was the only one from the nearby village who rode a horse in and out, so they remember her. Seeing the two men behind her, they immediately came over to ask what happened. "What's going on?" "Officer, these two." Before she could speak, brother with the chest knelt down with pants crotch brother on his back. "Officer, help. Please arrest us." "Boo-hoo." Hygiene. Guards. Despite that, the guards patiently asked Hygiene what was really happening. She explained that they tried to rob her on the road but got trampled by her horse, and she also said she had seen the notice about catching these two and kindly brought them over. Finally, Hygiene summarized with a sentence. "Officer, this is what I should do. It is truly an honor for me to help the people by catching the bad guys." The constable. If it weren't for her shining eyes, as bright as the sun when mentioning the 20 taels of silver reward, they might have believed she was genuinely helping the people. The leading constable waved for the other officers to come over, untied the two, and took them away to the county office to receive their reward. Hygiene happily followed along. This scene attracted many onlookers who thought this girl was very lucky. She was protected by a horse during a robbery and then brought to the county office to earn 20 taels of silver. That was 20 taels of silver. People felt both jealous and envious. Some even commented that the two brothers looked a bit silly and wished they had met such a situation. Maybe they could also earn 20 taels of silver. At the county office, Hygiene saw the same constable who had taken her family to Onping village that morning. She felt very familiar and greeted him, explaining her purpose. The constable thought this girl was extraordinary and took her to see Magistrate Zhang. Magistrate Zhang looked to be in his early 30s, with a small beard. He was probably about to leave the office, so he wasn't wearing official robes. He had a gentle smile, making him seem very approachable. After confirming that the two people really were the wanted criminals, Magistrate Zhang generously instructed his clerk to give her the reward money. "Thank you, sir. I have some family matters to attend to, so I will leave now," Hygiene said politely, bowing slightly before preparing to leave. But Magistrate Zhang called her back and asked, "He's sure, do you know martial arts?" Hygiene blinked innocently. "No, I don't." "Then how?" Magistrate Zhang wanted to ask more, but it wasn't convenient at the moment. He only inquired about how she caught the two. Hygiene looked as if she had just realized something. "Well, sir, have you heard of the saying, 'Take your life when you're sick'?" Magistrate Zhang. She continued, "After those two were run over by a horse and injured, I recognized them from the wanted poster. I quickly tied them up. Otherwise, they would have escaped." Magistrate Zhang felt she wasn't telling the truth, since the two looked very scared of her. It couldn't be that simple. But he had no evidence. However, Hygiene did help him solve a troublesome matter, so she still smiled and said, "I see. You are quite a brave woman. You've been away for a long time, and your family must be worried. Go back quickly." Hygiene then left. Magistrate Zhang looked at the two people on the ground, barely alive, and helplessly ordered his assistant, "Go find a doctor to check on them. Although they are guilty and will be exiled, they are not beyond saving." The assistant agreed and went to call a doctor himself. Brother Xiong was crying loudly. Oh dear, he had never liked the magistrates so much before. When Hygiene returned to Onping village, the sun was almost setting. Today had been very busy, and by the time she reached the county town, it was already late, especially since she had delayed for so long. The Liu family was very worried. Normally, Onping village isn't far from the county town, and since Hygiene was riding a horse, she should have been back quickly. Why was it so late? "Third sister-in-law, are you all right?" Lu Guilon was the first to come over, looking worried. "I'm fine, don't worry." Hygiene waved her hand and went inside with Lu Guilon. Seeing Sun's stern face, she knew the old lady was angry again and decided to try to comfort her first. "You're still thinking about coming back." As she approached, before she could speak, Sun started speaking first, her voice full of complaint and dissatisfaction. Hygiene happily went over, shamelessly linking her arm with Sun's. "Mother, I made money today." She took out her money pouch from the assistant and placed it in Sun's hand. What happened? The old lady immediately sensed something was wrong. How did she make money just by going out once? She stopped being angry and looked at her nervously. Hygiene knew this old lady was just pretending to be angry. In her heart, she was actually worried about her, so she said, "Today, I helped the government catch 2 troublemakers. The magistrate rewarded me. Isn't that great?" "Great? You, a woman, learning to catch troublemakers? Be careful with your own life." Sun slapped her hand away, opened the money pouch, saw there were 20 taels, took 10 taels, and then threw the pouch back to her. "Keep the rest for yourself." Hygiene knew that the old lady still cared a lot about her, so she didn't refuse and said, "That's fine. In a few days, I will take Xiao Huzi and the others to the county town to buy pens, ink, paper, and inkstones. Oh, I forgot to tell you, I also found a school for Lazy, Jiezi, and Xiao Huzi today. I paid the tuition, and in 7 days, I will send the children to school. I heard the teacher teaches very well." Hygiene took a sip of water. She had been busy all day and hadn't had a chance to drink, so she was very thirsty. Lu Guilin thought she had heard wrong and asked, "Third sister-in-law, are you saying that my Huzi can also go to school?" "Yes, Xiao Huzi is the right age to start learning. We will send him together." Hygiene didn't think there was anything wrong with this. She thought Lu Guilin didn't want to send her children to school, so she advised, "Little sister, sending children to school is a big matter. Learning to read and write will help them in the future. Even if they don't rely on skills, they will be more successful than others. At least, they won't be easily fooled." "You can't."
No.
Lu Guilin knew she had misunderstood and quickly interrupted her. "I just think, sister-in-law, you are too kind to me. Huzi is still so young and he can go to school, but your little dog hasn't gone." As she spoke, Lu Guilin was moved to tears. Yu Shi and Qin Shi didn't expect Hygiene to make a decision so quickly. They thought they would wait until the house was built and everything was arranged before deciding. Dog is still young. The school only accepts children who are 4 years old at the youngest. "That's why I didn't sign up Dog and Xiao Liangzi," Hygiene said, deliberately glancing at Qin Shi to avoid misunderstandings. Qin Shi didn't think much about this. Their relationship with the Lu family wasn't very close. Her husband's sister's family was her sister-in-law's family, not her own, so she had no complaints. But she didn't expect her third sister-in-law to explain this to her, and she felt warm inside.
Oh.
"Third sister-in-law, you are too polite. We are already happy just to be together peacefully. Sending children to school costs a lot of money. We can save that for our own children. You don't need to worry about us," Qin Shi said with a gentle smile, speaking sincerely. "All these words, living together, makes us a family. When Dog and Xiao Liangzi are old enough next year, we will send them too." Hygiene smiled sincerely. Her help to the Zhang family was not out of kindness, but because she needed their brother's help for her upcoming business. Letting their children attend school was also a way to show her gratitude, so they would be willing to help her in the future. "Thank you, third sister-in-law." Mrs. Shen was deeply touched and decided that whatever third sister-in-law asked her to do in the future, she would agree. She was determined to repay her kindness. Sun's face looked unhappy. She knew this spendthrift woman would cause trouble. Did she realize how much money it costs to send a child to school? Their family still had some savings, but after paying for the house construction, there probably wouldn't be much left. They also needed to support the whole family. Where would they find so much money? However, since Hygiene had already spoken in front of so many people, she couldn't embarrass her. She said, "Since it's for the children to go to school, the tuition should be paid by the public funds. How much silver is needed? I will give it to you." She had just taken 10 taels of silver from Hygiene, which should be enough. Hygiene kept refusing. "Mother, the public funds should be used for building the house and buying good land. I still have some money. This time, I'll treat the gifts for my nephews. Next year, the public funds can cover it again." Our family doesn't need to be so formal. The eldest and second brothers, along with Lu Guilin, looked grateful. He Junyang smiled warmly, saying nice words to flatter her sisters-in-law. Sun glared at her, but said nothing. She disliked this spendthrift woman and thought she was just a big spender. If she didn't want it, she didn't want it. She was also worried about money. Everyone sat down to eat. It was too late to slaughter chickens or fish, so they decided to save that for the next morning. After dinner, it was already dark. Fortunately, the men had finished building the grass shed in the afternoon. Tonight, they wouldn't have to count stars while sleeping. He Junyang took out a large bundle of oilcloth and said, "Big brother, second brother, and brothers-in-law, please help cover the roof of the grass shed with these oilcloths." But compared to suffering in the brothel, being hungry and tired every day and often being beaten and scolded, they'd rather be bought by a master early on. Even if they were slaves or servants, it was better than enduring the pain in the brothel. Since she looks like a woman dressed as a wife, her family must have a man in charge. With her looks, she might even become a concubine. If she uses her skills, she could push Yuanju aside. Overall, that would be better than being a servant. Someone loudly asked, "Aren't you here to pick someone? Why are you leaving so quickly?" Yuanju didn't want to pay attention to little dogs and young children like Xiao Liangzi naturally slept with their mothers. The family comfortably slept in 3 straw shelters. Sun Shi, having something to say, deliberately chose to sleep next to her troublesome third daughter-in-law. "How much did we spend on the oilcloth and the chicken and fish? I'll give you the money." Several women in the family were sleeping here. Sun Shi spoke loudly enough for everyone to hear, not hiding her words from others. Hearing this, the others looked over at her. Yes, today He Junyang paid for her trip to town herself. The others were taking advantage of her. Although He Junyang didn't mind the money, she didn't want to be taken for granted. These expenses should be shared fairly, so after Sun Shi spoke, she didn't refuse. Oilcloth cost 300 won, chicken and fish cost 46 won. Sun Shi counted out 300 won from her wallet and handed it to her. Thinking about how she spent money freely, she muttered, "Dogger is still young. There will be more expenses in the future. With third uncle not at home, you can handle things yourself. Save the money for important needs. Don't spend it recklessly again." Although the money was used for the family, especially for the children's tuition today, she might not have sent Xiao Huzi along herself. Even though she was a daughter, once married, she was like water spilled on the ground. The daughter's child was from Zhang's family, and even if he wanted to study, Zhang Song would earn money himself to send the child. But He Junyang took care of this herself. Sun Shi was worried that Lu Guilin and her husband might become dependent and always seek help from their family in the future. That wouldn't help them, but harm them. "Got it, mother. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." He Junyang smiled helplessly. She was happy to be kind to others and had her own reasons. She wasn't the kind of person who always treats everyone equally without distinction. "That's good to hear." Seeing her agree, Sun Shi stopped nagging and told everyone to sleep. They worked all day and were very tired. Soon after lying down, everyone fell asleep. In the middle of the night, He Junyang was sleeping soundly with the dog in her arms when she suddenly heard faint sounds outside. She suddenly opened her eyes, quietly listened to make sure it wasn't the footsteps of the Lu family members. She released the small dog in her arms, stood up, put on a coat, and went outside. Tomorrow will be a clear day. The moon and stars in the sky are as bright as daytime. When He Junyang lifts the tarpaulin of the grass shed, she can see the outside clearly. There are 3 small thieves trying to steal the 2 horses tied outside. They have already walked a short distance away. He Junyang didn't make any noise. She immediately chased after them, took out a silver needle, and stabbed it into the necks of the 3 thieves. They instantly lost consciousness and fell to the ground. She slowly walked forward, pulled the 2 horses back, and quietly scolded, "Are you stupid? Dare to follow anyone? I was praising you earlier today." She was talking about the horse that had helped her in the county. She didn't know if the horse understood her words, but it was lowering its head and looking guilty, as if it knew it was in trouble. After tying the 2 horses back in their original spots, She went over to the 3 thieves on the ground, tied them up, and dragged them along with the horses. Then she yawned and went back to sleep. Everyone was busy all day. Waking them up now would mean a long, busy night again. It was better to wait until they woke up naturally. The next day, the Liu family was awakened by a series of shouts coming from outside. These were made by the 3 thieves. Old Liu, who had light sleep, woke up when he heard the noise. He had just put on his clothes and was about to go out when he heard the shouts and was the first to rush outside. Suddenly, 2 dark figures appeared silently in the courtyard, moving straight toward Yu Wanju's room. Under the night sky, one bamboo tube quietly pierced the window paper, releasing a faint white smoke into the room. After 15 minutes, the 2 exchanged glances, then used a dagger to open the door latch and push the door open. Lying peacefully in bed was Yu Wanju, unaware of the danger, allowing herself to be and carried away. The person carrying her paused, whispering, "Isn't the employer supposed to be a fat woman? She's not heavy at all." The other glared at him, signaling him to be quiet, and the 2 slowly left the house. Its head and looking guilty, as although they felt sorry for the thieves, no one helped. They were covered in horse dung and smelling terrible, and no one wanted to get close. At this moment, Hygiene slowly came out pulling her little dog. Seeing everyone's reactions, she looked as if she had just remembered something and apologized sincerely. She said, "Last night, I got up to use the bathroom and saw these 3 little troublemakers stealing horses. I thought everyone was tired, so I didn't wake you. I knocked them out and left them here, planning to find the village chief this morning to see who they are." Everyone. This old third wife really encounters something new every time she gets up at night. Last time, she discovered a refugee riot in Qianzhou. This time, she found someone stealing horses in the middle of the night. It's truly. When Sun Shi heard that these people wanted to steal their horses, she grabbed the nearby stick and started hitting them, scolding, "You ungrateful things. You dare to think about my horses? Do you really think we're easy to bully just because we're new here?" The thieves howled in pain. They were already upset from waking up early and finding themselves lying in a pile of horse manure. Now, being beaten in front of so many people by an old woman, their pride was hurt deeply. Their suppressed emotions suddenly broke loose, and they started crying loudly. After Sun Shi finished her beating and caught her breath, old Liu stepped forward and rescued the 3 thieves from the manure pile. Before they could thank him, old Liu said, "Second son, go to the village chief's house." "Okay." Old Liu turned and left. He had already been to the village chief's house yesterday, so it was easy to find. The little dog, disgusted, covered his nose and complained, "Mom, they're so dirty. So stinky." Hygiene smiled kindly and explained, "They did something wrong and were punished by the horses. So, children never do bad things, okay?" The little dog nodded seriously, "Yes, yes. I won't do bad things. I won't be stinky." The thieves felt extremely embarrassed. They had been in the village for many years and had never been insulted like this before. They didn't expect to fall into the hands of a woman this time. A few children nearby also imitated the little dog, first showing disdain, then laughing uncontrollably. The thieves, acting arrogantly, said, "You just came to Anping village and dared to do this to me. Just wait and see how I deal with you in the future." These thieves were known troublemakers in the village. They were lazy and often went in groups to steal from others to get by. The village was crowded and mixed, and even when they did wrong, villagers often covered for them. The village chief couldn't control them, so they did as they pleased. But this time, they had crossed a line. Zhang Song was a hot-tempered man. When he heard this, he stepped forward and kicked. "Come on, I want to see how you plan to teach a lesson. Even after being caught, you're still so arrogant. It seems you haven't learned your lesson." He was originally a pig butcher with a lot of fierce energy. The little thief wanted to curse a few more words after being kicked, but in the village head couldn't do anything about them. This time, they would probably be dealt with lightly because there are many of their people in the village. But when he looked up and saw the fierce look on Zhang Song's face, he immediately dared not speak. It felt like if he said one more word, Zhang Song would kick him to death. He Junyang looked at Zhang Song with satisfaction. In future business, they needed brave people like him. The heads of the Lu family were too honest and sometimes got bullied. Lao Er Lu quickly arrived with the village head and a group of people. Most of them were the ones who had been chosen by the Lu family yesterday to help build the house. They had planned to wait here early in the morning to divide tasks, but when they saw Lao Er Lu rushing to find the village head, they followed. Seeing the three scruffy men on the ground, everyone recognized them immediately. Aren't these Daniu and the others? How did they end up like this? Old Lu stepped forward and told the village head what had happened. He only said that these three little thieves came to steal horses at night and were caught by their family. He didn't specify it was He Junyang. People in the village are wary, and he was worried that his daughter-in-law might cause trouble. You guys really have no shame, bringing shame to the village head. Suddenly, a man from the crowd spoke out. Everyone looked over and saw that he was a relative from Daniu's family, the son of their clan leader. Third uncle, please save me. Go find my parents and the clan leader to save me. Third uncle. Seeing his relative, Daniu naturally forgot everything else and begged for help tearfully. But the man ignored him. Your own sins, you have to bear the consequences. Don't drag your parents and the villagers into it. He turned to the village head and said, Village head, Daniu and the others have always been a trouble in our village. Our clan has been annoyed by them. Today, this incident has offended the new members of the Lu family. How to handle it is up to you. You don't need to worry about our Qian family. Although this man wasn't the clan leader, his father was. If his father passed away in the future, he would be the next clan leader. So he still had some influence in the clan. The big ox didn't expect his uncle to give up on him like this. He was so angry that he struggled, and manure from his horse suddenly splattered around. Zhang Song stepped forward again and kicked him, saying, Be quiet. The other two saw how things were going and immediately became timid. They didn't dare act as boldly as the big ox. They lowered their heads, waiting for their family to come and rescue them. The village chief looked at these troublemakers with a headache. Almost every village has a few troublemakers like this. Their village had even more, and they formed small groups. The three of them, Big Ox and his friends, were part of one such group. They hadn't done anything really evil, just like to steal chickens and dogs. Their families couldn't control them, and they just wasted their days. Although the villagers were annoyed by them, most had gotten used to it. They often turned a blind eye. Because of this, the troublemakers became more reckless and even started scheming against the Lu family. If they sold these two horses, they could get at least a few dozen silver coins. With that money, they could even retire comfortably. They planned to finish this job and then go home to live peacefully. But they were caught in the act, and their dream of marrying a wife at home was shattered. Big Ox, do you have anything to say? The village chief asked with a sigh. Big Ox immediately said, We are innocent. We didn't try to steal the horses. We were just passing through. This is a big open space with no walls or barriers. Why can't we just walk through? This family is falsely accusing us. The others were speechless. Even now, they still lied with their eyes closed. No wonder they were known for being shameless in the village. His two good friends heard this and thought there might be hope. They immediately shouted, We are being falsely accused. It's their family trying to hurt us. The newcomers aren't good people. Zhang Song wanted to step forward again, but Lu Guilon grabbed him firmly and said, Enough, there are so many people watching. Their family had just arrived and was not well established. They couldn't compare to the local villagers. If their relatives all refused to admit to the truth and instead blamed them, it would only make things worse. Zhang Song finally calmed down. He had been thinking that his father-in-law's family had treated him well recently. Now, with these three troublemakers framing him, he just wanted to help vent his anger. Big Ox, you, and the horses are caught. Do you still want to deny it? The village chief was so angry that his lips trembled. He thought that since they were all villagers, if they honestly admitted their mistakes and apologized, the matter could be settled. The Lu family would also consider his face and not pursue it further. The second apprentice spat and continued, Zhou's days ahead won't be easy. The Liu family has cut ties with her and just beat her up on the street. She has nowhere to go now. Serves her right. She shouldn't have been acting as an overseer in the capital, yet she still wanted that position. Now she's in trouble, and the master won't want her anymore. It's a miracle if she has a good life. Shopkeeper Zhang curled his lips, thinking this woman was as stupid as a pig. But, shopkeeper, now that Zhou has left 10 miles fragrance, it's damaging our reputation. And the Liu family also bears a grudge against us. Just arrived, and was not well established. They couldn't compare. Even if he did, we wouldn't just watch you bully the newcomers like this. Is there no law anymore? Yesterday, the Liu family had just arranged jobs for these people. Everyone was grateful and naturally came to defend them. Suddenly, a loud cry came from outside the crowd. Son, my son. What did you do to my son? A woman pushed into the crowd. Seeing the 3 people tied together, she sat on the ground, beating her thighs and crying loudly. You people are all teaming up to bully my son. Do you want to kill him? Oh, my son. Why is life so hard for you? Hygiene looked at her from a distance, clearly annoyed by the dirt on the 3 men's clothes. She was pretending to be a kind mother, but her expression showed her disdain. Qian Daniu saw his mother and brightened his eyes. He hurriedly asked, Mom, where's Dad? Your father went to the county town early this morning to find work. These people just want to take advantage of your father not being home to bully us 2 women.
Boo-hoo.
There's no justice, no law anymore. Li Shi patted her thighs and cried, then wiped her nose with her hand, smearing snot on the ground, making everyone feel sick. Li Shi, your son made a mistake. Stop causing trouble here, or don't blame me for being rude. The village chief was really annoyed whenever he saw her. Li Shi was the most disliked woman in the village, without exception. Other people's parents might be ashamed if their children become troublemakers, but Li Shi does not think so. She even feels proud, believing her son is capable and can live a good life without working in the fields like others. Every time something is exposed, Li Shi causes trouble, making it hard for the village chief to handle the situation, and things often end without resolution. Everyone dislikes Li Shi's behavior. Usually, she is gentle, but this time, if she doesn't show them some attitude, they don't know what might happen next. Li Shi doesn't feel ashamed at all. She even deliberately spat on herself to show her defiance. Village chief, they say my son stole something. Do they have proof? They just arrested him without any evidence. How can I trust you? Could it be that this new family has money and bribed you, so you protect them? In the past, when new people came to the village, she knew the village chief wasn't so attentive. But this time, when the person named Liu arrived, the first person to be targeted was her son. It was obvious these people had secrets. You're talking nonsense. The village chief was furious and glared. He hated this woman because she always spoke without thinking, twisting facts and making it hard for him to respond. Did she say something wrong? She accused them of pretending to be respectable, but actually wanting to bully her son. Yes, her son was not talented, but they had no right to bully him. If they wanted to hurt her son today, they would have to step over her dead body first. After speaking, Li Shi lay down on the ground, ignoring how others looked at her, completely shameless. Qian Daniu watched his mother defend him and initially felt worried, but he quickly relaxed. His mother always helped him solve problems, so she would again this time. Thinking this, he proudly looked at his 2 brothers, showing off that he had such an excellent mother. The other 2 brothers looked down sadly. They didn't have the same honor as Daniu. They saw their parents in the crowd, but their parents refused to stand out and defend them like Daniu's mother. They even felt ashamed, mainly because their family had more than one son, while Daniu's family only had him, so his parents loved him very much. The village chief and the villagers didn't expect her to speak so seriously. They were so angry they started to shake and didn't know what to do. The honest people of the Liu family were even more surprised that this woman could turn things around so unfairly. They looked at Hygiene nervously, feeling unsure. Since so many people were watching, Hygiene didn't want to stand out too much. But since Li insisted on being unreasonable, She decided not to hold back anymore. "Village chief," she said, stepping forward, "since this matter is hard to judge, why don't we send it directly to the county office? I believe the county magistrate will give us the justice we deserve." Hygiene didn't want to make a big fuss. They hadn't succeeded or gained anything, so a warning was enough. But Lee's stubbornness made her change her mind. "What did you say? Send it to the county office?" Lee's eyes widened. "My son didn't do anything wrong. Why should we send him there? Oh, my poor old bones. Why is life so hard? They're trying to hurt my son. No one will bury me when I die." She rolled on the ground, crying loudly. Hygiene stepped back in disgust, ignoring Lee, and told the village chief, "Village chief, Lee's constant fussing and covering for her son are serious. According to the law, covering for someone is a crime. If she cares so much about her son, why don't we tie her up and send her to the county office too?" Lee was stunned. What did that little troublemaker just say? The others looked surprised too. They had never heard of such a law before. "Village chief, is there really such a law?" Someone asked quickly. Now the village chief felt a bit awkward. He became village chief because he could read a few more words than others and was better at managing. But when it came to laws, he didn't understand at all.
"Ah,"
he stammered. Just as he was trying to think of an excuse, Hygiene said, "Or we could just send her directly to find out. From what I know, troublemakers like her usually get at least 20 lashes." Hygiene didn't really know much about these laws, but she knew how to bluff. It was easy to scare Lee. "You little troublemaker, always ruining my good plans. Just wait. I'll tear your mouth apart." Lee thought that if she caused trouble like before, the village chief would just say a few words and it would be over. But this time, a new troublemaker appeared, disrupting her plans. To make things worse, they wanted to take her to the county office too. She was angry. Lee stood up and tried to attack Hygiene. Luckily, Hygiene had only wanted to tease her a little. Before Lee could reach her, Refugee and a few others arrived and caught her. "Old troublemaker, do you think you can hit my family just because you want to?" Today, Refugee and his group had planned to help other families build thatched houses and lay bricks. When they saw so many people gathered here, they hurried over to see what was happening. They found out someone was causing trouble, and it was directed at the third sister-in-law. This was a challenge to their entire group's reputation. The third sister-in-law was a lucky star for all the Liu family members. Anyone who dared to hurt her would face their anger. Suddenly, Lee was lifted like a small chicken by the tall Refugee. She felt scared but remembered some gossip she heard yesterday. She opened her mouth and said, "Isn't this woman a widow? Who are you to stand up for her? You two are just bad examples for our family."
"Ah."
Before she finished, Sun slapped her and angrily said to the village chief, "Village chief, this old troublemaker is spreading filth, damaging the reputation of my daughter-in-law and nephew. My third son is doing well outside, so why does she say my daughter-in-law is a widow? This must be explained to our Liu family. Otherwise, we won't let this go." "Yes, give us an explanation." Liu Daping and others shouted in agreement. They didn't have as many family members now, but there were still many, and they wouldn't allow anyone to insult them casually. The Qian family felt ashamed because their family was embarrassed by these troublemakers who made everyone in the village look down on them. Everyone could see that these three troublemakers thought the newcomers had weak roots and wanted to steal something, but they were caught in the act. Now, Li was causing trouble and even insulting the daughter-in-law's reputation. They thought this was asking for trouble. Bring the crazy woman, tie her up and send her to the county office. The village chief couldn't take it anymore. Since this crazy woman wanted to cause trouble, he decided to take her to the county office to see the magistrate. Qian Dainyu didn't expect things to get so out of hand and immediately started to panic. He really didn't want to be taken to the county office. "Mother, please help me beg the village chief. I was wrong. I am afraid now. Mother, please beg the village chief." Li was stunned by Sun's slap and didn't react immediately. She had wanted to argue with Sun, but then she heard the village chief was going to send her and her son to the authorities. She thought her son wouldn't escape punishment either.
But why?
The ones who bullied are clearly from the Liu family. Even she was slapped by the Liu family's old lady. Why is the village chief helping them? And their relatives from the Qian family. Not speaking up for them is one thing, but supporting the village chief to send them to the county office? They must have been bought by the Liu family. Li hated this, but now there was no one on her side who could help. As she thought more, she was willing to soften. She broke free from the people trying to hold her and knelt in front of the village chief, crying and begging. "Village chief, I was wrong. My son knows he was wrong too. Please, let them go." While crying, she saw two other family members of the small thieves in the crowd and pointed at them, shouting, "They also have sons. Don't you feel sad for your own children?" One middle-aged man stepped forward and said, "We warned him many times not to do sneaky tricks, but he wouldn't listen. We can't control him. If he's handed over to the officials, it's his own fault." He was Ho Shun, father of the three small thieves, including Ho Dezhuang. He had been there for a while but hadn't spoken until now. Seeing his son like this, he felt bad, but his family had been ruined by this brat. He didn't want to be dragged down anymore. Li was furious. She didn't expect such cold-hearted parents. The tied-up Dezhuang also looked scared. He quickly spoke up. "Dad, please help me beg. I really know I was wrong. I won't dare do it again. I'll work hard with you to farm and support the family. Boo-woo, I really can't do this anymore." He was beaten badly by two horses and now was trembling at the sight of horses. He clearly understood that his family wouldn't help him if he caused trouble. Not all mothers would protect their sons blindly like Li did. At least his parents wouldn't. Ho Shun snorted coldly and did not believe his son's words. Instead, he said to the village chief, "Village chief, if they had admitted their mistake from the start, I would have humbly begged for another chance. But they refuse to change even in front of so many people. If they don't learn a lesson, I won't be able to control them at home either. Do what you think is right, village chief. Don't worry about our family. If it really comes to it, I can cut ties with this rebellious son." These days, cutting ties was not a small matter. Everyone was shocked to hear Ho Shun say this, never expecting him to be so willing to disown his own son. Ho Dezhuang felt even more regretful, deeply regretting why he had followed Qian Dainyu to steal horses last night. A few days ago, his father had beaten him and threatened to cut ties if he kept hanging out with Qian Dainyu and bringing shame to the family. He had thought his father was just angry and talking out of frustration, but now he realized it was serious. The village chief believed this matter needed to be handled strictly. Otherwise, such incidents would happen more and more in the future. Ignoring Li Shi and others' protests, he ordered people to tie them up and send them to the county office. Old Liu volunteered to go along, since it involved the Liu family. He wanted to see how the matter would be handled in person. He Junyang whispered, "Big brother, let my husband go." She deliberately winked. Although old Liu didn't understand her meaning, he agreed first, thinking her arrangement must have a reason. Zhang Song heard He Junyang call his name and also said, "All right, I'll go." "Third sister-in-law, do you have any instructions?" "No special instructions. I just believe your injuries are real. You don't need to worry too much when you see the county magistrate. I'm only worried that my older brother and second brother might be suspected by the magistrate." Zhang Song's injuries had healed for over a month, and they were almost fully recovered. But since they were real injuries, there was still a large scar, which looked quite intimidating. Also, Zhang Song was smarter than old Liu and would react quickly in tricky situations, avoiding mistakes. Hearing He Junyang's explanation, the Liu family members felt it made sense. If not for her reminder, they might have forgotten that the strong men in the family were injured. Old Liu was straightforward and might have caused trouble if he acted rashly. Zhang Song went to the county town with a few people, leaving the others to start working. Some laid the foundation, others went up the mountain to cut wood, some bought stones from nearby quarries, and others went to brick factories to buy bricks. Everyone was busy with different tasks. The women were also busy. The simple grass hut they hurriedly built last night was a bit rough, and they hadn't had time to tidy it up properly. Building a house would take more than a month, so they had to live in the grass hut for over a month. They needed to arrange it nicely. The children had little to do. They ran around freely on the open ground nearby. This place would be their home soon, and their life would settle down. They wouldn't have to worry all the time like before. Hygiene secretly took some high-quality hay from her space to feed the two horses. She watched her old friends with a happy mood. She petted the horse she had scolded last night and praised, "Good job today. Keep it up. From now on, if you perform well, I will give you extra food." On the way here, she quietly fed the horses extra treats. She was worried they might get tired pulling so many things, so she mixed special nutritional supplements into the hay to feed them. Because of this, the horses didn't lose weight but grew stronger. The horses seemed to understand her words. They affectionately nuzzled her hand, looking very adorable. Hygiene turned around and called the dog, waving her hand to signal the children to come over. The dog ran ahead eagerly, jumped up, and hugged her leg. It looked up and asked, "Mom, did you call me?" Hygiene gently patted its head, which didn't look very big anymore, and kindly said to the children, "On our way here, the two horses helped a lot at home. Can you give them names?" Luazi was eager to try. "Third aunt, one horse is black, and the other is red. How about calling them Little Black and Little Red?" Hygiene. But the children thought it was a good idea and clapped happily. "That's too simple. Think of something better," she said coldly, rejecting the idea. Those names were too plain, and she didn't want to forget her brave Little Red. Ahem, the red horse is the one that made a great contribution yesterday. It must have a cool name. Hygiene thought for a moment and then said, "Black and red are their special features, so we can keep them. Just add one more word at the end." The children immediately frowned and thought hard about what to name them.
Got it.
They run as fast as the wind. "How about the wind, Mother?" The puppy smiled happily, hoping to get her approval. "Black Wind." Hygiene considered it and thought it was a good name, so she said, "Then this black one can be called Black Wind. The red horse is a girl, so you should give her a gentle name." "It's a girl?" Little Tiger scratched his head. "No wonder it's red. It looks so pretty. Sister Lianhua's name sounds nice. How about calling her Red Flower?" Lizzie suddenly said something surprising, making Hygine's face crease. "This child. Well, he's quite something." She then guided the children. "Naming flowers is good. What flowers do you all know?" Lizzie was the first to speak. "Wildflowers." "Wildflowers." Hygiene. To avoid discouraging the children's confidence, she smiled and said, "That's right. What else?" The puppy raised his paw. "I know.
Chrysanthemum."
On the way to Jinghao, Hygiene took the puppy to and saw a bunch of wild chrysanthemums. She explained some flower knowledge to him. She didn't expect he still remembered, which made her very happy. "Coxcomb flower." You girl also raised her hand. "Osmanthus." Ting girl, who usually didn't talk much, couldn't help but speak up. Hygiene nodded with a smile. "You all are right. Do you know any other flowers?" Lizzie still wasn't willing to fall behind. "Cauliflower." Hygine's smile froze instantly. This child is really something. She had already given up trying to argue. "Thank you." At this moment, Old Man Lu came out. Hearing their discussion, he couldn't help but join in. "A while ago, I went out on a courier trip. I know that the noble people love orchids and peonies. You can see many orchids on Orchid Mountain with many varieties. But I've never seen a peony. I only know it's a flower symbolizing wealth and honor, very precious."
Wow.
The children all widened their eyes. "Peony. Such a beautiful name." You girls said again. "Third sister-in-law, how about calling the horse Peony? Would that be good?" "Red Peony." It sounds a bit like the name of a famous flower house star, but it does sound good. At least it's better matched and easier to say than the ones we mentioned before. Hygiene nodded and smiled, saying that's fine. From now on, it will be called Red Peony. If you want to call it Peony, that's okay too. The children started cheering around the two horses, celebrating their cool and nice-sounding new names. Old Master Lu watched his children happily, feeling good himself. He took the horses out and waved his hand, saying, "Come on, Grandpa will take you to let the horses run." A group of children ran after old Master Lu. Hygiene smiled and went inside to help everyone tidy up. The Yu family members were talking. Mother, now that we live here, we still haven't found farmland. The men are building houses, and we women can't help much. I plan to go up the nearby mountain early tomorrow to see if we can find some land to farm. We need to grow our own food. Mrs. Qin, Lu Guilon, and Shun immediately said, Sister-in-law, we'll go with you. He Junyang stood at the door, feeling a bit awkward. She didn't really want to go. To ease the awkwardness, she said, the nearby mountain is also worth checking out, but we should ask around the village to see if anyone wants to sell land. We can buy some to plant. Otherwise, relying only on that poor, barren mountain land won't feed our big family. Everyone nodded, but then looked worried again. Lu Guilon said, normal families don't want to sell their land. Especially in Anping village, land is already scarce. Each family probably doesn't have much. Even if we want to buy, they might not want to sell. There are always some willing to sell, like families with fewer members but more land. Just ask around. I'll handle this, He Junyang promised, patting her chest. She had already asked the village chief to help, but they couldn't do nothing themselves. They needed to find out the current land prices first to avoid being cheated. All right, then I'll trouble my third sister-in-law. The sisters-in-law chatted and laughed. Sun Shi reminded her, be careful not to get scammed. She wasn't worried about others, but she couldn't rest easy about He Junyang, who was a bit of a troublemaker. She had some money and didn't care about the price. He Junyang found it funny and kept nodding, saying, got it, don't worry. The family quickly tidied up the straw hut to make sleeping more comfortable. Madame Yu prepared to kill the chickens and fish to cook soup for dinner. As a result, there would be food to eat that night. Meanwhile, Qin and the others planned to go to the mountain to dig wild vegetables so they could also make soup for lunch. These tasks didn't need Sun's worry. Everyone would naturally find something to do. He Junyang also wanted to go see the mountain. She often heard that relying on the mountain to eat from the mountain, so she needed to check the situation herself and see what kind of work she could do. Relying only on farming, how long would it take for this big family to get rich? Just as she was about to go out, Lu Lauer and a group of men returned. They had been sent by old Lu to buy stones for building the foundation, but came back empty-handed. What happened? Weren't you going to buy stones? Why are you empty-handed? Sun asked.
Lulauea seid.
The prices are too high. Larger stones cost 30 coins each, smaller ones are at least 10 coins each, and broken stones cost 10 coins per cart. I think it's not worth it. I wanted to ask everyone's opinion first. Otherwise, we might as well go up the mountain ourselves to gather stones. The prices were indeed outrageously high. In the past, 30 coins could buy at least 5 large stones. Sun asked, how did it become like this? They say many refugees have come to Jinghao, so everything's getting more expensive, including stones. That's ridiculous. Food prices are rising, and now the stone sellers are joining in the fun? Sun was so angry she gasped. Lu Guilon worried she might get upset, and hurriedly patted her chest to soothe her.
Lulauea nodded.
That's what I think too. A few big brothers in the village said there are plenty of stones on the mountain. Maybe we should start mining ourselves. It's a bit troublesome, but it would save a lot of money. Qin said, but isn't mining dangerous? If a big stone falls and hurts someone. She spoke with concern, holding Lu Lauer's hand tightly, her eyes full of worry. Sun looked at her wife with some displeasure. Lauer's wife, if you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. She hadn't even started, and was already saying such unlucky words. The old lady disliked that the most. Qin knew she had said the wrong thing. She lowered her head and didn't dare speak. Lu Lauer quickly defended his wife.
Mom, Tower is just worried about me.
Sun naturally understood. She shot a quick glance at the couple, but said nothing. Madame Yu said, Mom, third sister-in-law, your words are harsh. We have no experience, so we must be careful. Sun subconsciously looked at He Junyang. Before she could ask, He Junyang spoke up first. The stone is too expensive, so buying it isn't worth it. Having everyone go up the mountain to quarry stone is also very dangerous. The main issue is that we lack an experienced quarry master. We will find what we need. If we pay someone to lead the team, it will be safer. Earlier, Hygiene had already calculated in her mind that they needed a lot of stone. Even if she paid workers to quarry it, it would be cheaper than buying it directly. Money spent wisely is money saved. Before anyone could speak, Sun made a firm decision. Let's do as the third daughter-in-law said. Second brother, go to the town and find a quarry master. Tell him we will pay 10 coins more than the quarry. In the past, Sun would have hesitated to spend money like this, but recently she had seen how capable Hygiene was, and she thought paying an extra 10 coins for a master was not too much. Old Second Lu responded immediately and went to the stable to lead the horses, only to find both horses were missing. Hygiene then remembered and said, they were taken out by Dad and the children to graze. I'll go look for them. No need, I'll go. Old Second Lu said quickly, about to leave. He remembered he still had a wound and deliberately slowed down. Seeing his reckless behavior, Sun scolded him impatiently. Wait, I'll get some money for you. The people from the main and second households weren't as clever as Hygiene at making money. They didn't have much money on hand, only the 20 taels of silver Hygiene had previously given them, which she kept safely and didn't carry around easily. This money was also rightfully meant to be used for official expenses, so Sun wouldn't be stingy at this moment. Old Second Lu responded and waited outside the thatched shelter for Sunday. He went to the county town, leaving the other men with nothing to do. They thought today might be a washout and planned to go home. Just then, Hygiene told them to go to the mountain first and help with logging alongside another group of men. The men cheered and headed up the mountain. Hygiene and her group also planned to go up the mountain. Since they could be safer with the men, she took Chin and a few others and followed behind the men not far away. Sun, an old head of household, stayed at home to watch the children, while you prepared lunch. There was no drought here, and the mountain was lush and green, with many small streams. Seeing this scene, Chin and others felt happy and started to pick wild vegetables around the streams. Hygiene was not there to pick wild vegetables. After telling Chin sure, she prepared to leave again. Third sister-in-law, don't go too deep. There are fierce animals in the mountains. Chin sure didn't mind what she was going to do. She thought that third sister-in-law was now very capable. Most of the family's money was earned by her. They wouldn't complain if she stayed in bed all day and didn't go out. She was just worried that she might be in danger if she went alone into the deep mountains.
Got it, second sister-in-law. I just want to take a look. You don't need to worry about me.
Hygiene waved her hand and carried her small basket as she walked away. Shunsher watched her figure and couldn't help but feel sincerely grateful. Third sister-in-law is really amazing. We've come this far thanks to her. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here today. Yes, I used to think our family would end up begging in Qianzhou City, but I never imagined we could live like this in Jinghao. Lu Guilin also couldn't help but smile. They were honest people who remembered kindness. Just because Hygiene found them and saved their lives, and then sent their children to school in Jinghao, they would repay her kindness without complaints for the rest of their lives. While they chatted and picked wild vegetables, Hygiene quickly entered the mountains. This wasn't a place for men to chop wood. The tall trees were thick and strong, blocking the sky. Occasionally, a few rays of sunlight seeped through, and in the quiet forest, a few birds chirped now and then. Everything was peaceful and beautiful, like being in a fairy tale. Hygiene took a deep breath. She had to admit, the air in this forest was really good. In such a forest, only hunters who relied on hunting all year round dared to come, because they were worried about encountering fierce animals. Hunters aimed for prey and didn't bother with other good things like medicinal herbs. She had visited a pharmacy before and knew that medicinal herbs in this era were very expensive, mainly because they were gathered from the mountains by people with no artificial cultivation. The high cost and limited quantity made the prices naturally high. Hygiene had thought about leading everyone to start earning money from medicinal herbs, but she couldn't reveal her medical skills for now. She couldn't explain why she was gathering many herbs, so she decided to pick just a few to take to the county to test the waters. She knew that rushing wouldn't help. There were many good things in the forest. She found some licorice and astragalus, both common and valuable herbs. She used her space to take out a small and dug around, filling half a small basket. She didn't dig any more. Instead, she decided to look around and find some good things. Suddenly, she saw a large patch of green plants. Hygiene eyes widened instantly, afraid she was seeing things. Excited, she went over to examine the leaves carefully, then took out a small to dig. When she uncovered a few small, yellowish round balls, she almost screamed with joy. It was potatoes. Potatoes are an imported crop, once called marron potatoes, brought over by traders. Based on her knowledge of her original life and her recent investigations, Hygiene knew that potatoes did not exist in this era. Even if she could easily produce many from her space, she didn't dare to do so openly, worried about attracting suspicion. She never expected to find them here. Could it be that traders once came here? Or some other outsiders? But these questions didn't matter much to Hygiene. The important thing was that she now knew where the potatoes came from. This could help her do many things. This discovery gave her an idea. With these mountains, she could use them as an excuse to take whatever she wanted in the future. No one would notice what was originally in these mountains anyway. Without hesitation, she dug up a bunch more, filling her basket. Satisfied, she went to find Chin and the others. Chin and her group had just filled their small baskets, preparing to go back. When they saw Hygiene return, they didn't ask much, and all headed down the mountain together. Second sister-in-law, I found something good. I'll show you when we get home. Hygiene looked very excited, making Chin and the others eager to see. She covered her basket with leaves, hiding what was inside. Yusher had just finished cooking outside the grass hut and was looking out. When she saw them return, she waved her hand, calling, "Come back quickly for dinner." Big sister-in-law, third sister-in-law said she found something good on the mountain. She wants to show us before dinner, someone explained. Chin couldn't hide her curiosity, and even Sunshur looked at Hygiene with eager eyes, clearly urging her to speak quickly and not keep them waiting. Hygiene didn't want to tease them. She set down her basket, pulled back the leaves covering it, and revealed the yellow potatoes inside. Potatoes in this era hadn't been improved yet. They were small, only as big as a child's fist. What are these? Sun frowned, and you asked, wild vegetables? Hao Junyang nodded, sort of, but this is not like ordinary wild vegetables. This is more like grain, something that can fill your stomach and prevent hunger. It looks like a small bun, so it should be filling, right? Usually wild vegetables are just leaves. When the leaves shrink, they don't really fill the stomach and can't be eaten as the main food. But this looks like a small bun, so it probably can fill you up. How do you know? Have you seen it before? Sun looked suspiciously at the small potatoes, really not believing they could be eaten casually. I haven't seen it myself, but I heard about it when I was young. It seems to have come from another country, but I don't know how it ended up in the deep mountains. I heard it's easy to grow and produces a lot. If we can grow it, we won't have so many refugees in the future. How Junyang had already prepared her story, half true, half false. As long as the Liu family believed it, that was enough. Are you sure it's edible? Could it be poisonous? Sun, having lived most of her life, was still very cautious. How Junyang shook her head uncertainly, I don't know, but it should be okay. She hesitated, then said, maybe I should cook a few and try them first. If they're safe, everyone can eat. As soon as she finished, Sun slapped her. Do you really think you're Guanyin Bodhisattva? Everyone in the family hadn't said anything, but she was eager to test it herself. What a coward she was. Hao Junyang found it funny but looked innocent and said, I just think this thing is yellow and looks like it's not poisonous. Look at the red mushrooms on the mountain. Those don't seem to be poisonous either. Who ate them and ended up sick? Sun scolded her mercilessly, making everyone around burst into laughter. Hao Junyang said, then I'll give it to the 2 horses to try first. You useless girl. Sun grabbed her. Don't you know the 2 horses are worth more than you? Why are you harming them? 1 horse could sell for over 40 or 50 taels, but a person's worth was only a few taels at most. How Junyoung pursed her lips, feeling that she was indeed worth less than a horse. Just as she was about to ask what to do, Sun firmly declared, "I will try it myself." Everyone was shocked. Lu Guilin was the first to react, pulling Sun's hand and almost crying, "Mother, with so many of us, how can we let you try?" "I will try, I will go." Yu and Qin also spoke up. "Yes, Mother, let you try, but it's our life. We will try." Sun looked at everyone very seriously. "No one argue with me. I've lived most of my life, eaten more salt than you've eaten rice." Seeing the whole family settled here, my heart finally feels at peace. Besides, this thing might not even be poisonous. Sun thought that if this thing could really be eaten as staple food, our group would have a new way to live, and we wouldn't be afraid of hunger anymore. So, all her actions were worth it. Hygiene. Although she found it a bit funny, she was actually very touched inside. Sun scolded her, but then offered to try it herself. Even though she knew the potato probably wasn't poisonous, she almost couldn't resist wanting to hug Sunday. This little old lady really reminded her of her mother. Just as she was about to speak, Manhwa, who had gone out to throw out the trash, returned. She ran in front of the adults, clenched her small fists, as if she had made a big decision. "Grandma, let me try. Your family saved my life. I'm not afraid. Let me repay Grandma." She didn't even know what she was supposed to try, but seeing the worried and sad looks on the adults' faces, she stepped forward. Anyway, her life was a found one. If she really died, it was just bad luck. But if she survived, she could continue to repay Grandma Lu's family. "What are you talking about, little girl?" Sun glared at her and said irritably, "You're Qin's girl. If something happens to us Lu family because of you, how can I explain to the Qin family?" "Stop talking. Everyone go boil some water and cook these things." Sun waved her hand, telling everyone to do their own thing, then pulled He Junyoung aside and quietly said, "The money is in the box under my pillow. If I really get into trouble." He Junyoung never expected Sun to start talking about her own death, so she hurriedly interrupted. "Stop. Mother, don't talk about that. I don't care. If something really happens to you, I'll take the dog and run far away and never come back." He Junyoung intentionally teased her, making Sun feel so angry she almost twisted her arm, but she kept calm and said, "Stop messing around. I am serious. I know this family." "Hey." Third sister-in-law. Before Sun could finish her emotional outburst, He Junyoung turned and walked away gracefully. Sun was so angry she stomped her short legs and chased after her. At this moment, the children who had gone out with Old Man Lu to feed the horses also returned. They thought they could eat, so they sat around the pot, looking eagerly. When the water boiled, you prepared the washed potatoes and put them in the pot to cook. Everyone gathered around, but no one smelled any strong aroma. "Mother, what is this? Is it tasty?" Lazy looked at the pot with some curiosity. The round, smooth things didn't have much smell, but they looked very tempting to eat. "Mother doesn't know either. Third aunt brought them back from the mountain," you said, shaking her head and standing in front of the children, worried they might sneak and eat. The potatoes were tender and cooked quickly. He Junyoung said first, "Mother, I'll peel the skin off before you eat." Sun suddenly didn't know what to say. Just moments ago, she seemed reluctant to let her try the potato, but now she was eager to peel it for her. Could this daughter-in-law still be trusted? Third sister-in-law, "Don't be silly. I am the eldest sister-in-law. Let me try first," you said, picking up a potato to peel. But because it was too hot, her speed was slightly slower than He Junyoung. Then, in front of everyone, He Junyoung directly put the peeled potato into her mouth. "Ah!" Sun let out a squeal like a prairie dog and rushed over to try to slap the potato out of her hand, even reaching to open her mouth. "You idiot! If something happens, what will happen to the dog? Spit it out now." Eldest daughter-in-law, "Go get a bowl of clean water." Second daughter-in-law, "Come and pat her back to make her spit it out." Sun ordered, and everyone quickly got busy. Little dog was originally excited looking at the potatoes in the pot, thinking there was more delicious food. But seeing Grandma so anxious, He thought something had happened to his mother and ran over to hug Hygiene leg, crying loudly. Old man Lu was completely confused. He looked at the chaotic women and asked, What is going on? Hygiene had not completely swallowed the potato in her mouth and had to keep her mouth tightly closed to prevent sun from reaching in. Everyone around was watching her closely, as if she might faint at any moment.
Stop.
Hygiene picked up her puppy and took a few steps back, swallowing the potato completely before speaking. This thing really isn't poisonous. I've eaten it and nothing happened.
Truly.
Chin was very anxious and said, Third sister-in-law, stay calm. You just ate it, so you might not be poisoned yet. If you spit it out now, you might be okay. Hygiene felt very tired inside. She had already proven herself, so why didn't they believe her? But she also knew they meant well, so she didn't blame them. Looking at the puppy in her arms, she asked Sun, Do you believe your mother? Dr. Zheng had visited the Song family many times and recognized her. He stroked his beard and said, Is there something wrong with your brother's leg? Wait a moment. I have an external consultation in the city, which will take about an hour. I will go with you to see him afterward. Song Xiaolan refused to let him go, looking anxious. Dr. Zheng, lives are at stake. Please come with me now. How urgent is it? Dr. Zheng saw her serious expression and realized the matter might be quite serious. Song Xiaolan looked around and, seeing no one nearby, whispered, My eldest sister-in-law was secretly harmed and took some toxic medicine. You can all try some. I won't stop you. Without caring whether it was true or not, Sun immediately started to peel a piece to put in her mouth. Yu was about to stop her, but she had already chewed a few times and swallowed. Everyone was silent. Old Lu finally understood what was going on. The food in the pot might be poisonous, and both his wife and third sister-in-law had eaten it. He hurriedly ran out and grabbed Sunday. His eyes were a little red, and his voice trembled as he said, Wife, why are you so impulsive? If something happens to you, what will I do?
Slap.
Sun slapped him. Old Lu was stunned. Sun looked fierce and said, I'm not dead yet. Stop making that sad face. Old Lu didn't dare to speak. Yu and Chin helped her sit up and asked with concern, Mother, are you okay? Is there anything uncomfortable? Sun did not speak immediately, but carefully tasted the texture of the potato. Hygiene smiled boldly and asked her, How is it? Is it tasty? Sun was a bit proud and did not answer right away. After a moment, he said very carefully, The taste is quite good. The texture was crunchy and soft, very delicious. Surprisingly, no seasoning was added, just boiled in clear water, and it had a faint fresh aroma. Hygiene smiled and directly gave her remaining half to the puppy to eat. Yu watched nervously, but when her mother-in-law took another peeled one, she couldn't help but try a piece. Then everyone had a piece, and they started tasting small bites. It's really good, much better than plain flour. Lu Guilin took a bite, her face full of surprise. Hygiene proudly said, I told you so. Sun gave her a side glance and said annoyed, Luckily, it's not poisonous. Otherwise, even a great immortal couldn't save you. After the fuss, the family sat down to eat. The men who went out to work carried dry food, so they didn't need much, and lunch was simple. In the countryside, people don't follow the rule of eating in silence. Hygiene held her bowl and shared her idea. I'll go up the mountain again tomorrow to see if there's more. I'll dig them all up and bring them back. When the Emperor's new plants come out, we'll plant them on the wasteland. These are wild. Can they be cultivated? Hygiene really wanted to guarantee it and patted her chest confidently, saying she could do it, but in the end, she held back and smiled foolishly. How do we know if we don't try? Old Lu spoke up to support her. In that case, let's open a few more pieces of wasteland. During this time, the men are building houses, and once they're done, we can plan further. Father, we plan to go tomorrow. You spoke, but old Lu directly refused. No. Men work outside. Women stay home to make tea and cook. If there's nothing to do, go up the mountain to dig wild vegetables. For heavy and tiring work, the men should do it. He never thought about women farming the land. Women could help with managing crops, but doing heavy work would hurt their health. Since they were his daughter-in-law and daughter, old Lu didn't want to see them suffer. Sun also said, your father is right. Since you've had children, your body is weaker. You shouldn't do heavy work anymore. There's no need to rush to clear the land. For now, just go up the mountain with the third sister-in-law to look for these things. If there's enough, we can share some wealth with them. Everyone nodded in agreement. Yu and Qin felt grateful to have such good parents-in-law. Lu Guilan and Shen were happy to be together with them and believed that life would get better in the future. Hygiene was secretly thinking about how to help the family make money. Her dream was to become the richest person. By the way, third sister-in-law, I saw you had some grass roots in your basket. Are they useful? You remembered the grass roots. She was about to throw them away, but hesitated because Hygiene might find a use for them. So she asked, big sister-in-law, those aren't ordinary grass roots. If I'm not mistaken, both of these are medicinal herbs. With refugees coming into the city and medicine supplies running low, we should ask at the pharmacy or medicine shop about these herbs. Maybe we can sell them for money. Hygiene smiled and explained. Yu then realized she had spoken wrongly and felt a bit embarrassed. She said, look at me. I can't tell the difference. These are herbs, but I called them grass roots. You're more knowledgeable, third sister-in-law. It's okay. They look almost the same as grass roots, Hygiene said with a smile. You didn't understand much, but she didn't mean to mock. Third sister-in-law, those look like the same kind. How can you say they are two different herbs? Lu Guilan had looked at them before and didn't see any other herbs. She thought she might have heard wrong. They are two kinds of herbs. They look similar, but there are differences. It's normal if you can't tell. After we finish eating, I'll teach you how to identify them. Okay. Lu Guilan agreed eagerly. Sun looked at her curiously and asked, how do you know those are herbs? Recently, Hygiene had become much smarter. She was catching thieves and painting. Now she even knew about herbs. Was there anything she couldn't do? Hygiene knew everyone was curious, so she answered smoothly, I saw them at the pharmacy a few times before. I just remembered. Everyone was silent, impressed by her. They thought she was amazing to recognize herbs at a glance. Sun also looked at her in disbelief and said, pharmacies usually have finished products. How can you tell the same herbs from just one look in the mountains? Hygiene looked at her with some hesitation and nodded, saying, it seems. Yes, but I'm not very sure. I need to ask at a proper medicine shop first. Although she said that, everyone in the Lu family thought this matter was settled, and Hygiene was just being modest. Go-er cupped his face with both hands, acting reverently. Wow, mother, you're so amazing. The other children followed Go-er's example, making Hygiene laugh and say, stop joking, hurry up and eat. The children quieted down, and old man Lu said, since that's the case, tomorrow I'll send the eldest and second children to the city. If they succeed, it could be a good business. At least everyone won't be so worried about not having land. Dad, I should go instead. I want to ask about other good herbs so we can find more types and earn more. Hygiene volunteered, and Sun sure glared at old man Lu, saying, it should be your third daughter-in-law to go. The eldest and second children don't know how to ask the shopkeeper about herbs. Can they handle problems properly? You're just talking without thinking. Eat your meal. Old man Lu looked a bit wronged and muttered softly, can't you give me some face in front of so many children? Everyone covered their mouths to laugh, and they enjoyed the meal very happily. After eating, Hygiene took out licorice and astragalus to teach everyone how to identify them. No one escaped being forced to learn. This is astragalus, a bit yellowish, with a slightly astringent taste. This is licorice, with a slightly brown edge on the cut surface and a sweet taste. It's easy to recognize. She demonstrated each one, and everyone finally saw the differences, once again impressed by Hygiene. She knew so much. She was truly amazing. Hygiene smiled humbly, saying she only discovered this by chance. While she was showing everyone how to wash the herbs, old second Lu returned. Mother, I found the quarry master. He's a skilled stonemason, and he can help us process the stones and lay the foundation. He told us to decide on the quarry site first. He'll come early tomorrow. Old Second Lu spoke as he handed the remaining money to Sun Shi, explaining that he paid a 5-won deposit to the master. Sun Shi took it without saying anything, and Qin Shi hurried forward to ask her husband, "Have you eaten yet?" Old Lu knew his wife cared about him and nodded with a smile. "I've eaten some of the dry food brought out this morning. Don't worry, I'm still full. I'll go up the mountain now to see where there are a lot of stones. There's no rush. Eat something and drink some water first. Don't forget you're still hurt." Old Lu gently reminded him. The group of newcomers didn't know how many pairs of eyes were secretly watching. If anyone saw a flaw, all their efforts during this time would be wasted. Talking about this, Hygiene remembered that her special makeup had been on for 2 or 3 days. After a while, it looked less real. She would need to redo it every 2 days, and it would take at least 2 or 3 months to make the wound look healed. But now no one was around, so there was no need to say anything. They would wait until the evening when everyone returned. At sunset, whether going to the county to report or heading up the mountain to cut wood and find stones, everyone came back. Sun's family paid the villagers who worked, and then everyone went home. The villagers didn't expect that they could get paid daily. Usually, workers in the county only received wages after a month. This made everyone think better of the Lu family. The family sat down to eat. Tonight's meal was especially rich. The chicken and fish had been prepared in the morning. The chicken had been simmered all morning and was now so tender it melted in the mouth. Since fleeing here, they weren't lacking food, but they had never eaten such good things before. On the road, to avoid others smelling the aroma and stealing, they kept things simple. Even when they had meat, they didn't heat it up, only eating it cold. But now it was different. The village was safe, and no one dared to cause trouble. They didn't have to be so careful anymore. The delicious smell drifted far away. Luckily, their house was big enough that the scent was blown away by the wind. Other families could only faintly smell it, but weren't tempted too much. "This is so delicious. Sister-in-law, your cooking is amazing." Hygiene gave a thumbs up. Since crossing over here, Yu Shi and Qin Shi had taken turns cooking. Later, Lu Guilan and Xin Shi also helped, but most of the cooking was done by Yu Shi because she was skilled and everyone liked her dishes. The other three's cooking wasn't bad, but not as good as Yu Shi's. As for Hygiene, she hardly did anything, mostly just helping out. It's not that she doesn't know how to do things. She's just lazy. Moreover, in her past life, she was often busy, either eating work meals or ordering takeout, rarely doing things herself. Fortunately, her sisters-in-law and younger sisters at home never argued with her about this and never showed any dissatisfaction. Others also agreed with Hygiene words, nodding in approval and giving her a thumbs up. A's wife was a bit shy and blushed, saying, "It's not as good as you all say." "Come on, let's eat." Hygiene ate quietly, and Sun asked Zhang Song, "How is it at the county office today?" Everyone then remembered what happened in the morning. Zhang Song also looked a bit embarrassed. He had come back and eaten without mentioning it. He put down his bowl, wiped his mouth carefully, and said seriously, "Our county magistrate is a good official. We were worried he might not want to deal with this small matter, but he actually went to the hall to question and investigate. Li was being unreasonable and even protected Chandaniu in court, insulting our Lu family. The magistrate gave him 10 lashes, and Chandaniu and others received 20 lashes. They will be detained for another month as punishment. He also said that if there is a next time whether or not he succeeds, he will be exiled 3,000 miles away." The people of the Lu family were quite satisfied with this outcome and said the magistrate was good. However, Hygiene did not speak. She thought it was too hasty to judge now. Whether the official was truly good still needed to be examined. After all, it was within his jurisdiction, and she wanted to understand him clearly to avoid unnecessary trouble. Everyone was tired after a day, and after dinner and washing up, they all went back to the grass hut to sleep. In the past, the little dog slept very well, but tonight he kept staring with wide eyes and not sleeping. "What's wrong?" Not wanting to disturb others, Hygiene gently patted his little face. "Mother, The dog suddenly pouted and curled into her arms, voice trembling with tears. Mother is here, don't be afraid. She thought he was just not used to this place, tired from last night and unable to vent his emotions, only calming down tonight. But the dog did not speak again. After a while, he softly asked, "Will father come back?" Hygiene was stunned. Since she arrived, the dog had never asked about his father. He was always happily sticking to her. She even wondered if he had never seen his biological father since birth, so he didn't have much feeling for him. But now it seems that's not true. She underestimated how clever children can be. The person who disappeared 3 years ago without a trace, Hygiene really doesn't know if he is still alive. She even selfishly hopes that her cheap husband will never come back, so she can raise the child alone. If he returns, she will have to worry about dealing with a man, which is tiring. But when facing the little dog, she didn't know how to answer. The little dog asked, "When we came here, will Dad know? Will he find us?" He knew many things. Although he was young, he was smarter than most children. He knew they had moved to a new place and would have a new home, but what about Dad? If they went back to their old home and couldn't find him, he would feel very sad and want to cry. Hygiene gently held him in her arms and softly said, "Dad will come back. He hasn't seen the little dog yet, but he'll come back." Whether or not that is true, she decided to keep him convinced for now. "Really? Can he find us?" The little dog looked up, eyes full of hope, and watched Hygiene. She felt a bit tired but still patiently encouraged him. "Of course he can find us.
He's your dad.
Your dad is so brave and strong, a real hero. He definitely won't fail to find us." "Dad is a hero?" The little dog's eyes lit up even more. He hadn't heard his mother talk about his father before. "Of course. Your dad works as a bodyguard for a security company. He's skilled in martial arts and very impressive. Mom really admires him."
"Wow."
The little dog's voice grew louder with excitement. Realizing this, he quickly covered his mouth and whispered, "Then why isn't he back to see me?" "Because he's busy doing important things. A hero has big tasks to handle. Once he's finished, he will come back to see you." Hygiene held back her tiredness and deliberately spoke in an exaggerated, admiring way about that man. "So, it's not that Dad doesn't like the dog, right?" The little dog asked cautiously. In his old home, he had heard some children say he was bad, that he was born sick and his father didn't want him. "Of course Dad likes you. If he knew how cute, smart, and lovable you are, he would be very happy." The little dog listened, and the smile on its face grew wider. "Be good and go to sleep. Rest well so you can wait for Daddy to come back. Then Daddy can take you out to play, okay?" I will sleep quietly." The little one nodded heavily, then happily closed its eyes in Hygiene arms. Sun's wife lay beside them, listening clearly to their conversation. She thought of her most beloved third son and couldn't help but tear up. Their family was very happy here now. She wished her third son were with them, but she didn't know where he was at the moment. Sun turned over, forcing back her tears. She couldn't cry out loud, as it would disturb the children's rest. Meanwhile, 10,000 and 80,000 miles away from Onping village, in Nantai, a man dressed in black combat gear sat on a roof drinking alone. After some time, another man dressed the same sat beside him and asked with some confusion, "Hey, kid, you did a big favor, but why are you still so gloomy?" "This time I came here because His Highness specifically told me to wait for you. He promised to ask the Emperor for a great general for you." This man was Qin Jian, who had just returned from Jinzhou City in Beiyan this afternoon. The man drinking alone was Sun Qi, his brother who had fought with him through thick and thin. Sun Qi was also the person who had secretly entered the prince's residence in Nantai to take the prince's life, as mentioned in their previous letter. How it will end is still unknown. Sun Qi slightly curled his lips, a bitter smile on his handsome face. He stretched out his long legs, leaned back, and rested his hands behind his head, staring at the starry sky, lost in thought. "What's wrong with you? Suddenly acting like this, it makes your brothers a bit worried." Qin Jian looked at him unhappily. He disliked this mood of his.
If he had something to say, he should say it openly. Instead, he kept it inside, looking all gloomy and annoying. It's nothing, just missing home. Sun Chi spoke softly. Qin Jian, hearing this, looked as if he had heard a joke. You said you're the only one at home. He responded briefly, but didn't seem to want to say more. Qin Jian was even more confused. If that's the case, why are you thinking about home all alone? Sun Chi didn't want to talk anymore. Qin Jian, too lazy to bother him, grabbed his drink and took a sip. TCH so spicy. It seemed that Sun Chi was really in a bad mood. He thought Sun Chi wouldn't speak again, but after a while, Qin Jian heard him ask, since you passed through Changzhou this time, how is the situation there? Changzhou? TSK, that's not an ordinary tragedy. Qin Jian shook his head and took another sip of wine, not noticing Sun Chi's eager expression after hearing his words. Along the way, they saw many dead bodies, some starved or thirsty, others killed by bandits, and even many children's bones left behind after being abandoned. Talking about these, Qin Jian couldn't help but sigh. The current emperor is so foolish, and there are no real relief measures. Instead, everything is blamed on Prince Chen. Sun Chi silently clenched his fists and closed his eyes in pain. When he opened them again, his eyes were full of determination. He said, Prince Nantai is dead. They can't cause trouble now. I need to go back to Changzhou. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, he sat up and then jumped off the roof to go to the stables to get his horse. Why are you acting so crazy in the middle of the night? Don't forget, many eyes are watching us. If we're caught, you won't even know how you died. He knew that, but he couldn't care less anymore. Earlier, the situation with Nantai was so urgent he couldn't leave, and he was worried Nantai might really cause trouble, making him waste more years. That's why he decided to go and kill Prince Nantai himself. He and Qin Jian are the leaders here. With Qin Jian gone, he really couldn't leave either, so he had to wait for Qin Jian to return. Now that Qin Jian is back, he doesn't want to wait any longer. Maybe other people in the estate saw Shunning's skill and want her to do makeup.
Yuanju didn't think badly.
Plus, with Zhou Rong around, she wouldn't make things difficult for Shunning just for no reason. They all agreed. Fangrong Pavilion was gaining a good reputation in the city, and many ladies and young misses admired it. The Zhou estate was large. If someone else wanted Shunning to do makeup, it wouldn't make sense to refuse the business. Lu Yudao and Xinger went to busy themselves. Song Xiaolan clapped her hands and said, Elder sister-in-law, I'll go check the small kitchen. Yuanju nodded. He thought it was just an ordinary cargo, but it turned out to be full of weapons and gold, meant to be delivered to a location under Prince Chen's command. He didn't know who found out about it, but they started chasing after him. Everyone else in the convoy was killed. He managed to escape with the leader, who was badly injured. Before dying, the leader handed him a token and told him to deliver it to Prince Chen. He thought it was just an ordinary cargo, but it turned out to be full of weapons and gold, meant to be delivered to a location under Prince Chen's command. He didn't know who found out about it, but they started chasing after him. Everyone else in the convoy was killed. He managed to escape with the leader, who was badly injured. When he met Prince Chen, he handed over the token in his hand. Prince Chen noticed his good skills and asked if he wanted to work for him. He didn't agree, wanting to go home. Prince Chen didn't force him. Instead, he arranged for someone to take him to wash up, eat well, and get a good night's sleep, so he could regain his strength before returning home. He stayed there for 3 days, then took the initiative to find Prince Chen, and said he wanted to stay. During those 3 days, he never left the base. He ate and slept, and when he occasionally woke up, he could hear people talking about nearby battles. North Yen was not a wealthy country, and its surroundings were full of fierce tigers and wolves. The border wars never stopped. The current emperor was a person who only enjoyed pleasures, and the other princes only cared about their immediate benefits. Only Prince Chen personally supervised military training outside the city every day and cared about the border conflicts. He even took in a group of orphan children at the base. Every day before dawn, they would get up early to practice martial arts and eagerly talk about going to fight. When asked, he learned that these were orphans from the border, whose families had been destroyed in the war. Prince Chun took them in. At that moment, he made up his mind to follow Prince Chun and do something great before returning home in glory. He wanted to send a letter to his family, but was worried that the information might expose him and bring trouble to his family. So he simply told Prince Chun that he was alone and changed his name to Sun Chi. His mother's surname was Sun, and he was willing to be A. He never told anyone, not even Qin Jian, that he had another name, Lu Baichuan. Changzhou had been experiencing a drought for some time. When he went out, he was aware of it. At first, he thought it wasn't so serious, but after 3 consecutive years of drought, everyone was affected. A few months ago, when he learned about the severe drought in Changzhou and the villagers fleeing their homes, he was caught up in his own troubles and couldn't leave. By the time he finished everything, it seemed like it was already too late. He couldn't wait any longer. Ignoring Qin Jian's frantic calls, he mounted his horse and disappeared into the night like a broken arrow. Qin Jian was extremely anxious. No wonder he had just returned this afternoon, and Sun Chi was eager to hand over his tasks, showing he was ready to give up and not do his duty. He had been waiting here, all along. However, was Sun Chi's hometown Changzhou? I don't know why, but he suddenly remembered the big family he met on the road. They should be settled in Jinghao now, right? He Junyang slept until dawn, handed the dog over to Sun Shi to watch, and prepared to go to the city with the yellow astragalus and licorice she dug yesterday. The others also went their own ways to busy themselves. The stone quarry master arrived, and as the sun just rose, the whole family started working. Just as He Junyang was about to leave with her red peony, she saw a thin man walking over. She squinted to see what he was up to. The thin man ignored her and went straight to a few thatched huts. Old Lu had just eaten a bun and was planning to take Lazy to the mountain to see the grown-ups cutting wood and quarrying stone. Lazy is the eldest grandson of the family. Although he is only 11, he should learn and understand many things. He can't be like the rich young masters who do nothing. Fortunately, Lazy is very eager and hasn't caused trouble for the adults. Is that Brother Lu? The thin man had already reached Old Lu. Old Lu hesitated, unsure if he recognized him, and looked at him with suspicion.
Who are you?
I am Qian Taishu, dad of Jinghao. Last night I came home and saw the house was a mess. My wife was beaten 10 times. When I asked, I found out Jinghao caused trouble again. I came here especially to apologize to Brother Lu. It's my fault for not managing my son well. Hearing his explanation, Old Lu was quite surprised. He didn't expect there to be such a reasonable person in the Qian family. His smile grew more genuine. Since Jinghao has already been punished, he will surely learn from it in the future. Brother Qian, you don't need to say more. This was sincere. Old Lu knew that Jinghao was now detained at the county office, so there was no need to hold on to it. Yes. Jinghao has indeed been punished and knows he did wrong. So, could Brother Lu please ask your family to withdraw the complaint at the county office and let him go? Old Lu was stunned. Oh, so they were waiting for him here. His smile immediately faded, and he roughly shook off Qian Tieshu's hand. Brother, you're joking. That was an order from the county magistrate himself. How can a humble family like ours influence that? Besides, it's only been a month. Letting him learn a lesson is good. If this kid isn't properly taught from a young age, he might make a big mistake in the future. Yes. Qian Taishu kept nodding. His submissive look was irritating to see. He said, it's true I haven't disciplined him strictly, but brother, you don't understand. Jinghao is my only son. Getting a child late in life is not easy. That prison is no place for a person to stay. If something happens to him, how can I live with his mother? He Junyang watched nearby and couldn't help but feel that it's impressive she can become a wife with Li Shi and still raise such a son. The whole family is just the same kind of people. Old Lu didn't expect him to say that. He immediately puffed up his cheeks and glared. How could something go wrong in a proper prison? As long as your big Nyo obeys the rules, he'll be out in a month. Besides, that's a county jail, not a place for common folks like us to talk about. Old Lu didn't want to argue more. He grabbed Lazy
and was about to leave. Qian Tieshua suddenly grabbed his hand, his eyes fierce. I don't care. If you don't rescue my son today, I won't let you go. Sun Shi heard the noise and came out of the grass hut, cursing as she pulled Qian Tieshua's hand away. She said fiercely, Your wife's son was beaten, and you still want to come here and cause trouble? Fine. I'll send you to the county jail for a lesson. She even waved at the grass hut, calling out to a few daughters-in-law. With the men away, women could stand up too. Yu Shi quickly came out with a few sisters-in-law, holding a bundle of rope, looking serious and not joking. Qian Tieshua had never seen such a scene. He was so scared he widened his eyes and wanted to say something. The noose almost went around his neck. Terrified, he kept stepping back, looking at the women with panic, trembling as he said, Most vicious women. You wait and see. He ran away in a hurry. Sun Shi spat at his back. See if you dare to cause trouble again. Shameless scoundrel. Hygiene couldn't help but click her tongue. She was a bit worried at first, but now she realized she underestimated Sun Shi's fighting spirit. She gave a thumbs up to Sun Shi and then jumped on her horse, heading toward the county town. When she came 2 days ago, she only took a quick look around. There were about 6 or 7 pharmacies and medicine shops, 3 of which were bigger, offering both consultations and medicines. She chose to visit these 3. Madam, are you here for medicine or a consultation? Shi Jianyang went to the biggest shop in town called Reuniting. It had 5 doctors and 3 or 4 young assistants. Business was very good, with many patients. Fortunately, the young assistants were very friendly. When they saw Shi Jianyang come in, they hurried to greet her. I gathered some herbs from the mountain. Do you buy medicinal materials here? He Jianyang saw that he was friendly, and her voice became naturally gentler. Recently, herbs have been in short supply. I heard someone came to sell herbs. Her smile deepened. Yes, we do buy. Please wait a moment. I will go and ask the shopkeeper to come out. After saying this, she ran inside as fast as the wind. He Jianyang looked around and saw that most of the visitors were poor women and children, likely refugees who had just arrived. They looked pale, with dry lips, and seemed very miserable. They came to see a doctor only after receiving some settlement money. Fortunately, the doctors and assistants in this clinic are kind-hearted. They didn't look down on the women for their poor clothes and even poured tea for the waiting patients. Indeed, no matter the era, a good attitude is the best way to attract customers. Soon, the shopkeeper came out. He Jianyang looked over and saw a short, plump middle-aged man with a small mustache, looking quite cheerful. Madam, this is our shopkeeper, Run, the assistant introduced kindly. He Jianyang nodded and greeted him. Shopkeeper Run. Shopkeeper Run smiled warmly and was just as friendly as the assistant. May I ask, what kind of herbs are you selling, madam? She put down her basket and showed him the licorice and astragalus inside. Seeing these herbs, the shopkeeper's eyes brightened. These 2 herbs are often used recently and are running low in stock. He picked them up and looked at them. Although they were unprocessed, it was clear they were of good quality. How much do you have in total, madam? Only these for now, but if you can offer a good price, the quantity is negotiable. She glanced at the patients waiting for treatment and added, Not just these herbs. I also have some common medicines for colds and chills. The shopkeeper was surprised that she only gave a quick glance and could already tell the general situation of the patients. It seemed she knew medicine well. Nowadays, not many people understand medicine, and women who do are even rarer. Madam, do you know how to practice medicine? He looked at her eagerly. She shook her head. No, I only know a few herbs. The shopkeeper was a bit disappointed but still said, Our Yuan Hall has always bought herbs. As long as you have herbs, you can bring them here. Different types of medicinal herbs have different prices, and the prices also vary depending on whether they have been processed or not. The current unprocessed licorice and astragalus that Lady Han has are priced slightly lower. According to market rates, licorice costs 18 coins per gene, and astragalus costs 23 coins per gene. Lady Hijio asks, What if they're processed? He replies, Processed herbs are always 15 coins more expensive than unprocessed ones, unless they are poorly prepared, which makes them slightly cheaper. She is surprised that processed herbs are so much more expensive. Lady Hee-jo feels a bit shocked. Selling processed herbs seems more profitable. She also knows that processing herbs isn't as hard as others think. She understands it well, even if others do not. However, her family is just starting to build a house, and there's no place at home to process herbs. She suddenly feels a bit sad, thinking she might have missed out on more money. "All right, I'll sell these for now. I'll come back when I have more," she says. The shopkeeper agrees and sends a young clerk to bring a scale. The licorice weighs 4.5 jin, and the astragalus weighs 4 jin. Lady Hee-jo receives 173 coins. Recently, she has earned a lot of money, but this time she only gets less than 200 coins. She pouts, thinking that such a small amount can't support her big family. She needs to work harder to earn more. Just as she is about to carry her empty basket away, the shopkeeper stops her. "If you agree to sell only to us, I can pay 2 coins more for each type of herb." Sure enough, he is a businessman. By monopolizing her herbs, he can ensure a steady supply for his shop and see more customers. Lady Hee-jo doesn't answer immediately. She says, "I appreciate your kindness, but I can't decide alone. I need to ask my family first. I'll come back in a few days with an answer." The shopkeeper agrees happily and has the young clerk see her out. Lady Hee-jo visits a few other clinics to ask about prices. They also have many customers, but their prices are not much better than Yu Hall. When asked, their prices are not much higher either. That's because their business isn't as good as Yu Hall's, so they can't afford to pay more. What also annoys Lady Hee-jo is that another successful clinic is right next to Yu Hall. When they see her leaving Yu Hall, they give her cold looks and even mock her. Lady Hee-jo refuses to accept this disrespect and turns to leave. Next time she has more herbs, she will definitely sell them to Yu Hall, even if it costs 2 coins more than the market price. Who wouldn't be happy to do that? She is not the kind of person who would selfishly seek to save others at her own expense. After returning home at night, Hee-jun-young told the Liu family about the medicinal herbs. Old Liu said they could start by building a few stoves and a couple of thatched sheds to process the herbs. Everyone thought it was a good idea, but Hee-jun-young rejected it. She explained, "It's best for us to keep the processing of the herbs as secret as possible, so others don't learn our techniques. If they do, it wouldn't be good." Everyone agreed it made sense. Chin asked, "Won't we lose a lot of money this way?" It was nearly half of their savings, and just thinking about it made them feel distressed. "It's not really a loss," Hee-jun-young said seriously. "Since we haven't processed herbs before, saving that step is actually a big help." She then said to old Liu, "Dad, since our family wants to start this business, why not build 2 more rooms? Later, we can set them up as a workshop. The sisters-in-law can process herbs at home. The young girl Chui and sister Chi can go pick fresh herbs. We can buy them at the fresh herb price, process them, and sell the finished products. This way, it can help the villagers earn money, and our family can also benefit." "That's a good idea." Old Liu immediately patted his thigh. Compared to his third brother's wife, he thought her idea was much better. "Good idea, but are you only going to process these 2 kinds of herbs? How long can you do this in a year? And do you even know how to process herbs?" Sun Shur asked, clearly the most straightforward among them. As soon as she spoke, everyone in the Liu family looked at Hee-jun-young. She cleared her throat, pretending to be overly delicate. "Actually, I don't know how to do it either." Everyone's expressions tightened. "But today, I asked the shopkeeper at the pharmacy," she continued. The Liu family's expressions relaxed a little. After bargaining with the shopkeeper, he agreed to supply herbs exclusively to us. The shopkeeper was so happy that he not only agreed to give us 2 extra coins for each herb, but also. Their faces grew even more excited. "Oh, you little girl." Sun Shur gave her a sharp slap on the arm. "Hurry up and tell us. Don't keep us in suspense." Hee. Hee-jun-young stopped teasing them and no longer kept them waiting. "And he also told me some common herbs and simple processing methods." The Liu family's expressions lit up completely, each person's mouth curling into a smile as wide as the moon. Sun tried to control her smiling lips and quickly grabbed Hee-jun-young's hand. Why is this third daughter-in-law so clever now?
So smart?
Why do I like her so much? But I must stay calm and not let her know, or that stubborn girl will become proud. Of course it's true. Hygiene proudly flicked her bangs and said, "Can I do anything wrong?" "Oh, third aunt, you're so amazing, I like you." You was the first to rush into Hygine's arms and nuzzle her fiercely. The little dog, not willing to be left out, also squeezed in. "I like Mom too." The others couldn't squeeze into her arms, but clung to her like ornaments. Only Lei and Lotus felt too old to step forward. Lotus watched the children surround Hygiene and couldn't help but smile. She really liked this lively atmosphere at the Liu family. It was much livelier than her own home before. Grandpa Liu and Grandma Liu didn't dislike her just because she was a girl. Since she arrived, no one in the family talked behind her back. Who knows if her father used it to honor you two elders? You. Old man Wang was so angry he raised his hand to hit her. Zhang quickly stepped in to stop him. If the father-in-law hits his daughter-in-law, what will people think? Wang Cheng's wife wasn't afraid. She sneered, "Fine. I see this family can't accept me anymore. If that's the case, I'll leave." She tried to take the two children near Zhang. Suddenly, the children's crying, old man Wang's angry scolding, Zhang's attempts to calm everyone, and Wang Cheng's wife's harsh words all mixed together. Village Chief Zhao was overwhelmed by the "That's easy to say, but yesterday you said we should plant those potatoes on the wasteland. Did you forget?" How could Hygiene forget such delicious potatoes? Just as she was about to speak, old Liu asked, "What potatoes?" "Oh, right." Hygiene slapped her forehead, realizing she forgot to tell them about the potatoes last night. So she explained how she dug up potatoes on the mountain. Even old Liu, who had the most experience, had never heard of such a thing, let alone these others. Fortunately, the women and children in the family already knew and had even tasted them, so the men weren't surprised. Really such good stuff? That's truly amazing. Great news. The four men led by old Master Liu were so excited they didn't know what to say. They even found new food supplies. If they report this to the officials, it would be a huge achievement. Of course, they didn't plan to do that now. Their priority was to fill their stomachs first, earn enough money, and then share the news publicly. Stay calm, stay calm. Hygiene calmly raised her hand and continued talking about what just happened. When I was young, I heard about these potatoes. They are very easy to grow. We can start by clearing the land and planting potatoes during the autumn season to ensure we have enough food for winter. As for the medicinal herbs, none of us have experience planting them, so we'll need Dad, Big Brother, and Second Brother to spend some time researching. We can start planting in spring next year. Old Master Liu and Second Brother are skilled farmers. When they lived back home, they managed the fields. Old Master Liu and Mrs. Sun no longer farm. They only occasionally visit the fields to check on the crops. But no matter what, Old Master Liu has many years of farming experience, so Hygiene trusts him to handle this. Zhang Song listened carefully to Hygine's plans, but she hadn't included their brothers in the arrangements. Feeling a bit anxious, he said, "Third sister-in-law, although my brother and I are not good at farming, we can learn. Can we help plant the herbs too?" Lu Guilin also nodded eagerly. Even though everyone lives harmoniously at her parents' house, they can't do nothing or help in any way. They would feel uneasy if they just watched. "Brother-in-law, don't worry. We will definitely include you," Hygiene replied. Then she added, "My younger sister and Shin's sister-in-law will help the two sisters-in-law with chores. For now, we need to go up the mountain to dig potatoes and herbs. Once the house is built, we'll start processing the herbs. As for the two brothers-in-law, I plan to assign you tasks related to running the business." The two brothers from the Zhang family used to be butchers, selling pork, considered a decent business. They knew how to deal with people and were more tactful. Hygiene knew she would have other tasks to do and couldn't handle everything herself. So, she needed to assign some work to others. The Zhang brothers were the most suitable people for now. I heard that I am still useful, and Zhang Song and Zhang Yong are very happy. They don't care what work Hygiene arranges for them. They agree immediately. As long as they work hard, They will surely understand everything. Hygiene is very pleased with everyone's attitude. She waves her hand and sighs. Good. Everyone works together. I believe our family's days will get better and better. Sun's family members look down on her way of doing things. Recently, she has become more bold. What's going on? Could it be that because the third sibling isn't here, the third sister-in-law has started acting both like a man and a woman? Thinking this, they feel a little sorry for her. Oh well, I won't think about it anymore. As long as the family works hard together, life will definitely improve. In the next few days, the family is very busy. The men are building a house and the women are going up the mountain to dig potatoes and medicinal herbs. There aren't many potatoes, just a small patch that Hygiene found, totaling less than 50 jin. But that's okay. Potatoes can be sliced and planted. Even now, with few, they can grow a large field. As for the medicinal herbs, there are more. It seems no one in nearby villages knows about herbs, and no one wants the mountain's herbs. Some are just picked as wild vegetables and eaten, which is normal. For example, plantain, nightshade, and dandelions are popular wild vegetables among villagers. When Hygiene seriously teaches Yu's family members how to identify herbs, they are all stunned. They didn't realize these wild vegetables can also be sold for money. Before, they just ate them themselves or fed them to the family animals. Now, they think it's a waste. So, in the following days, not a single wild vegetable appears on the Liu family's dinner table. When Liu's second son asks why they go up the mountain every day but don't pick wild vegetables to eat, Jinghao slaps him and says, "Eat, eat, eat. Good things should be saved to sell for money." Liu's second son. Now that life has improved, they can't even afford to eat wild vegetables. The others in Sun's family share Jinhao's idea. They now spend more money, so earning money first is the priority. Hygiene finds this amusing and says, "Actually, there's no need for that. Wild vegetables grow quickly and are abundant. Just pick the fattest ones to sell and keep the smaller ones for your family. These are good things, and eating them is healthy." Even when wild vegetables become scarce in the season, Hygiene can secretly take some from her space when everyone is not paying attention. She can gather a large amount and pick quite a lot. Since they are common wild vegetables, no one suspects her. At most, they might think she is lucky to find such rich patches. You want to ruin their business? Zhou Qiming suddenly asked. The Zhou family has been in business for generations. Since he was young, he had to deal with all kinds of people, and he could see at a glance what Zhao Rong was thinking. Zhao Rong's face stiffened when his thoughts were exposed. He quickly explained, "That's not true. I just can't stand their behavior and want to suppress their arrogance." Zhou Qiming showed no obvious reaction but was somewhat interested. After all, that girl from Fangrong Pavilion was the one who caused him to lose face and caused his wife to become distant. The Zhou family had lost money and reputation. This reduces water content and makes storage easier. When accumulated, they fill several large sacks. Drying is the simplest way to process herbs, but it's not as valuable as fresh medicinal materials. When Hygiene goes to the pharmacy, she still needs to negotiate the price. On the morning of the 7th day agreed with the academy, the family got up early before dawn. They packed the dried herbs into bags and placed them on the cart made overnight by Niu and Mu Zhuang. Black wind pulled the cart, and the 3 children sat on the sacks, excited and full of anticipation. They are going to school. Today, Hygiene and old Big Lu will go with them. Since the children are going to school, the family needs a man to accompany and show their importance. The cart had been used all the way here and was already quite broken. After arriving in Anping village, it hadn't been used again, and they forgot to replace it with a proper cart. When they set out, Hygiene had already told Sun Shi that after finishing their work, they would buy a new cart. It would be useful for future business. Sun Shi had no reason to refuse. She was about to give money, but Hygiene said they would have money after selling the herbs. The ladies and young misses from noble families, after experiencing the beauty and elegance there, wished they could buy the staff from Fangrong Pavilion to serve them exclusively. After all, who wouldn't want to attend banquets beautifully dressed, enjoy lovely singing and dancing, or spend romantic nights with their lovers under the moon. The shop was very busy. Yuan Zhu and Song Xiaolan spent every day entertaining guests, working until closing time without a moment of rest. Dong Shunning saw how busy the shop was and, after only 5 days of rest, couldn't stay away. Seeing everyone working so hard, I will walk by myself from now on. The dirt road was not easy to walk on, so to avoid falling, the little dog held Lianhua's hand carefully. Lianhua was surprised that he was so sensible. After praising him, she felt even more fond of him. When they arrived in the town, it was still early. Hygiene and her group first went to Yuan Hall. In front of Lu Laoda and the 3 little ones, Hygiene raised the price by 10 coins from the original amount and happily completed the deal. Because they bought a lot, the total price was quite good, 6.5 taels of silver. Hygiene thought it was too little, but Lu Laoda thought it was a lot. Back home, his whole family worked hard for a whole year and might not earn 6 taels of silver. They had only been at it for 5 or 6 days. Actually, the money was earned by the women and children of the family. The men had been busy building a house and pretending to be injured, earning no money at all. For a moment, they felt a bit ashamed. When they left, Ren Zhonggui from Yuan Hall cheerfully saw them off at the door, smiling. "Master Lu, Lady He, you still send goods to my place. Don't worry. I'll send more in a few days." Hygiene waved her hand, telling the shopkeeper not to bother. Lu Laoda was nervous because it was the first time someone called him master, and he felt a bit embarrassed. He also felt regretful that he was so useless. Being the eldest brother, he was not as capable as his 3rd sister-in-law. After leaving, Lu Laoda handed the 6.5 taels of silver to Hygiene. She asked confusedly, "Huh? Why are you giving this to me?" Lu Laoda felt a little shy and said, "The money is yours to earn. Naturally, you should give it to your mother when you go back." Hygiene found it funny. Could it be that the women in the family had been earning so much money lately that it hurt the pride of the men? Wang Qing trembled and said, "I admit my guilt." "Wang Jiao, how did you hire someone to harm others? Who else was involved? Quickly tell the truth." Seeing she did not answer, Li Tongji narrowed his eyes and earnestly said, "I understand this is your first offense. If you honestly confess your crimes, I will consider giving you a lighter punishment. But if you continue to resist," he pointed to the nearby torture devices, "you will suffer a lot." Wang Qing looked at the torture tools with a pale face. Since she is his biological sister, he tried to persuade her, "Sister, it's already like this. Just confess. Goods to my place." Her hand, telling the shop she could sympathize with old Master Lu's current disappointment. Realizing her thoughts were seen through, old Master Lu felt even more embarrassed and worried that his 3rd sister-in-law might laugh at him.
He didn't know how to speak.
Fortunately, Hygiene didn't care much about this. After saying those words, she rode her horse forward. The 3 children looked eagerly at the busy street, but no one paid attention to this matter. Old Master Lu's mood improved a lot, and he also felt he was being too petty. They were family, and he shouldn't argue over small things. When they reached the bookstore entrance, the 3 children got off the carriage excitedly. Seeing the people coming and going inside, they hesitated to go in. Lizzie looked back at his father and 3rd sister-in-law, seeking reassurance. Old Master Lu always thought he was a rough man and had never been to such a refined place. He hesitated for a moment. Hygiene, her horse, pretending not to notice their nervous expressions, and smiled. "Come on, let's go in and take a look." Old Master Lu refused. 3rd sister-in-law, "I don't understand these things. You take the children inside. Oh, and bring the money." He handed her the money pouch, but Hygiene didn't take it. "Big brother, the more you've never been here, the more you should go in and see. It's no different from any other shop. Besides, if you dare to enter a bandit's den, why be afraid of this small bookstore? As for the money for buying things, I already said a few days ago that I will pay for the children's pens, ink, paper, and inkstone. It's a gift for their school admission. Just keep the money safely," she said. Then she pulled the children inside. Although old Master Lu hesitated, he thought what Hygiene said made sense. After all, Li Zi was his son, and as a father, He shouldn't do nothing when his son goes to school. He suppressed his unease and followed inside. As soon as they entered, a strong smell of books filled the air. Old Master Lu thought to himself that this was truly a refined place, much more delicate than their rough manners. "Dear guests, what would you like to buy?" The shop assistant saw their group come in and hurriedly greeted them warmly. Today was the opening day of Songhua Academy, so many families came to buy pens, ink, paper, and inkstones. Business in the bookstore was quite good. Hygiene didn't know much about these things and directly said to the young clerk, "Young man, my children are about to start school. Please recommend some practical sets of pens, ink, paper, and inkstones. They don't need to be very high quality, just durable." It wasn't that Hygiene was unwilling to spend money. She mainly thought that since the children were just starting school, these items were consumables. There was no need to buy very expensive ones now. When they learned more, they could buy better quality later. In the county town, there were no shortages of wealthy people, but the rich didn't visit their bookstore every day. Most of the store's income came from ordinary people, so they did have suitable products for common families. Recommending these was not difficult, especially since she said they wanted to buy several sets at once. The shop assistant's smile grew broader. Of course. Please, let me show you. This is our latest introduction, small lamb hair brushes. The brush handle is made of bamboo, which is inexpensive but good quality. One brush costs only 150 won. For ink, I recommend the common pine sit ink, which costs 200 won and is suitable for children just learning to write. For paper, I suggest paper, 55 won for 3 feet. White paper is finer than yellow paper and costs 20 won more. You can choose based on your husband and wife's preference. As for the inkstone, since it's for children, and if there's no special need, just buy a regular stone inkstone. It only costs 81. The young clerk thought Old Master Lu and Hygiene were a married couple. The 3 children looked quite similar, and a family that could send 3 children to school at once was surely well off. Calling them sir and madam was not an overstatement. Hygiene didn't mind, and Old Master Lu was too shocked by the prices to notice anything else, so no one explained further. The children didn't understand exactly how expensive the prices were, but seeing their father's pale face, Lizzie knew the cost must be quite high. Old Master Lu finally understood why many families are afraid to send their children to school. Not only are the tuition fees expensive, but the cost of ink, brushes, paper, and inkstones is also high. These items are not very durable either. Ink sticks and paper need frequent replacement, which adds up to a significant amount of money. Moreover, they also need to buy books and other learning materials. Old Master Lu thought that if he and the Yu family only raised their own children, they could never afford to send them to school. Especially now, with 3 children at home, how much would that cost? Before Old Master Lu could respond, Hygiene confidently said, "All right. Based on what you just said, I want 3 sets. Oh, and since the paper wears out quickly, each set should have 6 feet of fine white paper." "Very well. Madam is so generous. I'll go pack them right away." The young clerk, a shrewd businessman, quickly ran off, clearly knowing that this family was led by a woman and not asking Old Master Lu for his opinion. Old Master Lu realized he had never seen the world. Although he felt shocked inside, he said nothing. Hygiene then took a few children to look around, buying some basic books like the 1,000-character classic, the 100 family surnames, and the 3-character classic. Each book cost the same, 120 coins. Just as they were about to pay, Hygiene saw a beautiful folding fan. It looked very nice, and she remembered that in this era, students often needed to perform a ceremony to show respect when starting their studies. She asked the young clerk waiting nearby, "Young man, how much is this folding fan?" Without hesitation, the young clerk began to praise it. "Madam, you have great taste. This fan is a new product in our shop, priced at 12 taels of silver. The fan's frame is made of precious purple sandalwood, and the surface features a landscape painting by Scholar Kong from our county. It also has a poem inscribed on it, which many scholars and literati in the city love very much." Hygiene listened with interest. "You mean Scholar Kong is the Kong from Songhua Academy?"
Yes, yes, that's the one. Scholar Kang's talent is well known. Unfortunately, fate was not kind to him, and he couldn't take the imperial exams. Besides teaching, he often brings calligraphy and paintings to our bookstore to sell, the young clerk said with a look of regret, clearly feeling sorry for Scholar Kang. Hygiene nodded, then lowered her head and said to the children, "How about giving this fan to Scholar Kang as your gift for the ceremony of becoming his apprentices?" Li Zi was stunned when he heard the price. Was a fan really that expensive? Now that he knew it was a gift for Mr. Kang, he found it even more unbelievable. Jesse asked with some confusion, "When we left this morning, Aunt San was just bringing a jar of honey to give to Mr. Kang, right?" The honey was brought back by the men who went up the mountain to cut wood a few days ago. There was quite a bit, and the children at home liked to drink it. He Junyang remembered that Mr. Kang had been coughing a lot, so she thought honey would soothe his lungs and brought a jar for him. In this era, teachers were highly respected, and the Liu family also supported them. The children didn't understand why, even though they were already giving honey to Mr. Kang, they also had to give such an expensive folding fan. He Junyang patiently explained, "The honey is a gift from our family to Mr. Kang, but the fan is a gift from you 3 students to your teacher. They are different." The young servant happily flattered, "Madam is truly talented." Old Master Liu felt even more guilty. He didn't understand anything. If he had come to school alone today, he would definitely have made a fool of himself. Li Zi understood now, but he also knew that the proper gift for a teacher's apprentice ceremony should be something the students prepared themselves. But he looked at He Junyang with some difficulty and said, "But Aunt San, we don't have that much money. We can't afford it." He Junyang patted his head gently. "I know you don't have much money. Aunt San will buy it for you. Just treat it as a loan from Aunt San. When you grow up and earn money, you can pay her back." Okay. The 3 children nodded repeatedly, smiling happily. They would definitely repay Aunt San someday. The young servant, listening nearby, realized that these 3 children didn't seem to be the lady's children, just her nephews. If she was so generous to her nephews, she must be a kind person. They went to the bookstore, and the total cost was 14 taels and 100 coins. Seeing how much they bought, the young servant gave a discount by removing the extra 0, making it exactly 14 taels of silver. He Junyang paid the money and left with her group. After seeing them off warmly, the young servant kept smacking his lips. People really shouldn't be judged by appearances. At first, he thought they weren't well-dressed and probably didn't have much money, but they were willing to spend so easily on 12 taels worth of fans for their children's education. It was impressive. The young servant felt he had a narrow view. After buying these items, the 3 young children need to go to school. At the school gate, a young servant about 16 or 17 years old is welcoming students. If you provide the name and address you registered with, you can go inside. Mr. Kang is not feeling well and is currently not appearing in public. In the yard, 2 or 3 young servants are busy working. There are quite a few students, some of whom haven't paid their tuition yet, and their parents are still lining up to pay. Once the 3 children pay their tuition, they won't need to worry about these matters. He Junyang and Old Liu, along with a few children, are led by the servant to meet Mr. Kang in the back courtyard. Mr. Kang is sitting under a tree, dressed in a blue robe, reading a book. His brow is slightly furrowed, as if he is troubled by deep worries. He Junyang feels a bit sorry for him. In this era, few people can read and achieve good grades, yet he was unfortunate to fall seriously ill. It's understandable that he feels worried. She wants to help diagnose what illness Mr. Kang has, but her medical skills are not yet reliable enough. She can't easily make a diagnosis, but from his current good complexion, it seems he isn't gravely ill yet. So, she decides to wait a bit longer. Mr. Kang also notices them and stands up to walk over. Because He Junyang registered 3 children at once, Mr. Kang remembers her clearly at first sight. He smiles politely and bows as a scholar would, saying, "This must be Lady Liu's 3 children, right? Please take a seat in the front yard. I will come over shortly." He Junyang squints and smiles. Then, the 3 children, led by Lazy,
Follow her instructions, step forward, bow politely, and say properly, "Good day, Mr. Kong." Mr. Kong nods with satisfaction. Before he can speak, Lazy respectfully presents him with a folding fan, saying, "Sir, this is a gift from the 3 students for your mentorship." Now that they relaxed a bit, they felt hungry and looked at the plate of snacks again. Yuanjua noticed her gaze and raised an eyebrow slightly. "It's hot, and these snacks won't last long. You can share and eat them. If it's not enough, go to the kitchen for more." Anur blushed but wasn't shy. She confidently bowed and said, "Thank you, young lady." Mayor saw her and scolded playfully, "You're really a foodie reincarnated. No manners." Anur giggled and took a piece of snack to feed her sister. "The young lady told you to eat, so just eat. Don't you know?" These days, because of business, Kong Xiu was generous and took the gift happily. When he opened it, he was surprised to find it was his own painting. He couldn't help but laugh.
"Thoughtful of you. I really like it," he said.
Kong Xiu genuinely liked the painting, which was a landscape he loved most. He had kept it hidden in the school because he had no income. He needed money for medical treatment and medicine, so he sold the painting, including this landscape. Unexpectedly, the painting came back to him. He softly told the young servant nearby, "Go and bring my few brushes. I will give them to them." It's natural to give a return gift when receiving a gift. Although he had prepared many brushes to give to each child, they were simple and cheap, bought from a bookstore. They couldn't compare to the fine ink brushes. The servant went to get the brushes. Kong Xiu personally handed them out and said, "This was given to me by my teacher when I was studying at the government school. Now I give it to you, hoping you will also succeed in your studies and earn fame." "Thank you, sir," the 3 children said happily, feeling proud as they looked at Hygiene and Old Lu. Old Lu finally realized something. He took a small jar from his basket and politely handed it to the servant, saying, "This is wild honey from the mountains, good for soothing the lungs and stopping coughs." Moreover, the beautiful female doctor today was also brought back by Madam, for her sake, Hu Wenhai decided not to argue with her. He Junyang and her group returned to the clinic and saw a familiar face. A woman with a muscular body sat on a stool, trying to cover her face's dark spots with a piece of silk cloth. Next to her stood a young maid, and in front of her was a table with a teapot, indicating she had been there for a while. It was Madame Lu, the owner of the 10 Miles of Fragrance, whom they saw yesterday. "Oh, Dr. He, you're finally here. We've been waiting for you so anxiously. Mrs. It's natural to give a return gift when receiving a gift." The 3 children were taken to the front yard by the servant. Old Lu and He Junyang said goodbye to Kong Xiu and left. "Big brother, buy a cart and fix a wagon. The children will need it for their classes every day," he said. After leaving the school, He Junyang decided not to walk with Old Lu. "All right, sister-in-law, go shopping in town. If you see anything you need, buy some. Let's meet at the city gate." After a day out, Big Brother Lu felt more relaxed. The 3rd sister-in-law's words were right. There's nothing really special about it. As long as you treat others politely, they will treat you the same. After parting from Lu, He Junyang didn't go anywhere else. She was thinking that with so many women at home, no one had skincare products. Last night at dinner, she saw Yu's hands were rough and cracked. That made her realize she should buy some things for the women at home. With a clear goal, she went straight to a nearby rouge shop. The shop looked quite big and busy, so she went inside to take a look. Inside, there were young girls working as sales assistants, similar to shop clerks in later times. A well-dressed woman was with He Junyang. The young girl immediately went to greet the woman, ignoring He Junyang entirely. Fortunately, He Junyang didn't mind. She didn't like being followed, so she looked around on her own. The rouge shop mainly sold makeup products. From her perspective in this advanced world, most of these cosmetics were poor quality and rough. Some were poorly made, and over time they could even be slightly toxic. She looked around and found a type of skincare oil. When opened, it smelled strongly of rancid lard, clearly made from pig fat. The smell was strange and unpleasant, and the pig fat might be expired. He Junyang shook her head in disgust. thinking about looking elsewhere. Just then, another young girl came over. If you're not buying, don't keep looking. You can't afford it anyway. Hurry up and leave. Don't disturb our business. The girl's attitude was rude, which made Hygiene a bit annoyed. She looked up at the proud girl and said bluntly, "Is this what you call looking down on people? You're." The girl was furious. This poor woman clearly couldn't afford anything and was calling her a dog. What do you mean? Young lady, don't think you're so great just because you're selling goods. Even if you sold yourself today, I wouldn't bother to look at you. After saying that, she turned and left. The girl was so angry she nearly cried, her eyes red. Next, a young girl who was serving the noblewoman came over to comfort her. All right, don't cry. Why are you arguing with a poor person? If you can't afford things, you can only dream about them. After Hygiene left this rouge shop, she lost interest in visiting other shops. The largest one didn't have good products, so she didn't bother with smaller stores either. It seems she still needs to take things from her space. Recently, she has been using items from her space, but she can only use them secretly and hasn't shown them openly. Today is a good chance. It's still early, so Hygiene sat in a tea house for a while. She listened to a storyteller exaggeratedly narrate some very old-fashioned stories. She found them dull and unoriginal, so old that they shouldn't still be told. Looking around, she saw everyone clapping enthusiastically. She frowned, thinking how hard life must have been for ancient people with so few entertainment options. It was truly tough for them. After drinking 2 cups of tea, Hygiene stood up to leave. She was about to go to the city gate to wait for Lu Laoda when she saw him arrive with a prepared carriage. Big brother so soon? She asked, surprised. She thought she'd have to wait longer. Yes, I just got some finished goods, so I had them loaded directly, he replied. Seeing her, Lu Laoda was happy and led Black Wind beside her as they walked together. Inside the city, they tried to avoid rushing and only sped up after passing through the city gate. That person really deserves it. They don't deserve the government's aid money. Someone said.
Exactly.
How can someone like that come to Jinghao? So unlucky. Another added. It's a pity His Highness is so kind-hearted. He always ends up with troublemakers like this. Suddenly, the road ahead was blocked by a group of people. If they didn't disperse, the carriage couldn't pass. Lu Laoda looked at Hygiene and stepped forward with Black Wind. Please make way, excuse us, he said, trying to clear the path so she could pass. But after a few steps, he was suddenly grabbed by a strange, blood-stained, dirty figure on the ground, hugging his leg. Jing uncle, is that you? Please help me, boo-hoo. The voice sounded familiar, but the person on the ground was covered in blood and dirt, making it impossible for Lu Laoda to recognize him. How did he end up like this? Jing uncle, it's me, little sheep. It's me, little sheep, Uncle Jing.
Boo-hoo.
I didn't expect to see you here. Everyone heard this and realized they knew him. Their eyes toward Lu Laoda also turned disdainful. So you know each other? Are you relatives? Such bad luck. How could I have relatives like this? It's really embarrassing for the family.
Ugh.
Although old Lu didn't know what had happened, hearing the bystanders' words, it seemed like the thing on the ground had indeed done something wrong. Lu Xiaoyong didn't care what the passers-by said about him. He only knew that Uncle Roxuan seemed to be doing quite well. As long as he clung to him, he wouldn't have to worry about starving. So, he desperately tried to prove he was Lu Xiaoyong, rubbing his face hard, trying to clean it. But there was no water, and the more he rubbed, the dirtier he got. Old Lu was disgusted and said, Enough, I know you're Lu Xiaoyong. Why are you here? What's going on? Lu Xiaoyong used to be a troublemaker back home, not well-liked. Now, although it was fate that brought him here, old Lu didn't want to have any contact with him, as it would only bring bad luck. Hygiene also stepped forward. Seeing Lu Xiaoyong covered in wounds, clearly beaten, with one leg dragging, probably broken, she didn't speak to him directly. Instead, she asked the crowd watching, Excuse me, miss, do you know what happened to him? Why does he look like this after being beaten? Hearing this, the woman immediately started talking. What do you think? This kid took the family money,
and went to gamble. He lost everything and even owed debts. He got his leg broken and was thrown out. Someone nearby chimed in, "Yeah, I've never seen anyone like that. Surviving here is lucky enough, but he wastes his money like that."
Sigh.
People like him shouldn't get any money. Let him starve on the streets. Hygiene turned to look at the person on the ground, and then at Old Lu. Old Lu's face was also not looking good. Other members of the family had been saving and carefully saving the family money, hoping to divide it into small amounts. But this brat not only lost everything but also owed gambling debts. How could someone be so annoying? Lu Xiaoyang knew that talking about his problems like this was a bit shameful. He kept crying and clutching Old Lu's leg, saying, "Uncle Ruoxuan, I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please give me another chance. I promise I won't do this again." He glanced at the carriage pulled by Master Lu and thought, Uncle Xian's family must be on the run from a famine and has managed to get some money. Now, they even have a carriage. Following them, they will surely enjoy good food and comfort. He Junyang noticed his small actions but said nothing. Master Lu felt awkward and reluctant to help, but since Lu Xiaoyang was a younger relative from their clan, he couldn't bear to see him like this. He looked to He Junyang for help, but she coldly replied, "Our family doesn't support idle people. If you want to eat well, you have to work." "Yes, yes. I will work hard." Lu Xiaoyang nodded repeatedly, then looked at his broken leg and asked, "But my leg is injured now. Can I?" "No," He Junyang said sharply. "Our family isn't a charity." Lu Xiaoyang immediately got angry and said, "Third aunt, isn't it the Lu family's decision? Uncle Xian hasn't even spoken yet." Master Lu thought He Junyang was right. Their family wasn't a charity, even though they had helped many people on the road. Those were kind-hearted folks who kept track of borrowed money and planned to return it. But if Lu Xiaoyang got involved, there was no hope at all.
How do you speak?
Third sister-in-law means what the family thinks. Now that everyone is in trouble, if you want to go back and work to support yourself. If you don't want to work, then fend for yourself. After saying that, he pushed Lu Xiaoyang aside, took the horse, and left. He Junyang followed behind. The crowd automatically made way, and Lu Xiaoyang hurriedly dragged himself along with his broken leg. He didn't expect that just by saying a word to this woman, Uncle Xian would be upset. This woman was widowed the day after she married in. Could she be involved with Uncle Xian? It must be so. Otherwise, why would Uncle Xian come to the market without his wife, but with this woman? Lu Xiaoyang felt like he had uncovered some important secret. He cursed silently in his heart, then gritted his teeth and followed closely, trying not to fall behind. After they left, someone said, "TSK, TSK, this family is really unlucky. How did they end up with such relatives?" Exactly. So unlucky. The three people walking away couldn't hear these words. After leaving the city gates, He Junyang rode her horse and sped off. Master Lu, seeing this, simply got on the carriage and followed. Lu Xiaoyang vomited so badly that he thought he would die. Don't forget, even if he had 1 or 2 legs, he still couldn't compare to a 4-legged horse. He knew that Big Brother Lu and the others just wanted to leave him behind, but since he had seen them, he could always find them later. The nearest village along this road was Anping Village. He planned to go there and ask around. After all, he had been wandering around the county town for several days, so he wouldn't be completely clueless. At first, Big Brother Lu felt a little uneasy, but gradually he felt lighter, especially when he saw He Junyang riding her horse and running very fast. He also wanted to make the cart go faster. When they arrived home, the children all gathered around the new cart, very curious. Big Brother Lu went to find Sun to give her the remaining money. He Junyang went to find a few sisters-in-law and younger sisters to give them skincare products. It cost a total of 4.5 taels of silver to load the cart and the carriage, leaving only 2 taels to bring back. Sun took the silver and asked, "Did the third sister-in-law buy the brushes and ink for the children?" Big Brother Lu lowered his head, feeling a bit ashamed. As the eldest son, he could only let his younger sister-in-law spend money. For a moment, he felt very helpless. Sun also noticed that her eldest son's mood was not good and, rarely, she comforted him. She has money. She said before she wanted to give some as gifts to the children. Don't think too much. Since the third sister-in-law isn't home, her mother, and she will need your help in the future. Just take care of them more. Mother, I know. I treat her like my own sister. Sun was satisfied, and put the money away. Then she went to find Hygiene. Hearing the loud laughter of the women outside, she wanted to see what was going on. Big brother Lu wanted to mention Xiaoyang, but he didn't know how to start. If his mother found out he had brought back a troublemaker, she might get very angry. Outside, the women, including Oh, had received skincare products brought back by Hygiene. They said it could be used on their faces and hands. Since they were still young, they needed to take good care of themselves. When Sun came out, Hygiene flitted over like a butterfly. What are you doing? Go away. Why are you leaning on me? You don't have bones or what? Sun pushed her away with disgust and looked suspiciously at the other girls, whose smiles couldn't be hidden. She was very annoyed. What are you all doing behind my back? Don't think she's old and can't hear well. She just heard inside that Hygiene bought nice things for them. Nothing much. Hygiene answered first, just to tease the little old lady's heart. Sun was indeed a bit unhappy but tried hard not to show it. As a little old lady herself, she couldn't get jealous of a bunch of children. She turned to leave, but Hygiene quickly grabbed her arm. Mom, don't be angry. How can I forget you when I have good things? I bought you a bottle too. Sun suddenly felt like laughing but held it back, struggling to keep her smile inside. Hygiene, being quite clueless, directly exposed her. Mom, if you want to laugh, just do it. Don't hold it in and hurt yourself. Lu Guilin was the first to burst out laughing. Sun blushed and slapped Hygiene twice, but her lips couldn't help but curl into a smile. She carefully examined the small bottle and asked, "What is this?" Hygiene proudly explained, "This is jade face cream. You wash your face in the morning and evening, then apply it on your face and hands. It helps keep your skin young." The women of the Lu family had never used such strange things before. Although Sun loved this small bottle and was very fond of the anti-aging jade face cream, could a humble family like theirs really afford such a thing? You shouldn't have money in your hand. Such a wasteful thing. Even so, she still clenched her fist tightly. Hygiene had mischievous thoughts and, feeling a little wronged, reached out to ask for it. "Since you don't like it, I'll take it back." Sun quickly hid behind her. "You already gave it to me, so how can I take it back?" Hygiene held back her laughter. "But you don't like it." Sun suddenly realized that this little girl was deliberately teasing her. She slapped her arm. "If you don't like it, I won't give it to you. Wasteful thing." A few people nearby covered their mouths and laughed. In the past, the old lady was very serious, but now she was much livelier. All thanks to her third sister-in-law. Lu Guilin came over, laughing and holding Sun's other arm. She said, "Mom, third sister-in-law, is doing this for us." She said her hands are cracked and not like young wives' hands. She just wants to buy good things for us to use. Yes, this is really good stuff. We all used it just now. Our faces and hands feel smooth and fragrant. I've never seen such good things in my life. Listening to their words, Sun sure looked at her own hands. They were rough and weathered, with cracks and scars. The hands of the young wives were also torn and rough, but hers were much worse, especially in winter when the cracks hurt and sometimes bled. Thinking this, she looked at her daughters. After days of fleeing and working in the sun, none of their faces looked good. Their skin was dark, red, yellowish, and rough, making them look 10 years older than they really were. "Since I've bought it, I'll just use it," she said proudly, placing the item into her and finding an excuse to walk away. In fact, she wanted to find a quiet spot to try the jade face cream. She wanted to see if it was really as magical as they said. The cream was precious, and Sun sure didn't want to waste much. She used her finger to take a small amount, smelled it, and found it had a light, pleasant fragrance. Then she carefully applied some to her face and hands. She was very pleased, smiling happily. He Junyang secretly watched her and smiled knowingly. This old lady was honest about her feelings, but adorable. Turning around, she saw the little dog and some children counting ants in a small pit nearby. He Junyang realized that her son was already at the age to learn things. Although the school didn't accept children this young, she couldn't just leave them at home. She took out a big bag of colored building blocks from her space and approached the children. "Mother." The little dog immediately stood up when he saw her and shared what he had just seen.
There are so many ants here.
He Junyang nodded politely and saw that there really were many ants, probably a large ant nest underground. "Good boy, the older brothers are at school. Aren't you bored?" When Lazy was at home, he could play with his younger siblings as the oldest. Now that the 3 older children weren't around, only these little ones remained, and they seemed a bit lost without a leader. The little dog didn't speak. He didn't want to admit he was bored, but he knew his brothers were at school doing important things. He didn't want his mother to worry. After spending so much time together, He Junyang understood him well. She smiled, called the children over, and took out the hidden building blocks from her back. "I brought you some gifts, look." She showed the building blocks to a group of children, and they all gasped in amazement. But they didn't understand why the wood was cut into small pieces and painted in bright colors. Although they didn't know what it was for, the colorful blocks looked very nice. Yuya picked up a block and looked at it carefully, then asked curiously, "Annie-san, what is this?" "Building blocks." He Junyang picked up a block and explained how to play with them. In short, these small wooden pieces are used to build all kinds of things. Building blocks are a fun game that helps children think and improve their hands-on skills. It's a very good game. After she explained briefly, a few children were eager to try, but He Junyang made another request. "Before you start building, you need to recognize the colors and say them out loud. Only then can you begin." People in this time didn't have much education. Not only children, even adults might not be able to tell the colors clearly. What He Junyang is doing now is a basic education method used in modern kindergartens, focused on learning through play. It's also the most basic form of early education. At first, the children found so many colors confusing, but luckily, the Liu family children are quite smart. After she taught twice, everyone remembered. Then, He Junyang added another rule. While building, you also need to think about matching colors. Don't just mix them randomly. "I will check at sunset tonight. The best matching will earn a reward." When they heard about a reward, the children became even more excited. Little Dog was especially determined to earn his mother's reward and not disappoint her. He Junyang gave them the whole day to practice and improve their color matching. While the children played, He Junyang went to do other chores. Ashi and Shinshir were cooking, and Qinshir and Lu Guilon were slicing the potatoes they dug up earlier into 1-finger-thick pieces to sprout, as He Junyang told them, though she wasn't sure if it would work. He Junyang couldn't help with cooking, so she joined Qinshir and the others in slicing the potatoes. They worked and talked together and time flew by. By lunchtime, the men had returned. Everyone was very hungry but still queued up carefully to wash their hands. This is what Junyang has always asked for, and now it has become a habit. Just as the family members sat down, a loud cry outside caught their attention, giving old Lu a headache. Sure enough, what shouldn't come has arrived. Sunshir frowned and asked, "What's going on?" Old Lu scratched his head, looking a bit discouraged, and said, "I met Lu Xiaoyang in the county town. He used his marriage money to gamble and got his leg broken by someone, then was thrown on the street. When he saw me, he was determined to come back. I thought he was a troublemaker, so I left him behind, but I didn't expect him to come after me." Hearing the name Lu Xiaoyang, the Lu family members looked unhappy. Lu Xiaoyang was not well liked back in his hometown. Later, during a fleeing journey, he got lost. Everyone thought he was a troublemaker and didn't care whether he was alive or dead. Surprisingly, he managed to survive and reach Jinghao. I won't deny he has some skills, but the Lu family still doesn't welcome him. Sunshir suddenly slammed her chopsticks on the table and scolded, "When good things don't come, bad things do." At this moment, outside, Lu Xiaoyang's voice called out, "Third grandpa, third grandma. Are you there?" Wah wah wah, Xiaoyang's life is really hard.
Lu Xiaoyang is about the same age as Lazy and others, 5 or 6 years older than Lazy. He's at the age where he should be married and settled down, but he keeps misbehaving and has become a troublemaker in the village. Old Lu was also conflicted inside, unsure what to do. After all, he was his nephew. Meeting him after fleeing and losing his way was a rare fate. If he didn't help him, he would feel a bit guilty toward his cousin. But this kid was not a good person. He used his marriage money to gamble, and who knew what trouble he might cause in the future. Deep down, old Lu really didn't want to clean up this mess. While he was hesitating, Sun Shi pushed him and said angrily, "Your nephew is outside crying loudly. Can't you sit still?" Old Lu was a bit afraid of Sun Shi getting angry. Seeing her upset, he quickly said, "All right, I'll go see him. You eat first and don't get too upset and harm your health." The daughters-in-law immediately felt that their father-in-law was very kind to their mother-in-law. Because of this, old Lu's 2 brothers also treated them well. The family was quite warm and happy. Old Lu turned around and saw all the family members staring at him. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he clasped his hands behind his back, put on a serious face, and said to his 2 sons, "Let's go outside and take a look." Master Lu and second brother hurriedly got up and went outside. Miss Sun finally stood up and shouted, "Let's go and see what tricks that little brat is trying now." The old man is really unreliable, not managing the household well and acting like a saint. If she, the lady, didn't step out to take charge, the little kid would just cry a little and the old man would keep him. She absolutely wouldn't allow such things to happen. Everyone went out together. When old man Lu saw Miss Sun come out, he didn't dare say anything. After all, Miss Sun has always been in charge of the family affairs, and he couldn't make up his mind either. "Great-grandpa, sob, my life is so hard. Look at my leg, it's like this."
Sobi.
He, Junyang, glanced at him and thought that this person was truly resilient, dragging a short leg to come out, showing he was really a tough person. Others, seeing the bloody, mangled leg, also felt it was hard to watch.
It was really beaten badly.
"If you hadn't gone gambling, who would have beaten you like this? You deserve it." Old man Lu spoke, but inside, he was starting to feel soft. Being beaten like that was truly pitiful. Lu Xiaoyang seized the chance and burst into tears. "Great-grandpa, I really have no choice. The government's money is too little, and I can't make enough doing anything. I just wanted to earn some money first to settle down, but I ended up losing everything and getting beaten like this." Lu Xiaoyang wiped his tears, speaking sincerely and emotionally. Miss Sun spat and sneered mockingly, "My wife has lived most of her life, and I've never heard of anyone trying to make money by gambling. Not to mention just having your leg broken if you even get beaten to death. It's your own fault." Yes, I deserve it, third grandma. But I now realize my mistake. I'm glad to have met you all. My parents and grandparents are gone, and I only have you. Please don't abandon me, sob. Lu Xiaorong looked at everyone in the Lu family with regret, trying to act pitiful to make them feel sorry for him and take him in. The Lu family's new house foundation had just been laid, and everyone was still living in a thatched hut. The surroundings were drafty, and any passerby could see the scene. Because of this, soon many people gathered around the Lu house. Even Chui'er and the others came over, and when they saw Lu Xiaoyang, their faces showed clear disgust. As a result, Lu Xiaoyang realized that many members of the Lu family were still here, especially seeing his eldest uncle, Lu Fugue. Lu Fugue never expected to see Lu Xiaoyang here. Thinking back to when the incident happened, Lu Xiaoyang didn't care about his family and even secretly ran away while everyone was dealing with the bandits. This made him very angry. Uncle, it's so good to see you. I miss you all so much." He crawled on the ground trying to reach Lu Fugue, but Lu Fugue spoke first. "When the family was in trouble, you were the first to run away. Now you want to come back? That's not how things work. Get out of here. Our Lu family doesn't need cowards like you who only think about saving themselves." Lu Fugue was quite disappointed. He loved his nephew, but he was also upset. If Lu Xiaoyang had listened and not caused trouble, the bandits wouldn't have been attracted, and his 2 sons wouldn't have died. Old Mr. Lu's family didn't know about this, so they were surprised to see how angry Lu Fugui was. But now wasn't the time to talk about that. A group of people just watched. Sun's wife saw Hygiene even pulling out a bag of sunflower seeds and cracking them. Seeing how carefree Hygiene was, Sun's wife was so angry she snatched the seeds from her and started cracking them too. Lu Xiaoyang had already crawled in front of Lu Fugui, holding onto his leg tightly. "Uncle, I was wrong. I really was wrong. Please don't send me away. I'll die if you do." If I had known it would be like this, I wouldn't have bothered in the first place, Lu Fugui said, kicking him away. He then turned to old Mr. Lu and said, "Third uncle, I won't interfere with this kid anymore. From now on, his life and death have nothing to do with me. I know you're kind-hearted, but some people just aren't worth it." After saying that, he turned and walked away. Hygiene couldn't help but clap her hands. "Good job, Lu Fugui,"
she said.
At this moment, Chuier finally spoke up angrily. "What's the use of realizing you're wrong now? Do you think that by acting like this, our dead loved ones will come back to life? Bah, you heartless thing." Chi's wife even directly started hitting him, wishing she could tear him apart and skin him. She shouted for Lu Xiaoyang to return her husband and son. The scene became chaotic. Lu Xiaoyang shouting, Chi's wife and Chuier's curses, and even children crying from being scared. All of it made old Mr. Lu feel overwhelmed. "Enough," he shouted. "Everyone go do what you need to do. Let's go back and eat." After speaking, he took the lead and entered the straw hut. Initially, he felt a bit sorry for Lu Xiaoyang, but seeing Lu Fugui's situation, it was clear there was more to the story. He decided not to interfere anymore.